Chapter 1. The Great Tang Dynasty, King of the Northern Wastes. In the realm of divine martial, the Great Tang Dynasty flourishes. In the spring of the third year of Jinhe, the season of late spring in March, as the grass grows and the eagles soar, the land is a vibrant green, teeming with life as nature awakens from its slumber. It is a time filled with exuberance and restlessness. Yet, at this very moment, the noon gate is shrouded in a veil of gloom. As the gateway from the Imperial city of the Great Tang to the north, it remains bustling with the comings and goings of merchants and commoners, just as it always has. Amidst the clattering of hooves, a carriage approaches from afar, its appearance slightly desolate and forlorn against the backdrop of the setting sun. In the shadows, countless pairs of eyes fixate on this carriage, filled with disdain, mockery, derision, contemplation, and even excitement and amusement. Qin Mu, the fourth prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, bearing the bloodline of two dynasties, is on his way to be in theft today. Cough, cough. Occasional coughs emanate from within the carriage. Though he possesses the noble blood of two dynasties, this prince is an exception rather than bestowing him with glory and advantage. His lineage has brought him endless ridicule and suffering. In the divine martial realm, where martial prowess is esteemed above all, possessing the pinnacle bloodline of two dynasties should have guaranteed him a commendable legacy. With supreme power, he could embark on a path of greatness. Yet, the unfortunate fourth prince has inherited none of the advantages of these two esteemed bloodlines. After a decade of cultivation, he has returned as merely a martial apprentice. Even more tragically, he suffers from frail health, which has led him to be morose and unappreciated. Still, he remains undeterred by fate, tirelessly practicing night after night, only to meet his end from overexertion on a stormy night. This is how Qin Mu, returning from that azure planet, seizes the opportunity to inhabit the body of his namesake. At this moment, the soul within Qin Mu is that of the one from the blue star. Alas! Others traverse realms with countless beauties and boundless techniques, their mere presence commanding submission. Yet he glances at his frail, sickly form, letting out a resigned sigh. I ask for nothing more than a robust body. What a wretched fate this is! As the most hopeless of the hopeless, he has long been excluded from the core circle of heirs, and it was only a matter of time before he was dispatched to an enfeoffment. Little did he expect that his assigned fief would be the most desolate region of the Great Tang, the Northern Wastes. Alas! Fate, fortune, destiny. On the rooftop of a tea house by the roadside, a number of the Imperial city's nobility have gathered, silently observing this scene, lamenting, once the fourth prince departs, it is likely he shall never set foot in the capital again. For him, this may not be a misfortune even in the capital. He has no opportunity. Let us not forget, his mother is a princess of the previous dynasty, and with his frail constitution, who would dare entrust the throne to him? Indeed, the Imperial city is scarcely safer for him than the Northern Wastes. Alas! Such is the Great Tang, and such is the heartless emperor. Qin Mu mutters to himself, for he is not without reason for his enfeoffment he has been framed. Just days prior, a stronghold of the previous dynasty was raided in the Imperial city, and the main culprit firmly claimed that they were under the command of the fourth prince. Truly, it is a case of misfortune striking from within one's own home. Though everyone knows this to be a fabrication, none have come to defend the fourth prince, not even the emperor himself, who issued a decree banishing him to the Northern Wastes. Upon realizing the sequence of events, Qin Mu merely smiles faintly. 30 years of fortunes can shift like the tides, and now, as the dragon returns to the sea, nothing can bind me. Cough, cough. Just as his spirits begin to rise, a tremor in his chest prompts a series of coughs before he regains his composure. With such a physique, can I truly journey to the Northern Wastes, thousands of miles away? Ding! Detecting that the host is on the verge of collapse, the system for transforming waste into treasure awakens. A system? Indeed, there is a system. I knew I could not have crossed over here for no reason. It must be the system at work. Qin Mu muses inwardly. After a brief wait, the system completes its awakening, and Qin Mu eagerly inquires, System, can you summon an army? Any troops from Qin Huang or Han Wu will do. Negative. Is it necessary to earn points? I can work for you to gain points. This system does not support points. Then, can I exchange for weapons? Negative. Can I exchange for provisions? While this world is vast, its population is equally significant, and food remains a necessity. With provisions, I could trade for gold, which is still a viable option. Negative. Yet, the responses from the system continue to be negative. Then what can you do? Qin Mu is beginning to grow frustrated. This cold, mechanical entity cannot be as useless as it seems. This system can transform waste into treasure. Transform waste into treasure? Surely, you're not just a garbage disposal service? Ding. Correct. But no reward. Then what good is your awakening if you cannot generate wealth or manifest anything tangible? What purpose do you serve? I can transform waste into treasure. The system's mechanical voice echoes. Then transform this waste of mine. Qin Mu responds with resignation. Very well, transforming waste into treasure. Activate the Qilin body. A surge of electricity courses through him. Qin Mu instantly feels vitality flooding back into his previously ailing body. The external essence begins to permeate his being, nourishing him entirely. Goodness, is it truly this simple? It feels rather too casual. At the very least, there should be some sort of ritual or a display of light. Fourth Prince, is something amiss? The coachman, sensing a fluctuation of essence within the carriage, quickly inquires. Cough, cough. Oh ma. I am fine. I merely attempted some cultivation and made a breakthrough. Qin Mu dares not reveal his trump card, nor the existence of the system. Ding. The first successful transformation from waste to treasure has triggered a divine-level critical hit. Reward, Divine Bloodline, Divine Fire Phoenix, Divine Skill 1. Blood rebirth with a single drop remaining. Flesh and blood can be reconstituted, rendering one immortal. Divine Skill 2. Blood refinement deprive others of their bloodline power to replenish and enhance oneself. Divine Skill 3. Domain of fire. Within this domain, I am king, commanding all fire-related bloodlines. Immune to all fire-related attacks. Divine Skill 4. Phoenix. Divine flame attacks carry the divine fire of the phoenix, inflicting unbearable pain or annihilating the soul. What a splendid treasure! This so-called waste system does indeed possess some remarkable abilities. Integrate the divine bloodline. With a command from Qin Mu, the divine bloodline merges into his being, leaving him feeling invigorated, his fists clenched as he senses the energy surging within him. Having integrated the divine bloodline, he now possesses 3 distinct bloodlines. His father's Fire Eagle Wind lineage, his mother's Azure Scale Wood lineage, and the divine Fire Phoenix lineage. Alas! Fourth Prince, fret not, I shall escort you safely. Besides, did not the Emperor dispatch 20,000 Feather Forest troops? This journey shall be devoid of peril. The coachman, known as Old Ma, reassures him. Alas, Old Ma, I fear my frail body may not endure the journey to the northern wastes. Qin Mu maintains his previous tone, for one must remain cautious of the hearts of others. Alas, Fourth Prince, once we reach the northern wastes, I shall seek renowned physicians to restore your health. Such efforts are futile, Old Ma. If renowned physicians were effective, they would have cured me long ago in the Imperial city. Accept your fate. Both master and servant fall into silence once more. Chapter 2. The Prince's Guard, all useless? As they exit the city gates, the chief eunuch, Donglai, has been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the arrival of the fourth prince's carriage, he clears his throat and unfurls a decree, ominously proclaiming, Fourth Prince Qin Mu, receive the edict. With the support of the coachman, Qin Mu descends from the carriage. The emperor decrees. Fourth Prince Qin Mu possesses both virtue and talent. Thus, he is appointed as the king of the northern wastes, granted 20,000 elite troops, 200,000 taels of silver, and ample provisions to forever secure the northern wastes. Without a decree, you shall not return to the capital. Donglai's voice echoes through the streets, causing the once bustling thoroughfare to fall eerily silent. Without a decree, one cannot return to the capital? To be stationed indefinitely? This is a scheme to condemn me to death. Upon hearing the decree, Qin Mu feels an icy chill seep into his bones. His fingers clench tightly, so much so that they begin to pale from the pressure. General Fong, you shall remain by the side of the fourth prince and protect him. Xie Donglai addresses a middle-aged general with a square face standing nearby. Yes, this humble one greets the fourth prince. General Fang's heart is heavy. This journey seems likely to be one of no return. How unfortunate that he has been rendered a waste after sustaining injuries on the battlefield. Turning back to glance at the army he commands, though numbering 20,000 strong, they are all but useless. The court is truly ruthless. General, please rise. Cough, cough. Qin Mu hurriedly assists the general to his feet, his heart sinking at the sight of him. One arm droops limply, clearly injured, and his head is bandaged with blood seeping through. The court is indeed merciless. How can they treat such a wounded soldier in this manner? Your Highness, the decree has been conveyed, so I shall take my leave. Do you have any words to pass on to His Majesty? Xie Donglai addressed Qin Mu. Qin Mu remained silent, instead retrieving paper and ink, smoothing it out and grinding the ink with swift strokes before handing it to Xie Donglai. Upon receiving it, Xie Donglai unfolded the paper and beheld the words. The winds howl, the northern wasteland is cold. The prince departs, never to return, into the tiger's den, to transform into a dragon. Gazing skyward, I exhale, becoming a white rainbow. Looking southward at the gray wolf, with a single spear, I pierce the firmament. Gasp! After reading, Xie Donglai hurried back to the palace to report. This prince possesses a certain ferocity. The first half of the poem was bearable, depicting the desolation of the northern wasteland and reflecting his own tragic fate. However, the latter half, if taken lightly, might imply great disrespect. If taken seriously, it could hint at treason. General Fong, where is my guard? Ignoring Xie Donglai, Qin Mu inquired of Fong Datong. Your Highness, it seems this guard may not be as formidable as you imagine. Fong Datong said awkwardly. Let us proceed to see. I am prepared. Qin Mu replied, understanding in his heart. Despite having mentally prepared himself, upon witnessing the ragtag assembly of 20,000 men, his heart tightened. What manner of soldiers were these? Some limped, others lacked an eye, and many leaned on crutches. As for the horses, they were mere skeletons on the brink of death. Qin Mu worried that a gust of wind would topple them. Could such horses endure a march into the northern wasteland alongside him? These soldiers were utterly useless, and the horses no better. How was he to manage with this? How long had it taken to gather this meager force of 20,000? Wounded soldiers paired with feeble steeds. Truly, he was not favored. System. Can these horses be transformed from waste to treasure? Qin Mu pondered. Affirmative. Detection reveals these breeds contain a faint black dragon bloodline, capable of transformation into the black scale 1,000-li beast. Goodness, how extraordinary! This world is indeed bizarre. A horse possessing the bloodline of a black dragon? Incredible. Truly. System. Can my horse be transformed into treasure? Negative. Your horse is not waste and cannot be transformed. What on earth? System. If I were to break its leg, could it then be transformed into treasure? Affirmative. Proceed with the injury first. Aye. This system certainly adheres to its principles. No waste, no intervention. Can my soldiers be transformed into treasures? Of course. They are the epitome of uselessness. There is a chance to trigger the wasteful gift package. Such a possibility exists. Huh. Wait. What is the wasteful gift package? A reward for discovering waste. And what would that entail? It will enhance the useless. For instance, making their fur more lustrous. Qin Mu. What ist? Is this truly a benefit? If this were my previous life, I could have them star in a shampoo commercial. What use is that here? General Fong. Qin Mu addressed Fong Datong. At your service. Are there more soldiers like these? Gather some more. Huh. Fong Datong was somewhat bewildered. What manner of strategy was this? People typically avoided such individuals. Why did the prince wish to embrace them? Your Highness, I do not quite comprehend. Indeed. General Fong. Yes? Your body may be somewhat impaired, but your mind seems lacking as well. Qin Mu remarked, observing Fong Datong's perplexed expression. Was my meaning so difficult to grasp? Huh. Your Highness, this I mean, how many more of these crippled soldiers can you contact? I want them all. I shall care for them. Qin Mu proudly patted his chest. Huh, Your Highness, this. Again, this phrase. Yet the emotions behind it were different. The first was a question, genuinely perplexed by the fourth prince's actions, while the latter was filled with heartfelt excitement and gratitude. I shall first express my gratitude on behalf of those wounded and defeated. As long as they receive a morsel to eat, they will surely pledge their loyalty to you. Fong Datong exclaimed with fervor. If anyone were to be deemed unfortunate in this world, it would undoubtedly be these soldiers, lacking limbs and means to survive, often reduced to begging for sustenance, who would choose to live such a life devoid of dignity. Thus, when hearing that Qin Mu could provide them with food and offer them a chance to follow him, how could he not feel exhilarated? Excellent. Inform them that as long as I have food, they shall never go hungry. Those willing to follow me shall be treated as brothers, as kin. Qin Mu assured Fong Datong. Old Ma, halt! Take this silver and all our savings go buy grain, camels, and carts. Acquire medicine and healers. We shall do everything in our power to care for these soldiers. They are heroes of the Tang dynasty and deserve better treatment. We shall not let them bleed and weep. Qin Mu instructed the driver. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost to contact these soldiers and defeated warriors. Fong Datong, moved to tears, pounded his chest in assurance, touched by the fourth prince's selflessness and noble character. Who could have anticipated that a prince would so recklessly endeavor to recruit all these wounded soldiers? That he would show compassion for those who had once served valiantly, sacrificing everything for them, even as his own future lay uncertain. As he faced a life of hardship in the desolate wilds, he still thought of his men. This was true virtue. At least from Fong Datong's perspective, this was how the fourth prince viewed the situation. Chapter 3. Purchasing only the most unfit horses. General Fong hurriedly approached the group of soldiers and conveyed the thoughts of the fourth prince. The crowd was filled with excitement. This was indeed splendid news. Each soldier took a few companions to reach out to the injured soldiers they knew, while General Fong set off to find those officers who had once fought alongside him and had since been wounded. Rather than languishing away in the latter half of their lives, they might as well join forces and make a bold venture into the North Wilderness. Qin Mu, however, paid little heed to how General Fong was making contact. He was in a rush to go shopping, extravagantly. Old Ma, where can we purchase pack horses in this imperial city? Let us procure a batch, Qin Mu exclaimed, addressing the coachman. Your Highness, there is a large mule and horse trading market in the northern city. Old Ma replied with utmost reverence. Let us proceed, Qin Mu commanded. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall take you there right away. Old Ma responded, promptly guiding Qin Mu towards the trading market for mules and horses. Old Ma, may I ask you a question? You are one of my mother's people, correct? Qin Mu inquired casually as they walked. Indeed, Your Highness. I was once the princess's guard. Ever since the fall of the Great Sway, the princess has continued to provide for us. Thus, upon hearing that Your Highness was in trouble, we have all come to offer our protection. Old Ma explained as he drove the carriage. And the others? Where are they? Qin Mu asked, intrigued to learn that many had come. They have gone ahead to the North Wilderness to scout the situation and prepare for Your Highness's arrival. Before long, they arrived at the mule and horse market, an expansive open-air bazaar typical of this continent. The entire market was divided into several sections, enclosed by fences, with rows of tied-up horses within each area, each section boasting its own small building. Esteemed guest, come this way. We have the finest horses, all varieties at your disposal. Young master, look over here. Tall, short, stout, thin. We have them all. Young sir, behold this coat, these teeth, and these hooves. As Qin Mu entered the market, he was immediately greeted by merchants with various accents, enthusiastically promoting their horses. However, he merely glanced around, shook his head, and moved on to the next vendor. Your Highness, are you not satisfied? Old Ma asked softly. Old Ma, we seek bulk purchases at a low price, preferably horses that are somewhat disabled. That way, we can negotiate a better deal. These horses, while fine, are not suitable for us. Qin Mu whispered back, so Your Highness is preparing for the new injured soldiers? Old Ma suddenly understood. Qin Mu nodded in affirmation, responding to Old Ma's inquiry. In that case, We should find a guide. Otherwise, we may search all day without success. Very well, go ahead and find one. Time is of the essence. The quicker, the better. Understood, Your Highness. Please wait a moment. Before long, Old Ma returned, leading a frail young man before Qin Mu. Guest, those horses you seek may not be easily found elsewhere. I have insider information about a batch of horses recently retired from battle. Precisely what you need. However, their origins are somewhat questionable. The guide whispered cautiously to Qin Mu. No matter. As long as I can purchase them and depart the Imperial city today, you understand. Qin Mu replied in a hushed tone. Ah, I see. It seems I shall make a handsome profit today. The guide, Wang San, said, directing Qin Mu and Old Ma through the market, twisting and turning until they arrived at a smaller establishment. This is the place I mentioned. Wang San announced. Are you sure this is the right place, Wang San? I require a substantial quantity. Can this small shop accommodate my needs? Qin Mu questioned, skeptical of the small establishment. What you do not know, guest, is that the merchandise is highly sensitive and cannot be displayed in the market. This is merely a negotiation spot. I only facilitate the introduction. Once the deal is settled, you pay, and we part ways without knowing each other. Wang San stated firmly, his gaze fixed on Qin Mu, ready to leave at the slightest sign of discomfort. Very well, you need only introduce me. The rest is none of your concern, Qin Mu affirmed. Wang San led them into the shop, where the shopkeeper greeted them with a smile, saying, Esteemed guests, please come in. The second private room is ready for you. Immediately, a servant guided Qin Mu and Old Ma to a mysterious chamber, which was indeed mysterious due to its sealed walls. Had it not been for the crystal chandelier illuminating the room, Qin Mu might have mistaken it for a dark chamber. Please enjoy some tea. The shopkeeper will arrive shortly, the servant said as he departed. No need. Go ahead. Qin Mu replied, taking a sip of the tea only to spit it out, exclaiming, This tea is truly dreadful. Your Highness, is the tea not to your liking? This is the finest by Tai Chun, Old Ma remarked. Such a taste. When we reach the North Wilderness, I shall prepare something better for you, Qin Mu declared. Your Highness can brew tea? Old Ma asked. Intrigued. I possess many skills. I shall share them with you in due time, Qin Mu replied. Before long, the shopkeeper entered, beaming as he said, Welcome. I hear you are interested in purchasing unfit horses. How many do you require? That depends on how many you have and at what price. If the price is reasonable, I will take as many as you can provide. If not, I shall not take even one, Qin Mu stated plainly. The price is negotiable. A warhorse in this market costs 100 taels of silver. Though these are unfit horses, the price cannot be too low. How about 10 taels of silver per horse? The shopkeeper suggested with a smile. How bold of you, shopkeeper. How about this? How many horses do you have? Provide me with a number so that I may gauge. Qin Mu countered, I currently have a total of 200,000 horses. The shopkeeper replied without hesitation. Old Ma, how much do we have? Can we afford this? Qin Mu whispered to Old Ma. Your Highness, the princess granted me 300,000 taels of silver notes. However, this is intended as your initial capital upon reaching the North Wilderness. Old Ma whispered back. Such an amount? Excellent. I now have a clearer idea. Qin Mu conveyed a reassuring glance to Old Ma. Shopkeeper, I will take all these horses, so give me a fair price, Qin Mu declared. All of them? Are you certain, esteemed guest? That amounts to 200,000 horses. The shopkeeper was astonished, wondering who this bold individual was, purchasing only unfit horses to form a private army. While these horses may have been retired from battle, they were unlikely to be in his possession if they were still capable of fighting. Chapter 4. Securing 200,000 unfit horses. Who is this individual? Could he be a government spy? These goods are certainly not above board. Even if you have 400,000 horses, I could accommodate them, provided the price is fair. Realizing he still possessed 300,000 taels, Qin Mu confidently boasted. Then what do you consider a fair price per horse? The shopkeeper, assessing that Qin Mu did not appear to be a government official, replied with a grin, How about 1 tael per horse? As they say, frequent visitors are always welcome. Should further business arise, we may establish a long-term partnership. You jest? How could that be acceptable? Since you are willing to sell all, how about 5 taels per horse? Qin Mu proposed, knowing these were indeed retired battle horses. Shopkeeper, this is indeed 200,000 horses. You must have acquired them for a pittance, right? With a transaction like this, you stand to gain a tidy profit of several tens of thousands. Qin Mu argued, while the shopkeeper remained resolute. Believe me, esteemed guest, this is genuinely my bottom line. There is not that much profit to be made. It is merely to break even, the shopkeeper insisted. Very well. Shopkeeper, if you provide me with 200,000 horses along with 5 months' worth of feed at your price, how does that sound? Qin Mu conceded slightly. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment. Though 5 months' worth of feed was substantial, it was not an exorbitant amount when compared to such a lucrative deal. Selling these horses would yield a guaranteed profit of 800,000 in total, making those in charge quite pleased. His own position might even see an upward adjustment. Agreed. This deal is struck. I will provide you with 5 months' worth of feed, all delivered together, the shopkeeper announced decisively. Ha ha. Splendid. Old Ma, settle the payment, Qin Mu concluded. Qin Mu instructed the old horse, shopkeeper, pay close attention. 200,000 steeds, 1 million taels. Ensure you handle this properly. The old horse produced 1 million taels in silver notes and handed them to the shopkeeper. Ha ha, splendid. The Zhengyuan Tongbao notes are accepted. I shall take the money. Come, let us proceed immediately to collect the goods. The shopkeeper, accompanied by 2 others, exited through the northern gate of the Imperial city and walked 5 miles north. Arriving at a wooded area, they approached the grove. Several armed individuals on swift steeds encircled them. Do not be alarmed. It is merely esteemed guests arriving, the shopkeeper bellowed to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly parted, allowing the shopkeeper and his companions to enter a makeshift horse yard. Within this wooded expanse, a square kilometer had been enclosed where horses frolicked and played. Although many limped, they were evidently well cared for, their coats and physiques reflecting good breeding. Dear guest, behold, these are all top-quality warhorses. Alas, otherwise, each would fetch over 100 taels. War truly is a bottomless pit for gold. The shopkeeper remarked, gesturing towards the horses in the yard. If all were fine horses, you would not so easily possess such a multitude. Our transaction today owes its existence to war. Without it, how could we profit? Qin Mu replied, Ha ha, you speak wisely. I must indeed express gratitude for war. Otherwise, we merchants would find it exceedingly difficult to earn a living. Come, look here. I have prepared 5 months' worth of horse feed for you. With that, the shopkeeper led Qin Mu and the others to a grass hut. Observe, these heaps are all yours. This is the husk of fluorine wheat. Though deemed worthless refuse, it is a superior supplement for horses. Especially for war horses, it serves as an excellent tonic to replenish strength after long journeys, the shopkeeper explained to Qin Mu and his companion. Wait, what did you say? Qin Mu interjected abruptly. I mentioned this is a fine supplement for horses after long travels? The shopkeeper, puzzled, responded, Not that. The next line. These are the 5 months' worth of horse feed prepared for you. Qin Mu denied. That is not it either. The following line. These are the husks of fluorine wheat, mere useless refuse. Ding ding, that's it. You call this refuse? Indeed. It is refuse. What remains after the husk is flour, the food fit for humans. The shopkeeper appeared bewildered. This truly was refuse. Did he intend to? Refuse is excellent. I quite favor refuse. Shopkeeper, how much of this refuse do you have available? At what price? Qin Mu inquired with a smile, secretly communicating with the system. System, can this refuse be transformed into treasure? It can be transformed into treasure, but not into horses. There is a distinction. One cannot transcend species. It can only be transformed into fine flour. The system replied. A slip of the tongue. Qin Mu exclaimed brightly. You intend to purchase this? The shopkeeper could hardly believe his ears, realizing Qin Mu truly did mean to. Is there a problem? No. Of course, I'll sell it. What reason would I have not to sell? The shopkeeper laughed heartily. 1 tael of silver per ton. Do you find this reasonable? Shopkeeper, this is all refuse, selling it at such a high price. Are you not concerned? Qin Mu haggled. What do you propose? 1 tael for 5 tons. You are robbing me. The limit is 3 tons. 3 tons is acceptable, but you must include a large cart. Qin Mu countered. No, absolutely not. That large cart costs 5 taels of silver. You expect me to include it for free? Shopkeeper, I am purchasing in bulk. Understand, if we start with 100 carts, the price is merely 3 taels. Moreover, I require 500 carts. Qin Mu argued.
Even at 3 taels, that is still a significant sum. A single cart can carry 9 tons. Does that not mean I am effectively giving you a cart for free? The shopkeeper calculated with his fingers. Boss, you are mistaken. Business does not operate this way. If you reconsider, perhaps there is profit to be had. Qin shook his head. Reconsider? The shopkeeper, perplexed, continued. If you calculate it this way, I sell you 1 cart and you receive 3 tons of horse feed. Is not all horse feed refuse? It has no cost. However, selling 500 carts, what would that amount to? Does this performance not count as yours? Goodness, that is indeed the case. If calculated thus, then how? The shopkeeper appeared to have opened a new realm of understanding. To discuss business models, there are plenty of operations from another world. Young man, prepare yourself to embrace a new paradigm. Esteemed guest, you truly are a remarkable talent. I am enlightened. Chapter 5. A great number of visitors. The shopkeeper, elated by this newfound perspective, readily agreed to Qin proposal. After all, it was merely a few thousand tons of horse feed. Plenty of that could be found. The main warehouse was overflowing, and this was an opportune moment for a thorough clearance. Furthermore, the transaction of 500 carts was indeed a substantial deal. With this performance, combined with the horses, his year's KPI could be exceeded ahead of schedule. This was a significant boon for him. Allowing Qin a slight advantage was hardly objectionable. Not to mention, it was rare to encounter a patron capable of producing 1 million taels. Esteemed guest, I shall extend you 1,500 taels. Very well, old horse, pay the amount. Once the old horse settled the payment, the transaction was complete. Esteemed guest, this camp is now yours. The 500 carts will arrive shortly. Please prepare to receive them. The shopkeeper clasped his fists in respect and departed. Old horse, go inform everyone to gather here. Qin instructed the old horse. Yes, I shall go at once, but what about you here? The old horse hesitated, concerned for Qin well-being. Fear not, it is nothing of great concern. You must go and return swiftly. Qin reassured him. After sending off the old horse, Qin ventured alone into a grass hut filled with horse feed. System, transform refuse into treasure. Convert this horse feed into high-quality flour. Qin gazed at the mountains of refuse before him. Please hold, transforming refuse into treasure. A surge of electricity coursed through the hut, and bags of horse feed morphed into bags of premium flour. Excellent, we now have provisions. Just as Qin completed the transformation, a thunderous sound of footsteps resonated from outside. Startled, he wondered if he had fallen into a trap. Had the shopkeeper deceived him? If so, the Imperial family's reputation would certainly take a blow. Although he was an uncherished prince, he was still a prince. If someone truly aimed at him, it would be quite the spectacle to behold. Upon stepping outside, Qin mouth fell agape. What was happening? Fong Daikong approached him awkwardly, chuckling. Your Highness, I have brought everyone. Everyone? Ahem, General Fong. I requested you to bring the destitute, injured soldiers. You haven't brought the entire slum population of the Imperial city, have you? Qin surveyed the throngs of people approaching, stunned. Your Highness, mainly the injured soldiers heard there would be food, and word spread. One person told 10, 10 told 100. Now even the nearby beggars have joined in. So, Your Highness, you do not wish to send them away? Fong Daikong inquired tentatively. Of course not. Since they have come to seek refuge with me, they are all brothers. We shall share both adversity and fortune. As long as I have food, I shall not allow my brothers to go hungry. General Fong, summon people to carry the flour and let everyone fill their bellies first. Qin pointed to the hut behind him, signaling for the crowd to help themselves to the provisions. Yes, Your Highness is benevolent. On behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you for your great kindness. In the Rinda Hall, the Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, had before him the farewell poem penned by Qin quite eloquent. Why had I not noticed this before? But am I to blame myself? Or is he declaring war on me? Gazing southward. Who is the gray wolf? My good son, you truly have caught my attention. The poem written by Qin rapidly gained traction, stirring a considerable uproar among the noble circles of the imperial city within a single day. This audacious fellow, did he not intend to revolt? Yet, this was indeed an excellent poem. Such a pity. Were he not a prince, or rather, not the son of that esteemed individual, he would undoubtedly hold a prominent place in the imperial city. Where has the fourth prince, Xie Donglai, gone? Reporting to your majesty, the Eastern Guard has relayed word. He has already traveled 5 miles out of the city. Xie Donglai responded truthfully. What? After a day, he has only covered 5 miles? The emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, could hardly believe his ears. Was the fourth prince akin to a snail, crawling along? I would not dare deceive your majesty. To be precise, your highness the fourth prince. He halted after traveling 5 miles. But why? Does he believe that I would change my mind? Or has he dismissed my intentions as mere whispers in the wind? The emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, felt a twinge of discomfort. Your majesty, according to the Eastern Guard's investigation, it seems the fourth prince is procuring supplies. And he? What else? Speak. Do you dare to deceive the emperor? The servant knelt down. Trembling that I am at fault. According to the Eastern Guard's report, the fourth prince has gathered many injured and defeated soldiers from within the Imperial city. Xie Donglai prostrated himself and recounted the intelligence he had gathered in detail. What? He dares to privately mobilize the troops of the Imperial city. Which unit is he calling upon? Why was I not informed? Why did the Ministry of War not report this? Wait a moment. What injured soldiers? Upon hearing that Qin Mu was mobilizing troops, the Emperor Qin Hui immediately became enraged. Yet there seemed to be something amiss. Your Majesty, these are the injured soldiers dismissed by various legions. Most of them, due to physical disabilities, no longer meet combat requirements, thus they were expelled from the barracks. Lacking any labor capability, they now linger in the corners of the Imperial city, surviving by begging and doing odd jobs. This time, the Ministry of War selected 20,000 of these individuals to serve as the fourth prince's guard, perhaps evoking his pity, or perhaps Xie Donglai recounted all he knew, the chain of events in detail, or perhaps it is an act of protest. He is using this method to force me into a corner. Ha, naive. The emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, listened, neither pleased nor angered. I dare not speculate. Humph. It is time to replace the officials in the Ministry of War. Do they consider my words as mere trifles? Do they think I am blind? Or have I grown senile? Your Majesty's esteemed name. This statement was no longer a rebuke, but a blatant expression of fury. When the sovereign is enraged, corpses lie scattered for miles. At this moment, the best strategy is to refrain from offering personal opinions. Whatever you say is right. Then, Your Majesty, should we issue a warning to the fourth prince? After all, Xie Donglai tentatively inquired. No need. A group of injured soldiers. What use could they be? Let him be. After all, I feel guilty towards these soldiers. They were wounded for the sake of the Great Tang. Yet I have no means to allow them a peaceful old age. Donglai, do you think I am unfit to be the emperor of the Great Tang? The emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, said mournfully. Xie Donglai, Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Who decides if you are fit or not? Are you testing me? Or have you discovered something? At this moment, Xie Donglai's heart was in turmoil. Under Your Majesty's governance, the Great Tang flourished and prospered. How could there be any question of unfitness? Xie Donglai, ever the sycophant, thought it prudent to play along. Then why, under my very nose, does such a situation arise? Your Majesty, this is the folly of those beneath you. It is not your fault. You are correct. These officials require discipline. Chapter 6. Transforming Waste into Treasure. The black-scaled beast of 1,000 miles. The following day during the morning court, the officials of the Great Tang Empire faced their nightmare. Your Majesty, recently, while auditing the accounts of the Ministry of War, we discovered several sums of silver that have gone missing. The ministers appear to be involved in embezzlement. The censor Wang Zhaozai publicly accused. Oh, such a thing has occurred. The emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, thundered with fury. Who oversees these accounts in the Ministry of War? Your Majesty, Wang's censor is merely nitpicking, finding fault where there is none. The accounts of the Ministry of War have always been complex, and a few unclear entries are not a grave matter. The minister of the Ministry of War defended himself. Oh, I entrusted you with the Ministry of War, and this is how you manage it? If this is not a grave matter, then what is? Go home and reflect for 2 years. The affairs of the Ministry of War will now be handled by the Minister of Rights. Li Shimin, reflection? This is nothing less than a veiled dismissal. After 2 years, who will remember you? Yet once the words were spoken, there was no room for retreat. Yes, this old minister obeys the decree. He did not yet comprehend the full implications of this turn of events. The court fell silent, with no one knowing what scheme the emperor was concocting. Fong Dekong arrived at the shed and discovered it was filled with high-quality flour. "Your Highness, you are truly too generous. We really do not require such expensive flour. Lower-grade flour would suffice," Fong Dekong said, touched. "How can that be? I have already stated that we share our meals and our beds. Do you wish for me to consume that inferior flour?" "Absolutely not. It is out of the question." Qin Mu shook his head. After a hearty meal, they toiled until late into the night. This time, Fong Dekong truly brought a multitude. After preliminary calculations, they had gathered a total of 180,000 injured soldiers. Additionally, there were around 400,000 scattered members and families of these injured soldiers. Suddenly, their numbers surged to over 600,000. The speed of this population growth is astonishing. If this continues, by the time I reach the northern wilderness, will I not be leading a force of 1,000,000? Where there are people, there are possibilities. Moreover, these individuals can be transformed into valuable assets, as they are already seasoned warriors. The Emperor of the Great Tang would never suspect that this was no exile but rather a true hidden dragon rising from the sea. Had he known the outcome would be such, he would have never allowed them to leave the Imperial city. After a night of restful slumber, revitalized, it was the first time in many years that they had eaten their fill. Both adults and children feasted heartily. All were sated. These individuals fell asleep with tears in their eyes, not from grievance but from gratitude. This was a true benevolent ruler, one truly worthy of their loyalty. A single meal repaid with a lifetime of allegiance. One meal garnered the allegiance of 600,000 souls, a feat that even Qin Mu had not anticipated. When the steward delivered the carts and horse fodder, Qin Mu felt it was time to depart. "General Fong, distribute these horses. Although they are deemed useless, their physique and stamina are still commendable. While they cannot be compared to those exceptional steeds, they are more than adequate for this journey. Those with children and families may ride, while those who cannot fit on horseback shall walk alongside the carts." Qin Mu instructed Fong Dekong. "Our destination is the northern wilderness. Here I come," with their bellies full. They possessed strength anew. The 600,000 strong marched with vigor towards the northern wilderness. From a height, Qin Mu observed how they resembled refugees fleeing a disaster. Particularly with their tattered clothing, they appeared to be in dire straits. This attire severely undermined the dignity of the prince's guard. A change was necessary, Qin Mu said to Fong Dekong. "There is no alternative. These people can scarcely afford food, let alone clothing," Fong Dekong replied helplessly. "No matter, let us proceed. Once we reach our destination, we will find an opportunity to make changes. We have lingered here for a day. Some may not be pleased, and if they are displeased, they may seek trouble. To minimize complications, we should move on," Qin Mu stated. "Understood." Fong Dekong recognized that this individual was not well regarded in the Imperial city. Not just among the princes, but even the court officials and the emperor held little fondness for him. The convoy advanced rapidly, covering 30 miles in a single day. As Qin Mu departed, the spies of the various factions within the Imperial city breathed a sigh of relief. This one has finally left. The Imperial city can enjoy a brief respite. After traveling 100 miles, Qin Mu felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently from the Imperial city. The spies should not follow this far, and it was time to transform the useless horses into treasures. "General Fong, set up camp. We shall not proceed any further today," Qin Mu commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." The camp was established. The elderly and children were surrounded at the center, while the 180,000 injured soldiers were divided into 4 battalions. Guarding the camp's perimeter, the 2,000 guards, now the prince's personal troops, stationed themselves near the central camp. The strong soldiers were dispatched outside to fell trees, erect shelters, and Qin Mu taught them how to construct barricades. Creating the appearance of a permanent settlement, boil water, prepare baths. After days of travel, we are all drenched in sweat, sticky and foul, especially after mingling with the horses. There is a lingering equine odor. Continued exposure to such conditions may lead to illness, or even plague, that could spell catastrophic disaster. Thus, I place great importance on the personal hygiene of both soldiers and civilians. The moment they halted, Qin Mu instructed them to boil water and bathe. Every individual was required to wash, and failure to do so would result in no food. Once everything was arranged, Qin Mu entered a stable, secretly contemplating, system, transform waste into treasure. A surge of electricity coursed through the horses. Each one, deemed useless, began to spark with energy. The horses seemed to endure immense suffering, whinnying in distress. The incessant howling of countless steeds echoed through the stillness of the night, creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and terrifying. First, there was the cracking and popping of bones as they grew anew. Even the broken limbs of the injured began to regenerate, not only returning to their original state, but becoming even sturdier and more robust. The hide of these creatures continuously shed, as if something was writhing beneath the skin. Layer upon layer of black scales began to emerge from the freshly shed fur, initially clustered together and then spreading across their bodies. The transformation into the black-scaled Shinli beast was complete. Following the evolution of their bloodline, these horses became not only taller but also more muscular, their legs thickening with power, now adorned with scales that significantly enhanced their defensive capabilities. Chapter 7. The Mighty Black-Scaled Shinli Beasting, Transformation Successful, earning 1,000 waste points. What on earth are waste points? What purpose do they serve? Waste points are not mere trifles. They can be exchanged for cultivation. Once the waste points accumulate to 20,000, the system shop will be unlocked, allowing for the exchange of resources. Is it truly that formidable? System. Please verify the authenticity at your discretion. This system does not indulge in self-aggrandizement. If the horses of yore were merely animals, the black-scaled Shinli beast now stood as a high-tier beast. Though still herbivorous, their physical prowess rivaled that of many advanced predators. Not only did they possess commendable defensive capabilities, but they also exhibited a degree of offensive power. After completing this daunting task, Qin Mu emerged, drenched in sweat. "Your Highness, what transpired?" inquired General Fong, who had rushed over, observing Qin Mu's disheveled state. Sighing, Qin Mu replied, "I just awakened some abilities and decided to test them on the horses. I didn't anticipate such a drain on my energy and focus." Your Highness, what exactly did you do to the horses?" General Fong asked, his expression shifting to one of concern. "See for yourself. I'm going to rest now. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Also, these horses require several days of rest. They've expended a great deal of energy, so provide them with ample dry feed. When possible, take them out for exercise." Qin Mu gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. Understood," General Fong nodded. While Qin Mu waved him off and retreated to his tent, General Fong and the soldiers entered the stable, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Oh my! Are these horses?" Each one was grand and striking, exuding an aura of primal wildness and audacity. Gulps were heard as someone swallowed hard. "This is a miracle. Your Highness, what is happening?" Back in the tent, the old horse asked incredulously, "Old horse, do you know what bloodline my mother possesses?" "Of course, the Bai Lin grass. Are you implying?" "Sure, do not speak of it. It cannot be uttered. Understood, understood." The old horse hurriedly covered its mouth, fearing the revelation of some celestial secret. The Bai Lin grass bloodline is renowned in this world for its healing properties. The inner power cultivated from it can heal injuries. In a realm where authentic medical systems are virtually non-existent, the Bai Lin grass bloodline is held in high esteem and respect for its healing abilities. This is also the reason why the ruler of the previous dynasty could ascend to the throne. The higher his cultivation, the more effective his healing powers. Who would dare oppose him? When he commanded, "Eliminate him," a legion would spring forth to fulfill his bidding. Who would dare offend him? If he proclaimed himself emperor, everyone would hastily welcome him. Delay would surely result in severe repercussions. "General Fong, may I take my horse out for a few laps?" a veteran asked eagerly, gazing at the magnificent steeds. It was akin to the thrill of those who, in a past life, had acquired fine automobiles, purely for the sake of flaunting. "Go ahead, Boom." A throng rushed to lead their horses, unable to contain their excitement as they galloped freely across the fields. The sensation was unlike anything before. It felt as if they were flying. The wind rushing against them nearly knocked the breath from their lungs. "Enough! Stop!" With a loud crash, while the horse halted, the rider was flung forward due to momentum. After such a long run, the steed showed no signs of fatigue. Truly, the ability to traverse 1,000 miles in a day was no mere fantasy. With such a horse, one yearned to return to the battlefield. Yet glancing at themselves, a wave of helplessness washed over. The horse was magnificent, but the rider felt utterly useless. Perhaps it was best to lie back and relax, stroking the horse's head, lamenting, "You are a gem." Yet sadly, you can only remain hidden in the shadows. In the days that followed, Qin Mu employed the same method to evolve the remaining batches of horses into black-scaled chinly beasts before finally breaking camp. Healing a single horse earned him a waste point, and with 200,000 horses, he amassed 200,000 waste points. A notification chimed as the first-level shop unlocked. Qin Mu glanced over the items within the shop, ranging blades, swords, spears, polearms, maces, bows, arrows, armor, shields of various sizes, elixirs, grains, vegetables, and even fruits. Truly a cornucopia of choices. Ha! I expected something more unique. Turns out it's just the usual fare. Hee hee. All weapons in this system are crafted from manganese, tungsten, titanium, and various metal alloys. They possess no distinguishing features, merely durability. Qin Mu. In the Grand Palace of the Great Tang, the Emperor, Qin Hui, inquired of Xie Donglai, "Where has the fourth prince gone?" "Reporting to your majesty, he is already 100 miles away." "Wasn't he just 100 miles away days ago?" It seems the fourth prince has set up camp to rest. What mischief is he up to? Is he not moving?" "Reporting to your majesty." "Perhaps the fourth prince is concerned for his men's long journey. According to our scouts, they have been enjoying leisurely baths since setting up camp. Humph. While I toil over state affairs daily. He frolics amidst nature. Does he think this empire belongs solely to me? Dispatch orders for them to reach the northern wastes within 3 months. Yes, your majesty, I shall send someone to convey your decree." Sigh, off you go. As the imperial messenger hurriedly left the royal city with the edict, Qin Mu and his entourage had already set forth. All were black-scaled chinly beasts, although they did not unleash their full speed. They traveled at an impressive pace, covering 1,000 miles in just 2 days. When the 2 imperial messengers reached Qin Mu's former campsite, they found nothing but remnants of shattered walls. Where have they gone? They couldn't have left, could they? We must hurry and pursue. With our speed, we can catch up in no time. Onward. The messengers gritted their teeth, turned their horses, and spurred them toward the northern wastes. After running at full speed for a while, they saw no sign of the group. Keep going. Still, there was no sight of them. Are they truly this swift? They pressed on, running at full speed for an entire day, yet not a single shadow was in sight. Exhaustion was setting in for the horses, who collapsed, panting heavily. The horses pondered, "If you want to run, then go ahead, but after such a distance, surely you want to expect me to switch horses. What a burden." The 2 imperial messengers shared a similar plight. They had believed the group was just ahead, yet after a day of pursuit, not even a trace remained. How could they return with such news? Chapter 8. Transforming Waste into Treasure. 200,000 practitioners of the same bloodline. What should we do? Should we continue the chase? Let us inquire at the post station. Did we take a wrong turn? Or did they? We should also inform the Grand Eunuch. Let us go. Upon arriving at the post station and inquiring, they learned that their direction was indeed correct. The fourth prince's party had passed through. Yet they had not lingered, merely replenishing their water and forage before heading northward. This posed a dilemma. The direction was right, so their speed must have lagged. Yet they had already been running at full speed. What more could be done? Unless they stopped, pursuing them would be futile, even if they reached the northern wastes. I'll continue the chase. You stay here and await news from the Grand Eunuch, one of the messengers declared. What a predicament! The bearers of the edict are outrun by the recipients. Well, it seems you have the harder task ahead of you. Serving the Grand Eunuch is no burden. With that, he saddled up and galloped away. After traversing 1,000 miles, Qin Mu commanded another halt for rest. "General Fong, bring 1,000 men over." Qin Mu ordered Fong Dadong. "Your Highness, do you intend?" Since Qin Mu had healed the injured horses, Fong Dadong had been subtly inquiring how he accomplished such feats, wondering if the same method could be applied to humans. Upon hearing Qin Mu hint at seeking 1,000 individuals, he immediately recognized the opportunity. "Yes, you will personally lead the guards. Remember, the secret must not be revealed." Qin Mu replied, his tone enigmatic. "Understood. Rest assured, Your Highness." A heart brimming with excitement and hands trembling, Fong Dadong ushered people into the main tent, where a state of martial law had been simultaneously enacted around the perimeter. Everyone covered their eyes, and after a brief moment, there would likely be some discomfort, yet I remained still, instructing everyone not to move an inch. Qin Mu commanded the assembly, to which they responded, yes. Although the soldiers were filled with doubt, it was the prince's military order, and they had no choice but to comply. Today, they had food and drink, all thanks to the prince's grace. Despite their disabled bodies, the prince not only showed no disdain but also permitted them to bring their families. What could be a greater blessing than this? Thus, whatever the prince commanded, they would follow without hesitation. It could not possibly be wrong. Even if the prince demanded their lives, they would offer them without a second thought, for their faith was unwavering. Transforming waste into treasure. Qin Mu silently mused, as surges of electric current coursed through the crowd. An immense wave of agony suddenly descended upon them. Quack, chirp, caw. The crowd wailed incessantly. The pain was unbearable, far beyond anything one could imagine. Fortunately, the torment was fleeting. In just a moment, it subsided. General, the soldiers stationed outside, tasked with maintaining order, felt their hairs stand on end at the pitiful cries. Mind your own business and hold your post. Fong Dadong felt a chill run down his spine as well. Was it truly this painful? He glanced at his disabled left arm, steeling himself. He would persevere to reclaim his normalcy, no matter the suffering. After the pain, the wounds of the soldiers began to itch intensely, an excruciating itch that prompted yet another round of wails. Oh, quack, chirp, caw. If I am guilty, grant me a swift end. What is this torment? My disabled wounds seem to be writhing, as if flesh is sprouting anew, each severed limb growing back, adorned with blue veins akin to tattoos from a past life. Suddenly, from the hollow sockets of their injured eyes, blue liquid began to surge forth, while the liquid remaining within congealed into deep blue crystals. Eyes, my bloodline, my heavens, I can cultivate. I possess martial veins. I am healed. These newly grown limbs are astonishingly powerful. My blindness has lifted. I can see. Goodness, I can even discern the movements of birds high in the sky. I sense untapped potential within me. What kind of eyes has the prince bestowed upon me? And that's not all. My third leg has regrown. What incredible effects, Bai Lao-san. Is this true? Bai Lao-san, have you truly turned misfortune into fortune? Ha ha ha. If you envy me, feel free to try for yourselves. Let the prince treat you as well. The crowd gasped in awe. Such ruthlessness. It seemed there was indeed a method to this madness. But, never mind. I lack the courage for that. As Qin Mu listened to the soldiers' animated discussions, he couldn't help but wonder if the system's restoration of their limbs held any special significance. System explained. Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Qin Mu inquired, isn't it transforming waste into treasure? If that's the case, can it still be considered treasure? Is there any sense left in your head? Has it been consumed? You? Qin Mu was infuriated. This system was quite the provocateur. Oh, right. The bloodlines of these soldiers have been altered to match that of the host. Their cultivation can provide a 10% return to the host. Gah, stinky treasure. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Such a splendid function is tailor-made for me. Qin Mu exclaimed, elated. What marvelous fortune. This is what one could call a golden finger. Host, please do not become infatuated with me. There will be no outcomes between us, and I do not engage in such affairs, the system retorted, swiftly covering what should not be exposed. Qin Mu replied, if all 200,000 of them undergo transformation, each providing me with 10%, it would be inexhaustible, absolutely inexhaustible. Qin Mu marveled, I am a genius. No wonder everyone relishes the idea of reincarnation. It is truly exhilarating. This feeling of gaining without effort. This method of effortlessly accumulating cultivation, family, who understands? Who can comprehend this sensation of idleness while reaping abundant rewards? Ding. 2,000 points of waste value credited. Continue. Transform these 200,000 into treasures as soon as possible and realize the dream of relaxation. My lord, you are working too hard. It may hinder your cultivation. You are still young. You must learn to exercise restraint. Lao Ma, you speak with ulterior motives. Qin Mu nearly stumbled at his words. This old horse was rather unrestrained. My lord, you know what I mean. Rest easy, I assure you. In terms of cultivation, I am a genius among geniuses. My previous lack of achievement was merely an act. Now, humph. Chapter 9. Transformation. Clothes make the man. Qin Mu exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Ma. Lao Ma was skeptical. Could it be that the fourth prince had indeed been hiding his talents? Such an act of deception could fool everyone. Truly, royal bloodlines are seldom virtuous. My lord, can it truly be? Fang Dadong, his body trembling with excitement, finally exclaimed, "He, do not be overly agitated. Excessive excitement is detrimental to your treatment. Maintain a calm demeanor." Qin Mu patted Fang Dadong on the shoulder. "Yes, I will remain calm. I will keep my composure." Fang Dadong chuckled. Rest. We shall break camp early tomorrow. By noon, we will establish our encampment. I will treat you and restore you. And one more thing, keep it a secret," Qin Mu instructed. Understood. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. I assure you, I will keep their mouths shut," Fang Dadong promised, thumping his chest. "Very well, you can handle the rest. I shall take my leave." Qin Mu merely sought an excuse to reorganize the system's waste points and peruse the marketplace for available items. With money in hand, one must spend. Failure to do so disrupts market circulation, especially those soldiers whose eyes had been altered. They were born scouts. If gathered together and further equipped, they could become the most formidable reconnaissance force. Effortlessly. There was no need to worry about the loyalty of these transformed soldiers. He discovered that he could share their perspectives through the system and even issue commands directly, altering their thoughts, all regardless of distance or obstruction. No matter where one was, with a mere thought, it could be accomplished in an instant. "Very well, you get busy. Leave the rest to me." Fang Dadong bade farewell to Qin Mu, his emotions still in turmoil. What excitement! The waiting was the most agonizing part, a restless itch akin to 1,000 tiny claws incessantly scratching at him. Upon entering the tent, Qin Mu immediately checked the total number of waste points and the prices of items in the system's marketplace. Total waste points, 202,000. Current prices in the system marketplace. Wooden recurve bow, 10 waste points each. Steel recurve bow, 100 waste points each. Alloy recurve bow, 1,000 waste points each. Steel composite bow, 500 waste points each. Alloy composite bow, 10,000 waste points each. Wooden pole long spear, 10 waste points each. Iron pole long spear, 100 waste points each. Fine steel pole long spear, 1,000 waste points each. Manganese, tungsten, titanium alloy pole long spear, 10,000 waste points each. There were also swords. Qin Mu had his eye on a Tang-style broadsword. Varying in price depending on the material, fine steel, 10 waste points each. Tungsten steel, 100 waste points each. Titanium steel, 500 waste points each. Manganese steel, 1,000 waste points each. Manganese, tungsten, titanium alloy, 10,000 waste points each. Armor was similar but slightly more expensive, albeit all were full body sets. Fine steel, 500 waste points per set. Tungsten steel, 3,000 waste points per set. Titanium steel, 5,000 waste points per set. Manganese steel, 10,000 waste points per set. Manganese, tungsten, titanium alloy, 30,000 waste points per set. None of it was cheap. The path to wealth was indeed a long and arduous one. Upholding the principle of thriftiness, Qin Mu purchased 140-pound steel composite bows, 100 tungsten steel Tang-style broadswords, and 100 sets of fine steel full-body armor. The total expenditure amounted to 110,000 waste points. System, purchase completed. All items will be placed in the designated area for the host. With a swish, 100 sets of equipment appeared within the tent. "Lao Ma, please summon General Fang." Outside the tent, Lao Ma responded and hurried off. Not long after, Fang Dadong arrived at the tent. When the two entered and beheld the 100 sets of equipment laid out on the ground, both were filled with shock and trepidation. How did this get in here? Fang Dadong was contemplating that with so many items, it would be utterly impossible to stealthily transport them into the main tent without alerting the guards. The only plausible explanation was a miracle. His Highness was indeed a deity. Old Ma was astonished, realizing that he was increasingly unable to fathom the fourth prince. To deceive him, one would undoubtedly need to possess cultivation skills surpassing his by at least 2 levels. In this world, cultivation levels are categorized as martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial general, martial monarch, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect leader, martial deity, martial venerable, martial sage, and martial god. His current level had already reached that of martial king, which meant that to be stronger than him, one would have to attain the level of martial sect leader. How could that be possible? Those at such a high rank are capable of establishing their own sects. How could they possibly be subservient to him? Conversely, if he possessed such formidable backing, why would he fear anything? Why not directly inform the emperor of the Tang dynasty to step down and declare, "I shall ascend the throne"? Wasn't that a far more sensible approach? It was perplexing, utterly perplexing. Even if he were granted 2 more brains, he would still be unable to comprehend it. The further he moved away from the Imperial city, the more the fourth prince revealed his capabilities. Could this all be a cunning stratagem? But to what end? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to employ brute force? Perhaps the art of political maneuvering had become an obsession. Indeed, it seemed so. At that moment, Old Ma found himself increasingly convinced that this was the nature of the situation. These princes and grandsons were indeed somewhat eccentric. General Fong, assemble 100 soldiers among those healed, whose eyes have undergone mutations, to form a reconnaissance battalion. I have prepared all the necessary weapons for them. Ensure they become acquainted swiftly, to clear obstacles for our grand army. Just as the two were still lost in their astonishment, they heard Qin Mu proclaim loudly, "Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Fong Dadong promptly exited to select the 100 mutated soldiers. Upon bringing them into the main tent, everything seemed manageable. But he had truly never encountered such a composite bow before. Once fully armored, the soldiers exuded an entirely different aura. The matte steel armor refracted no light under the sun, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. He had never seen anything like it. This prince was indeed somewhat enigmatic. The 100 soldiers, clad in full armor, with blades at their waists and helmets upon their heads, wore a unique visor that shielded their eyes from wind and sun, perfect for scouts. Each wielded a composite bow, and Qin Mu provided them with 2 quivers, each containing 20 arrows. Standing outside the tent, the soldiers saluted with cupped hands, embodying the saying, "Clothes make the man, and the saddle makes the horse." This was the visage of formidable soldiers from dreams. Only such warriors could befit the identity of a transmigrator. Alas, more waste points were still needed. Where could he find more waste points? Chapter 10. The excited Fong Dadong after the initial shopping spree. There remained 92,000 waste points. It truly cost a fortune. A new day dawned, and once again, it was half a day of travel followed by half a day of rest. This time, it was Fong Datong's turn. Little did they know, trailing behind them was a eunuch tasked with delivering imperial edicts, tirelessly pursuing them day and night. Although Qin Mu only covered half a day's journey, he still failed to catch up. Several times, he questioned whether he had taken a wrong turn, but upon reaching the relay station, he confirmed that the fourth prince's entourage had indeed passed through. "Heavenly Father," the eunuch lamented skyward. At this moment, Qin Mu was blissfully unaware that someone was trailing him, though one could hardly call that person a complete human. Even if he knew, he would not pause to wait. He had embarked on a mission to transform waste into treasure. "Your Highness, it is now my turn," Fong Dadong eagerly inquired. "Indeed, it is your turn. Since we have already conducted trials, let us commence with the officers. Assemble all the officers. However, you must not fear pain. This process is no simple task." Qin Mu declared, "Rest assured. Do you know why I am called Dadong?" Fong Dadong said with evident pride. "Why?" Qin Mu inquired with amusement. "Dadong, Dadong, iron skin and bone." Fong Dadong laughed heartily, truly a joyous occasion. "Qin Mu, I never knew this iron-blooded general had such an adorable side." Once all the officers were gathered, some had heard the rumors, while others were completely bewildered. With the experience of the first session, Qin Mu was now able to expedite the healing process. After all, practice makes perfect. Soon, the tent was filled with anguished cries. "Otho! Quack! Chirp! Caw!" Fong Dadong was drenched in sweat. Despite his mental preparation, he couldn't help but let out a harrowing scream the moment the current coursed through his body. The pain was excruciating, unbearable. This agony, indeed, few could withstand if they were not soldiers. It was 10 times more painful than childbirth. Following the pain came an intense itch, a maddening sensation. Yet, witnessing his right hand regenerating, the joy of rebirth was ineffable. Any suffering could be endured, especially knowing that this new limb was far superior to the previous one. Not only exquisitely crafted but also immensely powerful, with unexpected effects. Regrettably, he had only injured his right limb. What if it were the other one? But he was content. He would still face injuries on the battlefield. Why rush? With this thought, Fong Datong suddenly entertained a troubling notion. If these soldiers were to learn of His Highness's abilities, how would they behave on the battlefield? If it were him, he would undoubtedly fear no injury. In fact, the more wounded, the better. Get injured and then healed. Not only would there be no loss, but they would emerge even better and stronger. Surely, they would rush to sustain injuries. After all, some wounds could not be self-inflicted. How terrifying! What army could withstand such a force, especially with that exquisite equipment? Those items were enough to make him envious. If he were to discover even better gear, would he not be driven mad with desire? This batch went smoothly. 2,000 waste points were successfully credited. Next batch. Qinmu stated, eager to expedite the processing of the 200,000 injured soldiers. Now that he had left the Imperial city, no one could restrict him any longer. The world was vast, and the skies were open. At this moment, Qinmu truly felt the essence of freedom. Leaving the Imperial city was not necessarily a bad thing. This world was far larger than the one from his previous life. How could he not explore it to justify his arrival here? Effortlessly, another 4,000 transformations were completed. Full throttle. Today, we shall complete 10,000. Meanwhile, in the Randa Hall, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, was informed. Your Majesty, the Imperial Edict Eunuch reports that the fourth prince has suddenly accelerated his pace. The Imperial decree has yet to catch up. The emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, mused with mild intrigue. Suddenly accelerated? Are you telling me that his marching speed is beyond your pursuit? Indeed, Your Majesty. Though it is quite strange, it is the truth, Xie Donglai reported, trembling. Truly, my good son, this is becoming increasingly interesting. I must see how you break through the heavens. Qin Hui murmured to himself, continue the pursuit. I wish to see how he has suddenly quickened his pace. Furthermore, order all relay stations to promptly report the fourth prince's location. Understood, Xie Donglai replied submissively. Once Xie Donglai had withdrawn, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, sighed, Are you truly my son? What secrets are you hiding? You are indeed an unexpected little fellow. Someone, investigate the recent intelligence reports from the secret guards and compile all information regarding the fourth prince. The emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, commanded the shadows. At this moment, the Tang dynasty was not as advanced as Qin Mu's previous life. There were no telephones or internet, and all communication relied on horses. Relay stations served as the empire's eyes, gathering various intelligence and periodically reporting back to the imperial city. Of course, there were also some trained carrier pigeons capable of swift communication, but they were quite rare. The secret guards of the Tang dynasty constituted such a force, breeding a large number of pigeons for message delivery. When the emperor of the Tang dynasty issued commands, this force would respond swiftly. Qin Mu's location was also being rapidly relayed back to the imperial city. Though complex, with the assistance of specialized intelligence analysts within the secret guards, Qin Mu's patterns of movement gradually became clearer. Each morning, he traveled at an extraordinary pace, covering over 500 miles with ease, only to halt for half a day. Logically, even if he were resting, 2 to 3 hours would suffice. Why then did he linger for so long? There must be something amiss, undoubtedly something amiss. During that time, what was he up to? It could not simply be resting or napping. Moreover, this was a daily occurrence, suggesting that this activity was replicable and fully mastered. What exactly was he doing? Could this be the secret behind his sudden acceleration? A series of questions swirled in their minds. It seemed they could only send in spies to investigate, report back to His Majesty. After all, placing spies near the prince was a sensitive matter. Understood. Chapter 11. 400,000 waste points acquired. Shocking revelation of the divine. The emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, held the analytical results from his shadow guards. Remaining silent for a long while, had he truly misjudged? Initially, he perceived this son as utterly ineffectual, contemplating expelling him from the imperial city to a desolate place where he could fend for himself, an act that seemed fitting for a father and son. However, now it appeared that this son, whom he deemed unworthy, had exceeded his control. He could be inserted. I demand to know all his information. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, ultimately made his own judgment. Yes, the shadow guards gradually withdrew. Qin Mu's transformation speed was accelerating. Within a mere 10 days, he had completed the transformation of all 200,000 injured soldiers. A total of 400,000 waste points had been secured. The current number of waste points stood at 490,000. Finally accomplished. Well, from now on, we shall no longer dwell in the wilderness, but directly reside in a town. The previous arrangement was to prevent the sounds generated during the transformation from disturbing the surrounding populace, and also to safeguard against prying eyes uncovering the secrets of the transformation. Ding. The task of converting the first team from waste to treasure has been completed. Reward: 20,000 complete sets of the highest tier cavalry armor and weaponry. 1 printing press for Imperial silver notes. A bountiful harvest indeed. This comprises 20,000 complete sets of top-tier armor and weaponry, including bows, spears, armor, and blades. All of the highest specifications, even including horse armor. Just imagine how many waste points this will save him. Moreover, there's even a printing press for silver notes. This is the rhythm of soaring to great heights. Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment. General Fong, where is the largest city nearby? Let us indulge ourselves. Having secured the printing press for silver notes, Qin Mu was eager to flaunt it. The largest city in the vicinity would undoubtedly be the provincial capital of the Luyu province, a place replete with food, drink, and entertainment. However, General Fong Dadong, a seasoned warrior who had traversed the empire, was quite familiar with its geography. One might say he was an atlas in human form. Consumption? You need not worry. We have ample silver notes. Noticing Fong Datong's hesitance, Qin Mu mistakenly assumed it was due to concerns about finances. It's not merely a matter of expenditure. The provincial capital of Luyu is not on our direct route. Diverting would consume considerable time and pose safety concerns. There could be unforeseen complications. Fong Dadong pondered deeply. Fear not. With so many of us, should we fear bandits on the road? If any insolent ruffians dare to attack, the guards can put them to the test. Qin Mu countered. As for time, there's no need for concern. Did we specify a deadline for our arrival when we departed the Imperial city? No. Since there is none, any time of arrival is acceptable. Furthermore, who says we must travel in a specific direction to reach the northern wilderness? The earth beneath our feet is round. Myriad paths lead to the northern wilderness. No matter which direction we take, we shall arrive. Your Highness is wise at this juncture. If the prince was not anxious, why should he be? Wherever the prince desired to go, he would follow. The only stipulation was to ensure a smooth journey, which was no trivial matter for him, a general seasoned in battle. Your Highness, you assert the earth beneath our feet is round. Is that even possible? Fong Datong expressed doubt. If the fourth prince's words were true, wouldn't people easily fall off? Of course, General Fong. Observe that distant tree. Does it not become clearer as we approach? From afar, we can only discern its upper half. Qin Mu pointed towards a tree in the distance. Fong Dadong gazed intently. Indeed, as Qin Mu had stated, yet he failed to grasp how this related to the earth being round. This is due to the curvature of our planet. If one were to ascend high enough, one would discover that the earth beneath us is, in its entirety, an irregular sphere, constantly rotating. Qin Mu endeavored to enlighten Fong Datong. Is it truly so? Fong Datong's worldview had been utterly upended, Your Highness. Then does that mean when we are beneath this sphere, we would simply fall away? Do not be alarmed. The core of this sphere is in constant rotation, generating a tremendous force known as gravity, which firmly holds everything upon it. Thus, there is no need for concern about falling. Qin Mu elaborated, hoping to assuage Fong Datong's fears. Is that so? But if the core were to cease its rotation, would we not plummet? Fong Dadong still bore a worried expression. Fret not. It will never cease, not until the day of its demise. By then, it may take thousands of years. You and I will have long since vanished. Qin Mu reassured him, patting Fong Dadong on the shoulder. However, Fong Dadong shook his head, saying, that may not be the case. It is said that some who achieve the realm of martial gods can live for thousands of years. His words left Qin Mu utterly dumbfounded. Humans can live for thousands of years? Surely you jest. Will they not age? Can their organs sustain such longevity? Would they not require constant transplants from others? If that were the case, even if I could achieve it, I would refuse such a vile method. The very thought is repugnant. Of course, this is but a legend. I have never truly encountered such individuals. Seeing Qin Mu's astonishment, Fong Dadong hastily remarked, "What legend? I have not heard of it." Qin Mu, filled with confusion, responded, "The chronicles of gods, spirits, mountains, and seas. How has your highness not heard of it? It contains many records on this subject, claiming that in ancient times, many among the human race could cultivate to such realms. Many sacred sites on the continent are their descendants." Qin Mu felt a pang of awkwardness. The previous incarnation of this body had been entirely absorbed in cultivating and healing, neglecting the acquisition of other knowledge. It seemed that once he had the time, he must earnestly study these matters. At the very least, he ought to familiarize himself with certain historical texts. Ahem, General Fong. I have indeed been preoccupied with healing, hence my lack of exposure to such topics. Once we reach the great city, I implore you to accompany me to acquire some books and records on these subjects. It is essential to understand a bit. Feigning a cough, Qin Mu spoke with a hint of regret. Certainly. As long as your highness requires it, I am willing to traverse fire and water without hesitation. Fong Datong pledged, seizing this opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. Chapter 12. Transforming superior techniques into inferior ones. Moreover, since your highness healed us injured soldiers, it seems we have suddenly awakened our bloodlines and can cultivate. This is indeed a good thing, but we lack the corresponding cultivation techniques. Fong Dadong lamented. In this world, different bloodlines possess their own techniques. Without suitable techniques, cultivation is impossible. Oh, this is my oversight. Let me think of a solution. Qin Mu mused. System, is there a way to acquire techniques? Qin Mu found himself at a loss, as his own techniques were incomplete. He could only rely on the system. Your existing incomplete techniques can be transformed from waste to treasure into complete versions. That works. Qin Mu was once again astonished. If so, he could deduce all the techniques in this world. He silently recited the techniques he knew to the system. Ding. Incomplete superior level techniques detected. Can be transformed from waste to treasure into complete high-grade techniques. Proceed. System. Transform waste to treasure. Qin Mu thought fervently. Before long, the system presented him with the completed high-grade techniques. Your Highness, Your Highness, should I take my leave? Fong Dadong observed Qin Mu lost in thought and contemplated retreating quietly. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to step out, Qin Mu called him back. I have just deduced a technique that is perfectly suited for your bloodline cultivation. As soon as Qin Mu finished speaking, there was a loud thud at the door. Fong Datong had taken a spectacular tumble, landing in a rather undignified manner. Though his posture was flawless, he earned no points for style. Even as he fell, the words echoed in his mind. I have just deduced a technique that is perfectly suited for your bloodline cultivation. I have just deduced a technique. I have just deduced. I have just. The reverberating phrases rang in his ears, each word resonating deeply within him. Why, Lord? What did you just say? I seem to have misheard. Fong Dadong, still reeling from his fall, struggled to articulate his words clearly. I said, I have just deduced a technique that is indeed suitable for your cultivation. Wait a moment. I shall write it down for you. Qin Mu spread out a sheet of paper, took up his brush, and with swift strokes, inscribed the entire technique with grace and flair. In no time at all. Done. Here. Qin Mu handed the freshly written technique to Fong Dadong. With trembling hands, Fong Dadong accepted the technique, and after studying it, he was astounded. Your Highness, what level can this technique achieve? Oh, it's not exceedingly high, merely a high-grade technique. With a resounding thud, Fong Dadong knelt once more. General Fong, are you perhaps lacking in calcium of late? In your idle moments, do take care to supplement. While I possess the ability to mend your ailments, one must still replenish what is lacking. Qin Mu observed with a hint of concern as Fong Dadong fell for the second time that day. This general seems rather unsteady. Could this be a lingering effect of the modifications? Indeed. I have caused His Highness undue worry. Upon exiting the grand tent of the fourth prince, Fong Datong found himself bewildered. Unsure of which leg he had first stepped out with. Goodness, am I truly deficient in calcium? Or perhaps I am merely startled. In the royal city, the families, including the royal lineage, are fortunate to possess a single upper-grade Shin level item. Yet the fourth prince, upon his arrival, has already wielded a top-grade Earth level technique. Should that esteemed individual in the palace become aware that we mere foot soldiers can cultivate with such methods, it would surely incite their wrath. Realizing this, Fong Dadong became immediately alert. Such techniques must not be disseminated so openly. While His Highness may not grasp the intricacies of this matter, I certainly do. He meticulously transcribed the methods from the first 3 stages and bound them into a small booklet. Bring forth the guards, Fong Dadong commanded. General, at your service. Inform all officers of the rank of 1,000-man commander and above to assemble here at once. This is a matter of urgent military concern. There must be no mistakes. Understood. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of 1,000-man commanders hurried into the military tent. General, all 1,000-man commanders are present. Excellent. No need for alarm. This time, it is a fortuitous event. Fong Datong elucidated. A fortuitous event? Is it weaponry? Not that I am implying, General, but I must say, the equipment of those scout battalions has me quite envious indeed. When shall we acquire such armaments? Alas, I must disappoint you. This time it is not weaponry, but something even better. Fong Dadong gestured for silence, summing up, something even better. Could it be? Hush! Fong Dadong raised a finger to his lips, gently reminding, understood, understood. If anyone inquires, it is all ancestral. Ha ha, you truly are sharp, quick-witted. Come, transcribe this and distribute it to the soldiers below. Each must cultivate. I shall speak to His Highness regarding the armaments. All will be well. Fong Dadong chuckled heartily. Recent joyful tidings had come in quick succession. How could he not be elated? In the Hall of Benevolence, the Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, inquired, Xie Donglai, where has that rebellious son gone? Your Majesty, the 4th prince has crossed Yulin. His next destination should be Fengqi. Xie Donglai replied, feeling a sense of foreboding, as he sensed the Emperor's mood was not favorable and seemed to be deteriorating. Has the envoy been dispatched to pursue him? The Emperor of the Great Tang? Qin Hui exclaimed in frustration. Reporting to Your Majesty, not yet. Not yet. Must we wait until he reaches the northern wilderness before you can catch up? Your Majesty, I truly do not know what means the 4th prince has employed to travel so swiftly. Alas, Xie Donglai, do you believe I have erred once more? The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, sighed wearily. Your Majesty has never erred. How could there be any notion of error? Xie Donglai flattered. There are myriad faults. But your flattery is not one of them. Ha ha, you flatter me. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, found himself quite pleased by this compliment. Indeed, I have never been mistaken. How could I be at fault? Even if I were, it would be their error. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, regained his vigor, emerging from his internal strife, no longer steeped in melancholy. If he were to learn that Qin Mu had bestowed earth-level techniques upon the soldiers, he might very well spit blood in exasperation. Such extravagance. How could I cast such a son out of the royal city? Shouldn't I first extract every ounce from him before banishing him? Sigh. This is all the fault of that rebellious son. Order the envoy to pursue him post-haste. I will dispatch a secret order to him, instructing him to await the envoy's arrival, as you command. Your Majesty, Chapter 13. The auction at Luyu City, Your Highness. Ahead lies the provincial capital of Luyu. How shall we proceed? Fong Dadong reported to the 4th prince. We shall walk boldly forward. What other way is there? Shall we fly? Qin Mu responded, perplexed. Your Highness, my point is that we have over 60,000 men. If we charge in like this, chaos is likely to ensue in Luyu City. Fong Dadong tactfully expressed. Qin Mu, what on earth? Such a provincial capital is so small it cannot accommodate 60,000 people. Your Highness, that is not my intention. Then what do you mean? Can you not be more straightforward? Why the fuss? Qin Mu was baffled by Fong Datong's unusual demeanor today. Your Highness, you truly are quite oblivious. As a prince leading such a large army, you need not enter the city. Just parading these men outside the city will surely send waves of condemnation flying from the court. Do you believe me? Fong Dadong retorted, bemused by the political naivety, which explained why he had been cast out. Ha ha, General Fong. Do you believe that once I enter, they will not only refrain from condemning me but will also warmly welcome me? Qin Mu finally grasped Fong Datong's concerns. That is easily remedied. With wealth, anything is possible. I see. I am indeed dull-witted. Very well, Today you shall take the lead and accompany me to the major banks to exchange for silver notes. The army will enter the city tomorrow. Then you shall see. Qin Mu produced a stack of silver notes, each worth 1 million, Your Highness. What is this? The effect was astonishing. Such wealth was rare in any army or locale. As Fang Datong held the stack of notes, he could hardly believe that they were not mere scraps of paper, but rather silver notes. In that moment, he finally understood the fourth prince's unshakable confidence. He envisioned that when the time came, he would need not purchase anything. Merely brandishing these silver notes while meandering through the banks within the city would draw the attention of every merchant. Who would not wish to seize the opportunity to profit from such wealth? He was indeed the most admirable person in this place. Fang Datong, accompanied by several men, strolled along the bustling streets of Luyu City, observing the throngs of people. Just as Qin Mu and Fang Datong were idly wandering, a commotion of applause erupted ahead. What is happening up there? It seems quite lively, Qin Mu inquired. Your Highness, please remain patient. I shall investigate. Wait here, Fang Datong advised cautiously. Very well. Be swift in your return. Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. Fang Datong pushed through the crowd, observed for a moment, then returned. Your Highness, ahead lies the Huichun Tower, where several factions are competing to auction a courtesan, unwilling to yield to one another. Hence the crowd gathered. How curious. A single courtesan has incited such competition among multiple factions. Could there be something extraordinary about her? Qin Mu pondered. If we speak of the extraordinary, it is indeed the courtesan's identity that is rather remarkable, Fang Datong elucidated. Oh? In what way is it remarkable? Is she of royal lineage? Qin Mu replied dismissively, if she were truly of royal blood. That would be quite the spectacle. Your Highness, you jest. Should that be the case, the officials of Luyu province would surely face dire consequences. Fang Datong refuted. If she is not of royal lineage, then her status hardly qualifies as remarkable. Your Highness, that is where you are mistaken. This young lady's identity is indeed far more esteemed than that of royal lineage. What are you jesting? In this realm where imperial power reigns supreme, is there truly a status that surpasses that of royal blood? Qin Mu questioned in disbelief. Your Highness, in this world, it is ultimately strength that prevails. Imperial authority is not the highest power. Beyond imperial authority lies sects. And above sects, there are sacred grounds, Fang Datong patiently explained. What new terms are these? Sects? Sacred grounds? Are they truly of higher standing than imperial authority? Is this courtesan affiliated with a sect or a sacred ground? Such a formidable individual, and yet she is to be auctioned. Qin Mu asked incredulously. Your Highness, it is said that this courtesan is no ordinary figure. She is one of the candidates for the Saintess of the Hahuan sect and has previously trained within the sacred grounds of the Shaoyao Valley. Her innate talents are extraordinary, however. During this journey of cultivation, jealousy and schemes led to the destruction of her own bloodline, resulting in her cruel sale by the sect to this place. Fang Datong conveyed the information he had gleaned. Such prowess, and yet she fell victim to treachery. Her intelligence is indeed questionable. What use would we have for such a person? Is it merely for her beauty? Qin Mu shook his head. To him, this seemed unwise. Beauty, of course, was a significant factor, for a woman of such talent would undoubtedly possess extraordinary looks. However, the advantages of such a woman are far more than merely being a decorative vase. Even if she were rendered useless, her value is beyond our comparison. Oh? How so? Qin Mu inquired with curiosity. The first point is her experiences. Although she ultimately did not fight her way out of the sacred land, she has at least spent time there. The techniques of the sacred land, even if not all, just a trickle seeping through her fingers, would suffice for an entire clan's benefit. The second point is her connections. Even if she becomes a waste, she would still possess some ties to the sect, or even the sacred land. If a genius were to emerge among her descendants in the future, they could be promptly sent to the sect and the sacred land. As for the third point, it pertains to her bloodline inheritance. Should she bear a son or daughter, the likelihood of inheritance remains substantial. Thus, despite her current status as a waste, her value remains exceedingly high. Which is why various clans, particularly those within the imperial domain, are fiercely competing for her. Fang Datong meticulously explained to Qin Mu. Did you just say she is a waste? Qin Mu absorbed little else from the conversation. But the term waste certainly struck a nerve. Indeed, she is currently nothing more than a waste. Yet, She is no ordinary waste, Feng Dadong emphasized. Whether she is ordinary or not will be revealed upon acquisition. Come, let us join the fray, Qin Mu said with a cheerful smile, for this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. He had been troubled about how to find some waste, and now it has come to him. Adhering to the philosophy of not missing a chance when passing by, how could Qin Mu let this opportunity slip away? Waste. All of it shall belong to me. Chapter 14. A display of wealth in Luyo City, Your Highness. Could it be that you? Feng Dadong asked with curiosity. Of course. Why not? Qin Mu replied, shrugging his shoulders. Will this not offend the local families and forces? Feng Dadong expressed some concern. I am a feudal lord. When they grow ruthless, they do not abide by the rules. I am a feudal lord, Feng Dadong. Very well. Let us proceed to make our bid. The current highest bid should be 1 million taels of silver. 1 million? A mere trifle. Let us directly bid 2 million taels. Each subsequent raise shall be 1 million taels, Qin Mu stated nonchalantly. He had an abundance of silver notes and could print as many as he desired. As Feng Dadong walked ahead, he stumbled upon hearing this, nearly losing his balance. My lord, are you bidding, or merely flaunting wealth? Is this truly wise? With such a sum, wouldn't it be better to reserve it for the development of your fief? Yet, as a subordinate, he refrained from voicing his dissent, resolutely following Qin Mu's will to place the bid. We shall bid 2 million. Feng Dadong squeezed into the building with Qin Mu, shouting loudly. This loud proclamation immediately drew the attention of the crowd, silencing the venue momentarily. Who is this nouveau riche? Do they truly believe that possessing a handful of coins makes them a grand figure? Indeed, matters within Luyo City are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. Where did you come from? Go back whence you came. The wealthy families within the city would never permit an unknown individual to challenge their authority. Who I am is of no consequence. Nor does it matter where I hail from. I merely ask, is this an auction? Qin Mu retorted coldly. Look at what this esteemed gentleman has said. This is Huichun Tower, which is undoubtedly an auction venue. A flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman approached Qin Mu, swaying her hips with a coy demeanor, delicately gesturing before him, feigning shyness. Ugh, dear madam, kindly keep your distance. Your scent is quite overwhelming. Qin Mu waved his hand before his nose, dispersing the unpleasant odor. How offensive, the middle-aged woman pouted. Since this is an auction, it naturally goes to the highest bidder. Wouldn't you agree, dear madam? Qin Mu continued with a resounding voice. Indeed, everyone has a chance. Conducting business is all about fair competition, the middle-aged woman affirmed. As the auctioneer, she certainly wished for increased competition to boost her earnings, especially with high rollers who could raise bids by 100,000 at a time. Very well, then, please, gentlemen, raise your bids. If no one else, this young lady shall be mine. Qin Mu then turned his attention to the woman being auctioned. She was strikingly beautiful, with deep-set eyes that radiated a melancholic weariness. Traces of tears at the corners, a delicate nose with a slight upward tilt, and a heart-shaped face, slightly pale, cascading down to her waist. Her slender figure boasted 2 ample peaks, perfectly formed, a narrow waist, and alluring curves, her attire revealing a hint of her fair skin. What an exquisite beauty! Perhaps due to her background in a dual cultivation sect, she exuded an innate allure. Who says there is none? I bid 210,000, 230,000, 231,000, 250,000, 300,000. Observing the escalating bids, Qin Mu signaled Feng Dadong to continue raising the stakes. With each offer, he added 100,000, 320,000, 321,000, 340,000, 400,000. Again, Qin Mu gestured for Feng Dadong to keep bidding. What are silver notes to him? He could produce as many as he wished. Today, he aimed to make a resounding impact, a hymn, not in the sense of a literal explosion, but rather to create a sensation within the provincial city. He had come to showcase his financial prowess. How could he expect to lure the upper echelons of this city without flaunting his wealth? 410,000, 420,000, 460,000, 500,000. As Qin Mu continuously raised his bid, the major forces within the city closely followed suit, unwilling to concede. This was no longer merely a matter of money or women. It was about face, about the pride of the city's inhabitants. They could not allow an outsider to trample upon their dignity. If word got out, where would their faces be? They had to raise the stakes. 830,000. Watching the continually rising auction price, the middle-aged woman's brothel keeper's face beamed with joy. Such a rare occurrence, such intense competition, she had truly never witnessed before. This was indeed a prized catch. Stirring the pot of the auction and proving the effectiveness of the catfish effect. 850,000. 870,000. 1 million. After Qin Mu declared a bid of 1 million, the venue fell silent for a considerable time. It was utterly insane. The wealthy elites of the city had been thoroughly educated anew today. Sold. After several rounds of bidding, Qin Mu's offer of 1 million ultimately dissuaded all other bidders. The middle-aged woman, filled with uncontainable delight, announced the auction's success. The smile on her face was one of sheer ecstasy, for this was an unprecedented selling price. Typically, such women sold for around 500,000. Yet this time, the price had more than doubled. How could she not be thrilled? Although a significant portion would go to the Haohuan sect, her commission was calculated based on the total price, making her share quite substantial. Young master, this lady is now in your charge. Silver and goods exchanged, we owe each other nothing. Upon receiving a stack of silver notes from Qin Mu, the brothel keeper counted them with a beaming smile. Swaying her hips joyfully, the woman being auctioned also examined Qin Mu, noting his youthful purity and imposing demeanor, nodding in approval. Very well, our transaction is concluded. Qin Mu nodded in agreement with the woman. He was genuinely pleased. Displaying his financial power was exhilarating. It was money he had not earned through his own efforts, thus spending it felt liberating. No wonder those corrupt officials and wealthy heirs in his past life relished flaunting their fortunes. Damn it, now you wealthy elites know my financial prowess, right? Since you are aware, why not all flock to me? He was confident that these avaricious magnates would not suppress their inner ambitions. Chapter 15. The third young master of the Wang family in Luyo, of course. Of course, although this business has concluded, does the young master wish to indulge further? Indulge? Hee hee. The brothel keeper giggled like a hen laying eggs. Ha ha, this, that. Another day, perhaps today, I am in a hurry to attend to matters. Qin Mu subtly glanced at the auctioned woman, hinting to the brothel keeper, oh dear, look at my lack of insight. Busy, busy. You go attend to your matters first, and once you are done, come back to me. I assure you, an extraordinary experience awaits. The brothel keeper, understanding the implication in Qin Mu's gaze, teased knowingly. The woman being auctioned lowered her head, appearing bashful in broad daylight. How utterly mortifying. Wait. This gentleman seems familiar. May I ask your esteemed name? Upon successfully acquiring the item at the auction, Qin Mu was eager to make his exit. However, the other participants were not inclined to let him leave so easily. What is this? Arriving at the dock only to bid farewell and leave. Ha ha, how presumptuous of me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Mu, the fourth son of the current emperor of the Tang dynasty. Today, I am here on Imperial command, en route to the northern wilderness to establish my fief. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter that I find myself partaking in this auction. I am most honored. Qin Mu addressed the assembly with poise and confidence. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am indeed a feudal prince. Though I may not be favored in the imperial city, here I truly am a figure of authority. Gasps echoed through the crowd. So he is a feudal prince. No wonder. Some began to realize that Luyu City was not a necessary passage to the northern wilderness. Your Highness, it seems you may be mistaken in your route. Yet, Qin Mu maintained, fear not. All roads lead to the northern wilderness. This Tang dynasty belongs to the Qin family, though I am a feudal lord. I am also here on behalf of the emperor to survey the realm. As the provincial capital of Luyu province, this city is an essential stop for me. His declaration prompted deep contemplation among the influential factions present. Surveying the realm on behalf of the emperor, indeed, his rationale held merit. After all, he was a feudal prince of royal blood, deserving of such a position. However, the authenticity of his claim remained a topic of scrutiny. Although impersonating a royal was punishable by death, there were indeed those audacious enough to defy such conventions. So it is a prince. My apologies. Various families from Luyu City offered their allegiance, eager to assist him. The Luyu Wang family is also keen to befriend your highness. Families from the Qian, Xia, and Zhao clans joined in the chorus of support. It seemed that with such a wealthy prince among them, There was potential for mutual benefit. Haha, this suits me perfectly. In the coming days, my soldiers and attendants will likely enter the city to replenish supplies. I may trouble you all, but rest assured. I will cover all expenses. As a feudal prince and a member of the Imperial family, I shall never default. Qin Mu had preemptively reassured them, it is merely silver, is it not? Whatever amount we need, we shall have. Once the printing press is in motion, it will churn out wealth. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the royal reputation for reliability. After a courteous exchange, Qin Mu, accompanied by Feng Dadong and others, exited the Huichun building. Unbeknownst to them, a man clad in tattered clothing, with grease-stained hands, emerged discreetly behind them. This man, scruffy in appearance and with unkempt hair cascading over his shoulders, nonchalantly wiped his hands on his garments before pulling out a folding fan from around his neck, opening it with a flourish and waving it about. "How intriguing! How very intriguing," he murmured, following Qin Mu at a distance, mirroring his pace, whether quick or slow, and observing him intently as he haggled with a street vendor. Shaking his head and strolling leisurely, intent on simply following. "Your Highness, it appears we have a tale," Feng Datong, seasoned from years of travel, remarked with a hint of caution. "Is there a threat?" Qin Mu inquired casually. "Not at all. Although this person's intentions are unclear, his martial prowess is quite unimpressive. I could easily subdue him with a mere finger," Feng Datong scoffed. "He likely seeks something from us. Let us see how long he follows." Qin Mu stroked his chin, contemplating. "Very well," Feng Dadong agreed readily. After wandering 5 streets, Qin Mu, weary, settled at a roadside tea stall. However, he opted for plain water, finding the local tea utterly unpalatable. As he sat down, the greasy man also took a seat beside him, grinning as he sipped his tea. "Brother, you've followed us for quite some time. Do you not have anything to say?" Qin Mu asked, curiosity piqued. "Ha ha, Your Highness, do not take offense. I merely find you rather peculiar," the man replied. "Peculiar? In what way?" Qin Mu felt a sudden chill. Could he have discerned something? "You do not resemble a prince. Rather, you resemble a sage." "Ah, how audacious. Ha ha, my good fellow, you flatter me excessively. I am not worthy of such comparison. If anything, the current emperor may fit that description." Uncertain of the man's intentions, Qin Mu treaded carefully in conversation. "Indeed, I do not exaggerate. Perhaps I was too forward. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wang, a distant relative of the Wang family in Luyu City, third in line. You may call me Wang San Wang." "Wang San Wang, what a splendid name. You strike me as a carefree individual. Why not join me for tea?" Qin Mu invited, uncertain of the name's merit but intrigued nonetheless. "Ha ha, I knew you were different. How could I refuse such a gracious invitation?" Wang San Wang replied, taking a seat at Qin Mu's table. "Wang brother, might you enlighten me on how I differ?" Qin Mu, eager for insight, asked, suspecting he might have inadvertently revealed too much. "Your Highness, you treat your subordinates equally, without distinction of master and servant. This is your most remarkable trait. I have observed you closely, and this quality has left me perplexed. Could you clarify?" Wang San Wang earnestly inquired. Upon hearing Wang San Wang's words, Qin Mu was taken aback. This was indeed an aspect he had overlooked. The rules of the two worlds were inherently different. His attitude toward people clashed with the norms of this world. To him, there seemed no distinction, yet to others, he appeared out of place. "You may not grasp my circumstances fully. Should you learn more about me, you would understand. Though I am a prince, I am not favored in the Imperial city. My life is no different from that of my subordinates. The hardships they endure, I have shared. Thus, fundamentally, we are the same. You might say we are kindred spirits, or that I treat them equally. I simply see them as fellow humans. And inherently, there is no difference. If there is any distinction, it is merely one of roles." Qin Mu rambled on, drawing upon a fragment of academic thought from another world that could occupy their minds for ages. "Marvelous. What a splendid distinction. Thank you, Your Highness, for your insight. Your understanding of the principles of life is truly eloquent. Equality among all, with different roles, and harmonious cooperation. This is what we aspire to." Wang San Wang, savoring Qin Mu's words, felt as though a revelation had struck him. Following this line of thought, he believed he could pioneer a new school of thought. Goodness! Wang San Wang's insights astonished Qin Mu. Could this lead to the emergence of a certain ideology in this realm? How fascinating! Should I refer to Wang Sanwang as Wang Keisai then? Your Highness, we shall continue this discussion at another time. I must return to reflect on today's discoveries. Wang Sanwang, inspired, departed hurriedly, recognizing the opportunity presented to him. Observing the retreating figure, Qin Mu mused aloud, "How intriguing, truly intriguing. Your Highness, we should also exit the city. The hour grows late." Feng Datong reminded him, gesturing toward the woman acquired at the auction, signaling that Qin Mu had significant matters to attend to that evening. "You are absolutely right. We must take our leave. Let us go." Qin Mu understood immediately. Though uncertain of Feng Datong's thoughts, his reminder was timely, as he still had points to earn. This was indeed a pressing matter, and who knew what other treasures awaited him. Upon returning to the main camp, Qin Mu led the auctioned woman into the large tent, while the others discreetly excused themselves, leaving the two alone. The woman knelt within the tent, devoid of any will to resist, as Qin Mu paced around her, his hands clasped behind his back. Yet in his mind, he was communicating with the system. Can the system turn waste into treasure? Remove the question mark, and in the eyes of this system, there is nothing that cannot be transformed into treasure. But a person is not an object. She is a complex system, especially a woman. In the eyes of this system, humans are far more convoluted than mere objects. What kind of talent can she be restored to? A terrestrial-grade supreme talent can be transformed into a heavenly-grade supreme talent. The system, after thorough scanning and meticulous calculations, yielded the most precise conclusion. "Your Highness, may I inquire if I have erred in any way?" The auctioneer, gazing at Qin Mu as he circled around her in a perplexed manner, found herself momentarily at a loss for comprehension. While there was nothing amiss, a delightful surprise lingered in the air. "Would you wish to know?" Qin Mu spoke in a deep, contemplative tone. "Oh? What sort of surprise?" The auctioneer replied, "Your Highness, please do not jest with me. I am but a shell of my former self, a mere waste. How can one speak of surprises in my condition?" The sorrowful expression on her face echoed her words. "Indeed, a waste. Yet, what may seem like a waste to others could be a surprise to me. What if I told you I could restore your talents and elevate you further? How would you feel about that?" Qin Mu responded with unwavering certainty, "Is that truly possible? Can it be real?" Surprises often arrive abruptly, and the auctioneer's countenance radiated excitement. "If I could indeed restore your former talents, I would become the sharp blade in your hand. Forever your servant." Her exhilaration was palpable. Since her abilities had been rendered null, only she knew the depths of humiliation and tears she had endured. Today, someone had suddenly hinted at the possibility of restoration. How could she not feel exhilarated? "Very well, but before we proceed, might I request a brief introduction? You likely know all there is to know about me, and it would be best if you remained unaware of certain matters. Knowing too much can be detrimental to one's health." Qin Mu chuckled. "Surely, your Highness is already aware of my status. Alas, it is a source of shame. Although born of a noble lineage, my path has crumbled. And my name means nothing now. Henceforth, you may call me Feng Li. I am but 18 years old." Feng Li succinctly introduced herself. 18. "You say? You are but 2 years my senior. I shall refer to you as Sister Feng. As a mere servant, how could I allow your Highness to address me as sister?" "Oh, come now. It is merely a title of no great significance. However, I must warn you that the process of healing may be somewhat painful. You must be mentally prepared. Fear not, your Highness. I can endure this measure of pain." Qin Mu thought to himself, transforming waste into treasure. "Sister, let me take you to new heights." A surge of electricity suddenly coursed through Feng Li's body, racing wildly across her exterior, and within, piercing yet agonizing cry erupted from her lips, echoing through the tent and causing the soldiers outside to exchange bewildered glances. "Is His Highness truly that formidable? Impressive, indeed." The sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Feng Li felt a heart-wrenching pain, followed by an indescribable sense of relief, as if she had been reborn from fire. Her once dormant meridians began to glow with luminescence. As streams of energy flowed into her body, Martial Disciple Stage 1, Martial Disciple Stage 2, Martial Disciple Stage 3, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Spirit. Ah, what bliss! The ascension continued unabated, reaching Martial General, Martial Sovereign, in but a few moments. Her cultivation had returned to the pinnacle of martial sovereign stage 8. This was her former strength, astonishingly restored in such a brief time. She felt as though she were soaring. Who exactly was this prince? The ascent continued. Martial sovereign stage 9, another step forward, as if it were a natural progression. Boom. A thunderous roar emanated from within her, and she had broken through. Martial King. An 18-year-old Martial King, outside the tent. A tidal wave of energy surged, swirling into a vortex in the sky. No, 2 vortexes, and they showed no signs of abating. What exhilaration! The spectacle persisted until 9 swirling vortexes formed before finally ceasing. Old Ma was astonished, Fong Dadong equally bewildered, while the soldiers stationed at their posts were struck with awe. A 9-rotation Martial King. A talent of Imperial caliber. Who could this be? Countless questions reverberated in the minds of the onlookers. Quickly, everyone except the guards began cultivating. Old Ma realized that this was a fortuitous moment. The aura surrounding each Martial King as they broke through carried the essence of the Great Tao. If they could capture even a fragment of it, their future achievements would be limitless. Even if they failed to capture any, the energy tide would undoubtedly accelerate their cultivation. With a commanding shout, Old Ma prompted the others to react, settling into a meditative posture, clearing their minds and entering a state of cultivation. The entire camp fell into a profound silence, appearing as if enveloped in a tranquil stillness, yet a powerful momentum surged forth. Qin Mu stood in stunned disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. Had they truly taken flight? It felt as if they had rocketed into the skies. He silently implored, "Sister, take me along. Allow me to soar with you." Perhaps she heard his unspoken call. Feng Li's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, radiating 2 piercing beams of cold light. Upon meeting Qin Mu's gaze, he was instantly gripped by a chilling sensation. What is this? Why is it so cold? Am I unwell? Surely not. Just yesterday, I completed 500 sit-ups. Before he could contemplate further, Feng Li clasped her hands to her collar, tearing it apart with a swift motion. Her inner strength surged, and her garments shattered, revealing a flawless, porcelain-like figure, graceful and undulating. She approached, enveloped in the fragrance of youth. Her delicate hands, as smooth as jade, glided across Qin Mu's chest, causing his garments to disintegrate like snowflakes, leaving him completely exposed. Feng Li, with an ethereal body, coiled around Qin Mu's heated form, her supple and resilient figure pinning him to the ground. Fire and ice, dragon and phoenix. Her cherry lips, as if harboring a precious ruby, captured Qin Mu's own. Her fragrant tongue gently caressed, prying open his lips and dancing within his mouth. A wave of icy energy flowed in, penetrating deep into his core. Was this a dual cultivation technique? The chilling sensation coursing through him electrified Qin Mu, leaving him trembling, utterly helpless, driven solely by instinct to greedily absorb the refreshing aura laced with the fragrance of a young maiden. With a resounding cry, Qin Mu felt the heat within him enveloped by a cool, soothing embrace, his internal turmoil reaching a fever pitch. Boom. The stagnation of his long-term cultivation began to shatter violently. Martial Disciple Stage 1, Martial Disciple Stage 2, Martial Disciple Stage 3, Martial Artist Stage 1, Martial Artist Stage 2, Martial Artist Stage 3. The ascent halted only at Martial Master Stage 3. It was exhilarating. Qin Mu had never experienced such pleasure in his cultivation journey. Yet, as the euphoria subsided, he realized with a shock, was I violated? Good heavens! Who would have imagined that my first experience would be such a way? I feel like crying without tears. Yet, why did it feel so utterly delightful? Ah, well, I am a man. I cannot be at a loss here, he consoled himself. But he was not the only one experiencing such delight. The 200,000 cultivators sharing a connection with him felt their meridians stir at the very moment of Qin Mu's dual cultivation. Their cultivation speed soared as if propelled by rockets. 1 stage, 2 stages, rising swiftly, each individual perceiving the ease of cultivation as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. Is this truly cultivation? It feels almost surreal. The 200,000 cultivators could scarcely believe the events of the past hour had truly transpired. Yet, the breakthroughs were undeniably real, each one ascending an entire realm. Ding! The transformation of a waste-level genius into a top-tier genius had succeeded, rewarding 1 million points of waste. Ding! The cultivation of 200,000 connected cultivators had advanced by a full realm, marking significant progress away from waste, rewarding 400,000 points of waste. Ding! 10% of the cultivation value feedback from the 200,000 cultivators was temporarily stored in the inventory. At this moment, the system's alert chimed, signaling the successful culmination of the transformation event. Yet, the extent of astonishment far exceeded any expectations, with surprises unfolding one after another. System, come forth. Why were there so many waste points this time? In the past, how could over 20,000 people yield fewer points than this single individual? Qin lamented, feeling shortchanged, acutely aware of the disparity. If one person could net 1 million points, even 10,000 would be a significant sum. Yet the system had only granted 400,000 points, severely undermining his interests and right to information. How could those waste individuals possibly compare? What differences existed? Oh wait, the only distinction was gender. Qin pondered but found no substantial differences. I dare say, your intellect is the most wasteful thing of all. Their potential cannot be equated. Not even 200,000 could replace one. Moreover, the final interpretation rights belong to me. You have no bargaining power, the system declared haughtily. Qin, what is this? A monopoly? Can monopolies act so tyrannically? Can they disregard all considerations? Upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the case. Monopolies could indeed yield such effects. To hold a monopoly meant possessing the ultimate authority to dictate terms throughout history. This had always been the case. What is black can be declared white, and what is white can be declared black. The impoverished masses can only resign themselves to their fate. You are truly formidable. You have the final say, Qin declared fiercely. Your Highness, what troubles you? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Feng Li murmured, slowly awakening from her slumber. She languidly extended her delicate hand to entwine around Qin neck. Speaking in a drowsy tone, Ding, a top-tier waste has been identified for potential restoration. Shall we proceed with the repair now? What is happening? How has it reverted to waste once more? Fengjia, do you feel any discomfort? Qin gently inquired. Your Highness, not at all, but I did just lose my virginity, and it is a bit painful. However, fear not, I can endure. Qin, is this what she meant? Do I appear overly eager? Is it that obvious? Chapter 18. Is this a glitch? Which Fengjia are you referring to? I didn't mean it that way. What I intended to convey is, sigh, never mind, you wouldn't comprehend my meaning anyway. And it is indeed quite intriguing. Just as Qin was about to clarify, he realized that the system, this entity, would likely be hard for the inhabitants of this world to grasp. System, wasn't this woman just restored? How has she reverted to waste? Qin communicated silently with the system. The last restoration was her bloodline. This time, it pertains to her lower regions. The system took a while to respond. Lower regions? What is wrong with them? Qin was utterly perplexed. New damage has been detected below. How strange. Why was this not noticed earlier? The system muttered to itself, oh dear. Upon hearing this, Qin understood. The system might be confused. But he comprehended. This is a bug. It appears the system is not infallible. Fengjia, please endure for a moment. A prolonged sensation of pain may ensue. Qin was aware, yet he wished to test whether his intuition was correct. Your Highness, come forth. I am a woman of cultivation. Feng Li, having tasted the sweetness, readily agreed. Qin, what does that mean? Is she mocking me? Or suggesting that my previous efforts were insufficient? Qin felt a twinge of being underestimated. If that is the case, then let us proceed. System, transform waste into treasure. A surge of electricity suddenly coursed through Feng Li once more. This involuntarily elicited another pang of pain. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. Ding! Successfully transformed a top-tier waste into treasure, rewarding 900,000 waste points. Goodness! This truly works. Qin felt a surge of joy. Although slightly diminished, the gains were still commendable. After all, these waste points were essentially free. Qin lifted Feng Li with one hand, inspecting her carefully. Indeed, she was entirely new, and there was a hint of something different about her. As Qin leaned in to scrutinize, he noted that not only was her scent altered, but her shape had also transformed. It now resembled a plum blossom, exuding a faint fragrance of plum. The system's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Qin Mu set Feng Li down and eagerly initiated another profound exchange, both reliving the gentle and sharp sensations of their initial encounter. Feng Li felt another wave of sharp pain, unable to suppress her cries. Yet she bore the agony, channeling her dual cultivation techniques. At that moment, the ones truly reveling were not Qin Mu, who was engaged in dual cultivation, but the 200,000 martial practitioners outside, who were experiencing yet another tempestuous bout of training, reigniting the fervor they had just calmed. This highness is indeed formidable. Not only is his cultivation skyrocketing, but listening from the sidelines feels even more exhilarating. The crescendo of sound rose higher and higher, creating an illusion as if they themselves were performing. The immersion was extraordinary. Ding. A top-tier waste has been identified for potential restoration. Shall we proceed with the repair? System, transform waste into treasure. A surge of electricity surged through Feng Li once more. Ding. Successfully transformed a top-tier waste into treasure, rewarding 800,000 waste points. Feng Li was nearing madness. After this, Qin Mu once again lifted Feng Li, inspecting her closely. The shape had altered, the scent had transformed. This time, it took on the form of an orchid, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of orchid. A different scent, a different joy. System, I adore you. What other surprises can you bring me? Can Feng Li endure this highness's affection? Qin Mu inquired of Feng Li. Your Highness, you are truly impressive. I can manage. Feng Li spoke with genuine admiration and awe. What kind of man, as a member of the Hahuan sect, she might not fully grasp. But she was certainly influenced by it. In this vast sea of humanity, who could escape its grasp? It resembled the celebrities in her past life, seemingly glamorous on the surface, yet who truly knew their realities. Once again, a cacophony erupted, and with a powerful thrust, Qin Mu finally regained his lost dignity. The 200,000 martial practitioners outside experienced yet another rocket-like cultivation session. That night, they were utterly exhilarated. Ding! A top-tier waste has been identified for potential restoration. Shall we proceed with the repair? System, transform waste into treasure. A surge of electricity coursed through Feng Li once more. Ding! Successfully transformed a top-tier waste into treasure, rewarding 700,000 waste points. Now Feng Li was somewhat acclimated, even beginning to relish the sensation. The complexities of a woman's nerves are truly beyond words. Qin Mu hurriedly lifted Feng Li once more, scrutinizing her closely. Indeed, the shape had changed again, the scent had evolved. This time, it took on the form of a lotus, with a delicate fragrance of lotus. Let us continue, let the music play, let the dance commence. Qin Mu felt a surge of madness, a hint of frenzy. The 200,000 martial practitioners outside began to share in this frenzy as well. I can't take it anymore. Truly, I can't. They felt somewhat unsteady, sensing a kind of lightheadedness, not from physical fatigue, but rather from a rapid breakthrough in cultivation, leaving their foundation a bit shaky. I cannot continue. If I push further, I fear I may become deranged. They could no longer sustain their cultivation. If they continued, they would not merely ascend but would be utterly ruined. Gradually, individuals began to depart from the vicinity of the tent, despite the difficulty. Those soldiers still possessing a modicum of rationality ceased their cultivation. Observing the continuous exit of soldiers, their unsteady steps betraying their struggle, Lao Ma came to the realization that these soldiers could not be allowed to continue their training. They were the backbone of His Highness. If they were to be ruined in this manner, how could he explain it to him? Moreover, dying from cultivation would be the height of absurdity. Everyone, cease your cultivation. Withdraw from the tent by 100 meters. Lao Ma bellowed. His voice startled those still engrossed in their training. Only then did they realize their own lightheadedness and scrambled to retreat from their cultivation, narrowly escaping a dangerous situation. This Highness is rather unorthodox. Truly, he is no ordinary individual. Your Highness, I cannot endure any longer. I must unleash my power. Feng Li cried out, utterly overwhelmed. Very well, do as you wish. Qin Mu released her limbs, granting her the freedom to express herself. A crystalline ice pillar, tinged with a hint of crimson, pierced through the tent and shot towards the heavens. A chilling aura enveloped the tent, a testament to the terrifying prowess of a heavenly-grade genius. Chapter 19, a new target discovered. Ding! A top-tier waste has been identified for potential restoration. Shall we proceed with the repair? This time, Qin Mu hesitated. It was not that he was unwilling, but he realized there was a downside to this approach. With each repair, the recklessness and intensity would escalate, and to pierce through would require even greater force and strength. If he continued with the repairs, piercing through might necessitate the use of bronze artifacts. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. Qin Mu refrained from proceeding further. Although it was exhilarating to exploit her bug, one could not simply exploit her alone. A brilliant idea struck him. If women could frequently amass waste points, why not seek out others? With 200,000 men at his disposal, and given the numerous brothels in Luyu City, was there not enough potential to exploit? Lao Ma. Qin Mu tidied himself and exited the tent. Summoning Lao Ma. Your Highness, what are your orders? Lao Ma promptly appeared by Qin Mu's side, a barely noticeable surge of internal energy sweeping over him, nearly causing him to suffer a heart attack. Gasp! A 9th-tier martial artist. This is astonishingly rapid. Has he truly advanced to such heights overnight? Or has he been deliberately concealing his cultivation? These royal family members are indeed no ordinary figures. Lao Ma was secretly astonished. His thoughts racing. Lao Ma, go gather all the women from the brothels in Luyu City and bring them to the camp. Qin Mu commanded with a grand gesture, speaking with unyielding confidence. What? Your Highness, this is... Lao Ma felt a cold sweat break out. Your Highness, this is not advisable. There is no but or if, immediately, at once, see to it. Take this chest of silver notes and let those girls know that I am wealthy. Yes. Lao Ma could only comply, taking the chest of silver notes and gathering a contingent of several hundred men, heading straight for Luyu City. Upon reaching the entrance, Old Ma hesitated, for leading troops to indulge in such vices was a novel experience for him. Ma Zongguan, shall we enter or shall we enter? Several hundred soldiers, gazing at the opulent brothel, felt an undeniable itch of anticipation. In? Let's go, brothers. With that, a throng of hundreds surged inside, startling a cacophony of birds into flight. Oh dear, military gentlemen, this won't do. It simply won't do. The brothel's owner and the attendant, witnessing the influx of soldiers, hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct their path. What do you mean it won't do? I am here to patronize your establishment. Understand? The soldiers, blocked from entry, were filled with reluctance. They hadn't even glimpsed the maidens within yet. Yes, our modest business has often benefited from the patronage of several esteemed officials from the city lord's estate, allowing us to thrive in this Luyu City. Ah, ha! Did you think we came for a free meal? Let me enlighten you. Our prince is none other than the 4th prince himself, who has sent us to lend a hand to your business. After a lengthy exchange, the soldiers finally comprehended that they were being regarded as brigands. So it's the 4th prince, a long-awaited honor. His name is indeed thunderous in Luyu City. The renown of Qin Mu had spread widely across all strata of society in Luyu City over the past few days. Now that you know, His Highness has commanded that all the maidens in your establishment come to our camp. Ah, that won't do. It simply won't do. Just when the brothel owner and the attendant had relaxed their nerves, they felt their hearts leap into their throats again. What was the intent behind this? A blatant robbery. They had initially thought the soldiers were benevolent, only to see their true colors revealed in an instant. Fear not, fear not. Bring forth the chest. Old Ma interjected, realizing that the conversation had veered off course. With a creak, the chest was opened by several soldiers. As they peered inside, they were astounded. What a grand display. Neatly stacked within were piles of silver notes. Upon seeing the denominations, their hands trembled in shock. All of them were notes worth millions. Old Ma was equally taken aback. He had anticipated gold jewelry. Not this, Your Highness. What other secrets do you possess that I am unaware of? As for the madam, name your price. The number of maidens you can provide depends on how much you wish to earn. Old Ma continued, Oh, I wondered why the magpies were chirping incessantly this morning. It turns out we have esteemed guests. The madam appeared at just the right moment. Madam, will you engage in this business or not? Give me a clear answer. How could we not? Maidens, come forth and let the military gentleman have a look. Choose whomever you desire. Each will cost 1,000 taels of silver per day. You may indulge as you please. Even if they were to perish, It would be no great matter. The madam, eyeing the silver notes, drooled as she spoke. Madam, you jest. Our prince is a man of culture. How could he engage in such depraved acts? Old Ma reprimanded. If these words were to reach the Imperial city, I cannot imagine the repercussions from the censors. Indeed, how thoughtless of me. I deserve a slap. The madam feigned a slap to her own face. Military gentlemen, feel free to choose at your leisure. This row here, and the one over there. And those inside, take them all. Only a child makes choices. Adults desire all, as long as they are not elderly and withered. Pack them all up and take them away, the madam exclaimed, calculating the costs. After Old Ma made his selections, he addressed the madam. Oh dear, are you intending to take all the maidens from Yihonglu? A total of 500,000 taels, the madam chuckled. You are mistaken. We are not merely taking your Yihonglu, but the entire roster of maidens from Luyu City, and your calculations are flawed. Old Ma stroked his beard. What did I miscalculate? The madam gasped. The entire city. Is your prince's appetite too vast? Can he handle it? After her astonishment, she became defiant. How could I be wrong? You challenge my expertise. You calculated for a single day, but we are reserving them for 10 days. 10 days? Shocked, they were taken aback. This prince was remarkable indeed. His talents elevated the very terminology. That is 5 million taels? The madam was rendered speechless, beginning to doubt her professional capabilities. Very well, silver for goods. Keep the notes safe, and I shall take the maidens. They will be returned in 10 days. Old Ma expertly counted the silver notes and handed them to the madam. Chapter 20. His Highness invites everyone to indulge in vice, truly the right person to follow. Old Ma led the soldiers on a tour of Luyu City, visiting every brothel therein, and with the backing of substantial silver notes, returned with all the maidens from the establishments. Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission and visited every brothel in the city, bringing back 100,000 maidens. Old Ma reported to Qin Mu. Good, gather them together. I wish to inspect. Qin Mu instructed Old Ma. Internally, he communicated with the system. Can we transform waste into treasure? Yes, but the value is not significant. Be prepared. Though they are all women, their talents vary immensely. Do you not understand? The system concluded after thorough analysis. Of course I know. Even if I only garner a single point, it is better than idling about. The system. As all the maidens were gathered, Qin Mu revealed a mischievous grin. System. Transform waste into treasure. Zizzes. Oh. Ya. Gagaga. Gigi. A surge of electricity enveloped the maidens, causing a cacophony of startled cries. Ding. Transformation successful. Rewarded with 200,000 waste points. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Another path to rapid wealth has opened. Qin Mu laughed heartily. The surrounding soldiers were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this magic? When they experienced it themselves, the pain overshadowed their awareness, but witnessing it now left them deeply shaken. Most astonished was Old Ma. Your Highness, what sort of ability is this? How extraordinarily abnormal. Is this a form of healing? Is it a mutation? Even the founding emperor of the previous dynasty did not possess such abilities. Come, these maidens are yours. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and seize them. What you capture is yours. Qin Mu urged his soldiers. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Is His Highness inviting us to indulge in vice? They could hardly believe it. Such a generous offer. I told you, following His Highness is truly the right choice. The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, whispering amongst themselves to confirm what they had heard. Once assured, they erupted in jubilant howls. It awakened their primal desires. Cease your training. The time for relaxation has arrived. We shall recuperate here for a few days. Qin Mu commanded once more. There are few relationships in this world as strong as those forged in battle, in indulgence and in confinement. Now we have all three. Could these men not remain unwaveringly loyal to me? This was an opportune moment to refine their superficial skills. Otherwise, their potential for advancement would be squandered. The soldiers who had seized their maidens laughed heartily, returning to their quarters. Within the grand camp, the atmosphere was electric with revelry, the air filled with sensuous melodies, an unparalleled occurrence in the annals of military history. After a night of passion, Qin Mu summoned all the maidens once more to the great tent. Internally, he chanted, System. transform waste into treasure. Zizzes. Ah, oh, yeah, gagaga, Gigi. Another wave of electricity surged through the maidens, prompting another chorus of startled cries. Ding! Transformation successful, rewarded with 190,000 waste points. It seemed rather satisfactory. The depreciation was minimal, and there were ample opportunities for further enjoyment. After the ritual concluded, another group of soldiers rushed forth, eager to claim their favored maidens and return to their tents. The soldiers who had previously seized their maidens wisely withdrew to the periphery, not out of courtesy, but because their stamina could not bear it. These maidens were seasoned veterans of the trade, their skills and techniques abundant, leaving the soldiers utterly drained within a day. They needed a breather. After all, did His Highness not say we would be resting for 10 days? There was no need to rush. In the vast military camp, the sounds of croaking soon filled the air. Though it was not yet summer, the chorus stirred a heat within their bodies. Chinmu, taking Fengli by the hand, initiated another round of stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Switch it up. Let us start over. Old Ma observed, wishing to caution, Your Highness, take care. If you continue like this, you may find yourself in peril. Your health is at stake. With such grand ambitions, do not let it be thwarted. After another bout of passion, it was time for Chinmu to once again gather all the maidens outside the tent. In the depths of her heart, she silently recited, Transform waste into treasure. Zizi. Ah, oh, yeah, gaga, Gigi. A sudden surge of electricity coursed through the bodies of the maidens, the same formula, the same essence, as the sounds of birds filled the air once more. Ding! Success in transforming waste into treasure, awarded with 180,000 waste points. This time, the soldiers vying for attention were a new batch, the ironclad maidens, ever-changing soldiers. It is no exaggeration to say they are indeed ironclad. Under the system's repeated restorations, these maidens began to exhibit certain mutations. Some maidens, previously unable to cultivate, found their bloodlines being purified time and again, evolving towards a beneficial direction. Yet, these maidens remained oblivious to these changes, merely feeling increasingly spirited, attributing it all to the nurturing of men, especially the vigorous young men, whose vitality and energy far surpassed that of the city's softlings. Although the initial pain could be intense, it lasted but a moment. After the agony subsided, the surging emotions and acute sensations left them entranced. It felt as if they had returned to their youthful, innocent selves, following another round of tempestuous encounters. All the maidens returned to the grand tent, accustomed to this routine. Chinmu silently invoked, Transform waste into treasure. Zizi. Ah, oh, yeah, gaga, Gigi. Once again, electricity enveloped them, and the familiar pain had prepared them mentally. Ding! Success in transforming waste into treasure. Awarded with 170,000 waste points. After several exchanges, when the waste points dwindled to 100,000, depreciation ceased, stabilizing at this point. Perhaps this is the lowest standard of waste. Chapter 21. The invitation from Luyu City. Meanwhile, the indulgent revelry in Luyu City sparked unrest. What does this mean? Do they look down upon us? They have nearly monopolized all the maidens in the red light district. What does this lord intend? City Lord, you must not allow this feudal prince to continue his reckless actions. At this rate, chaos will surely ensue in Luyu City. The various factions of Luyu City gathered at the city lord's residence, offering their counsel. Ha, my friends, do you not see? The city lord of Luyu City began. See what? The crowd inquired, curiosity piqued. Do you not realize this prince is showcasing his wealth to us? The city lord continued. Ah, we see. A display of wealth. Even a blind man could perceive it. The city lord shook his head. Nay. Your understanding is far too superficial. The crowd was bewildered. Consider this. Would a prince truly come here merely for pleasure or to flaunt his wealth? Would it not be more enjoyable for him to revel in the Imperial city? Indeed. Why is he here instead? I have inquired. He is merely a minor figure in the Imperial city, they echoed. Have you not realized? His true intention lies not in the pleasures of the wine, but in the company of those present. The city lord awakened the dreamers. City lord, what do you mean? The crowd was puzzled. Did he flaunt his wealth to draw our attention? You remain outside the political sphere, lacking awareness. He is demonstrating his strength. His ultimate goal is to bring you under his wing. Do you understand now? I suspect he is waiting for you to reach out to him. This time, the city lord spoke plainly, revealing his thoughts. Now it makes sense. But why? Indeed. Why indeed? The crowd was still perplexed. Alas, because he is a prince. The city lord spoke gravely. City lord, are you suggesting? They finally grasped the implication. Precisely. He awaits your allegiance. Would he not need to demonstrate some strength to earn your trust? Seeing the crowd finally comprehend, the city lord stated plainly, then we must, alas, my friends, if that is the case, we must not hastily choose sides. The struggle for imperial power is no trifling matter. Exercise caution. Indeed, would it not be better to remain affluent? If this prince wishes to display his plumage, let him do so. Once he has had his fill, he will naturally depart. The crowd exchanged opinions, each voicing their thoughts. Alas, it seems you must remain mere wealthy patrons. Is your family's development truly at this level, with no further advancement possible? The city lord wore a disappointed expression. Do you mean? Even if we were to support him, it need not be this prince? Indeed, indeed. This individual may not achieve greatness. Alas, you wish to support other princes, but do you have the connections? Even if you ingratiate yourself, they may not welcome you, to those nobles. You are but dispensable shrimp, do you not understand? The city lord lamented in exasperation. The crowd fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Not only would they struggle to gain favor, but merely connecting would be a challenge. Thus, they could only leave the decision to the city lord. Do not fret, my friends. We are all intertwined in interests. Since you have come to seek my counsel today, I shall not withhold my thoughts. This is an opportunity for us to draw closer to the Imperial city. The city lord of Luyu City dropped a bombshell, boom. His words ignited a frenzy among the factions. Pray tell. How is this an opportunity? First, this prince possesses wealth. Money can move mountains, as you all know. Indeed, this much we must concede. Even if he ultimately does not ascend the throne, we can still profit. If by chance he does attain that position, our day in the sun will come. How intriguing. If he ascends, the city lord painted a grand vision, a tantalizing prospect that danced in their minds, irresistible and compelling. Furthermore, this is not our only benefit. Consider, once those in the Imperial city learn of our support for him, do you think they will not reach out to us? Then, city lord, are you suggesting we hedge our bets? Haha. Absolutely foolproof, absolutely foolproof. Brilliant! The crowd erupted in laughter, impressed by the city lord's cunning. No, rather, his brilliance. Should we not extend an invitation to this prince? Haha, indeed, indeed. As Qin feasted with the generals, a soldier approached with news. The city lord of Luyu City requests your presence. The city lord? What could he want? I have no desire to engage with these officials. It could lead to trouble. I merely wish to collaborate with merchants. Why has the city lord summoned me? Qin felt vexed. Having reached the 9th rank of martial arts, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Who had the time to deal with the city lord? Your Highness, in this city, officials and merchants typically form a mutual interest. The city lord's invitation is essentially from the merchants. If I am not mistaken, all the merchants in the city will likely attend this banquet. As Qin contemplated a refusal, Old Ma interjected, Oh, is that so? Then we must attend this banquet? We must. Very well, let us prepare. We shall make our way. Yes, Your Highness, I will have everything arranged at once. Indeed, preparation is key. By the way, Old Ma, bring along that jar of wine. Qin recalled the opportunity presented by the jar of distilled wine he had crafted during his leisure time. Chapter 22. Drunkenness in Luyu City. That jar of wine? Your Highness, are you certain? Old Ma inquired, involuntarily licking his lips. When Qin had first brewed it, he had tasted a sample. The fiery, warm flavor had stirred something long dormant within him. Haha, Old Ma, do not be stingy. Have you heard the verse? What verse? Old Ma's curiosity was piqued. Outside the Imperial city, the prince was becoming increasingly intriguing. I was born with talent. Surely there is a purpose, though a fortune be squandered. It shall return. I was born with talent. Surely there is a purpose, though a fortune be squandered, it shall return. A splendid poem. A splendid poem indeed. Old Ma exclaimed, savoring the words and slapping his thigh in praise. Qin Mu and Old Ma, accompanied by over 300 soldiers and a barrel of wine, arrived at the Lord's mansion of Luyu City with great enthusiasm. Even before their arrival, the guards of the mansion had been stationed outside the city gate to greet them. Upon seeing Qin Mu, they immediately guided the procession to the Lord's residence. Outside the gate, the city lord, along with the leaders of various factions, stood in formation to offer their welcome. After all, he was a prince, and the pomp befitting his status must be observed. Ha ha, your highness graces us with your presence. It is indeed a moment of great honor. The lord of Luyu City greeted Qin Mu warmly. Ha ha, Lord Lu, I apologize for the intrusion. Here, this is a brew of my own making. It is my fortune to share this moment with all of you. Let us drink to our heart's content. Qin Mu said, bowing respectfully to the leaders of the various factions. Ha ha, your highness is too kind. It is truly an honor for us to behold your illustrious countenance today, they responded politely. Let us dispense with such formalities. The topic of my royal status need not linger. I am merely a vassal king now. So let us discuss matters pertinent to a vassal king. Qin Mu gestured for everyone to be mindful of their words. Although they were not in the Imperial City, the eyes and ears of the palace could be anywhere, and he had no desire to provoke the Tang Empire at this moment. Understood, understood, the crowd replied in unison. A gathering of people followed the Lord into the banquet hall, taking their seats according to rank. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed gentleman on your left, the head of the Wang family. A prominent merchant in our city specializing in horses. Not only does he engage in civilian horse trading, but he also has dealings with the military. The Lord of Luyu City pointed towards an elderly man on his left. Ha ha, forgive me for the modesty of our business, Mr. Wang said, rising to exchange pleasantries. Such modesty. This is no small enterprise, and I believe we could explore opportunities for collaboration, Qin Mu replied, seizing the moment. Oh, does your highness require horses? Mr. Wang inquired. Indeed. The North is in dire need of many supplies. I warmly welcome any of you to conduct business in the North. I assure you, anyone who can deliver goods to the North will not return empty-handed. Qin Mu took this opportunity to attract investment for the North. Ha ha. With such sincerity from your highness, we shall certainly lend our support. The Lord of Luyu City chuckled, continuing his introductions. Your highness, this gentleman is the head of the Li family, primarily dealing in iron and copper mining. Such trivial matters, truly. The head of the Li family stood up, offering polite remarks. Not trivial at all. From the Imperial army to the common folk, all depend on these resources. We should discuss this further. Qin Mu responded respectfully. I am truly flattered. Whatever your needs, your highness, do not hesitate to command, Mr. Li said. His spirits lifted. The prospect of a discussion implied potential business opportunities, and those present recognized that this prince was indeed a man of considerable wealth. This gentleman is from the Song family, specializing in grain trading. The Lord of Luyu City gestured towards another elder on his right, Mr. Song. A pleasure to meet you. I was just contemplating where to procure military rations for our journey. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, Qin Mu exclaimed upon learning of the grain merchant. Not at all. Whatever quantity your highness needs, I am at your service, offering a generous discount, Mr. Song replied. Excellent. I shall seek you out first thing tomorrow. The Lord of Luyu City continued introducing all present, showcasing a diverse array of trades including medicine, hospitality, and weapon forging. Ha. It is a delight to meet all of you. Now, Old Ma, pour the wine. Today, I wish to revel with you all. Qin Mu called out to Old Ma, who promptly set about the task of serving. He was not exaggerating. He intended to intoxicate them all with his wine. After just 3 cups, who could remain sober? Here we go. Old Ma deftly struck the seal off the barrel, sending it flying out the window. This act immediately raised the alertness of the crowd. He was no ordinary guard. With narrowed eyes, they began to reassess both this protector and the prince. Clearly, the rumors they had heard could not be trusted. This display suggested at least a mastery of the 9th rank in martial arts. Yet, how could it be? Wasn't this prince rumored to be a waste? Could it be he was merely concealing his talents? If so, his cunning, his ambitions, were indeed formidable. Perhaps aligning with such a prince could bode well for the future. What was that delightful aroma? It was intoxicating. Just as they pondered, a rich scent of wine wafted through the hall. What is this? Such a fragrance. The attendees were momentarily dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a wine before, neither in taste nor in scent. Could it be a new release from the Imperial city? This wine seemed divine, as if it belonged only in the heavens. Friends, let us drink. Qin Mu rose to toast the assembled guests, his cups brimming. Ha ha, to our health. Cheers. Your Highness is generous. Cheers, to your health. Cheers. The crowd, captivated by the enticing aroma, raised their glasses and echoed his sentiments. With a chorus of gulps, they downed their drinks, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation. Your Highness, I must apologize. Chapter 23. Divine Wine, Celestial Brew. Ha ha, no offense taken. It is my fault for not clarifying beforehand. This wine is indeed a celestial brew. Its potency far surpasses that of any ordinary wine. Qin Mu laughed heartily. Where did your Highness procure such a wine? I have immersed myself in this field for many years and have never encountered or even heard of such a vintage. The Lord of Luyu City inquired, his curiosity piqued. Such wine is not available for purchase. However, it can be acquired in the north. Though it is rare, it will suffice to indulge your desires. Qin Mu replied with a smile. Could this wine be from your Highness? The Lord of Luyu City asked incredulously. Indeed. I call this brew celestial nectar, Qin Mu said proudly. An excellent wine, with an equally splendid name. The fragrance alone justifies the title. The Lord of Luyu City praised sincerely. Those who appreciate fine wine would be genuinely delighted to receive such a treasure. While Qin Mu spoke nonchalantly, the heads of the families who had yet to succumb to intoxication listened intently, not wishing to miss a single detail. This was a business opportunity, especially for the grain-supplying Song family and the restaurant-owning Wei family. The Wei family needed good food and fine wine for their establishment, and while beautiful maidens were plentiful, exquisite cuisine and fine wine were much rarer. In this world, the variety of dishes and methods of preparation were limited. They cycled through the same few options. When hungry, anything would suffice, but to the affluent, it was a different matter entirely. The wines they had previously considered fine paled in comparison to this one. If the Wei family could secure this wine, the Song family was equally thrilled. Brewing required grain, and without sufficient supplies, how could one produce such exquisite wine? Continuous brewing necessitated a steady supply of grain, a truly lucrative enterprise. Moreover, transporting grain on the way there and returning with wine to sell at a premium would yield profits on both ends. They had seemingly uncovered a shortcut to wealth. As long as their carts traversed the roads of the north, silver would flow into the Song family's coffers with ease. Other families were also devising ways to profit from this opportunity. Your Highness, aside from fine wine, what other treasures does the North hold? One merchant inquired. While the wine trade was promising, it was not suitable for everyone. Whether intoxicated or sober, everyone was all ears. One could be drunk, but information must be gathered. That was the principle of a merchant. There is much to offer. Exquisite crystal glassware, radiant mirrors, durable iron goods, intricately crafted furniture, water-resistant mortar for construction, quick and sturdy roads, and even heating stoves for winter. In truth, whatever you can conceive, we can deliver. Qin Mu spoke eloquently, leaving the audience astonished. Could this truly be the realm of heaven? Accompanying the venerable old Ma, one was left utterly astonished. Where indeed were these marvels to be found? No one understood the nature of the North Wilderness better than he did. For the descriptions of it as a primitive society were mere flattery. Your Highness, you are not attempting to deceive us, are you? Qin Mu turned to observe old Ma's expression and playfully winked at him. Old Ma could only mourn for these people in his heart. According to the prince's words, this was simply a case of painting illusions. Numerous merchants whispered amongst themselves, quietly digesting the fantastical visions Qin Mu had just conjured. At this moment, observing the demeanor of the various families, the Lord of Luyu City seemed to suddenly awaken to the realization that this prince was not to be underestimated. With just a barrel of wine, he had stirred the ambitions of all present. What a feat! If he were to muster troops in the future, which side would these vested interests support? If Qin Mu knew that such a simple gesture had sent the Lord's imagination soaring, he would surely have refrained from attending this banquet. Heaven bears witness. Though he disdained the inner workings of the Tang court, he had never contemplated usurping his father's throne, at least not for the time being. As long as those foolish individuals of the Tang did not disturb him, he had no intention of provoking them. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the guests could no longer withstand the effects and began to succumb to inebriation. Ah, today has been most enjoyable for everyone, but I believe we should conclude our gathering here. The Lord of Luyu City declared unsteadily as he rose to his feet. This moment nearly brought him embarrassment. Yet after a few wobbles, he managed to stabilize himself. Oh dear, the effects of this wine are quite potent. Well then, let us reconvene another day. Farewell, farewell. Tomorrow I shall pay a visit to each of you individually, and we shall discuss matters of collaboration in greater depth. Qin Mu too rose unsteadily, bidding farewell as he departed, his heart quietly sighing in relief that the event had finally come to an end. On the way back, old Ma could not help but voice his concerns. Your Highness, do the things you spoke of today truly exist? Of course they do. They are all genuine, Qin Mu replied with unwavering confidence. Your Highness, did I not mention before that we dispatched many individuals ahead to the North Wilderness to gather intelligence? In truth, we have been receiving constant updates about what that place is like and what it holds. If those individuals were to reach the North Wilderness and find it a desolate wasteland, would they still believe you? Your Highness, winning the people's hearts is no small feat. Old Ma spoke earnestly, wishing for Qin Mu to return as a sovereign, unifying the Tang dynasty. Ha ha ha, Old Ma, do relax. While these wonders may not currently exist, that does not preclude their future existence. Once I set foot in the North Wilderness, it shall come to be, Qin Mu asserted with confidence. Old Ma gazed at Qin Mu in astonishment, pondering when exactly this prince had begun to reveal his true potential, exuding a commanding presence that could easily intimidate. Was this not a hint of burgeoning dominance? Observing his self-assured demeanor, Old Ma fell silent, refraining from further questioning. To do so might arouse suspicion in this young tiger, leading to unforeseen consequences. He could only pray that upon their arrival, these marvels would indeed manifest upon the land of the North Wilderness. However, for this to occur, preparations must be made in advance. Tomorrow, issue a proclamation. We must earnestly recruit skilled artisans and laborers, regardless of their trade, whether well diggers, miners, builders, or blacksmiths. Anyone willing to join us shall be provided for, with food, lodging, and a monthly stipend, Qin Mu added after a moment's contemplation. Chapter 24. The shock of the Wang family. Ah, Your Highness, do we possess such substantial funds? Old Ma exclaimed incredulously. Once you open this floodgate, I suspect those destitute souls will flock to us. What shall we do to sustain them? Old Ma looked at Qin Mu in disbelief. This prince truly had audacious visions. Such conditions would entice anyone not hailing from a wealthy family. By your standards, half of Luyu City would be emptied. Old Ma, fret not. We still have sufficient funds. What does it cost to provide a meal? Qin Mu replied nonchalantly, genuinely believing that feeding a few would not require a fortune. On one hand, he thought little of the expense, and on the other, he had ample silver notes. Your Highness, 3 meals a day accumulate steadily. Though each individual expense may be modest, with a larger crowd, the total required funds would be astronomical. Old Ma lamented, exasperated. The following morning, Qin Mu rubbed his heavy head, intending to have breakfast when he received word from below that the Wang family's overseer had come to visit. Oh dear, I had not even sent for him, yet he has taken the initiative to arrive. Such merchants. Qin Mu chuckled, shaking his head. These merchants possessed an acute sense of business acumen and an astute understanding of people and circumstances. Although Qin Mu was a lesser-regarded prince, should he request a visit? The risks inherent in such a move were substantial. If one had a sufficiently powerful backing, there would be no issue. However, if not, one would find themselves on the blacklist. Should this prince rise to prominence, the entire family would descend into ruin. Since Qin Mu had already made his stance clear at the banquet, the merchants must act with discretion, preparing gifts and humbly awaiting at the entrance. Even if they did not come, Qin Mu would not harbor resentment. However, their arrival pleased him greatly, as it spared him considerable time. Please, make haste. Qin Mu instructed the soldier who had delivered the message. Also, add another portion to the breakfast. I shall dine with the visitors from the Wang family in the main tent. Turning to a few maidservants nearby, he continued, Your Highness, is it not a bit excessive to bestow such courtesy upon a merchant? Feng Li inquired, somewhat puzzled. Ha ha, Feng Li, you do not comprehend. Merchants are of utmost importance to our wild state. Others may engage in agriculture, but that is not feasible for us. Thus, to foster development in the wild state, we must rely upon these merchants. Qin Mu patiently elaborated to Feng Li, though, I see. Your Highness has journeyed far, altering your route solely to connect with more merchants, encouraging their participation in the development of the wild state. Feng Li replied, somewhat comprehending. Precisely. Sister Feng is truly astute. Qin Mu exclaimed, playfully ruffling her nose. The soldier led the Wang family's overseer through layers of tints, while within the military camp, the sound of feminine giggles echoed. For a seasoned patron, it was all too evident what was transpiring. The Wang family's overseer, Wang Zhong, quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling quite embarrassed. How awkward. This prince was indeed a peculiar character, permitting soldiers to frolic freely within the military camp in broad daylight. He had received word that the fourth prince had nearly secured the entire flower house of Luyu City. It was clear now, he had misjudged the prince. As Wang Zhong followed the soldier inside, his mind began to race, calculating how best to persuade the fourth prince upon their meeting. Your Highness, Lord Wang has arrived. Come in. The soldier stepped aside, indicating for Wang Zhong to enter. Cough, cough. Wang Zhong cleared his throat, adjusting his attire before stepping forward. Welcome, Lord Wang. Please, take a seat here and enjoy our military camp's breakfast. Qin Mu warmly invited Wang Zhong to join him in sampling the reimagined breakfast. Wang Zhong humbly seated himself, gazing at the array of unfamiliar dishes presented in bamboo-crafted vessels, exuding an enticing aroma, their surfaces glistening and golden brown. What are these delicacies? They appear delectable, yet I am unsure how to partake. He thought it best to refrain from any display of rudeness. Haha, allow me to introduce you, Qin Mu exclaimed, picking up a stick-shaped item. This is called a youtiao, made from flour and deep-fried to perfection. This is a fried cake, also crafted from flour and deep-fried, but with the addition of some hanjiang fruit pulp, making it denser and more cohesive. Inside, it is filled with fragrant red bean paste, enhancing its delightful sweetness. Qin Mu continued, lifting a round pastry. And this one utilizes a special bean, ground and filtered multiple times before being cooked for a specified duration and infused with sweet fruit juice, resulting in a delightful and fragrant treat. Qin Mu gestured toward a bowl containing a white liquid. As Wang Zhong listened to Qin Mu's descriptions, he was left astounded. Breakfast could be transformed into such an extravagant affair. Was the life of this prince truly so opulent? Reflecting upon his own meager morning repast, he realized it barely surpassed the fare of a swine. How foolish he had been to feel self-satisfied. Considering himself refined, the disparity was stark. This was the difference in social strata, leading to entirely different vistas. This realization further solidified his and the Wang family's resolve to closely follow the prince's lead. They had no further avenue to pursue. This was not merely a matter of family honor and profit. It was a quest for spiritual fulfillment. From the prince's breakfast alone, it was evident that they were operating on completely divergent planes. Had he known that this breakfast would be a sensation even among the nobility in the Imperial city, he would have been left utterly speechless. It remains uncertain whether he still clings to his convictions and original intentions. The Emperor of the Tang dynasty expressed, "Not only have I not partaken of your wine, but I have also never savored your breakfast. I have not even had the chance to hear about it. What a travesty! What was my purpose in allowing this wretch to roam free, and to exile him once again to such a great distance? What was the rationale behind that? Perhaps he himself cannot fathom it. Perhaps it is merely a matter of selecting a soft target to squeeze, to let him experience the semblance of being an emperor, to simultaneously intimidate those eager sons and deter the ambitious ministers. Am I truly growing old? Chapter 25. The Wang family bewitched by banknotes look at me, engrossed in conversation. Come, let us dine. After introducing himself, Qin Mu invited Wang Zhong to join him for breakfast. Trembling, Wang Zhong picked up a fried dough stick and took a bite. Delicious, crunchy, an experience unlike any he had encountered before. How could food be prepared in such a manner? A sip of soybean milk flooded his senses with sweetness. This delightful shock made him momentarily forget the purpose of his visit. Master Wang, I wonder what urgent matter brings you here so early? Qin Mu inquired, still enjoying his breakfast. Forgive me, I almost forgot the purpose of my visit. Our Wang family wishes to establish a friendly relationship with your highness. We are eager to engage in commercial trade with the northern wilderness, Wang Zhong humbly replied. Excellent, Excellent, Qin Mu responded with enthusiasm. Your Wang family will take pride in this decision, for it marks the beginning of your family's rise to prominence. Qin Mu's repeated affirmations filled the air with optimism. Today heralded a promising start. Moreover, the Wang family controlled the equine trade in Luyo City. With sufficient financial backing, expansion and prosperity would be within reach. This assurance provided Qin Mu with a reliable source of horses, as long as the Wang family's business thrived. So too would his supply of steeds. Master Wang, I formally invite your family to join my commercial association. Should you consent, you will receive our financial support. Qin Mu stated, seizing the moment. Oh? A commercial association? Financial support? Wang Zhong pondered, somewhat perplexed. Precisely. In simple terms, you utilize our funds to develop your business and subsequently repay us with your earnings. Thus, your family will grow stronger, and your business will expand. Can you imagine the outcome? Qin Mu patiently elucidated. Isn't that akin to a risk-free profit? Wang Zhong exclaimed, utterly incredulous, momentarily questioning his own hearing. Indeed. You are astute, having discerned the benefits at a glance. No wonder you hail from a family of merchants. Qin Mu continued to entice him. But I do not understand how your highness profits from this arrangement. Surely you cannot give away such a substantial sum without any benefit to yourself? Wang Zhong queried, bewildered. Of course, I seek profit. My stipulation is that your Wang family must conduct trade within the northern wilderness. For instance, inform all your suppliers to purchase horses in bulk from our northern wilderness shop, regardless of their size or condition. As long as they arrive, we shall acquire them. Will this not attract sellers to the northern wilderness? Then, you can inform all the lower-tier merchants that a vast selection of horses is available at discounted prices, drawing numerous customers to our region. Qin Mu explained with unwavering patience. Indeed, this would undoubtedly lead to a substantial influx of people into the northern wilderness. However, Your Highness, I still fail to see how you profit from this arrangement. Wang Zhong mused, following Qin Mu's line of thought. Master Wang, the objective is not merely to make money. A vibrant market teeming with people will foster prosperity in the northern wilderness. It is my domain. And as it flourishes, will not my tax revenues increase as well? With more taxes, I can maintain a larger military force. Qin Mu refrained from elaborating further, sensing that to continue would border on disrespect. Now I understand. Your Highness indeed possesses a far-reaching vision, one beyond the comprehension of us common folk. I am genuinely impressed. Wang Zhong conceded, recognizing the depth of the higher echelon strategies, which often involve foresight beyond mere immediate gain. Enough with idle talk. Bring forth the silver notes I prepared. Qin Mu commanded, seeking to alleviate Wang Zhong's concerns. Here you go. Now you should have faith in me. This serves as my advance payment for a batch of horses. He added, handing over a small box. Wang Zhong, puzzled, accepted the box and opened it, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Initially, he noticed the box's lightness and felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected a mere handful of silver coins. However, upon opening it, he was astounded to find it brimming with banknotes, each worth 100,000. The sheer magnitude of wealth was staggering, and he felt the weight of the box in his hands. Your Highness, this is far too generous. Wang Zhong stammered, trembling slightly. Too much? Not at all. This is merely the beginning. Old Wang, should you ever find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to seek me out. Although I am considered poor, these silver notes are all I possess. The transformation of Master Wang into Old Wang signified a deepening relationship between Qin Mu and the Wang family. What is true stature? This is what it means. Observe the elegance and grand vision. To declare oneself as merely possessing silver notes, and yet they are all in substantial denominations. Is this the language of commoners? Old Wang was thoroughly impressed by Qin Mu's financial prowess. Merchants never bow for mere pittance. This is a universally accepted truth in the Tang dynasty's commercial realm. However, if the sum were 5 million or 50 million, Old Wang would gladly bend a little. Why should one oppose wealth? It is entirely unnecessary. Your Highness's generosity is remarkable. I have nothing more to say. On behalf of my family, I declare our unwavering support. Whatever your Highness requires, we shall not hesitate to assist. Wang Zhong proclaimed with fervor. Old Wang, you misunderstand. I merely wish to reserve a batch of horses. Qin Mu gestured dismissively, speaking earnestly to Wang Zhong. though he harbored other ambitions that were not yet ripe for discussion. "Ah, Your Highness, is this excessive? Are you truly seeking a batch of fine steeds?" Wang Zhong exclaimed in disbelief. "Not at all. I desire economical, practical horses, ideally military mounts." "Ah, Your Highness, military horses are a risky venture. Yet, it is not impossible to bribe a few logistics officers." "Sigh, old Wang, you have misinterpreted. I seek those horses rendered useless due to injuries, those that have retired from the battlefield." "Ah, I see. Your Highness possesses keen insight. You are correct. Even good horses can be classified as useless. This will simplify the process." Old Wang felt as though he had experienced a revelation. "What have I just said? Old Wang, do not indulge in such fantasies. Old Wang, you misunderstand again. I genuinely desire only those horses deemed useless. We cannot engage in any unlawful activities," Qin Mu earnestly cautioned. Chapter 26. The Prince as a Charitable Benefactor. "Ah, Your Highness, this amount of silver notes is excessive." This time, Wang Zhong was genuinely perplexed. "Why provide me with so many banknotes if you only require useless horses? Not to worry. If you cannot utilize them now, consider them a form of my earnest deposit. In the future, whenever you encounter useless horses, send them all to the northern wilderness." "Ah, the issue lies in the sheer volume of these notes. They simply cannot be contained." Qin Mu feigned helplessness. Wang Zhong had no choice but to admit that he had been thoroughly impressed. "Rest assured, Your Highness, whenever we come across useless horses, I shall ensure they are delivered to the northern wilderness." Wang Zhong was now convinced. The prince only sought useless horses, with the banknotes in hand. He returned home, elated and prepared to procure the needed steeds. Indeed, this was a risk-free profit. Upon old Wang's return to Luyo City, the fame of Qin Mu, the charitable benefactor, spread even further. Upon hearing of old Wang's experience, people marveled, particularly when they learned of the substantial advance he had received, their eyes gleaming with envy. Is it truly possible to achieve such results? The big merchants understand the value of silver. Yet, the small merchants remained restless. Why were they still struggling? It was simply a lack of funds to expand. Now, a mountain of gold lay before them. Who could resist? They must seize this opportunity, regardless of any obstacles. They must act. Joining the commercial association was a chance for breakthrough. How could they let it slip away? As long as they received adequate financial backing, what harm was there in joining a commercial association? It was not akin to joining a rebellion, and their heads would not roll. Such an excellent opportunity demanded that they cling to the benefactor's coattails. Thus, Qin Mu became known throughout Luyo City as the charitable benefactor. In the days that followed, small merchants flocked to him, eagerly queuing to seek his favor, and Qin Mu, to varying degrees, dispensed a few banknotes to each. Thus, a multitude of small merchants began to lose their composure. With investments ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, even street vendors eagerly joined the fray. Qin Mu, undeterred by any challenges, boldly declared, "Bring forth your skills. I fear not your demands, but rather your inability to deliver." "What? You are a hunter. You wish to form a hunting team but lack funds. Fear not, for I am here to assist. Explore the uncharted territories, be it for minerals, rare flora, or even peculiar stones. Bring them all back. Are you a craftsman? Excellent craftsmanship. How much funding do you require? If you seek to expand production, do not fret about sales. The Merchant Guild shall be your stalwart support. You forge weapons? Truly remarkable talent. I must extend my support. Do not concern yourself with expansion. Sell your shop, take your family, and follow me. Your needs for food and shelter will be provided, along with a monthly stipend. Your entire family will benefit. Here, take this 1 million as a settlement fee. You brew wine. A true asset indeed. The northern wilderness requires your expertise. Join me, and I shall ensure you are well fed. Your Highness, the head of the Song family has arrived." Just as Qin Mu was engaging with these small merchants, a soldier brought the news. "Oh? Very well. I shall be there shortly. To all present, if you possess a skill and are willing to accompany me, simply enlist, and you shall receive a settlement fee of 1 million. Soon, we shall march north together and forge a glorious future." After elaborating on the recruitment criteria to those in the tent, Qin Mu hastily returned to the main tent where the head of the Song family awaited. This was indeed a significant opportunity. Whether to dominate a region or to influence Shuolu, grain was an indispensable resource. Head of the Song family, I apologize for the wait. Qin Mu greeted as he entered the room. Oh, Your Highness, please, do not stand on ceremony. I am but a humble commoner. How could I presume to inconvenience you so? I am deeply sorry for this uninvited intrusion. The head of the Song family hurriedly rose to offer his greetings. Please, take a seat. Let us converse, Qin Mu urged, guiding the head of the Song family to sit down. I have come to inquire whether Your Highness is in need of grain. Our Song family specializes in grain trading. We offer substantial quantities at favorable prices. The elderly Song family patriarch spoke tremulously. Indeed, we certainly require it. Grain is our lifeline. We need as much as you can supply. Do not worry about finances. I possess ample silver notes, Qin Mu declared, patting his chest with confidence. That is splendid news. The Song family is eager to collaborate with Your Highness for a prosperous future. However, I have heard whispers of a merchant guild. I beseech you to elaborate. The elder patriarch of the Song family was intrigued by this new concept. Oh, to put it simply, we shall operate collectively. You lack funds, while I possess them. You excel in business, and I do not. We shall complement one another, progress together, and fulfill our respective needs. Your profits will contribute to the prosperity of the northern wilderness. Is it not a delightful prospect? Qin Mu eloquently painted a vision for the elder patriarch. However, the enormity of this vision raised questions about its feasibility. Does this mean that the northern wilderness will transform into a marketplace? The seasoned elder quickly discerned Qin Mu's intentions. Indeed, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Does our merchant guild have a name? A name, of course. It is called the Wanda Merchant Guild. At that time, I shall construct buildings for you to establish your businesses. And as long as you pay your rent on time, you need not worry about anything else. Qin Mu recalled the successful model of Wanda real estate. Then we would only be responsible for operating the shops? Precisely. I will exert every effort to provide you with the utmost convenience. Open your doors and operate with integrity, creating a thriving Wanda business district together. But Your Highness, would this not result in significant financial losses? I am but a simpleton. The elder patriarch of the Song family appeared perplexed. I have plenty of money. Should I run out, I can earn more. However, the land is finite. If it is not managed well, how will future generations survive? Qin Mu stated with utmost seriousness. I understand. Your foresight is impressive, Your Highness. The elder patriarch of the Song family lamented. Indeed. So, you need not worry about me. I am merely making an advance investment. I have been narrow-minded. I hereby represent the Song family in joining your merchant guild. The elder patriarch of the Song family finally made his decision. Excellent. You will surely take pride in this day, he exclaimed. Bring forth the box. Qin Mu instructed someone to bring a similarly sized box. Elder patriarch, this is my deposit. Just as with the Wang family, I do not show favoritism toward those who sincerely wish to cooperate with us. Likewise, I will fully accept the grain from the Song family for transportation to the northern wilderness. Qin Mu handed the box filled with silver notes to the elder patriarch of the Song family. Upon opening it, the elder was taken aback by the substantial amount. What a generous display! Truly, you are a man of great extravagance. Chapter 27. Departure. The elder patriarch of the Song family returned triumphantly. Other factions were either observing, scoffing, or wavering in their decisions. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the notices posted by the old horse had received ample responses. After a continuous 10-day effort, the soldiers' previously unstable morale gradually stabilized. Your Highness, it is time for us to depart. The old horse reminded. Is it already that time? Is everything settled? Qin Mu inquired. Everything that needed to be addressed has been settled. If we delay further, Luyu City will be left empty, the old horse whispered. You have accomplished so much. Is the number sufficient? Qin Mu extended 4 fingers. More than sufficient. It exceeds this amount. The old horse gestured and ate with his hands. I hope the Lord of Luyu City will not hold it against us. He certainly will not. We packaged all the houses and land deeds of the citizens and delivered them to him. That is 1/10 of the city. Ah, I see. It was worth it. Have we prepared everything for the journey? The Wang and Song families both sent a convoy of large carts and tents. The Song family additionally provided 10 tons of grain. Ample for our journey, and as per our agreement, they will have personnel along the way to assist us with our provisions. This time, Your Highness, the silver notes are more than adequate. The The Song family has been very efficient in their arrangements. The old horse replied, "Then let us depart. We must leave. The northern wilderness is our home," Qin Mu remarked wistfully. Subsequently, all divisions received orders to break camp and set out. Those accompanying Qin Mu began to gather toward the main camp. The army commenced an orderly dismantling of the camp, assembling and preparing to march out. The numbers had more than doubled since their arrival, a grand procession that seemed endless, while atop the city walls. The city lord and various factions gazed upon the departing throngs, their hearts filled with emotion. What a miscalculation! This fellow has taken so many people. The financial strategy is indeed formidable. Observing the now desolate city, he felt a twinge of regret for having met this prince. However, the repercussions of this encounter would soon become evident, particularly for the young women of Luyu City. After the tempering of 20,000 soldiers, they were not just resilient but possessed remarkable elasticity. As they departed, Qin Mu mischievously transformed their circumstances, restoring their former beauty. The wealthy men of Luyu City, having eagerly awaited the departure of the fourth prince, finally relished the opportunity to showcase their prowess. After holding back for so many days, it was finally their turn. Yet, upon rushing into the flower houses, they discovered their own inadequacies. They could not even breach the first layer and were rebuffed. The resilience and strength they encountered were astonishing. They could only lament in despair. Oh heavens! Why has it come to this? Those flower house girls looked upon them with disdain, as if to say, "Is this all you are capable of?" If you were to ask them what the most tragic thing in the world was, they would undoubtedly respond, "To have a flower-like maiden before me. Yet I cannot even approach her. How lamentable! No, that cannot be right." How could the flower house girls still possess their innocence? Especially in a military camp where nightly revelry was commonplace, how could they remain untouched? Something was amiss, something significant. Could it be that the fourth prince had cast a spell upon them? Or was this prince skilled in sorcery? On the vast road, a fine steed galloped along the official path. A eunuch lay prone on the horse's back, his weary form resembling a withered husk. This was the messenger eunuch, desperately pursuing Qin Mu. Upon reaching a relay station, he dismounted with urgency. "Has the convoy of the fourth prince passed through here?" "Ah, it is the esteemed eunuch. What brings you here?" The relay officer hurriedly came out to greet him. "Enough with the pleasantries. I ask you, did the convoy of the fourth prince pass through here?" "Ah? What fourth prince? There has been none." The relay officer panicked. "What are you talking about? I know of no convoy passing through. Not even a bird has flown by. Did I come to the wrong place?" "I came to ask. You are to answer. To the northern wilderness. Is this the route?" "Indeed. Just so you are aware, this road is the most direct route to the northern wilderness." "Then how peculiar, from the previous relay station to this one. Are there no other routes?" "Your Excellency, there are indeed many. Routes to Luyu City, routes to Fengming City, and even to Zhigui City." The relay officer recounted every path he knew. "Is it possible that there has been a sudden change in direction? This defies logic. What shall we do now? Must we pursue him one step at a time? It seems that this is the only course of action. You lot, split into groups and head to these cities to inquire if anyone has seen the convoy of the fourth prince pass through their gates. The moment you receive any news, report back immediately. I shall take a moment to rest here. Yes, in the Hall of Benevolence, the Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui. Report. Your Majesty, the convoy of the fourth prince has unexpectedly altered its course. Heading towards Luyu City. Oh, what business does he have in Luyu City? Command someone to ascertain his true intentions. I hope you are not going to. Qin Hui murmured to himself while holding the intelligence report. Report. Your Majesty, we have received highly confidential information regarding the fourth prince. Just as Qin Hui was issuing commands, another report concerning Qin Mu arrived. Quickly, present it. Any document marked as confidential is delivered with utmost urgency, indicating the emergence of an extraordinary situation beyond our control. What could it be? My dear son, it seems you are not as manageable as I had hoped. I initially believed that sending you to the northern wastes would allow you to fend for yourself. But it appears you are ungrateful. Xie Donglai took the report, slightly unfolded it, and after ensuring there were no anomalies, handed it over to the Emperor of the Great Tang. Truly, you are my beloved son. After reading it, Qin Hui's fury was palpable. Donglai, look at this. This is my good son. Each and every one of them seems to be playing tricks on me. Do they truly think I am senile? Qin Hui handed the report to Xie Donglai, who carefully read it, fearing he might misinterpret a single character. Upon finishing, he gasped in shock. The fourth prince is plotting rebellion. Your Majesty, how is this possible? On the day the Imperial decree was read, I personally witnessed the guards. They were all frail and decrepit. Had it not been for the decree, I would have thought they were mere beggars. Xie Donglai quickly distanced himself from the matter. Haha, this is his brilliance. Deceiving both you and me? No, he has deceived the entire court. He has toyed with the entire imperial city of the Great Tang. Chapter 28. The enraged Tang Emperor. We have all been deceived. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, exclaimed in utter fury. Yet that is 200,000. When did he cultivate such a force? How could he control them from 100 miles away? Xie Donglai continuously shifted the subject, hoping the Tang Emperor would not bring him into the fray. Humph! How could he control them? It is undoubtedly those remnants of the previous dynasty managing things for him. I never would have imagined such a secretive existence. Report, Your Majesty, the fourth prince is extravagantly spending in Luyu City. Just then, yet another piece of intelligence regarding the fourth prince arrived. Xie Donglai felt as if he were on the brink of despair. In his heart, he thought, Fourth prince, can you not settle down? Your ostentatious behavior could easily lead to your demise. Do you not understand this principle? The Tang Emperor received the report, first feeling anger, then joy, followed by deep contemplation. My lord, what is your intention? Being a servant is truly arduous. Xie Donglai continually observed the expression of the Tang Emperor. Ha, Donglai, look, what a useless fellow. A single woman has rendered him utterly enchanted. Making him of no practical use, the Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, handed the report to Xie Donglai. Xie Donglai, nearly in tears, thought, why must you involve me in your affairs? Carefully taking the report, he was shocked to find it stated that 1 million taels of silver had been spent on a single woman. You truly are wealthy, and with such wealth, you have nowhere to spend it. Your Majesty, it appears that the fourth prince is of little ambition. There is no need to worry, Xie Donglai reassured him. Indeed, I share your sentiments. If a mere woman can compel him to squander everything, he is certainly not a figure of great talent. It seems I have been overthinking. If those remnants of the previous dynasty can be lured out by him, it would save me considerable trouble. Command that he be monitored closely, the Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, said with a sigh. Yes, report. Your Majesty, there is highly confidential news regarding the fourth prince. Just as the messenger departed, another report arrived. How many updates must there be in a single day? Qin Hui glanced at the intelligence and immediately erupted in rage. Wolfish ambitions, wolfish ambitions. I truly did not perceive this. Among all the princes, he possesses the most rebellious spirit. Xie Donglai, stubbornly refusing to listen, exclaimed, I do not wish to hear it. I will not inquire. Donglai, look at what I have raised. A white-eyed wolf. I wondered why he would spare no expense for this woman. It turns out she is a discarded disciple of a sect. Your Majesty, even if she is a discarded disciple, is she not still a waste? Of no significant use, I presume? Xie Donglai was left speechless. It seemed the Emperor had recently developed a touch of paranoia. It is said she is a discarded disciple, yet you are so invested. Clearly, it is a severe affliction. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. What do you know? These discarded disciples possess considerable talent. Should they bear a child or two, they would be endowed with extraordinary capabilities. If they are sent back to their sects, gaining their support, can you imagine what he would do first? At the very least, these discarded disciples possess their own cultivation methods. Do you know what level the major sects practice? Earth grade, heaven grade. Can we even compare? Once he achieves mastery, can you guess what he will do? The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow. Your Majesty is wise. Summon the fourth prince immediately, and ensure that the girl he purchased is sent to the palace at once. Yes. Just when Xie Donglai thought it might finally conclude, a report sounded from outside the hall. Report. The fourth prince, Xie Donglai. I truly wish to express my gratitude. Must everything converge upon a single day? You are driving the Emperor towards the brink of despair. Your Majesty, Allow me to handle the intelligence regarding the fourth prince. These subordinates are increasingly lacking in decorum. What is wrong with their approach to work? Xie Donglai was furious, exclaiming, "Are they playing games? Can they not compile the information properly? Analyze it? No, present it. I wish to see what tricks this so-called waste can conjure." The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, resolutely declined. Yes, Xie Donglai, trembling, submitted the report. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, unfurled the document and upon reading, was taken aback. It stated that upon arriving in Luyu City, the fourth prince began to lavishly spend money, hiring all the women in the city for his soldiers' indulgence, raising suspicions of attempting to win their loyalty. Additionally, he frequently met with various merchants and officials in Luyu City, establishing connections and distributing no less than several tens of millions of taels of silver. Furthermore, the fourth prince is not weak and ailing as previously thought, but rather robust and, according to unreliable sources, has already achieved the rank of 9th Dan Martial Master. It can be said that his talent is extraordinary. He must have employed some trickery to evade our surveillance. The fourth prince harbors grand ambitions. I implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly. Rebellious son, traitors and scoundrels, all are traitors and scoundrels. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, tore the report to shreds. Your majesty, please take care of your health. What does he intend to do? Where does he acquire such wealth? These thoughts spiraled endlessly in the mind of the Tang Emperor. Your majesty, it would be best to let the servants handle these matters. Do not lose sight of the greater picture. You are the ruler of a nation. Xie Donglai genuinely worried that the Tang Emperor might be so enraged that he could suffer a stroke. If turmoil ensued in the Great Tang, he would be unable to protect himself. Servants only hold value in the presence of their lord. Outside of that, who would regard him as a man of no roots? The Tang Emperor, with wide eyes and a puffed beard, had been seething just moments before, but upon hearing ruler of a nation, gradually calmed down. Indeed, I am the ruler of a nation. Should I fear a mere subject? Those who defy my will shall face death. Though I am reluctant to shed my son's blood, should he rebel, he would have no one to blame but himself. Donglai, issue another decree for the fourth prince. The journey is long, and he has been frail since childhood. I am deeply concerned for his well-being. Command him to return to the Imperial city at once. His fief will be arranged separately. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, declared, Your Majesty is wise. As long as he returns, he will be nothing more than a bird in a cage, unable to take flight. Xie Donglai, eager to flatter, thought that at this moment, flattery was the only remedy for distress. Humph. Truly unaware of the consequences, let us see what tricks you can conjure this time. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, said with a fierce countenance, Your Majesty, I shall arrange this immediately. Xie Donglai hastily scribbled the decree and rushed out to arrange for its delivery. Let us conclude this matter quickly, otherwise, I fear I shall lose my sanity. Chapter 29. The Divine Level Martial Arts Descend Report. The fourth prince, with a thud, just a few steps away, Xie Donglai stumbled to the ground. Is there no end to this? Yet, upon receiving the report, he finally exhaled in relief. It was neither good news nor bad. It merely stated that the fourth prince had set out. This indicated that he did not intend to remain entrenched in Luyu City, which was indeed positive. However, the downside was that he was once again on the move, and judging by the direction, he was not heading towards the northern wastes. This is troublesome. How does he intend to play this? It seems that this time, rather than merely exiling a prince, we have unleashed a formidable beast. Your Highness, this is the dual cultivation technique I have recently organized. Yu Yao Heart Sutra. Feng Li handed a handwritten book of the technique to Qin Mu. Oh, what is its grade? If it isn't particularly good, it won't be of much help to him. If it is complete, it is of celestial grade, low tier. Celestial grade, low tier? Oh my, the highest I currently possess is merely of earth grade. High tier. This elevates me to an entirely new level. Qin Mu was elated. What incredible fortune have I stumbled upon? However, Your Highness, I meant to say, if it were complete, it would be celestial grade, low tier. Presently, it can only be considered mysterious grade, high tier, not complete. So, it is a fragmented version? Yes. Our cultivation has always been tiered. Each tier corresponds to a specific technique. Only upon achieving the status of Martial Emperor can one obtain the entire technique. Yet in reality, reaching Martial Emperor status is no simple feat. This is precisely why these sects can confidently cast out their discarded disciples. The techniques can be freely disseminated, as they are incomplete. If you are not a genius, you may cultivate as you please without any loss. If you are a genius, ultimately, you can only return to the sect to continue your training. My sect not only incurs no loss, but even gains a genius. You will inevitably become a dish on my table. Why not rejoice in this? However, Qin Mu is different. He possesses a system. This time, they have miscalculated. Qin Mu not only has the means to complete the entire technique, but can also push himself further. A fragmented version can indeed be deemed worthless. Qin Mu silently communicated with the system in his mind, of course. In the eyes of the system, anything incomplete is considered worthless. Excellent, splendid. Is it possible to turn waste into treasure? Qin Mu shook the technique in his hand. Ding. Celestial grade, low-tier technique detected. Can transform waste into treasure into a divine grade, low-tier technique. Would you like to transform it now? Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I? A divine grade technique. Ha ha ha. A technique capable of achieving martial god status. Qin Mu could scarcely believe his fortune. No, he wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. What are we waiting for? Quickly, transform it. Qin Mu could hardly contain his excitement. This brought him a step closer to divinity. Once he becomes a deity, he intends to traverse every corner of this planet. No, every corner of the universe. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, to clasp hands with the moon. Zzz. A surge of electricity suddenly enveloped Qin Mu's hands, specifically, the incomplete technique he held. Ding. Celestial grade, low-tier technique Yu Yao Heart Sutra. Transformed waste into treasure into divine grade, low-tier technique Shun Yao Heart Sutra. Ding. Transformation successful. Once again producing a divine grade item, triggering explosion rewards. Reward, 50 million waste points. Up until now, I have amassed over 60 million waste points. What can't I purchase in the shop? Reward, divine grade martial skill, divine sect dual gun combat technique. Reward, complete set of spiritual herb seeds from the divine sect. Reward, 100 million divine quality mysterious stones. Capable of powering divine grade formations. Reward, an entire celestial grade, low-tier technique pavilion. The technique pavilion can collect the imprints of all celestial grade, low-tier techniques and below from various sects. User manual included. This is astonishing. Upon receiving the manual, Qin Mu was flabbergasted. As long as he activates the technique pavilion near various sects' technique pavilions, he can automatically imprint all techniques within that sect's pavilion. Reward, Divine Sect Spiritual Pulse 1000. This gathers all essential items for a divine grade sect. Just as he reveled in the rewards provided by the system, a sudden change appeared in the sky. The heavens darkened, ominous clouds gathering, oppressive and frightening. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down, aimed directly at Qin Mu's large tent. The sound of thunder jolted Qin Mu from his euphoric reverie. What is happening? Before he could react, he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Specifically, it struck the technique in his hands. Zzz. A wave of trembling coursed through him, and he hurriedly discarded the technique. I withstood it. However, unexpectedly, the technique not only remained undamaged but underwent transformation. Originally paper-based, it now morphed into a substance that resembled neither gold nor jade. It was densely inscribed with text, and merely glancing at it induced a dizzying sensation and a splitting headache. Is this truly a divine grade technique? Indeed, it is extraordinarily unique. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Feng Li watched in awe as the technique transformed in Qin Mu's grasp. This is absolutely miraculous. She could not comprehend what was occurring. Even more puzzling was the reason for the lightning tribulation. As a worldly wise woman, she had witnessed much and could confidently say she was well informed. In her memory, lightning tribulations typically occurred during breakthroughs to Martial Emperor. Could it be that the Your Highness has achieved Martial Emperor status? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She knew precisely how capable the Your Highness was. The target of the lightning tribulation does not seem to be the Your Highness, but rather that technique? No matter. Ha ha ha. Qin Mu, far from being concerned about his injuries, clutched the technique and laughed heartily. Your Highness, are you out of your mind? Please don't scare me. Feng Li felt a twinge of fear. Your Highness! Your Highness! Lao Ma and Fong De Tong rushed into Qin Mu's tent in the first instance. They beheld the darkened Qin Mu, embracing something and laughing uproariously, their hearts sinking, chilled to the bone. Only one thought echoed in their minds. It's over. Your Highness has gone mad. Struck by lightning and lost his sanity. Heaven and earth, how could we just glimpse a glimmer of hope and have it dashed so swiftly? It's all right, I'm fine. You all take your positions. I'm simply euphoric. After laughing to his heart's content, Qin Mu finally ceased. Your Highness, are you certain you're unharmed? To them, he appeared anything but fine. How can one be struck by lightning and remain joyful? Is this the reaction of a sane person? All right, rest assured. I truly am unscathed. This mere lightning strike merely tickled me. Qin Mu repeatedly assured them that he was indeed fine. Even if he were struck a few more times, it would pose no issue. One strike in exchange for a divine grade technique, how could that not be a fair trade? Chapter 30. The world shakes. The winds rise. Your Highness, what is happening? Feng Li, having witnessed everything, stepped forward with concern after the two men exited. She had been a witness to the entire affair yet remained bewildered. I conducted a deduction, attempting to extrapolate the entire technique, but inadvertently deduced it as a divine grade, low-tier technique. I never expected such a divine item would provoke a lightning tribulation. Qin Mu fabricated an explanation. Divine grade? Accidentally? Deduction? Feng Li was astonished. What kind of operation is this? Despite being well-versed, she had never heard of anyone extrapolating an entire technique from a fragment. Moreover, this was a deduction to a divine grade. I thought that lightning tribulation seemed familiar. This is bad. Your Highness, we must leave at once. This place is not safe for long. After a prolonged moment of shock, she finally regained her composure. The emergence of a divine item will undoubtedly incite contention, especially a divine grade technique. Whoever acquires this technique will have a chance at eternal life. Should word get out, the consequences would be dire. What is it? Qin Mu inquired, puzzled. Lightning tribulation? Lightning tribulation? The lightning tribulation has already passed. There is no need for concern. Qin Mu assumed she was worried about the lightning tribulation. No, what I mean is, a lightning tribulation of such magnitude will surely alert many to the emergence of a divine item. At that time, numerous sects and factions will engage in a scramble. The rest of her words were unnecessary. Qin Mu understood the implication. This was a life-threatening situation. How careless of me. I should have anticipated this. Lao Ma, Lao Fong, quickly, come here. Qin Mu called out to the two who had not yet departed. They turned, bewildered, wondering if Your Highness had truly lost his mind. Yet they hastened forward nonetheless. Your Highness. What has happened? We must break camp and depart. Quickly, move out, General Fong. Arrange for a team of veterans to erase all traces of our encampment. Qin Mu ordered swiftly. Yes, in that moment, the two realized the gravity of the situation. Although they were unsure of the reason, they had never seen Your Highness so anxious, indicating something grave had transpired. They hurriedly exited the camp, each preparing to dismantle their encampments, although they had only just set up camp. At Qin Mu's command, everyone hurriedly packed up without a single dissent. This was the authority Qin Mu held in their hearts. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Tang, a sudden flash of red lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a resounding boom that reverberated throughout the heavens. What is happening? The Great Tang Emperor, Qin Hui, was resting when the lightning jolted him awake, causing him to leap 3 feet into the air. Yet behind him appeared an elder, gazing at the sky, stroking his long white beard with one hand. A chill ran down Qin Hui's spine, and he slowly turned to face the elder, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Ancestor. Why have you emerged from seclusion? Notify everyone. In the northeastern direction, a divine item has emerged. All armies of the Great Tang shall mobilize to seize the divine item. The elder did not respond, nor did he even glance at him, but commanded in a booming voice. Yes. Qin Hui replied, trembling, cold sweat soaking his garments. Summon all military forces within the Great Tang to converge in the northeastern direction and compete for the emerged divine item. Qin Hui ordered meticulously the Hahuan sect. As the chimes of the temple bell resonated 9 times, the 9 esteemed elders gathered simultaneously in the hall. Master of the sect, may I inquire the reason for summoning us? The tolling of the bell 9 times typically signifies a moment of dire urgency for the sect, thus one can only imagine the gravity of the situation at hand. To the northeast of the Great Tang. A divine treasure has emerged, and all disciples are commanded to descend the mountain in search of information regarding this treasure. We must trouble the 9 esteemed elders to lead the expedition. The master of the Haohuan sect spoke with a smile. What? A divine treasure? Is this true? We must acquire it at all costs. Heaven has not treated us poorly. The path to greatness lies ahead. The elders were equally astonished, for the Great Tang appeared to lie within their jurisdiction. Return to your respective sects, organize your teams, and set forth. Our objective is the Great Tang, Yudon sect. All disciples assemble. Descend the mountain at once, and head towards the Great Tang to investigate news of the divine treasure. Snow Mountain Sword sect. All disciples, heed my command. Immediately descend the mountain in search of information regarding the divine treasure of the Great Tang. The nearby sects swiftly dispatched personnel to the Great Tang to gather intelligence, while those farther afield hurriedly sent their own, eager not to fall behind and allow others to seize the opportunity. The emergence of a divine treasure, even if one could not personally utilize it, could be seized and exchanged with the sect for cultivation resources, which would be advantageous. The world trembled, and a storm of activity ensued. Various factions surged into the Great Tang, ensuring a tumultuous upheaval throughout its realm. In the Xianyao Valley, the ancestral figure calculated that the divine treasure's techniques bore a profound connection to their sect. At the moment of its arrival, the ancestors sensed a faint ripple. Having taken the initiative, they set forth in pursuit of this technique. We too must hasten to assist. There shall be no ambiguity. Whoever uncovers news of the divine treasure shall be rewarded with the status of a core disciple. Whoever obtains the treasure will be honored as a holy son or daughter, and whoever brings the treasure back to the sect shall be elevated to the rank of inner sect elder. The Valley Master, the esteemed Changchuan Zhenren, proclaimed loudly, utilizing true energy to broadcast his words, ensuring that every disciple of Xianyao, whether outer or inner sect, heard him clearly. The Valley Master had indeed invested considerable effort. The disciples wore expressions of disbelief. Was this truly a gamble of everything? It seemed the divine treasure was worth a fortune. If only I could possess it. Let us go together. A throng of disciples. Some in small groups, others venturing alone, and many in pairs of different genders, prepared to set forth, Jian Pavilion, to the northeast of the Great Tang. A divine treasure has emerged. We shall join the fray. Jianzi will lead the way. All disciples, come forth. The current sword master similarly commanded. Yes, sword master. Upon receiving the order, the disciples of Jian Pavilion swiftly set off, eager to uncover the mystery of the divine treasure. Dao sect, to the northeast of the Great Tang. A divine treasure has manifested. All disciples, heed the command, and head to the Great Tang to seize this opportunity. Warriors, warriors, we must forge ahead without hesitation. The Dao sect's master declared with authority. Danwang Pavilion, to the northeast of the Great Tang. A divine treasure has appeared. If it pertains to medicinal herbs or valuable materials, we shall spare no expense to acquire it. This path is closely aligned with our alchemical pursuits. Meanwhile, let the selection of alchemy kings in various cities commence. The head of Danwang Pavilion issued a similar decree. Although Danwang Pavilion was renowned for its alchemy and not particularly adept in combat, all respected their standing, for the martial way relied on medicinal potions for advancement. Offending the organization of alchemists would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Chapter 31. Wu City Qin Mu led his forces forward at full speed. The 1,000-mile beast racing ahead. They traveled tirelessly for an entire day and night, scarcely pausing to eat. Every soldier and citizen endured hunger and cold, advancing through the darkness without a single complaint. General Fong set up camp and rest. Seeing they had covered such a distance, Qin Mu felt assured they would not be pursued. Little did he know, shortly after their departure, shadowy figures began to materialize around their encampment. Some had scoured the area and uncovered traces of their passage. Following the clues, they were in hot pursuit. Thankfully, Qin Mu had previously instructed Fong Datong to deploy veteran soldiers to eliminate traces and mislead their pursuers. Despite this, he had to change course 3 times en route. This maneuvering caused considerable confusion for the pursuers as they struggled to discern the true from the false, consuming valuable time. This allowed Qin Mu to lead his group further away from their trackers. Yet they still could not entirely shake off their pursuers. Your Highness, this divine-level technique is truly extraordinary. With just a modicum of practice, it feels as if I am cultivating hundreds of times more effectively than before. After acquiring the technique, Qin Mu passed it to Feng Li. Having spent the day contemplating and practicing, Feng Li had become well-versed in the divine-level technique. Tio described this technique as profound would be an understatement. Yet for Feng Li, it was akin to second nature. Originally, this technique was from the same lineage as her previous training, making the transition feel entirely seamless. The only difference was that she had previously practiced with a sword and was now adapting to the spear. Daily sparring with Qin Mu allowed her to glean insights. Although the two weapons differed in length, their application remained the same, thrusting. Thus, she swiftly acclimated to mastering this divine-level technique, and her cultivation progressed rapidly, breaking through 3 stages in a single day to reach the 3rd stage of Martial King. Excellent work, Sister Feng. Continue your training and strive for breakthroughs to Martial Emperor, Martial Sovereign, and even Martial Deity. You shall become my guardian, Qin Mu remarked playfully. How cheeky. If you cannot help me take flight, I shall not spare you. Feng Li giggled. My capabilities, you are well aware of. I possess both strength and agility. We focus on leaving no vulnerabilities in every aspect. I ensure you are well taken care of. If you wish to soar, it shall be quite difficult. Your Highness, we are nearing Wu City. Shall we enter the city or circumvent it? Just as Qin Mu and Feng Li were exchanging banter, Fang Dadong entered with a report. Oh, another city. It seems we are quite close. Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment, having just departed Luyu City. And now they had reached another city in merely a day. Actually, Your Highness, it is not as close as it seems. We have already bypassed several smaller cities along the way, and this one qualifies as a large city. Luyu City is merely of medium size compared to it. Fang Dadong elaborated on the 2 cities. This city also serves as a central hub in the northeastern part of the empire, situated 1,000 miles from Luyu City. In that case, let us enter. This will serve to thoroughly confuse our pursuers, break camp and travel through the night. Let us make this effort. I remain uneasy about those pesky flies behind us. Qin Mu expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall reach Wu City by morning. Having barely rested for half a day, the group swiftly packed up and set off once more. By midnight, they finally arrived at Wu City. Your Highness, there are several large estates outside the city that could serve as accommodations for us. I shall inquire if they are willing to lease. Fang Dadong suggested. Yes, ask if they are willing to sell. If they are, I shall purchase them entirely. We plan to stay here for a while. Qin Mu indicated towards a pair of hills. Let us acquire those hills and that one over there. Money is of no concern. If they dare to name a price, I can certainly afford it. These 2 hills formed a protective embrace around the valley. With the construction of a wall, it would become a small fortress. Within the valley flowed a stream, a lake, and vast fertile fields covering no less than 10 miles. Even if an army were to besiege it, there would be no fear of being trapped. One could admire the Grand Wu City from afar while enjoying the beauty of the wilderness up close. A true treasure of feng shui. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Fang Dadong took a team of well-equipped scouts, the finest among their ranks, easily identifiable as elite soldiers. However, moments later, Fang Dadong returned, his face flushed with anger. What happened? Qin Mu furrowed his brow, sensing a foreboding. Your Highness, they are exceedingly arrogant. We kindly informed them of your intent to purchase their estate. Yet they not only refused to respond but also mocked us. They had the audacity to call you a wretched spawn. A useless individual, incapable of bearing burdens or lifting anything. We could only seethe in silence and return to seek your guidance. Fang Dadong huffed indignantly. How dare they? I have exercised restraint throughout this journey. Do they truly believe me to be an easy target? Fang Dadong, relay the order. Don armor. Qin Mu was enraged. Just because I do not kill does not mean they can dismiss me. Sister Feng, old Ma, you shall form the vanguard. I intend to find out who possesses such audacity. Your Highness, maintain a low profile. I am a vassal king. The court officials will impeach. I am a vassal king. To insult me is to insult the royal family of the Great Tang. Sigh, very well, brothers, take down these estates for me. Qin Mu commanded from a vantage point, pointing towards several estates. Kill, 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 boom. a dark torrent surged towards the estates. The tremors especially pronounced in the dead of night. What is happening? Is it thunder? Awaken, ye slumbering souls, from the depths of your dreams. Just as the veil of slumber is lifted, a resounding crash echoes forth. The grand gates of the manor are violently flung open. A spectral horde, cloaked in darkness, surges forth through the threshold. Shadowy beasts, clad in ebony armor, brandishing obsidian blades, invade the manor, striking terror into the hearts of its inhabitants. Alas, demons, help! The people scatter in frantic disarray. Yet, the royal guard of the fourth prince remains unperturbed. Brandishing their weapons in a ruthless slaughter, the sickly sweet stench of blood fills the air. Such tumultuous commotion awakens even the mighty Wu City. At the sound of chaos, the city guards spring into action. The heavy gates creak open, lines of well-disciplined guards pour forth, marching in perfect formation. Chapter 32. The standoff at Wu City, Royal Whispers. The city guards of Wu City mobilize. The general on duty, showcasing remarkable professionalism, responds with impressive alacrity. Clearly, this commanding officer is no ordinary man. Old Ma, I beseech you to intercept this contingent. Qin Mu instructs. Understood. Old Ma declares, stamping his foot, soaring into the air with the grace of a great rock. Positioning himself before the departing guards, a formidable aura engulfs the scene, stirring a tempestuous wind. By order of the prince, the city guards are forbidden to intervene. Old Ma's voice, infused with inner strength, reverberates across the skies above the guards. The advancing guards come to a sudden halt. Who dares block my path? A voice bellows, I am General Meng Yin of the Great Tang. To obstruct my march is akin to treason. Even if you are the martial king, you shall not escape the penalties of the Great Tang. The general, undeterred by the presence of authority, proclaims boldly, the fourth prince has arrived. You are to comply with his orders. Under no circumstances should you provoke the prince's wrath. Old Ma retorts sharply. Meng Yin, feeling powerless, realizes that the other party has declared their identity, and as a royal prince, he finds it difficult to intervene. Deputy officer, return to the city and inform the city lord to take charge. He then summons his deputy to report the current situation to the city lord. What brings the fourth prince here? Is it mere wanton slaughter of innocents? Meng Yin inquires of Old Ma. Knowing full well he lacks the strength to confront such a formidable figure, lest he be struck down without recourse. These brigands slander the royal family. The fourth prince is currently addressing the matter. Remain calm and await his judgment. Old Ma responds coldly. How outrageous! To defame the royal family of the Great Tang is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Though Old Ma suspects there may be some exaggeration in the claims, he realizes the gravity of the situation. Such a weighty accusation could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, he searches his memory for any rumors or impressions of this fourth prince, but to no avail. Does the Great Tang truly have a fourth prince? Is he not an impostor? May I request an audience with the fourth prince? Meng Yin tentatively asks. His Highness is presently occupied. Once he is finished, he shall meet you. What is your haste? Old Ma replies impatiently. Might I request a token from His Highness? A document from the court would suffice. Indeed, I possess such a token. Here it is. Old Ma tosses a box towards Meng Yin. Infused with inner strength, Meng Yin catches it, taking 3 steps back before finally halting. Old Ma furrows his brow, realizing Meng Yin's prowess is impressive. He had sent the box forth with the strength of a 5th-stage martial king. Yet Meng Yin only staggered back 3 steps, indicating his formidable capabilities. He may not be in the mid-stage of martial kings, but he is certainly not far from it. Meng Yin opens the box. Retrieving the Imperial edict within, carefully reading its contents, as a military officer, he is well acquainted with such documents, confirming its authenticity as a genuine decree of nobility. In times of peace, where grand wars are scarce, how could one earn merit, let alone a title of nobility? If not the emperor's son, who could it be? Yet, from this decree, he discerns a valuable piece of information. Northern Wilderness. Your Highness, you seem to have taken a wrong turn. Wu City does not lie on the customary route to the Northern Wilderness. Meng Yin kindly advises. This prince shall chart his own course. It has been said, all roads lead to the Northern Wilderness. It is the very center of this world. Old Ma recalls, indeed, that was the assertion Meng Yin. I hear nothing, I see nothing. I have not heard a word. How absurd. If the northern wilderness is the center, what then of the imperial city of the Great Tang? The massacre within the manor approaches its conclusion, as several landowners are dragged before Qin Mu. My lord, general, spare us, they plead, prostrating themselves in desperation. Did you not proclaim me a wretched spawn? Come, enlighten me. I am at a loss. Qin Mu's ire rises. How dare a mere landowner challenge him? You are the fourth prince? Is that in question? If not me? Then who? Speak. Who is your patron? What is this? Speak not of your patron, for I would not believe you. The landowners exchange furtive glances, their eyes darting, as if silently communicating. Separate them for interrogation. Whoever lies shall face the execution of their entire family. Qin Mu commands decisively, Your Highness, they are already dead. Qin Mu. What? Your methods are so swift. My apologies, Your Highness. These old soldiers have long yearned for the thrill of battle, and in their fervor, they lost control. Fong Dadong scratches his head sheepishly. Not a single one remains. Qin Mu asks incredulously. Not one, young and old alike. They have all perished without exception. Enough. Take them away for thorough interrogation. Whatever can be gleaned. Let it be so. Do not let them die in vain. I still require their utility. Qin Mu sighs wearily. Yes, do you hear? Take them away. Conduct a thorough interrogation. A cacophony of anguished cries echoes forth. A grim symphony of despair. A quarter of an hour later, Fong Dadong returns. Your Highness, as you suspected, they are all subordinates of the Crown Prince. Their actions were solely to curry favor with him. Ah, so it is my dear elder brother. Qin Mu muses. What is this wretched spawn business? It is all mere fabrication. Your Highness need not take it to heart. Fong Dadong chuckles nervously. Do not divert the topic. Speak. Qin Mu presses, genuinely curious, for this is the first time he has heard such claims. They revealed that during a drunken revelry, the Crown Prince let slip that the fourth prince is not the son of the current emperor, but rather, Fong Dadong hesitates, sensing the gravity of the revelation. Speak. They claim, and I stress, they claim, that Your Highness is the son of the emperor's elder brother. That is to say, the current emperor is the Qin Wang, and his elder brother is the Crown Prince. Had it not been for that shocking coup that rocked the Great Tang, the current emperor would never have ascended to the throne, Fong Dadong states. His resolve firm. With that, he realizes he is drenched in sweat, so that is the reason for his ruthless demeanor. Qin Mu comprehends. No wonder I am so vexing. It appears there lies a deeper connection. Unquestionably, this involves two brothers enamored with the same woman, a former princess of the prior dynasty. An intriguing twist indeed. What role, I wonder, does my mother play in this tangled web? Chapter 33. The coercive acquisition of the manor. Would an enemy nation's princess truly harbor affection for a prince of the opposing realm? Or for two brothers? The motives warrant scrutiny. The coup d'etat was rumored to have been instigated over a woman, leading to a brutal conflict between the two brothers within the imperial city. At that time, the Great Tang had only recently stabilized, with both sides fielding substantial forces, resulting in a genuine war. Soldier against soldier, general against general, the entire imperial city drenched in blood. In that fateful clash, the eldest prince fell, while the second prince emerged victorious. None other than the current emperor, who, with his overwhelming triumph, compelled their father to abdicate. Thus, the present emperor's reputation within the Great Tang is far from stellar, owing to the circumstances surrounding his ascension. The next generation, including Qin Mu, bears witness to the manner in which their father attained the throne, and they too are restless with ambition. This represents the most destabilizing factor within the Great Tang. Your Highness, those individuals are. Fong Dadong gestures with a throat-cutting motion. Stop. Bring them here. Qin Mu interjects swiftly. There are still matters to attend to. Moments later, several individuals are brought forth, bloodied and battered. Now, let us discuss the ownership of your manor. Qin Mu declares, pinching his nose as he addresses them. It is all yours. Just grant us a swift end. Do not be hasty. I am no mere brigand. Though I have set my sights on your estate, the transaction is yet to be finalized, and thus, you must still complete the transfer. Qin Mu states solemnly. The individuals are left speechless, pondering the absurdity of being both a victim and a scapegoat. Today, They have witnessed the depths of royal intrigue. Why must I entangle myself in their struggles? The several estates were acquired by us for 5 million taels each. What price can you offer? Had we known sooner, this could have been resolved. Very well, let me offer you 10 times that amount for all the items within your estates, 50 million taels for each, totaling 150 million taels for the 3 estates. Here are the banknotes. Please accept them, sign the documents, and our transaction shall be complete. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the banknotes before them. If you were willing to pay this price, why did you not say so earlier? Why would we need to be at odds with you? Was it not said that the 4th prince held no power? Was it not claimed that the guards accompanying the 4th prince were merely the old, the weak, and the sick? Such rumors can be deadly. Are these truly the old and the weak? Are they without power? With this army and such arrangements, it seems there are few, aside from the emperor's personal guard, who could rival them. Your Highness, by the ancestors, look at the intelligence you have provided. Sign the documents. What a helpless situation. Yet, what can be done? The people are dead, but at least the money remains. With a swift motion, the documents were signed, and both parties retained a copy. Now, Fong Dadong, allow our men to enter. They shall rest here for 10 days or half a month. As for these individuals, dispose of them. Qinmu casually instructed Fong Dadong while holding the documents. The gathered crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What kind of scheme is this? Wasn't our earlier discussion amicable? Why has it suddenly turned treacherous? Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? We did not ask for too much. This was your offer to us. The several estate owners were in disarray. Oh, my failure to clarify. The reason for your demise is not the high price, but rather your prior slander against me. Do you understand? Qinmu explained to them, but this is all a misunderstanding. Your Highness, listen to our explanation. Our words. It was all the Crown Prince's fault. We were misled by his lies, which led us to act disrespectfully towards you. The estate owners desperately attempted to clarify. But Qinmu merely shook his head and gestured to Fong Dadong, who understood and ordered their removal for disposal. Your Highness, spare us. In Wuching, upon receiving the report from General Meng Yin, the city lord was immediately alarmed. A military assault, though not directly on Wuching, it was within its jurisdiction. What difference does it make? This is unprecedented in the Tang dynasty, save for national wars. Moreover, it was instigated by a prince, which adds a layer of intrigue. He quickly donned his armor and appeared at the city gates to rendezvous with Meng Yin and the city guards. City Lord, what should we do in this situation? Meng Yin inquired. There is nothing to discuss. We shall advance, General. You represent the Tang dynasty. The city lord replied sternly. Yes, city lord. The city guards roared in unison, responding to Meng Yin. Forward, boom, halt. An elder soldier bellowed. The imposing aura of the martial king descended upon the city guards once more. Boom! Another martial king's presence surged from the direction of the city guards, clashing against the elder soldier's might. This was an elder beside the city lord, exuding a powerful aura. Yet another martial king appeared. Boom! Just as the elder soldier and the opposing force were evenly matched, a new martial king's presence suddenly emerged from Qinmu's camp, pushing towards the city guards, 2 martial kings. How can this be? A mere prince has 2 martial kings at his side, and it seems the later one possesses even greater prowess. Are martial kings now so commonplace? Was it not said that they are exceedingly rare individuals? City Lord, you must see for yourself. It is not that my soldiers lack effort, but rather that our opponents are simply too formidable. Meng Yin shrugged, expressing his helplessness. The onlookers listened as I, the city lord of Wuching, demand that you lower your weapons and cease this slaughter. You are provoking the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Please conduct yourselves with restraint. The city lord spoke under pressure. Though he was the lord, should this prince act out of line and take his life in a fit of rage, he would have no recourse. City lord, you exaggerate. I am merely dealing with a few bandits. There is no need for such grandiosity in questioning us. After dealing with a few estate owners, Qinmu approached the elder soldier. So, you are the 4th prince, I presume? May I inquire what you meant by your earlier words? These estate owners are law-abiding citizens of Wuching. Upon your arrival, you executed them and seized their properties. Is this? The city lord trailed off, yet both sides understood the implication. City lord, you are mistaken. I am not seizing anything. I purchased these estates at 10 times their value. Here, allow me to present the documents for your review. Qin Mu waved his hand, commanding that the recently signed documents be shown to the city lord. Upon opening the documents, the city lord saw that indeed they were purchases, leading to great embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the prince would seize properties with such elegance. 10 times the price? Surely this must be a mistake. Why purchase those estates when mine were available? If that is the case, surely you must have had a friendly discussion with the estate owners. May I take them into custody? After all, they are citizens of Wuqing. As the city lord, I bear the responsibility for their safety. The city lord stated honestly. Oh, those individuals? Bring them to the city lord. Qin Mu replied with remarkable straightforwardness. This level of decisiveness astonished the city lord. Was it truly this simple? Shouldn't there be some negotiation? This prince is not following the usual protocols. Several soldiers brought forth the bodies of the estate owners and presented them to the city lord. The city lord was in disbelief. Had they truly been eliminated? Were they not in amicable discussions? Fourth prince, could you provide me an explanation? Explanation? What is there to explain? They slandered the imperial family of the Tang dynasty, and I dealt with them accordingly. Is this not clear? Qin Mu replied, perplexed. The onlookers were taken aback, thinking, by the gods, this fourth prince must be deranged. Did he not say he was negotiating for the purchase of the estates? Why then must he kill them? The city lord's mind could not keep pace with the unfolding events. City lord, you are gravely mistaken. Purchasing estates is one matter. It is a straightforward transaction, devoid of haggling. The exchange was smooth, amicable, and joyous. In a spirit of friendliness, we completed the transaction. However, the crime of slandering the imperial family of the Tang dynasty cannot be overlooked. Are you aware of what they said? Qin Mu inquired coldly. What did they say? Both the city lord and General Meng Yin were now intrigued, straining to hear. He claimed that I am the son of the crown prince. Do you believe I should spare them? Qin Mu said ominously. The crown prince? Which crown prince? Is he not supposed to be in the imperial city? That is utter nonsense. He does not appear to fit the age either. Wait. The city lord and Meng Yin finally realized. The crown prince he spoke of could not possibly be that crown prince. As officials of the Tang dynasty, they were somewhat aware of the dynasty's secrets. Moreover, that great battle had not occurred many years ago. This is disastrous. That individual is a taboo in the Tang dynasty. Mentioning him is not without consequence. To this day, there remain many factions, both overt and covert, seeking to revive the former crown prince. If word of this reaches them and they discover that a remnant of the former crown prince still exists, they will undoubtedly pressure the current sovereign to abdicate in favor of a new emperor. Such turmoil would surely ensue in the Tang dynasty. Both men regretted their curiosity. Why did they need to know? Why did they listen? This prince harbors no benevolence. By the heavens, they have been ensnared. This, your highness, in truth, we have come here today to present you with an invitation card. This is our annual grand event in Wuqing, a large-scale auction hosted jointly by Wuqing and the Genesis Auction House, featuring a plethora of treasures, techniques, scriptures, weapons, elixirs, in short, everything you could wish for. As for the unfortunate fate of those individuals, I shall uphold humanitarian principles and ensure their belongings and remains are returned to their families. If no family remains, I shall ensure they are given a proper burial and rest. The city lord rambled on, and upon hearing this, Meng Yin could not help but give a thumbs up. A wise perspective. In truth, it is best not to acknowledge any matters regarding the crown prince. This is none of their concern. Nor should they meddle in royal affairs. Oh? An auction? How splendid. I was just pondering how to spend my banknotes. And here we are. If I cannot spend them, truly, I am at a loss. Qin Mu shook his head, smiling wryly. The city lord and Meng Yin exchanged glances, thinking, must we not pretend? If you cannot spend it, hand me a couple of notes and I shall assist you in spending them. It seems the prince possesses considerable strength. We eagerly await your esteemed presence. The city lord's smile turned somewhat awkward. This was the first time he encountered such a major client. It seems this time there will be profits to reap. Well, it is time to see what splendid offerings you can present. Do not let me down. At this moment, I lack nothing except for one thing. Money. Qin Mu gestured in the air with his hand, mimicking the act of counting riches, utterly ostentatious, completely flamboyant. Once again, The crowd's perception of the wealthy was profoundly reshaped. Is there something amiss with those from the Imperial city? Then I shall not intrude. I hope His Highness arrives punctually tomorrow night. I will arrange a top-tier private box for you. All right. Until we meet again. Qin Mu waved his hand and returned to the manor, where his entourage gradually entered the estate, setting up camp to rest. The fatigue from the relentless journey and toil surged forth at that moment, overwhelming them with exhaustion. Only those battle-hardened soldiers remained exhilarated, engaging in boastful banter about their valor and dominance in the recent combat. Some lamented that their swift strikes had rendered their opponent's demise too quick, depriving them of the thrill of battle, leaving them regretful. This experience also marked the first time these soldiers were truly astonished by the weapons exchanged through the system. The armaments of the estate guards were certainly not lacking, as they had been procured at a high cost by several estate owners. However, once they faced off against Qin Mu's soldiers' weapons, their inferiority became immediately apparent. A single clash would result in their weapons snapping, and those fortunate enough to strike against the armor of Qin Mu's soldiers left nothing but a mere scratch. This is the confidence bestowed by the system. Superior quality alloys, a leap ahead of its time. Your Highness, I have attained the 9th stage of Martial King, and I am poised to break through to Martial Emperor at any moment, Feng Li declared. How can this be? In just a day? You have reached the 9th stage of Martial King? No wonder I felt your momentum surpassed even that of old Ma. Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I, too, am curious as to how this happened. Especially after our intimate encounter, my speed has been nothing short of astonishing, almost like flight. Feng Li remarked thoughtfully, her gaze toward Qin Mu brimming with eagerness. In her wolf-like eyes, there was a palpable desire to consume him. Goodness! A shiver ran down Qin Mu's spine. It was the first time he had been so taken aback by a woman. Chapter 35. The Emergence of the Divine Technique. Sister Feng, you must maintain your composure. Excessive desire will only lead you down a path of madness. If you were to become a notorious enchantress, what would become of me? Qin Mu earnestly advised. His words resonated in Feng Li's mind like the tolling of a great bell. Thank you for your warning, Your Highness. I was indeed becoming reckless. Without your caution, I might have truly fallen into depravity. Feng Li replied, a hint of fear in her voice, and no need for concern. It is merely that you have been experiencing too much success lately, and the divine technique has brought you too many surprises. This has caused you to lose your sense of self. Qin Mu proclaimed, feigning profundity while internally feeling quite flustered. If it comes to verbal sparring, I certainly cannot afford to lose. After a night of rest, Qin Mu donned his finest attire, instructing Feng Dadong to safeguard the manor. Around the mountain hollow, he deployed 200,000 soldiers to set up camp. Subsequently, he recruited an additional 100,000 new soldiers from the recently enlisted, initiating their training. Accompanied by Old Ma, he ventured into the city to attend the auction. Feng Li, however, chose not to accompany them, opting instead to don a mask and slip into the city through a side entrance. Qin Mu was preparing for a significant operation. Since Feng Li had not made an appearance, it was the perfect opportunity to execute this task. Qin Mu transcribed several segments of the divine technique, rearranged the order, and incorporated excerpts from novels he had previously read, merging them into a fabricated version of the divine technique. He intended for Feng Li to masquerade as a reclusive master and present this artificial divine technique at the auction. The starting bid was set at a mere 2 taels of gold. The amount was inconsequential. What mattered was diverting attention away from himself. At this stage, without a martial emperor under his command, it was prudent to bide his time. Wu City, Genesis Auction House, disguised, Feng Li wore a black cloak with a veil that obscured her face, even her eyes hidden behind the fabric. Is anyone here? Upon entering, Feng Li inquired, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? A young attendant promptly responded, I would like to know if there is an auction today and whether additional items can still be added to the auction list. Feng Li lowered her voice as she spoke to the attendant. Esteemed guest, you are inquiring wisely. Today marks our annual grand auction. This event is unparalleled. As for whether additional items can be added, what challenges do you face? Feng Li pressed that IT is indeed a bit complicated. IT largely depends on the value of your item. If it is merely a common item, it may not be worthy of the prestigious stage. The attendant replied, somewhat troubled. Attendant, you underestimate me. Allow me to clarify. The item I intend to present is not merely unique. Even if such an item exists, no one would dare to auction it. Had it not been a fortuitous encounter, I would not even have had the chance to see it, Feng Li stated, deliberately shrouding her words in mystery. Oh, esteemed guest, would you be willing to divulge more? The attendant inquired, intrigued. This, Feng Li feigned difficulty. When acting, one must go all in. I require this for my own assessment. The technique. Feng Li simply uttered 2 words. Oh, I see. But is it of the yellow grade or the Xian grade? Neither, Feng Li replied. Gesturing upward, could it be of the earth grade? The attendant swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. Feng Li shook her head again, pointing even higher. The attendant was momentarily stunned, realizing the magnitude of the situation. This time, it must be a heaven-grade item. Esteemed guest, please wait in the VIP room. Such an item exceeds my authority. We must await the Master's decision. Feng Li nodded. Naturally, such a treasure could not be managed by a mere attendant. Following the attendant, she entered a secret chamber. The chamber was surrounded by thick obsidian gold, a metal known not only for its durability but also for its ability to shield against divine senses and sound. The interior of the chamber was conventionally furnished, with a row of tables laden with exquisite fruits. Yet for someone as worldly as Feng Li, this was hardly impressive. She merely glanced around, casually popping a fruit into her mouth, only to spit it out in disdain, leaving only the juice to trickle down her throat. Elegant, noble, yet not lacking in courtesy. The proprietor of Genesis Auction House, concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. It is no wonder. Who would dare to sell a heaven-grade technique without some influence? Feng Li, sensing a prickle of awareness, felt as if she were being watched. She glanced upward, catching the proprietor's gaze, which sent a chill down her spine. Such a terrifying perceptiveness, grand, weighty, it evoked a sense of inadequacy. A martial emperor. It must be a martial emperor. Since my presence has already been sensed, there is no need to remain hidden. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive to provoke a formidable being. With this thought, the proprietor hastily stepped into the chamber. Bowing, he said, I beg your pardon, esteemed guest. I apologize for the delay. This statement was double-edged, expressing both regret for the previous surveillance and a show of respect. No need for concern. Harmony breeds prosperity. Feng Li returned the gesture. Are you seeking to sell a heaven-grade technique? May I inquire about your asking price? The proprietor inquired with a warm smile. You may be bolder. Feng Li shook her head. Not so? She glanced at the attendant by the door, who shrugged, indicating he was equally in the dark. Be bolder? Do you mean to sell a heaven-grade medium technique? That would be remarkable. The proprietor exclaimed. You are still too cautious. Be bolder. Feng Li shook her head again. Gasp. Both the proprietor and the attendant inhaled sharply. The proprietor, now visibly unsettled, gestured for the attendant to step outside and secure the door. Esteemed guest, are you perhaps selling a heaven-grade superior technique? The proprietor asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Your perspective remains limited. Be bolder. Upon hearing this, Feng Li's words sent the proprietor crashing to the floor in shock. All he could think was, this is it, something monumental is about to occur. The implications were clear. If a divine technique were to be auctioned here, the entire continent would surely be set ablaze with turmoil. Could it be the divine grade? The proprietor stammered in fear. Ding dong, correct. But there is no reward. Esteemed guest, please wait. This exceeds my purview. I must summon our esteemed elders for a decision. The proprietor hurriedly exited the chamber. Chapter 36. The elders confirmed the divine technique. A group of elderly men, their hair grade, was led by the proprietor directly into Feng Li's chamber. The moment their gazes met, both parties trembled slightly. Their auras equally formidable. A martial emperor, truly a martial emperor. Feng Li's heart surged with excitement. The elderly men furrowed their brows, unable to discern Feng Li's realm. They sensed that she was enveloped in a veil. Impenetrable, haha, I apologize for keeping you waiting. One of the elders broke the tension first, inquiring, no need for concern. Good things are worth the wait. Everything unfolds in perfect timing. Feng Li chuckled and remarked, let us strive to remain as natural as possible. Otherwise, if one inadvertently reveals their depth and shallowness, it could lead to undesirable consequences. Should these old wretches develop a greedy inclination and eliminate me here, it would be a costly miscalculation. Not only would I lose my life, but I would also fail to fulfill His Highness's entrusted task. Well said. It seems my young friend is indeed a person of character. May I inquire as to your esteemed lineage? One of the elders, holding a wine gourd, asked while sipping. Ha, it is merely an ancestral art, passed down through generations. Nothing worth mentioning, truly, Fengli replied with a casual smile. Ah, a royal family then. May I ask what level of cultivation your esteemed father possesses? My father is at the 9th stage of the royal realm. And what is your family name? I should have heard of you. My family has been in seclusion for many years. You may not have encountered us. Ah, a reclusive family. No wonder I had not heard of such a prodigy as yourself, Fengli humbly acknowledged. Would it be possible for you to share your martial arts techniques for us to observe? At this moment, the elder who had spoken first noticed that the pleasantries had run their course and timely inquired, Of course. Fengli responded. Upon saying this, he presented the martial arts techniques that Qin Mu had meticulously copied to the several martial emperors. Albeit only a portion of it, as they opened the pages and perused the contents, a profound silence enveloped the group. Some were lost in thought, others continued to drink, while a few swayed their heads, still entranced by the reading. Remarkable, truly remarkable. My young friend, forgive our rudeness. This matter is of grave importance, and we must confer before we can provide you with a response. Not at all, esteemed elders, please take your time to deliberate. Fengli was indifferent to whether they deliberated or not. He was not concerned about them being unresponsive. It was only upon their examination of the divine level techniques that they might discern any flaws within. The manuscript copied by Qin Mu contained phrases that were each divine in their own right, yet when combined, they rendered a nonsensical assembly. The group of elders exited the secret chamber and entered another secluded room. What do you think, my fellow elders? The elder who had spoken first asked. I cannot ascertain what divine-level techniques look like, but I can confidently assert that this manuscript is certainly above heavenly rank. Indeed, while we may not be emperors, we have had the privilege of perusing heavenly-level techniques at headquarters, and the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. Although we cannot definitively classify it as divine level, it certainly has the hallmarks of one. Precisely, divine-level techniques are too conspicuous. Adding the word suspected makes it all the more prudent. Given this, shall we accept it? Let us accept it. It would serve perfectly as the centerpiece for tonight's auction. And we could also promote it appropriately. The elders conversed among themselves, each expressing their opinions. Once they reached a consensus, they returned to Fengli's private chamber. Why, young friend, we have decided that we can accept your auction. However, what starting price do you propose? One elder inquired. This is indeed a significant matter, as it pertains to both your commission and the affordability for your clients. Let us set the starting price at 1 tael of gold. May the fortunate one prevail, Fengli declared. Ah, so low? Might you reconsider? The elders exclaimed in disbelief. If this item were to go without bids, it would have to be sold at this price. Is it conceivable that no one would place a bid? They all shook their heads. If divine-level techniques were to go unsold, then this world ought to cease to exist. Esteemed seniors, the item is ready for transfer. I hope tonight will mark a splendid beginning. I also wish for the resounding success of this grand event. Fengli clasped his hands in farewell. Safe travels, my young friend. This is the VIP token of my Genesis auction house. With it, you may enjoy esteemed privileges at any auction house you visit. The leading elder presented a token to Fengli. Oh? What is the purpose of this token? Fengli inquired, puzzled. The benefits are plentiful. You will have access to VIP boxes, service fees at a discount, and the ability to advance certain funds, among other perks, the elder explained patiently. Oh, that sounds rather splendid. Thank you. Fengli accepted the token and prepared to depart. Wait, my young friend. You may not be aware, but tonight's auction features an unprecedented array of items. Perhaps you might find something of interest. Would you consider staying to partake? The elder urged, hoping to retain Fengli's presence. Very well, I shall impose on you a little longer. I will remain until the auction concludes. It is not an inconvenience. After all, I too wish to acquire the wealth from the auction of divine-level techniques. Fengli contemplated aloud. She dared not overtly defy their intentions. Who could discern whether it was a threat or an invitation? If they were to uncover her true capabilities, the battle would have already commenced. An invitation could swiftly transform into a menace. As the confirmation of this item spread, astonishing news circulated throughout the martial city. Both high-ranking nobles and impoverished commoners spoke of the same thrilling topic. There would be a grand prize at tonight's auction. As this word spread, various factions eager to attend the auction began to urgently gather funds. For those without money, goods could be traded in lieu of currency. This world still possessed many universally accepted resources that could be exchanged for money, some even proving more valuable than gold. The rarer the item, the greater its circulation value. The more circulation value an item held, the more it would retain and appreciate in worth in this world. Such commodities were plentiful, including martial arts techniques, elixirs, rare herbs, and even weapons. They were abundant. These resources naturally served as bargaining chips, as everyone was eager to uncover the source of tonight's surprise. Furthermore, insiders revealed that this newly added item had been personally reviewed by their martial emperor ancestors. This revelation only heightened curiosity about what such an esteemed item could be that warranted the attention of the elders. Chapter 37. The turmoil at the martial city auction as night fell. Qin Mu, accompanied by Old Ma, entered the martial city and arrived at the auction venue. At that moment, Feng Li was in Box 1, mingling with several elderly gentlemen, exchanging laughter while they subtly probed into Feng Li's family background. The crowd of auction attendees continued to flow into the venue. Those with wealth and power occupied their private boxes, while those without either filled the main hall, which boasted hundreds of seats. Qin Mu and Old Ma queued at the entrance of the auction house. Just as they were nearing the front of the line, a flamboyant young heir suddenly blocked their path. "You two? Go to the back of the line. Let me go first." The two guards at the door, recognizing the young heir, greeted him with deference, indicating a familiarity with him. "Young Master Yin, may good fortune be upon you. It has been a while since your last visit." "Ah, don't mention it. I've been grounded by the old man. Just heard about the auction here, so I came to take a look." Young Master Yin lamented dramatically. "Are you trying to cut in line?" Qin Mu bristled, annoyed. "Who do you think you are?" "I, a royal descendant, am patiently waiting in line, and you wish to bypass it? What's wrong with cutting in line? Tell him who I am." Young Master Yin boasted arrogantly, his nose tilted skyward, addressing the two guards. "Of course, young Master Yin, please hold on." The guards adopted a fawning demeanor. "I ask you all to have some sense. This person is the direct heir of the second most prominent family in Martial City, the Yin family." The guards proudly introduced young Master Yin, expecting Qin Mu to back down, knowing well that even the strongest dragon does not trample on local snakes. However, Qin Mu and Old Ma stood their ground, unwavering. "So what if you're from the Yin family? You're not the first family. You're merely second. How dare you be so arrogant? Your family's head should have dealt with you by now. Keeping you around is truly a disaster. The Yin family will inevitably perish because of you." Qin Mu retorted scornfully. "You? Since you seek death, I shan't stop you. Guards, break their legs and throw them outside, so the passers-by can witness the consequences of offending Genesis auction house." Young Master Yin commanded, his voice dripping with malice. The guards immediately signaled for reinforcements from behind. Young Master Yin, watching the approaching men, nodded in satisfaction. A group soon surrounded Qin Mu and Old Ma, brandishing weapons and glaring menacingly. "Little brats, die!" they shouted in unison, launching their assault on Qin Mu and Old Ma, just as the weapons were about to strike. Old Ma's aura surged, and with a sweeping motion, the assailants were sent flying. Wu Wong. The guards were taken aback, realizing the situation had escalated. Old Ma, seize that young Master Yin. I want to slap him twice. Otherwise, I won't be able to relieve myself today. Qin Mu pointed at young Master Yin, having long found him distasteful. How dare a second-generation heir speak to him, a royal, in such a manner? "Understood, Your Highness." With a swift motion, Old Ma captured young Master Yin, as if the very air around him had thickened into a gel, rendering him immobile. "Wang Lao, save me!" Young Master Yin cried out in desperation. Young Master Yin cried out, alas, behind him. The old steward also extended a hand, and with a resounding clap, it met the massive hand of the old horse. Boom! The tremendous energies from both sides erupted in the air, causing a deafening roar. "Ha! Did you think you are the only one with a Martial King bodyguard? I have one too. Come on, fight me!" Young Master Yin taunted. Damn it, this is too disgraceful. If I don't eliminate him, my heart cannot find peace. Qin Mu mused inwardly. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over. Two martial kings clashing is a rare sight. If they could learn something from this encounter, it would be a tremendous gain. The thunderous noise also caught the attention of the manager of the Genesis auction house, who hurried over. What is happening? The manager inquired. Manager, these two are causing trouble. The two bodyguards cried out, playing the victim. What? Who dares to stir up trouble at the Genesis auction house? This is provocation. Humph, provocation? Indeed, it is. Qin Mu replied coolly. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This young man was not wise. He was far too impulsive. However, you are the ones provoking me, challenging the dignity of the entire Great Tang. Qin Mu continued. The crowd felt their minds were racing. The plot was about to twist. May I ask who you are? And why you speak of our Genesis auction house in such a manner? The manager asked, sensing the visitor's ill intent. Who am I? Why? I was invited to this auction, and yet you two barred my entry and even attempted to cripple my legs. Are you not provoking me? Hiss. The crowd gasped again. These were individuals who had seen the world. They quickly grasped the key word, invitation. Who could receive an invitation? Only those of notable stature. The two bodyguards had truly kicked a steel plate. The bodyguards were not foolish. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, they realized their oversight. How could they not have confirmed this person's identity? Besides, as an invited guest, why should he wait in line? Were they not harming themselves? It was over. They had truly kicked a steel plate. Oh, may I ask if your invitation letter is on hand? The manager of the Genesis auction house, exercising caution, insisted on verifying his identity. Old Horse. Show it to him. Qin Mu signaled to Old Horse to present the invitation from the city lord of Wuqing. The manager opened the invitation and broke into a cold sweat, feeling a desire to strangle the two bodyguards. How dare they bully someone, especially a member of the royal family of the Great Tang? Although the Genesis auction house feared no empire, was it not excessive to so brazenly bully a prince? Ah, it is the fourth prince. I have long admired you. Since you are a distinguished guest, please come inside and take a seat. The manager, eager to defuse the situation, sought to divert attention. Wait, I have some personal matters to attend to first. Qin Mu interrupted the manager, turning to the group from the Yin family. Old Horse, can you handle this Martial King? Qin Mu asked Old Horse. Rest assured, Your Highness, this person may be troublesome, but he is not beyond my control. Old Horse replied confidently, Good, then I leave this to you. I shall deal with this unfilial descendant of the Yin family. Although he had not diligently trained, the constant nourishment from a martial king was not to be underestimated. At present, he was also at the first level of martial spirit. Although he paled in comparison to geniuses like Fengli, he still surpassed these ruffians. Smack! I shall teach you to be arrogant and disregard others. Qin Mu raised his hand and delivered a series of slaps. Ah, you dare strike me? Do you believe I can make you unable to leave this city? Young Master Yin screamed frantically. Smack! Smack! Unable to leave. You say? Then I shall not leave. I will beat you daily. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was even more enraged. He was still daring to boast. Then I will not hold back. Your Highness, you have gone too far. For our earlier offense, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Yin family. If you require any compensation, the Yin family will certainly do our utmost to accommodate you. An elder accompanying young Master Yin spoke, seemingly negotiating but laced with veiled threats. What you desire, we can fulfill. This is not merely a statement of attitude, but also a display of the Yin family's power and wealth. Even if you are a prince, do not push too far. Should you ignore our advice, do not blame us for being ruthless. There are both open and hidden methods. Ladies and gentlemen, let us seek harmony. Harmony brings prosperity. I suggest we all take a step back. And I shall mediate. Let us share a drink and consider this matter settled. The manager of the Genesis auction house spoke up. With his status and reputation, no one in Wuqing would dare disrespect him. The Genesis auction house spanned the entire continent, filled with powerful individuals. They were not merely giving him face, but rather, the face of the Genesis commerce. Yet today, he faced Qin Mu, a fearless individual who cared not for gods or ghosts. After all, he had been reborn and strictly speaking, he was akin to a ghost, one who had seized another's flesh. All were foxes of the same mountain. There was no need for them to enact a ghost story before him. Even if there were ghosts, they would be comrades. You, an auction house, may hold considerable influence, but you are merely propped up by a few martial emperors. Do not even speak of martial gods, for it is unlikely one would emerge. What do I have to fear? Yield. You should go where it is comfortable for you. This is the territory of the Great Tang. I am managing the servants of our royal family. It concerns state affairs as well as family matters. It is none of your business. Qin Mu rebuked. This is awkward. Indeed, what Qin Mu said was precisely the case. The powers within the Great Tang were not to be underestimated. As long as one belonged to the Great Tang, they were all servants of the Great Tang. Although this was an unspoken rule, no one had openly acknowledged it. Today, Qin Mu had laid it bare, nearly pointing fingers and declaring, you, and you are all my family servants. Who would be pleased to hear that? No one. This time, Qin Mu had offended the entire familial powers of the Great Tang, pushing the royal family into a perilous situation. Today, I shall let you know why the flowers are so red. Qin Mu unleashed his full strength, attacking fiercely. What are you waiting for? Disable him for me. I will bear any consequences. Young Master Yin found himself unable to compete with Qin Mu. After several exchanges, every strike left him bruised and battered. In that case, Your Highness, I must take my leave, the elder shouted, preparing to strike Qin Mu. Qin Mu did not even glance in his direction. He had absolute faith in Old Horse. Your opponent is me, Old Horse responded with a cold smile, charging towards the elder of the Yin family. The battle between the two martial kings immediately drew an ever-growing crowd. The guest elder from the Yin family was no weakling. Indeed, it seems he has been concealing his strength. The elder from the Yin family thought to himself, realizing the danger. He could no longer afford to hide his true power and unleashed his full strength. Old Horse, however, remained calm, effortlessly countering each move. The disparity was evident. Qin Mu seized young Master Yan's arm, twisting with force. Crack! My arm. I will make you die. Young Master Yin howled, realizing his fate. His arm was broken. For an ordinary person, this might not be a significant issue, but for a martial artist, it was a devastating blow. Even a ferocious beast could fight back under dire circumstances. How much more so a human? With a kick, he struck young Master Yan's leg, and another crisp sound echoed. Your Highness, spare me, spare me. With a broken leg, young Master Yin wailed in agony, pleading for mercy. Yet Qin Mu paid him no heed. Continuing his relentless assault, faster and more ferocious, the onlookers gasped in shock. This fourth prince was indeed ruthless. Every move was lethal. It was either death or injury. Moreover, did you all notice? This prince had already reached the first level of martial spirit. How old could he be? Oh, I had not noticed until you mentioned it. He truly is at the level of martial spirit. One observer remarked. Unintentionally, the words carried weight. Among the crowd, a few seemingly ordinary individuals quickly took out notebooks, quietly jotting down. Fourth Prince's cultivation, martial spirit first level. These individuals were spies under the Great Tang Emperor, tasked with gathering daily occurrences across the nation, ultimately reporting back to the royal capital for compilation and presentation to the Tang Emperor. Qin Mu swiftly transitioned to the other side, employing the same method, inflicting the same agony upon the legitimate heir of the Yin family once more. Alas, all 4 limbs rendered useless. No, it was 5 limbs. In the end, Qin Mu stomped twice forcefully on the groin of the Yin family's scion before grinding down. Another round of anguished screams ensued. The onlookers nearby winced in sympathy, feeling an ache in their own jaws. Truly, this fourth prince harbors a vengeful spirit. It would be wise to avoid offending him in the future unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 39. The auction in Wuching commences. Fourth prince, may I take him back now? The elder guard grumbled bitterly. During his clash with old Ma, he had sustained injuries himself. Being merely a guest elder, he was paid to assist, and this time he had not only failed to protect the Yin family's heir, but had also suffered harm. It was a fruitless endeavor, and he would neither receive a reward from the Yin family nor escape the cost of his own medical care. Naturally, his mood was far from pleasant. Let us depart. Once the matter is settled, we can breathe easier. However, remember not to abuse your power, and if you must, Do not direct it towards me. Otherwise, humph. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively, leading old Ma towards the auction house. Very well, I shall keep that in mind, but I cannot dictate the actions of the Yin family, the elder guard replied, candidly expressing his stance. On one hand, he wanted to clarify that he offered no guarantees. And on the other, he sought to extricate himself from the entanglements of such factions. Qin Mu paused, glancing back at the elder before continuing on his way. He believed there would be further interactions in the future. Though this was but a minor episode, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the auction attendees, who were instead engrossed in discussing the conflict between the two parties. With a clang, the copper gong sounded, drawing everyone's attention back to the auction hall. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our Genesis auction house in Wuching. I am your host for today. Zhu Zhu. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Zhu Zhu, the top beauty of Wuching, was unparalleled in both appearance and talent. Today, she wore a semi-transparent yellow veil, her exquisite figure subtly visible. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her waist, neither too long nor too short. Her arms, akin to beautiful jade, were fair with a hint of pink, glowing with radiance, and her delicate hands, as white as jade, danced gracefully, resembling a startled swan or a drifting dragon. Her petite feet, as flawless as white jade, glided beneath her flowing skirt, moving as lightly as clouds veiling the moon, swaying like the gentle breeze. On her fair face, her lips, painted a shade of crimson, stood out vividly against her pale complexion. Yet, what truly captivated the audience, especially Qin Mu, were her eyes, green, an enchanting pair indeed. It was a stroke of fortune that she presided over today's event. To behold her beauty was a fulfillment of a lifetime's desire. Indeed, beauty is a rarity. Even in my great Qi, such beauty is unparalleled. From this day forth, I am her devoted fan. I wish to make her my cherished companion. The men in the hall were driven mad by her allure, while those in the private boxes schemed on how to possess her. To label her a femme fatale would not be an exaggeration. Now, let us present the first item for auction, a low-grade Shin-level martial technique. The starting bid is 5 million taels of silver. Zhu Zhu's lips parted slightly, announcing the first item for today. The crowd murmured in disbelief. What? Did I hear that correctly? A low-grade Shin-level martial technique demands 5 million taels? Genesis is aiming to set a record. It seems, do they consider us fools with deep pockets? The murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Qin Mu, too, felt a pang of confusion as this was his first time attending such an event. He was unsure whether the price was exorbitant or reasonable, and it appeared that the audience was less than cooperative. Oh, my apologies for not clarifying. This martial technique is a fragment of a terrestrial-grade manuscript, discovered in an ancient secret realm. If one can gather the remaining parts, they would strike it rich. This elevated price reflects that rarity. However, it is still merely a fragment, hence our auction house has classified it as a Shin-level technique. Zhu Zhu, seemingly prepared, calmly elaborated on the origins of the martial technique. Ah, I see. My goddess Zhu Zhu would never deceive me. A terrestrial-grade fragment, indeed worth exploring. Surely, the grand finale 1T be a heavenly-level technique, right? Fragment. Qin Mu's spirit soared. If it were whole, he might have shown little interest. But a fragment? Surely, it was tailored for the system. Oh no. It is meant for me. 50 million taels. Qin Mu shouted immediately. The crowd fell silent once more, their fervent hearts ice cold. Was that a bid? Or a slaughter of the rankings? Did your wealth fall from the sky? Can we not show some respect for money? Is he not a plant? Doubts began to stir within the crowd. Very well, this gentleman bids 50 million taels. Is there a higher offer? Zhu Zhu, feeling awkward, had hoped the first item would ignite excitement but had unintentionally doused the crowd with cold water. Whispers of disbelief circulated amongst the attendees. Is there a higher bid? Do you take us for fools? The hall remained silent. 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to box number 5 for breaking the record with the purchase of the first item at this auction. To express our gratitude for your support, might I have the honor of inviting this gentleman for tea after the event? Zhu Zhu proposed, curious about the identity of one who would raise the bid tenfold. The crowd gasped. There's a benefit to this? I thought, how could this penniless fellow raise the bid so high? Did he already know about this perk? Regret surged through the crowd. Had they known? They too would have bid 50 million. What is money compared to the fortune of having tea with a goddess? Tea? Perhaps not. I am not particularly fond of tea. Qin recalled the tea in this world, which was dreadful, exceedingly so. The crowd was taken aback. Is the goddess being rejected? What is this world coming to? If you don't want it, sell it to me. I'll give you 10 times the price. Zhu was momentarily stunned, unable to process the rejection. How could I be refused? No, that cannot stand. Young master, you jest. If you dislike tea, we can partake in other delights. There will be surprises in store. She giggled. Surprises? That sounds delightful. I do enjoy surprises. Qin pondered, accepting Zhu's proposal. If she were to delight in his company, perhaps she would provide him with more fragments or rare items. And that would be a significant gain. Chapter 40. Another useless item, 2 maidservants, carrying trays, presented the martial technique Qin had bid for to the private box. Qin placed 50 silver notes onto the tray, completing the transaction without a hint of regret. The money flowed like a printing machine, never to run out. Thank you, esteemed guest of Box 5, for your patronage. Let us continue with the auction. Now, may I present the second item? Zhu's ruby lips moved, unveiling yet another item. The maidservants lifted the veil, revealing rows of small porcelain vials. Zhu opened one, releasing a fragrant aroma. Today, we are auctioning elixirs, the Little King Pill, commonly known as the Warrior's Joy Bean. Consuming this pill accelerates a warrior's training speed, significantly shortening the time required to advance into a warrior. Zhu provided a brief introduction. Though this type of elixir was well known to many, there might be some, like Qin, who were hearing of it for the first time. Such a wondrous item. If I purchase it for my soldiers, will it not expedite their training? And as their training accelerates, will they not be able to provide greater returns to me? Qin mused internally. Old Ma, are there any similar elixirs available for low-level warriors? Qin inquired. Your Highness, in the past, I would have recommended you consume more of such elixirs. However, as of now, Your Highness, your innate talent is on a rapid ascent. Thus, I do not advise taking these elixirs. After all, medicine can be toxic. The more toxicity accumulates, the harder it becomes to surpass higher levels. Old Ma earnestly explained. Rapid ascent? Indeed, I am singing high praises while advancing swiftly, or rather, it is because of the swift advancement that I am compelled to sing. Qin mused, reminiscing about Feng Li's performance that evening. Old Ma, is that truly what you meant? This is rather embarrassing. Though Old Ma was of considerable age, he couldn't help but feel his face flush at Qin teasing. I am not consuming them for myself, but for the soldiers. Consider our vast northern wilderness. Without sufficient martial prowess, how can we maintain order? If they do not reach the level of warriors, how can we station them in all directions? Qin spoke with a tone of concern. Lao Ma, though not expressing it outright, inwardly scoffed. Your Highness, are you unaware of the desolation of the North Wilderness? Do you not comprehend the countless desolate areas devoid of human presence? What do you intend to manage? Wildgrass. The North Wilderness city is scarcely large enough to accommodate our 20,000 people. How do you propose to distribute them across the 4 corners? Your Highness, you are truly overthinking this. Furthermore, the costs are rather steep. Lao Ma lamented. The expenditure will be immense. Qin inquired, furrowing his brow. Quite substantial. Then why not procure our own alchemists to create the elixirs ourselves? That would incur even greater costs. Is it the recipe that is expensive, or the alchemists? Both are costly. It appears this avenue is thoroughly blocked. Qin murmured to himself. Very well, let the auction commence. For each auction, only 1 vial may be purchased, containing 30 elixirs, starting at a price of 1 million taels of silver. Zhu formally announced the commencement of the auction. I bid 150,000 taels. 200,000 taels, 250,000 taels. The calls for bids rose and fell like waves. Qin refrained from participating in this round of bidding. The item was scarce and held little value for him. Even if he managed to acquire all the elixirs, it would merely be a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, the first vial was sold for 500,000 taels, followed closely by the second at 530,000 taels. The third and fourth vials, the atmosphere finally began to heat up. Zhu, elated, declared, "Thank you for your support. Now, Only the final vial remains, with a base price of 50 taels. As soon as Zhu finished speaking, those who had already purchased began to spit out their drinks, while those who had not bought anything grew animated. Had the opportunity finally arrived? I told you, even wild lilies can bloom in spring. Ahem, everyone, please remain calm and allow me to finish. Why is this vial so inexpensive? There is a reason. This batch of elixirs was crafted by a master from the Danwang Pavilion, but during the final refining process, a slight error occurred. So, do tell. The crowd grew increasingly impatient. Seeing Zhu's hesitant demeanor, their enthusiasm waned, fear creeping in that this last vial might be a trap. What if the cultivation was ineffective, and one ended up losing their life? Thus, this last vial turned out to be a flawed elixir. But why auction it off? It is because it is not entirely wasted. It still retains a hint of efficacy. Although it may not be beneficial for martial generals, precisely because of this, the originally unsuitable Xiao Wangdian can now be utilized by martial spirits. Would you consider that a surprise? Zhu flashed a charming smile. The crowd, countless grass-mud horses galloped from their hearts to their minds. Is this a surprise? This is merely a downgrade. The venue fell silent, the excitement that had just begun dissipating. 60 taels. Just as the crowd was still processing this revelation, Qin Mu made his move. Upon hearing a bid, Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance towards Qin Mu's box. 80 taels. 95 taels. After Qin Mu placed his bid, a few others began to bid sporadically. 1,000 taels. In the end, Qin Mu closed the deal, acquiring the vial of elixir. The same two maidens delivered the elixir into Qin Mu's hands, and as he held the porcelain vial, he communicated with the system in his mind. System, quickly check if this can turn waste into treasure. A vial of Xiao Wangdian that is flawed can be transformed into a vial of Duwangdian. Shall we proceed with the transformation? Transform it into treasure. I am eager to see what kind of elixir it will become. Qin Mu poured all the elixirs into his palm, silently reciting an incantation. A surge of energy coursed through his hand, and in an instant, all the elixirs were transformed into treasures. Once dry and rough, the elixirs now radiated brilliance, their fragrance wafting through the air, each one plump and exquisite. Lao Ma, with your extensive experience, come and taste this elixir. How effective is it? Qin Mu offered one to Lao Ma. Your Highness. This, you are an alchemist? No, even an alchemist would find this challenging to achieve. This is the legendary Ma Jiuan divine elixir. Lao Ma was taken aback. What sorcery is this? A mere flawed elixir, and with a simple twist, it has been upgraded. Is this magic? Chapter 41. A fortuitous find of a damaged divine weapon. Just a little trick. Nothing to be concerned about. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Nothing to be concerned about. This is too surreal, Your Highness. Even a fantasy script would not dare to depict such a scenario. Lao Ma was somewhat unhinged, for this shattered all his previous understanding. This could not merely be explained by bloodline, talent, or martial prowess. He attempted to apply all theories he knew, yet found no clarity. Lao Ma, do not be so agitated or anxious. Steady your heart. In the future, events that defy common logic will only increase. Qin Mu warned Lao Ma in advance, lest he suffer from shock upon encountering more bizarre occurrences. Huh? Your Highness, are you not human? Lao Ma whispered cautiously. Qin Mu, you are not human. Your entire family is not human. Who are you cursing? This is a secret that cannot be revealed. Qin Mu feigned mystery, believing that as a leader, maintaining an air of enigma is essential. I understand. Lao Ma nodded knowingly. Let me try one. Eagerly, Lao Ma tossed one into his mouth, where it melted instantly, sliding down his throat, filling his senses with a delightful fragrance. It works. It truly works. Based on my estimation, long-term consumption would accelerate cultivation for a martial king. Even his own cultivation was nearly revealed. Your Highness, this is an incredible item. Beneficial for martial kings? Indeed, it is immensely valuable. Excellent. Now we just need an alchemist. Lao Ma, thank you to box number 5. Another item has been successfully sold. The value is not in its worth, but in its suitability. Zhu, eloquently captivating the audience. Continued, the auction shall not cease while the audience remains. Next, a group of guards appeared, laboriously carrying a long, heavy box, their steps faltering as they approached the stage. Thud. Upon setting it down, a dull thump echoed through the room. Are they really selling a block of iron? It appeared to resemble stone. The crowd watched the guards struggle, murmuring amongst themselves. Everyone must be curious about what this is. To be frank, I am equally in the dark. Zhu Zhu, a skilled auctioneer, quickly whetted the audience's appetite with just a few words. The atmosphere in the venue instantly ignited. Isn't it peculiar? Not just me, but even our martial emperor ancestor cannot identify this item. It resembles iron yet is not iron, resembles jade yet is not jade, impervious to blades, unyielding to flames. It is undoubtedly a treasure. Zhu Zhu continued her artful persuasion, asserting that even if it turns out to be a mere stone, once it graces our auction house, it transforms into a priceless artifact. Starting bid. 1 million taels, Zhu Zhu announced. Zhu Zhu, how can we bid on something so uncertain? Indeed, Zhu Zhu, at the very least, allow us to see it first. We wish to support the auction, but it must hold some value. The crowd began to voice their doubts, pondering whether they were being taken for fools. This is essential. Our auction house's principle is to never deceive. Open the box, Zhu Zhu instructed the guards. With a few clicks, they worked together to lift the lid, revealing the contents within. Inside lay a long, somewhat transparent yet opaque object, adorned with indecipherable runes and a totem of a great bird. What could this be? The crowd hesitated, unsure of its purpose. Those who had seen it could only shake their heads in contemplation, silently weighing their options. If the starting price were low, purchasing it for further investigation might be worthwhile. The fear was that someone would artificially inflate the auction price. Qin Mu, observing from his box, scrutinized the contents of the box. Ding, detected top-tier waste product, the shaft of the Phoenix King Divine Spear. Transformable into the Phoenix King Spear, a divine weapon. It also comes with a cultivation method and martial techniques derived from the bloodline of the Divine Fire Phoenix. Shall we proceed with the transformation? Wait, I cannot transform it now. This is crafted specifically for me. I must acquire it. After receiving the alert, Qin Mu gazed at the box on stage, his eyes ignited with fervor. A spear shaft. How did I not consider that? Observing its roundness, length, and thickness, he pondered, could this truly be a spear shaft? The more he looked, the more Qin Mu doubted, unable to discern how it resembled a spear shaft. It is said to resemble a stone pillar, which may evoke a more vivid image. However, this is inconsequential. Perhaps, after being transformed from waste to treasure, it could undergo a remarkable transformation. Have you not seen the Rui Jiangu Bang of Sun Wukong? Which can also change in size at will. To be deemed a divine weapon, it must surely possess several incarnations. Well, everyone, you have all observed sufficiently. Let the bidding commence. The starting bid is a mere 1 million taels of silver. Zhu Zhu, having gauged the crowd, declared the auction officially open, 2 million taels. Qin Mu was the first to raise the bid. The others appeared momentarily stunned, hesitant to proceed. It was precisely because Qin Mu made the offer that they dared not continue. Quite awkward indeed. Could the fifth box be a pawn arranged by Genesis? Why is it that he is present every time the bidding escalates? Indeed, I have been closely monitoring the items he has bid on, and not a single one has proven useful. This fellow cannot possibly think us so easily deceived. This inevitably raises suspicions, as even Qin Mu himself might believe he is a pawn. It is inexplicable. His actions are far too enigmatic. Such a plethora of worthless items is undeniably not worth 2 million taels. Yet, it is precisely because of this that no one dares to compete with Qin Mu. Throughout the venue, most attendees whispered among themselves, but none made a bid. All right, 2 million taels. Once again, it is from Box 5. Zhu Zhu thought to herself, Box 5 is indeed a generous soul. After the auction concludes, I must treat him to 2 million taels. Once, 2 million taels. Twice 2 million taels. Thrice, sold. Zhu Zhu announced that Qin Mu was the successful bidder for the item on stage. A great weight lifted from Qin Mu's heart, as he finally felt a sense of relief. The divine weapon was in hand. Yet, he truly did not dare to transform it from waste to treasure here. Who knows, he might just be labeled a monster. Chapter 42. Are there still sellers? Old Ma, send someone to return this treasure to the estate. Ensure it is closely guarded. This is indeed a valuable item. Qin Mu instructed Old Ma. Yes, Old Ma replied, promptly exiting to find someone to transport the item. Once again, I extend my gratitude to Box 5 for their generosity and support. After the auction, I will certainly ensure your satisfaction. Juju cast a grateful glance at Qinmu, whose wild remarks sent the entire venue into an uproar. Find out who is in Box 5. How dare they compete with me? I must uncover their background. Qinmu remained oblivious, unaware that he had already garnered resentment from many. Numerous individuals began to secretly investigate his background. Qinmu felt bewildered. What did it mean that I will certainly ensure your satisfaction? What have I been satisfied with? The ambiguity of such a statement is rather unsettling. Applause echoed, and the auction continued. Now, let us welcome the next item for bidding. Juju began to introduce the next auction piece. Several items were presented in succession, all of which Qinmu found rather unnecessary. Some weapons, armor, and healing elixirs. Just because Qinmu found them unnecessary did not mean others shared his sentiment. These items were precisely what they desperately needed. Consequently, the enthusiasm for the auction was exceedingly fervent. Yet, Qinmu remained silent, and upon witnessing Box 5's inactivity, the rumor of it being a pawn only solidified. Qinmu felt unjustly treated. It was as if he were sitting in a box while the pot fell from the sky. These items were genuinely of no use to him. Well, not that they were entirely useless, but their cost-effectiveness was simply too low. Qinmu surveyed the items with disinterest, utterly bored, until one particular item was presented, which finally piqued his interest. This item was a person, to be precise, a girl encased in a block of peculiar cold ice. More accurately, a young girl frozen within a special ice, to be even more precise. A little girl encased in a block of extraordinary cold ice. Is this art? Or a manifestation of humanity's decline? It is hard to believe. Can you believe it? They are actually auctioning off a little girl, uncertain of her fate. Qinmu observed closely, noting that the little girl within the ice appeared to be merely sleeping, clad in a deep blue garment, resembling a cold flame ignited. Her delicate lips curved gracefully, reminiscent of characters he had encountered in comics from a past life. Her cherubic face, adorned with long eyelashes, lay peacefully closed, exuding an air of tranquility rather than suffering. Juju, what is this? He wanted to inquire. Can this truly be deemed a treasure? Is it not merely a girl? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this item. We obtained this from an ancient relic. Juju raised her hand, declaring, wow. So, this girl is from ancient times? I believe everyone understands the implications. Regardless of whether this person can be revived, this block of ice is an invaluable treasure. Our auction house has conducted numerous experiments for warriors with fire and ice attributes. Cultivating atop this ice will accelerate their training. It can be said that this is a natural remedy for both ice and fire attributes. Furthermore, it has no side effects, Juju continued, prompting another wave of excitement. Ice and fire attributes? This is indeed a boon. Alas, I am not one of them. If it were not excessively priced, acquiring it would be feasible. Juju, I wish to inquire if this is so beneficial. Why auction it? Would it not be better for your auction house to keep it? An elder in the hall stood up to question. This was the inquiry on everyone's mind. If it is so valuable, why not retain it? Juju candidly responded, to be honest, we have possessed this block of ice for decades and have been unable to decipher how to melt it, which means we cannot ascertain whether the person within is alive or dead. Thus, we cannot uncover the secrets she may hold. The crowd jested. Given how cold this ice is, even if it could melt, the individual is likely long gone. Not necessarily. Ancient powerhouses possessed many secret techniques. Consider, if this person could be revived, obtaining even a fraction of her knowledge could benefit the entire cultivation community. Juju cleverly presented the auction house's motives. A gasp resonated through the crowd as they realized the true intention. The Genesis auction house harbored lofty ambitions and noble principles. Were it any other sect, such a precious item would undoubtedly remain concealed and never see the light of day. The audience fell into deep contemplation. Such a valuable item would surely command a high starting price. Moreover, as the auction neared its conclusion, the items presented would be of immense worth. While this may not be the closing item, it certainly would not be inexpensive. Juju, may I inquire what the starting bid is? At last, someone asked about the price. This item, if not a treasure, is certainly close. Its worth cannot be assessed by ordinary standards. Thus, we have decided not to engage in monetary transactions, but rather to exchange goods. gentlemen, feel free to make offers and see if we might be interested in a trade. Of course, your offers will remain confidential. Ensuring you incur no loss, Zhu presented the trading rules to the audience. This time, the crowd fell into further silence. This is problematic. If it is not a valuable item, they might as well not bother. If it is a good item, should they trade it for an elusive hope? Is it truly worth it? Qinmu also refrained from making an offer, not out of reluctance, but due to a lack of good items. Currently, his greatest asset is merely banknotes. If they are not using gold or silver for transactions, then aside from these, he is nothing but a pauper. His foundation is simply too shallow. Lacking goods, he could only stare blankly. At this moment, the hall fell silent. The trading no longer concerned them. They remained merely to see who would emerge victorious. Soon, envelopes of confidential bids were passed from the boxes, collected by the elders of the auction house. In box 1, Fengli observed the elders as they opened each letter, shaking their heads in unison. Ultimately, none of the offers could sway them. Fengli, perceiving their expressions, understood there was no hope. None could impress these ancient beings. Cough, young friend, such a treasure must be exchanged for something of equal caliber, correct? An elder remarked. Oh, Fengli replied with a knowing tone, drawing out the word. Chapter 43. Auctioning Divine Level Techniques. The Genesis Auction House. These old fellows are almost writing "I want this" on their foreheads. However, what impressed Fengli was their restraint. They did not resort to coercion. As a substantial merchant, their credibility is beyond reproach. After the elders' evaluation, it was determined that the trading value had yet to be met. Thus, this item will be reserved for the next auction. Zhu regretfully announced. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed from various boxes. It seems the Genesis auction house indeed has lofty expectations. This auction has reached its conclusion. Next, we shall auction the final item of this grand event, a tome of techniques. Zhu deliberately took a deep breath. Wow! The audience erupted in conversation. Since when could techniques be the centerpiece? Some began to question. If reason were to prevail, such a scenario should not occur. However, there exist individuals whose thoughts transcend conventional reasoning, rendering them somewhat agitated. By the standards of logic, it would be inconceivable to auction a celestial-grade technique. Thus, employing a technique as the grand finale evidently lacks the requisite prestige. Yet, given that today a technique can indeed serve as the climax, it surely must be a celestial-grade technique. Consequently, those who cannot comprehend this will express skepticism, while those who grasp the situation will be exhilarated. After all, a celestial-grade technique has the potential to significantly enhance the strength of a faction or sect, possibly elevating them to an entirely new echelon. It is a dual-purpose technique, ranking above celestial grade. Observing the somewhat restless crowd, Zhu infused her voice with a modicum of inner strength and proclaimed loudly, "Boom!" This declaration pierced through all the clamor, reaching the eardrums of each individual present. The once boisterous venue fell into a profound silence. "It is not celestial grade," I exclaimed. "How could it possibly be a celestial grade technique?" "Wait, did I just hear it is above celestial grade?" "Above celestial grade? What does that mean?" "ISNT at divine grade." A significant event is unfolding. Indeed, a monumental occurrence. No wonder the auction house urged us to prepare our funds in advance. It appears they are playing for high stakes. This is an opportunity, but it could also be a double-edged sword. It could lead to ruin, or conversely, catapult one to great heights. It all hinges on one's willingness to gamble. The auction commences now. The starting bid is 1 tael of gold. Seizing the moment while the crowd remains in shock, Zhu announces the commencement of the auction. 1 tael of gold. How could such a treasure be valued in mere yellow and white currency? Surely, it cannot be a counterfeit, right? Does this imply that I too have a chance? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elucidate why I assert this is above celestial grade. It indeed transcends the bounds of celestial grade. Some may argue, if it surpasses celestial grade, does that not equate to divine grade? You would not be mistaken in saying so. However, since we have yet to encounter any divine grade techniques, we can only assert that this is above celestial grade. As for the reason behind such a low starting price, that is the determination of the auction house. Had we set the price, it would be priceless. Zhu meticulously explains the entire backstory of the event, revealing several key pieces of information. Firstly, this item is entrusted for auction by someone. Secondly, its true value is incalculable. And thirdly, We cannot ascertain whether it is indeed divine grade, but it is undoubtedly above celestial grade. Is there anyone willing to place a bid? Zhu Zhu inquires. 1 million taels of gold. Qin Mu is the first to shout a bid. Since no one else has raised the price, I shall do so myself. Oh no, not him again. The fifth box, which had been silent for so long, suddenly springs to life. 1 million taels of gold for this technique? Impossible. 1,000,001 taels. The other boxes remain silent. But the people in the auction hall can no longer contain themselves. Pfft, good sir, could you not display some backbone? Raising it by merely 1 tael. Qin Mu remains silent, while others can no longer hold their tongues. What's wrong with 1 tael? Every tael counts. Besides, who said we couldn't raise it by just 1? The crowd turns to Zhu Zhu. Ahem. Indeed, there are no regulations against raising by 1 tael. Zhu Zhu coughs. Feigning nonchalance to ease her embarrassment, strange individuals abound every year, but today seems particularly rife with them, the crowd. I bid 1,000,002 taels, just as everyone is still processing the situation. Yet another voice calls out from within the hall. This time, it is yet again an increment of 1 tael. Since Miss Zhu Zhu has acquiesced, what are we waiting for? It is all about participation. In the future, we can boast of having competed for a divine grade technique. The entire bidding process has veered far from the norm. Yet those within the boxes remain utterly still, contemplating the broader implications at stake. Consider the individuals present. Who among them is not aware of one another? Whoever obtains such a significant technique will undoubtedly become the target of envy. It is unthinkable to allow them the chance to study and digest it. Thus, none dare to bid. The one who wins may face dire consequences. 10 million taels. Qin Mu escalates the price to a new zenith. 10,000,001 taels. A fresh bidding war ignites. Miss Zhu Zhu. I possess no gold. May I offer something else in exchange? At this juncture, a disheveled man, clad in tattered garments, inquires, Pray tell, good sir, what do you intend to substitute? Zhu Zhu asks, intrigued. Herbs, top-tier herbs. The man proclaims, behold. He produces a jade box from his sleeve. Zhu Zhu waves her hand, and immediately, a maid retrieves the jade box and presents it to the appraiser. Upon opening the box, the appraiser is left utterly astounded. A millennium jade spirit fungus, valued at 90 million taels of gold. Are you satisfied with this price? The man nods in agreement, accepting the valuation. Although the appraisal of this herb is undeniably accurate, few are willing to part with such a treasure. After all, herbs aged a millennium are exceedingly rare. And the jade spirit fungus possesses an invaluable ability. It can reshape a warrior's meridians and heal internal injuries. Hence, which warrior would not desire such an herb? Possessing it is akin to having a second chance at life. The fact that someone dares to present this item today speaks volumes about their determination. Ladies and gentlemen, I present this item. May I acquire it? The man humbly beseeches the crowd. Ha ha, we, the auction house, assure you that if the seller finds this item unsatisfactory, we can offer a buyout. Zhu Zhu promptly interjects, as a premier auction house, they uphold such commitments, and moreover, they stand to gain from facilitating a transaction while acquiring such a valuable item. Chapter 44. Auction concludes with unexpected gains. Who can afford this? The esteemed gentlemen in the boxes remain inactive. Who among them can produce such a vast sum of gold? 90 million taels of gold. First call, 90 million taels of gold. Second call, 90 million taels of gold. Third call, sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the highest grade technique thus far. Zhu Zhu decisively announces the completion of the auction. A maid approaches with a tray, presenting the divine grade technique to the man. Upon receiving it, he peruses the contents, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing his satisfaction with the technique. With the matter concluded, he takes his leave. Whoosh, as his words fade, he vanishes from sight. A martial emperor. It turns out he is a martial emperor. Quickly, pursue him. We must not allow him to escape. Notify the family patriarch within the boxes. Individuals surge forth, chasing after the departing man. The Lord of Martial City watches helplessly. Alas, chaos looms near. Inform the Imperial City. A suspected divine grade technique has surfaced. Requesting the Tang Emperor's judgment, the Lord of Martial City addresses General Meng Yin beside him. Yes, my lord, I shall make arrangements at once, Meng Yin replies. Wait, expedite it by 800 li. Ah, my lord, this is not a military matter. Why expedite it by 800 li? Meng Yin hesitates. No matter. While this may not be a military issue, it is far more severe. If mishandled, the entire empire could collapse. The Lord of Martial City laments. Initially, he thought the fourth prince would present a challenge. Little did he realize the true trouble would be of such magnitude. Thank you all for attending this auction, Zhu Zhu announces, concluding the event. The crowd, though reluctant to leave, filters out of the auction venue, animatedly discussing the proceedings, particularly the climactic revelation of the suspected divine grade technique. As these individuals disperse, the rumors of the divine grade technique ignite across the continent. Divine grade? Even the most powerful sanctum in this realm lacks a divine grade technique. Just how alluring is this temptation? Even a martial sage would dispatch emissaries to investigate. To claim that one is unaffected would be disingenuous. In a world where martial gods exist only in legend, those who do not believe may be few, yet these old-timers will certainly take heed. Having reached their current stage has been an arduous journey, and the passage of time has dulled their once fervent enthusiasm. If they could advance further, even death would hold no fear. For those from the mid-tier families, the allure is even greater. Acquiring such a technique might propel them to the pinnacle of sanctums. Thus, the families, factions, or sects with martial emperors near Martial City are pursuing the man as if driven mad. After all, everyone is in disguise. Who would know who is who? As long as they can obtain it, hiding for decades will assuredly lead to soaring heights. Young friend, would you prefer this jade spirit fungus or 90 million taels of gold? An elder martial emperor from the Genesis auction house inquires. I would prefer the jade spirit fungus. While it may not hold monumental utility, it is exceedingly rare. Feng Li's remark leaves several old-timers momentarily speechless. Not of monumental utility? You could certainly part with it. Ahem, well said, the elders respond, somewhat pained. Young friend, permit me to offer one more word of advice. Should the deal not proceed, do not dwell on it. Oh? Uncertain, Feng Li inquired. Might I ask if any esteemed seniors have questions? You see, your cultivation method. Would it be possible for us to trade for a copy? An elderly martial emperor, stroking his chin, coaxed gently. While we may not possess the 1,000-year-old jade spirit mushroom, we could certainly offer other treasures in exchange. As you witnessed today, we have quite a number of valuable items. Well, that is not out of the question. However, it depends on whether you esteemed seniors are willing to part with your treasures. Feng Li mused, her thoughts drifting to the only item that truly captivated her, the mysterious ice. Upon seeing that little girl, she sensed that His Highness would surely delight in such a gift. After all, don't men often fancy fatherhood? Though she is slightly older than him, time will tell if he retains his interest. If there were a pairing of the young and the old, might it exhilarate His Highness even more? Furthermore, considering her diminutive size, would it be feasible for His Highness's general to engage? Surely it would not pose a problem. A myriad of images swirled in Feng Li's mind. Please, dear friends, if we can secure a copy of that cultivation method, we are willing to spare no expense. The old gentleman performed ardently, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The path to divinity lay before them, and they could not let it vanish. Moreover, all their dealings were cloaked in secrecy, ensuring they would encounter no troubles. Trading away some of their burdensome items for this divine cultivation method was undoubtedly to their advantage. With such a powerful method at their disposal, they could not only benefit immediately but also present it to their upper echelons, those ancient beings who would surely find it intriguing. Even a mere hint of such a treasure would suffice for a lifetime of enjoyment. No need to spare all, for I am particularly interested in that mysterious ice. Might I inquire if you esteemed seniors would consider parting with it? Feng Li tentatively suggested. Mysterious ice? So, you hold an interest in this. If I am not mistaken, you must be a young lady, correct? Why? The elderly gentlemen exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a sudden realization of something intriguing. Aha! Esteemed seniors, your insight is indeed sharp. My choice of the mysterious ice is not solely for that little girl. This ice has a complementary effect on my cultivation techniques. Feng Li's cheeks flushed as she chuckled awkwardly. Providing her explanation, I see. Very well. As long as our young friend has no objections, we can proceed with the exchange. The elderly gentleman's eyes gleamed with excitement, their expressions brimming with delight. This is splendid news. The family's trial can be successfully completed. Feigning a moment of elation, Feng Li inadvertently blurted, A trial? Could it be? Such thoughts were unfathomable. Could this cultivation method belong to this family? How formidable must this family be? Feng Li's words were also part of Qin Mu's prior arrangement. If chaos was to be stirred, the sudden emergence of a divine family would surely send shivers down their spines. The unknown is indeed the most fearsome of all. Young friend, what is this trial all about? Ah? Oh, it's nothing, just a slip of the tongue. No trial at all. You must have misheard. Since you agree, let us proceed with the transaction. Feng Li feigned a bit of panic, attempting to shift the topic. Excellent, excellent. Let us trade immediately, quickly. Bring forth the mysterious ice. Would you like us to deliver it to your abode? The martial emperors inquired eagerly. Just prepare a carriage for me. Feng Li replied, somewhat hesitantly. Very well, very well. They efficiently loaded the mysterious ice onto the carriage, while Feng Li produced a transcribed copy of the cultivation method, handing it to the elderly gentleman. With a flick of her whip, she departed with haste. Old ancestor, should we send someone to follow? At that moment, the auction house's manager finally found his voice, exasperated. Foolishness. What of our reputation? Have you cast it aside? What of our face? The manager could only watch in silence as several cloaked figures surrounded a man. Their identities concealed save for their eyes. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? The man in the center sneered. Nothing much. Simply hand over the item, and you may leave. Refuse, and you shall die while we take it ourselves. Ha! Is this a strong-arm tactic? Do not speak so brazenly. We are merely borrowing. Borrowing for a century or so is quite normal, is it not? After all, this is a divine cultivation method, and study requires time. A delicate voice emerged from behind one of the masked figures. Yin Baibua, you wretched creature, how is it that you still draw breath? The other masked individuals recoiled in disgust. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to disgrace the Yin family? If he escapes, how will the Yin family survive? Does he think he can escape? Today, he shall not. With that, a dozen individuals launched their assault. However, they were unprepared for the sight before them. The man in the center moved with fluid grace, effortlessly countering their strikes with a flurry of blows. Bring it on. All of you, unleash your true abilities. 1,000 blades of torture. 10 tripods descending, blades slicing through 1,000 mountains, wave cleaving. Each combatant summoned their strongest techniques, creating a dazzling display of colors, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and gray, intertwined in a cacophony of noise that reverberated through the skies. In the midst of this chaos, the surrounded man no longer held back, casting away his previous nonchalance and unleashing his full might. This is your doing. You have forced my hand, die. The myriad of blades danced around him, forming a protective barrier. A 9th-stage martial emperor. He was at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Panic set in as the attackers realized they had not cornered a lamb for slaughter, but a tiger descending from the mountain. Kill. The terrifying aura emanating from the man enveloped him, coalescing into a dark cloud overhead. This man has committed heinous acts. We must eliminate this demon once and for all. Just as I wish, the Yin family charged forth. The Dugu family surged into action. The Feng family joined the fray. The Bai family leapt into battle. The great families of the city acted in unison. Witnessing their dispatched martial emperors fall helplessly, the families knew they could no longer hide. Losing even one martial emperor would severely impact their strength. Thus, a dozen more individuals launched themselves from the city towards the heart of the battle. Demon! Prepare to die! In an instant, they reached the fray, joining the conflict with powerful strikes. The man, engaged in battle, could no longer restrain himself, spitting blood as the pressure bore down upon him. His burgeoning momentum dissipated. He was injured. Ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. What can a 9th-stage martial emperor do? Kill. Strike while he is weak. Charge. Ha ha ha. If you seek death, then let us all perish together. Before them, the man transformed as though imbued with a potent elixir. His eyes blazing red, veins bulging, hair standing on end. From within rises the divine. The emperor descends from the heavens. Murmuring these words from the divine cultivation method, It was as though he experienced a sudden awakening in this dire moment. As if he had been constipated for days, the release was imminent. Above, the storm clouds churned ominously, and all the attacking martial emperors looked skyward, apprehensive. Was it to rain or to storm? Boom! Crack! A bolt of lightning, sharp as a dagger, struck down towards the gathered crowd. Ah! The thunderous tribulation. He is about to break through. In the distance, within a secluded estate, Qin Mu heard the commotion and looked up. What an opportunity! He extended his hand, caressing the spear shaft he had acquired from the auction, silently reciting, "Transform waste into treasure." Crackling electricity surged along the smooth stone column, and before long, the spear shaft thick as the column began to condense. At its tip, it melted and melded, gradually forming a gleaming spearhead, sharp as a phoenix's beak, elegant and brimming with lethal intent. The entire spear shaft continued to shrink and solidify, with inscriptions and totems being inscribed upon it. In the blink of an eye, a phoenix spear stood before him. Qin Mu grasped it, feeling its warm touch akin to jade, as it trembled slightly, as if rejoicing in its rebirth and yearning to break free from the confines of his hold. Divine weapons possess spirit and must face the heavenly tribulation. Qin Mu gazed upward with trepidation, locking onto the long spear. He turned his gaze towards the distance, and with a flick of his hand, the divine weapon soared towards those enduring the tribulation. The individuals struggling to resist were suddenly met with the divine weapon's intervention, intensifying the ferocity of the thunderous tribulation. Ah! Those with weak willpower can no longer withstand the onslaught, meeting their demise on the spot. The winds howl fiercely, and thunder strikes repeatedly. The besieged man initially relishes the experience, enduring a lightning tribulation with so many allies to share the burden. It seems the heavens are not unkind to him. He has successfully passed this imperial tribulation, yet, suddenly, an unforeseen complication arises, intensifying the lightning tribulation. Alas! I have to commend your audacity, old Six. Will you not wait a moment before returning? Chapter 46. A frivolous martial emperor found the prominent families of Wuqing have suffered tremendous losses. Not only were the initial few martial emperors sent out ensnared, but even the subsequent ones fell into the same trap. The lightning tribulation has struck a staggering 36 times. The entire ground is charred black. Amidst this ashen terrain, dozens of charred bodies lie sprawled across the earth. Most striking is the spear embedded in the ground, unmarred and gleaming brilliantly. Has it consumed the lightning tribulation as if it were a divine elixir? It hovers for a moment, surveying its surroundings, and upon approaching one of the charred figures, it halts. If one looks closely, they can observe a faint rhythm of breath emanating from the charcoal. After circling a few times, it lifts the charcoal figure and vanishes in a flash. Ding! Transformation of waste into treasure successful, earning 50 million waste points. Within the manor, Qin Mu sips his tea when a streak of light rushes in, accompanied by a piece of charcoal. Upon closer inspection, Qin Mu realizes that the streak of light is indeed his spear. However, what does it mean to bring back a piece of charcoal? He nudges the charcoal with his foot, producing a crunching sound as the charred exterior slowly flakes away. How curious, it feels somewhat pliable. Could this be charcoal essence? Can charcoal also possess spirit? This world is truly astonishing. The spear twirls around him incessantly, as if seeking recognition, suggesting he has acquired something of great value. Sensing the spear's intent, Qin Mu examines the charcoal with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. You say this is a person? Reduced to such a state of charring, can they truly be alive? As Qin Mu reaches out to touch the charcoal, a prompt from the system suddenly resonates in his mind. Ding! A discarded martial emperor has been discovered. Transformation of waste into treasure is possible. Hiss! Has the tribulation succeeded? Though the outcome is rather tragic, ultimately, he bore all the burdens. If that is the case, I shall lend you a hand. Transforming waste into treasure. A crackling surge of electricity begins to course over the now charred body. However, this time it is not destruction but restoration. The charred form visibly rejuvenates, and in an instant, a middle-aged man's visage materializes before Qin Mu. The middle-aged man slowly opens his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and his first utterance nearly leaves Qin Mu speechless. Is this the underworld? I am a newcomer. Please guide me. Guide your twisted self, Qin Mu retorts. Brother, look up at the sky. The sun shines so high. If this were truly the underworld, could there be a place for spirits to exist? Qin Mu is utterly speechless. How can one curse their own fate in such a manner? Ah, indeed. Who would have thought that even the underworld requires sunlight? It seems that death is not entirely unacceptable. The middle-aged man remains lost in his own world, failing to acclimatize. Brother, can you please wake up? You are not dead. Qin Mu desperately attempts to clarify. I am not dead? Indeed. You are very much alive. Think carefully. Let me think. I recall performing a technique, then being besieged, and then I underwent a tribulation. I'm really not dead. The middle-aged man seems to be piecing it together, yet he cannot fathom how he survived after being so thoroughly charred and engulfed in flames, utterly defenseless. Recall it now? Check if your cultivation still exists. Skeptical, the middle-aged man channels his energy. This, am I a martial emperor now? Why else would I say so? You've passed the tribulation. Congratulations. Qin Mu rejoices. I have become a martial emperor. Ha ha ha, the divine technique has proven true. The middle-aged man exclaims. Oh, right. Where is the technique? Realizing his oversight, the middle-aged man begins to search frantically for the technique. It's gone. It's gone. Stop looking. When we found you, you were entirely charred. How could there still be a technique? You've reclaimed your life, and that is already a stroke of fortune. Forget about everything else. Qin Mu gestures dismissively. Benefactor, you saved me. The middle-aged man suddenly recalls that Qin Mu might indeed be his savior. Yes, sort of. Qin Mu responds ambiguously. Sort of. Well then, benefactor, how may I repay you? Well, that's really unnecessary. It was merely a trivial matter. Qin Mu replies, feeling somewhat guilty. In a way, no way. I must repay you. Benefactor, do you have any enemies? I shall help you eliminate them. I am now a martial emperor. The middle-aged man proclaims with pride. You've just become a martial emperor. Perhaps it would be wise to take it slow. Qin Mu suggests, feeling a bit uneasy. Fear not, my body feels better than ever. How about I help you attract a few ladies to alleviate your boredom? Or I could overthrow the emperor of the Tang dynasty and install you as emperor instead. How does that sound? Though this man is now a martial emperor, his thought process seems rather unconventional. Or perhaps the lightning tribulation has rendered him somewhat daft. That is indeed a possibility. The thunder was deafening, and even I felt trepidation from afar. Let alone someone undergoing the tribulation. Martial emperor brother, let us not jest. The Tang dynasty is rather small. How could I be constrained by it? My ambitions lie far beyond. The world is vast, and I wish to see it. Qin Mu declares, his eyes gleaming with longing as he gazes into the distance. Benefactor, you are right. I have been narrow-minded. As practitioners of martial arts, we must constantly strive for greater heights to forge ahead. I once traversed much of the world, and now, I finally glimpse the path to greatness and aspire to ascend to the throne. This is indeed fate. The middle-aged man is stirred by Qin Mu's lofty discourse. Rekindling old memories. Indeed, martial emperor brother, have you really traveled through much of the world? Let me tell you. Thus, the middle-aged man opens up, recounting tales of his adventures. Qin Mu listens patiently, gaining a deeper understanding of this world through his narratives. Benefactor, did you say you are the fourth prince of the Tang dynasty, exiled from the Imperial city, with your fief in the northern wilderness? Indeed, that is precisely the case. That is utterly unacceptable. Let us seek him out. We shall compel that emperor of the Tang to grant you a worthy fief. You are no longer the same. You have the backing of a martial emperor. Stand tall and boldly address that emperor of the Tang. Say no. The middle-aged man, with a demeanor older than his years, replies, Brother, your foreign language is quite impressive. However, I believe the northern wilderness has its charms. Chapter 47. A banquet invitation just mediocre, but my best qualities are yet unknown to you. The man wears a knowing smile. Qin Mu shivers at the implication, wondering if he is dealing with an old libertine. Martial emperor brother, truly, I do not require your repayment. Do not concern yourself with how to repay me. Qin Mu states helplessly, thinking that if it were not for the debt of gratitude, he would not feel compelled to reciprocate. Then how about this? How about I bring you a girl from the auction house? You can enjoy yourself. The middle-aged man hatches another scheme. Martial emperor brother, when it comes to women, we do not boast. We rely solely on charm. Look, what is this? Qin Mu shakes the invitation card in his hand. A hint of pride in his demeanor, a martial emperor man. Upon closer inspection, it's an invitation from Miss Zhu Zhu. She has invited Qin Mu to an engagement. How extraordinary. Although he has not been in Wucheng long, he is well aware that the Genesis auction house is a colossal entity, and he knows far more than the locals. Miss Zhu Zhu is the legitimate daughter of a certain family. For her to extend an invitation to Qin Mu is truly remarkable. What say you? Shall we go see? Indeed, I am quite curious to witness it, but I fear my appearance may bring you trouble. The martial emperor man expresses his concerns. Fear not. You are no longer the same. Even if you appeared at the doorsteps of those people, they would not recognize you. Let us procure some attire for this brother and give him a proper grooming. Qin Mu commands. Yes, sir. A flurry of servants quickly attends to the martial emperor's grooming, shaving and washing his hair. Remarkably, after the transformation, the martial emperor's demeanor and appearance seem entirely revitalized, exuding a dignified air. Observing this newly polished martial emperor, Qin Mu strokes his chin, his eyes darting with thoughts unknown, a handsome visage, formidable prowess, and smooth communication. He is an excellent candidate for a capable ally. Keeping him around may not be a bad idea. Old Ma, let us head to the banquet. Qin Mu beckons. Right away. The old man approached with an air of eagerness, startling the martial emperor. How could this individual move so silently? Upon closer inspection, could it be that he was merely teasing me? I was unable to discern his cultivation level. What could possibly explain this? Is it possible that my own realm is simply too low? At that moment, the old man cast a fleeting glance his way, sending a chill cascading from his heels to the tips of his hair. Such a masterful concealment of strength. It seems this young prince is extraordinary indeed. I must seize the opportunity to engage in a thorough discussion with him. Observing the old man dutifully trailing behind the young prince, he felt compelled to follow suit, not daring to act out of turn. Yet, internally, he could not help but scoff. With such stature and mastery, why not reign as emperor? Are there truly so many talented individuals in the Tang dynasty? Even someone of such caliber is relegated to the role of a bodyguard. What could be the reasoning behind this? Is the martial emperor not meant to be free? If he must still bow to the whims of others, what then is the purpose of striving for breakthroughs? In Wucheng, the headquarters of Genesis, Qin Mu entered, accompanied by two formidable experts. The young lady from the auction house, Zhu Zhu, had been waiting for quite some time. I apologize for the wait. Miss Zhu, Qin Mu said politely. No need for such formalities. Fourth Prince, Zhu Zhu replied. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the young prince. He was not merely youthful, but remarkably captivating. What was it about him that I was unaware of? As a powerful entity, it was relatively easy to investigate a prince, and soon enough, details about Qin Mu surfaced before her. The history of this prince could be described as utterly uneventful, until recently, when he suddenly rose to prominence. It was quite peculiar. Since departing the Imperial city, he seemed to have lifted some sort of seal, advancing steadily. What could have transpired during that time? Presently, he remained shrouded in mystery. Despite his modest cultivation, he exuded an air of confidence. Even upon seeing her, he maintained a clear mind, devoid of any madness or turmoil. Such composure is truly remarkable. A glimmer of green light flickered in her eyes as she surveyed Qin Mu from head to toe. Fourth Prince, please, come inside. Let us enjoy some tea in the tea room, Zhu Zhu graciously invited. As it happens, I have brought some fine tea leaves to share with you. Qin Mu responded, having prepared in advance for this meeting by employing the tea roasting techniques he had learned in his past life. Oh? You brought your own tea leaves? What makes them so special? Zhu Zhu inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. I am honored to offer you tea, and yet you bring your OWNIS to suggest that my tea is lacking. Or do you doubt my ability to afford such luxuries? Ah, Miss Zhu, please do not misunderstand. These are merely tea leaves I personally prepared, unlike any you have encountered. Qin Mu chuckled, maintaining an air of humility without any emotional fluctuations. No flattery. No fear. Oh, you prepared them yourself? Different from the methods known in this world? I must try them. Zhu Zhu responded, seemingly skeptical. Let me assure you, my method is truly extraordinary. Those who taste it will understand its brilliance. Qin Mu replied with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Please, have a seat, and allow me to brew you a cup. Qinmu deftly measured out some tea leaves, placed them into a cup, rinsed them with hot water, and swiftly poured out the water, before adding fresh water for brewing. He then poured the tea into another cup, separating the leaves from the infusion. The resulting tea was crystal clear and fragrant, vastly superior to any tea she had previously encountered. Remarkably, this tea required steeping rather than boiling. How convenient! Miss Zhu, please, do indulge, Qinmu offered, handing her a cup of the tea. Taking a delicate sip, Zhu was enveloped by the rich aroma. This tea is exceptional. It truly possesses a unique flavor. Ah, I'm delighted you enjoy it. However, the tea tree varieties here are lackluster. Once I discover better ones, I shall invite you to sample them, fourth prince. You are indeed remarkably resourceful, even in such trivial matters, Zhu remarked. Oh, it is nothing. Previously, I lacked cultivation, so I sought out such endeavors to pass the time. Haha, it seems the fourth prince has not enjoyed his time in the Imperial city. Zhu observed. Since you have brought such exquisite goods, I must not be remiss in my hospitality. Bring forth my private stash of Yu-chun. Why does that name sound reminiscent of Honglu Chunguan? Is it truly a legitimate tea? A young maid protested, pouting. Hurry along. But, miss, that tea was left to you by our ancestors, the maid continued, clearly reluctant. Miss Zhu, given the tea's preciousness, perhaps we should reconsider, Qinmu suggested awkwardly. Absolutely not. Fourth prince, do not concern yourself. This maid has grown spoiled under my care. Quickly now, Zhu scolded the young maid. Qinmu was taken aback. How did a simple cup of tea elevate me to the status of your best friend? We are not nearly so familiar. Not even a single touch has passed between us. Can that truly qualify as friendship? The maid, albeit reluctantly, scurried off to fetch the tea leaves, and Zhu turned back to Qinmu with a smile of apology. Miss Zhu, besides the tea, I have also brought a few bottles of my personally brewed wine, as well as this vial of elixir, Qinmu declared, producing a jar of wine and a porcelain vial. Oh? More of your own brewing? Fourth prince, you are quite the adept, Zhu remarked thoughtfully. This elixir, it is not also of your own concoction, is it? Ah, how could that be? I was hoping you might introduce me to a few alchemists. No need for anyone too skilled. Just those who can produce minor royal elixirs will suffice. Just minor royal elixirs. Do you have any idea how challenging alchemy is? If we had such resources, our auction house would treasure them, leaving none to spare for you. Zhu shook her head. Is that so? Then I shall let it go. I was initially inclined to collaborate with you on selling such elixirs. Qinmu pointed to the vial. What sort of elixir is this? 9 patterns? Surely it cannot be of your making, Zhu exclaimed, opening the vial and instantly becoming astonished. Not exactly. However, the formula is mine. What kind of elixir is this? Minor royal elixir? No, this potency is quite strong. Zhu, astute as ever, recognized the value. This is a major royal elixir. It can accelerate the cultivation of a martial king, derived from the foundational principles of the minor royal elixir. What? Accelerate the cultivation of a martial king. Is that so? How intriguing. It is indeed precious. Do you understand the significance of accelerating a martial king's cultivation? It drastically reduces the time needed to reach the martial emperor realm. Only upon entering the martial emperor level can one truly be regarded as a formidable force, earning renown in this world. Fourth prince, does this collaboration still stand? Of course. How could it not? However, no buts. I shall handle the matter of the alchemist. Qinmu found himself contemplating how practical Zhu was. No, how very pragmatic all women seemed to be. Without a vested interest, they were reluctant to engage. Yet, at the mere mention of profit, they instantly became eager to pursue the opportunity. If I can gain Zhu's assistance, our collaboration will undoubtedly yield tremendous rewards. Just as Qinmu reveled in this thought, a maid entered with the tea. The tea is ready. As the two excitedly discussed their lucrative prospects, the maid announced, Miss, the tea has arrived. Dismiss everyone else and ensure no one enters without my command. Zhu ordered with a wave of her hand. Understood. The maid nodded and exited, closing the door behind her. Zhu produced a small copper pot, resting atop a diminutive furnace, from which wafted an aromatic fragrance. Adding water and tea, she brewed it with the finesse of preparing herbal medicine. The moment she removed the lid, A wave of sandalwood scent enveloped them, invigorating the senses and sharpening awareness. In a wonder it could aid in enlightenment. I wonder if I could procure a sapling of that tea tree? Fourth prince, please. As Qinmu pondered how to acquire a sapling, Zhu had already presented him with a cup of tea. Oh, you seem utterly captivated. Qinmu chuckled, though his mind raced with schemes to secure her tea tree. Indeed, fourth prince, you are quite forward. Both shared a hearty laugh as they raised their cups, savoring the tea. Ah, this is... A sudden surge of warmth enveloped Qinmu's abdomen, and he realized with alarm something was amiss with the tea. Glancing at Zhu, he noted her sultry gaze, flushed cheeks, and dazed expression. She too was oblivious to the tea's true nature. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Qinmu felt quite disgruntled, as if he had been cast aside. Miss Zhu, I never anticipated that your thoughts would be so avant-garde. It is not that I am forward-thinking, nor that I possess great insight. I do this for your own good. Remember, forget me. Forget what transpired tonight. Otherwise, I shall be unable to save you. Although you are formidable in the face of true power, you are not. Zhu, with a double entendre, pointed out Qinmu's shortcomings, his lack of strength. Qinmu, Miss Zhu, you are mistaken. Remember my full name. I am Zhu Xia. Etch this name into your heart, and let it reside there forever. Qinmu, is there something amiss with your mind? One moment you want me to forget, and the next you want me to remember. It's quite perplexing. Chapter 50. Make haste to flee. Qinmu felt a bit disoriented. Indeed, women are not to be trifled with. Who would have thought that Miss Zhu possessed such a chivalrous name? Very well, very well. Qinmu was somewhat speechless, yet he acquiesced, saying, that's good to know. As for the alchemists you seek, I will do my utmost to coordinate with headquarters. If you desire more alchemists, you should hasten to Dan City. There, you will find a plethora of alchemists. Oh, Dan City? The name sounds appealing. I shall certainly go. The two were nestled under the covers, discussing post-event matters, yet there was an odd sense lingering in the air. Qinmu's hands naturally wandered over her form, and Zhu made no objections. Their connection felt both unfamiliar and intimate. How long do you intend to stay? I shall take my leave now. I must venture to the northern wilderness. Time is of the essence, and the task is heavy. I must hurry. If time is so tight, why do you not depart? I am contemplating whether to have another go. Why the contemplation? Is it due to a lack of stamina? Do you dare to question me? It seems I must demonstrate some of my prowess. Just as the words left his lips, the two entered into a playful exploration mode once more. Qinmu, brimming with youthful exuberance, and Zhu, not one to be outdone, though not yet at the martial emperor level, possessed a physical prowess that was already quite comparable. After their second bout, each returned to their respective abodes. No, to be precise, Qinmu dragged his weary body back to his manor. Fourth prince, are you well? Old Ma inquired with concern. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. I must say, benefactor, I feel compelled to express my deep admiration for you. Martial emperor men truly inspire awe. You need not articulate it. Sincerity is sufficient. However, martial emperor, what is your surname? Surely, I cannot keep calling you martial emperor brother. Qinmu, that is quite the source of pride. Ah, this is my oversight. So focused on repaying kindness, I neglected to introduce myself. Allow me to formally present myself. My surname is by a single character. Qi, by Qi? Not by Qi, but by Qi. By Qi awkwardly corrected, not out of a desire to avoid self-introduction, but rather due to the sheer awkwardness of his name. By Qi, by Ji, by Ji, by Qi. It's entirely tongue-twisting. Let us just call you Old by moving forward. Old by, what are your plans henceforth? Will you accompany us, or do you wish to venture solo? Qinmu inquired tentatively. Benefactor, I have yet to repay you. How could I possibly go solo? That would be utterly inhumane, despite the current chaos in the world. I, Old Bai, am not that sort of person. Bai Qi thumped his chest emphatically to affirm his character. Initially, he had no intention of following Qinmu. His eagerness to repay kindness stemmed from a desire to understand the favor owed. A martial emperor following a prince? Truthfully, it reflected Qinmu's insufficient status. However, upon witnessing Old Ma, his perspective shifted. Anyone who could attract a martial emperor's allegiance must possess some merit. I shall follow for now. And if there are surprises in store, it may prove worthwhile. Thus, he assured Qin Mu that he would accompany him for the time being and would not depart later. I believe in you. You are undoubtedly a person of responsibility. In that case, return and prepare. We shall set out under the cover of night. Qin Mu nodded with a smile that at last. My efforts were not in vain. I have gained a martial emperor as an allied benefactor. I am but a solitary soul. I have no need for preparations. Just call me when you are ready to leave. That is excellent. I shall take my leave now. Once you are prepared, notify me. In the future, refrain from calling me benefactor. It sounds rather unpleasant. You may call me fourth prince when among them, or simply Xiao Mu Mu if you prefer. Xiao Mu Mu? Perhaps not. I shall stick to calling you fourth prince. The name Xiao Mu Mu simply does not roll off old Bai's tongue. Very well. You may attend to your matters. Here, take this. This is wine I brewed myself. Take it back to quench your thirst. Qin Mu tossed a jar of divine brew his way. Old Bai caught it, opened the lid, and inhaled deeply. His eyebrows and beard immediately perked up. What a fine treasure. I knew there would be surprises. Little did I expect the surprise to arrive so swiftly and in such magnitude. Yet after tasting a sip, he confirmed that this was no ordinary wine. Old Bai scampered back, eager to delve into his newfound delight. Your Highness, why the hasty departure? It seems we have only recently arrived in Wu City. Such a swift exit may arouse unnecessary suspicion. Old Ma queried, puzzled. Old Ma, I must depart. If I delay, it may become impossible to leave. Oh? Are you concerned that Miss Juju might go back on her word? That is but one aspect. More importantly, the emergence of divine-level techniques in Wu City may incite even greater discord. If things go awry, we may find ourselves as sacrificial offerings. Hiss. Your Highness is indeed foresight. If that is the case, we must leave post-haste. Old Ma finally grasped the situation and could not help but admire the fourth prince's clarity of thought. At the same time, he mourned for the Tang dynasty. Such a remarkable individual being forced out of the royal city was a loss for Tang and a stroke of fortune for Desui. If this individual were to devote himself to Tang, then Desui's hopes for restoration would be dashed. Your Highness, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Old Ma understood the stakes and was eager to take flight. Wait, issue your orders, then personally handle one matter. Qin Mu halted Old Ma, handing him a stack of papers. Disperse these swiftly throughout Wu City. Remember, do not reveal yourself. Take some small change and enlist the beggars in the city to assist. Ensure that no trace leads back to us. Qin Mu stressed repeatedly, urging Old Ma to exercise caution and maintain discretion. Understood. Your Highness, rest assured. I, Old Ma, can manage this task. Old Ma pounded his chest in assurance, mimicking by Qi. Very well, off you go. Are the people in this world also muscular? Is it not painful to strike their chests so? As night fell, a contingent of guards and numerous personnel, amidst hundreds of large carts, quietly departed from the manor, gradually making their way into the distance. Although Qin Mu left without a sound, he could not escape the watchful eyes of the observant. Wu City's Lord's Manor, report. The fourth prince, along with the guard contingent, has quietly exited Wu City. This ancestor has finally departed. There is no need for interception or trouble. Inform the guards along the way to allow passage. The Wu City Lord breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this report. At last, this plague has been sent away. Fortunately, he did not incite much chaos, merely taking a few lives, which is of little consequence. Compared to the current turmoil in Wu City, his actions barely register as a problem. Each troublesome individual that departs is a blessing. Now we can focus on resolving the larger issues at hand. The Wu City Lord rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. Being an official is increasingly arduous. Come forth, how is the investigation proceeding? Any leads on the divine-level techniques? Reporting to you, my lord, the investigation is ongoing. According to our inquiries, this individual has undergone a lightning tribulation, and one would expect him to be gravely injured. Yet he seems to have vanished into thin air. Could it be that he has fallen into the hands of certain individuals? Impossible. We were the first to arrive. The other martial emperors were present as well. The only one missing is the person who auctioned off the techniques. Then this is indeed perplexing. Could he truly have disappeared? Do you suppose he has advanced to martial emperor? Hiss. It's hard to say. After all, we have never witnessed the might of a martial emperor. As soon as Qin Mu departed, news of his actions spread across the tables of various factions. However, at this moment, none were preoccupied with the fate of a disgraced prince. They were too busy tending to their own wounded martial emperors. The recent lightning tribulation was no ordinary trial. It struck at the very heart of Wu City's pride. One by one, martial emperors fell, and their esteemed ancestors vanished. Even those who survived were but a shadow of their former selves. Regret filled the air. In pursuit of an unfounded technique, they sacrificed so much of their own foundation. It is no longer simply a matter of how to gain benefits, but rather how to preserve their strength. Although all factions suffered losses, some families remained unscathed. These individuals may not covet the divine-level techniques. But that does not mean they lack an appetite for Wu City's resources. Though they have remained quite low-key, troubles have not diminished. The following morning, explosive news erupted in Wuqing. It is said that many beggars obtained a divine-level martial art, and in their scramble for it, they were torn apart, with pages scattering into the hands of various individuals. Despite this chaos, there were those who, upon receiving a single page of the technique, experienced sudden enlightenment and embarked on their martial path. Some even made remarkable progress. This incident spread like wildfire, causing all the beggars in the city to hide away. They understood well the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind. With this news now exposed, where would they find refuge in Wuqing? Flee. Run as far as you can. Staying in Wuqing would inevitably lead to doom. This was Qin Mu's contingency plan. Since chaos was to ensue, let it be thoroughly chaotic. It would certainly provide a tantalizing morsel for future investigators. Otherwise, how could they ever become frantic? Indeed, once this news broke, it immediately captured the attention of forces beyond Wuqing. Even the largest sects dispatched individuals to investigate. Some beggars were swiftly captured, and from them, fragments of the martial arts technique were indeed recovered. Even more alarming, these techniques were verified to be genuine and withstood scrutiny. Madness ensued. Upon learning that these techniques might truly be divine level, everyone went berserk. Wuqing transformed into a battlefield of bloodshed, with daily fatalities. As more beggars were apprehended, the consolidation of divine techniques accelerated, and it was confirmed that this was the very one auctioned. However, chaos reigned, and without anyone having to call for it, major factions began deploying considerable manpower to capture the scattered beggars. My lord, those beggars have long since fled. What shall we do? Pursue. Even to the ends of the earth. We must retrieve them. Yes, a beggar's version of an apocalyptic crisis unfolded around Wuqing. As they ran, the beggars cursed their fate, lamenting that had they known this would be so perilous, they would never have involved themselves. Now, it was akin to being caught in a quagmire. Even if it wasn't excrement, it certainly felt like it. Run. Run for your lives. Even with the ample manpower of these factions, it was impossible to capture every last beggar. A few would inevitably slip through the cracks and escape to safety. Some even sought refuge in deep mountains, digging caves to hibernate within. Others, unwilling to let their newfound techniques be taken, buried them in pits, leaving behind a foul reminder, ensuring no one could benefit. Within Wuqing, chaos reigned. Yet Qin Mu strolled leisurely forward. Feng Li had already sent word that she awaited him in the mountains ahead. The letter explicitly stated that, in addition to the auctioned items, she had also acquired that piece of mysterious ice, the one associated with the little girl. Why wait? Let us converge. It had been several days since he last saw his Feng Jia. He yearned to see her, not the little girl. Advance at full speed. We shall rest once we reach the mountains ahead. Qin Mu commanded, and the grand entourage surged forward. Soon, Qin Mu's party reunited with Feng Li. Your Highness, I have fulfilled all your instructions without fail. Feng Li greeted Qin Mu with particular warmth, having not enjoyed his presence for several days, her heart aflame with anticipation. Feng Jia, you have worked hard. Bringing back the mysterious ice is simply a delightful surprise. Qin Mu felt elated. He had secured everything of interest from the auction. This trip was not in vain. Come, Feng Jia, allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, the Martial Emperor, who acquired the divine-level martial art at the auction. Moreover, he has successfully passed the Thunder Tribulation and is now a genuine Martial Emperor. Before Feng Li could continue her report, Qin Mu first introduced Lao Bai, signaling her to be mindful of what she disclosed. Feng Li's expression turned curious as she looked between Qin Mu and Lao Bai, torn between amusement and restraint. Ahem, It was merely a stroke of luck. Merely a stroke of luck. Lao Bai awkwardly remarked, were it not for Qin Mu, I might still be a mere corpse. Having passed the tribulation is no mere coincidence. Such fortune cannot be dismissed. Qin Mu shook his head, urging Lao Bai not to belittle himself. A pleasure to meet you. Your prowess is commendable, esteemed elder. Feng Li expressed her admiration. Where might you have acquired the essence of Xiaoyao Valley? Lao Bai spoke candidly, uncertain of the relationship between the young lady and Qin Mu. Esteemed elder, your insight is remarkable. I was once an abandoned disciple of Xiaoyao Valley. I trained there, but after offending someone, I was plotted against, rendered useless. It was precisely because of this that I was fortunate enough to receive His Highness's favor. Feng Li listened, and in a few brief sentences, Lao Bai recounted his past clearly. I see, but now, that old witch Lu Qing must surely be regretting her actions. Who would have thought that someone deemed useless by Xiaoyao Valley could progress so swiftly? Truly remarkable. As a martial emperor, he could discern a person's aptitude with a mere glance. Oh? Are you familiar with Elder Lu? No. I never had the privilege to be acquainted with her. It was merely hearsay. Ah, I see. But now you possess that privilege. Ha! Lao Bai and Feng Li engaged in lively conversation, and after a while, he took his leave, sensing that the bond between Feng Li and Qin Mu was far from ordinary. Thus, he prudently withdrew. Your Highness, behold this jade spirit herb, a priceless treasure. Qin Mu barely glanced at it, his attention shifting to the mysterious ice. Jade spirit herb? Priceless treasure. To him, such things were trivial, as long as the system was intact. Even weeds could become treasures. However, this ancient mysterious ice was beyond the system's capabilities. Moreover, there was something within it. How can I extract the entity inside? Let's start a fire and place this mysterious ice into a pot. I refuse to believe it cannot melt. Qin Mu contemplated the mysterious ice, pondering how to retrieve its contents. Accelerating his cultivation, that was inconsequential. With the system, he had no fears of slow progress. Besides, with a martial emperor as a bodyguard, he had no worries about fighting. Come, Your Highness, build a fire, set the pot, place in the mysterious ice. Yet, as soon as it touched the pot, it froze solid. Qin Mu, just place it directly over the fire. Yes, Your Highness. But as several soldiers placed the mysterious ice over the flames, the fire extinguished. The kindling burned away. What was this principle? Did this ice consume fire? Such a notion was absurd. Forget it. Let's set it aside and use it as a bed for Feng Li. Wasn't it said that resting upon it could accelerate cultivation? Let us put it to good use. Feng Li, this is for you. It seems we have no means to utilize it. Qin Mu pointed at the mysterious ice. Your Highness, this object is quite eerie. No wonder the Genesis auction house chose to auction it. They too seem unable to resolve its mysteries. Feng Li remarked, never mind. After all, it didn't cost much. If it serves as a bed, so be it. Perhaps engaging in some activities upon it might yield a different experience. Qin Mu chuckled. Ah, you are right, Your Highness. Why not try it tonight? Tonight indeed, that is not out of the question. Let us do so tonight. Boom. Suddenly, a thundercloud loomed over Wuqing, slowly gathering. If one looked closely, the center of the thundercloud hovered directly above the Genesis auction house. As the thundercloud thickened, a rumble echoed. The long-suppressed thunder finally struck down. The thunder tribulation. This was the thunder tribulation? The crowd finally reacted, not due to sluggishness, but because they were still reeling from the shock of the recent thunder tribulation. Who was it that dared to undergo tribulation in the city? Would the city lord permit this? Could the damages be compensated? A series of questions swirled in their minds, and they paused to observe who possessed such audacity. At that moment, several old martial emperors from the Genesis auction house fixated their gazes intently on a particular room, Zhu Zhu's bedroom. Chapter 52. Arrival in Dan City with a piercing scream. Zhu Zhu burst forth from her chamber, enveloped in radiant light, her fierce spirit unabated. Boom. As if provoked, the heavenly tribulation finally descended. The first bolt, imbued with destructive force, struck down relentlessly. Ah! Zhu Zhu let out a cry of anguish, yet she persevered, enduring the pain of the tribulation with unwavering strength. The radiance dimmed considerably. It seemed this was not a mere shielding treasure, but a tribulation tool. Had Qin Mu been present, he would have further solidified his judgment. Although he had not reached a level of countless encounters with women, a being such as this, radiating pink, was either a goddess or a demon. Such an extraordinary phenomenon must surely be linked to a prodigy. With successive bolts of lightning, Zhu braved through each with remarkable resilience. As the storm clouds dispersed, Zhu emerged unscathed from the tribulation. Little girl, you truly are audacious. Why did the tribulation occur so suddenly? After Zhu successfully transcended her tribulation, she was met not with congratulations and praise, but rather with a severe reprimand from several elderly martial emperors. It wasn't that they didn't care. It was simply that they couldn't bear the weight of such responsibility, while others might be oblivious. They were acutely aware of this little ancestor's origins. Not only them, but even the esteemed martial emperors at the auction house could hardly shoulder such a burden. To begin with, this little ancestor's grandmother was the grand elder of the auction house, a figure they dared not provoke. Furthermore, her ancestor was none other than the revered stabilizing force of the auction house, rumored to be a martial saint. With such a formidable background, any misstep on their part could lead to dire consequences. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, the auction house's influence would inevitably bring them back. Thus, they approached Zhu with utmost caution, vigilance, and trepidation. However, today's events exceeded their expectations. Zhu unexpectedly faced the lightning tribulation. Wasn't there still some time before she would reach Martial Emperor? A breakthrough was deemed impossible within a year or two, which was why she had been sent out. How could she suddenly attain such a breakthrough? It was utterly astonishing, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. They need not worry, as it was merely a moment of enlightenment that prompted her sudden advancement. Zhu herself had not anticipated that after her encounter with Qin Mu, she would break through. What was supposed to take 2 years had been compressed into an instant. She truly wondered if it was the effect of the cloud mist or the efficacy of Qin Mu's essence. What a mystery it was! As long as there were no issues, that was all that mattered. The elderly gentlemen wiped the sweat from their brows, exclaiming that this time had been perilously close. Seeing that Zhu was unharmed, they exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave. Where had the fourth prince gone? Upon noticing everyone had departed, Zhu turned to her companion and inquired, "Miss, he fled overnight. Should we send someone to retrieve him? Should we roast him or stir-fry him?" The young maid blinked her large eyes, as if she had some inkling of the situation, and brandished her small fist, speaking fiercely, "Curse that big-headed fool. If he has run away, let him be. Even if the monk escapes, the temple remains. Once I uncover the truth, I shall see how he escapes." Zhu shot a glare at the little maid. Rolling her eyes, the young maid stuck out her tongue, retracting her head. Achoo! Achoo! While still galloping on horseback, Qin Mu sneezed several times in succession. "Who is speaking ill of me? Damn it, could it be some little demoness is coveting this prince's body? General Fong, advance at full speed. We shall not take a break. We will rest properly once we reach Dan City." "Yes, Your Highness. Full speed ahead," commanded Fong Dadong. Boom, boom. The entire convoy raced ahead, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing in the air. "Your Highness, you should rest in the carriage. We still have some distance to cover." "No need. Look at my soldiers. They are still running. How can I rest alone?" Qin Mu waved his hand in refusal. "Your Highness, we are accustomed to hardship, but you, rest assured. My body is perfectly fine. I feel stronger than an ox. It's as if I've been exercising all night." Qin Mu, noticing Fong Dadong's concern for his well-being, thumped his chest, which resonated like a drum. "Very well then, let's continue on." As dawn broke, Qin Mu, accompanied by a substantial entourage, reached the outskirts of Dan City, where the city walls were already visible in the distance. "Your Highness, we have arrived. This is Dan City," Fong Dadong said, surveying the surrounding terrain with certainty. "Good. Let's set up camp and explore the city. I hope to find the people and items we need here." "All right, set up camp," Fong Dadong shouted. "Hey, ho!" From all directions of the convoy came a chorus of agreement. Dan City is a unique entity. Although it lies within the domain of the Tang dynasty, it is predominantly governed by a top-tier force, the Danwang Pavilion. Recently, Dan City has been particularly lively due to the ongoing Dan King competition held once every 10 years. Each time, the Danwang Pavilion offers substantial rewards for the victors, and this year's prizes are said to be unprecedentedly high. It is rumored that the top 10 participants will even gain access to the Danwang Pavilion's scripture repository for a day, and they may select one item from the pavilion's treasure vault. If there is a place renowned for its alchemical formulas and methods, it is undoubtedly the scripture repository of the Danwang Pavilion, boasting a lineage that has remained unbroken for thousands of years. Hence, the treasures here hold immense allure for alchemists from various cities. The bustling atmosphere of Dan City is a result of the arrival of alchemists from numerous cities for this event, drawing in various powers and merchants eager to seize the opportunity. Some hope to recruit skilled alchemists or even a Dan King, while others seek to trade their acquired goods for the elixirs or materials they require. Consequently, before each major event, small trading fairs emerge where unexpected treasures can sometimes be found. This spurs a wave of professional treasure hunters to appear at these trade fairs, hoping to unearth gems once more. Amidst this crowd, Qin Mu, accompanied by Lao Ma and Lao Bai, made his appearance. Chapter 53. Treasure Hunting in Dan City. When it comes to treasure hunting, it is Qin Mu's forte. Who else can compare? Moreover, his method of hunting differs from others. He genuinely seeks out discarded items, while for him, good treasures are the true dross. While you may be hunting for bargains, I am stockpiling supplies. At the trading fair. All the discarded items are mine. How much for this herb? Qin Mu inquired, pointing at an unknown type of herb at a stall. Young master, this is not just an herb. It is a premium medicinal plant, Marillion, the stall owner corrected. Marillion? It takes 10 years to be grass, 100 years to be medicine, and 1,000 years to become Morlian. Oh, you have 10 years. It wasn't that Qin Mu was particularly knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. Rather, the system had identified all the discarded items within a 10-meter radius. The herb before him was the one that piqued his interest the most. Although it lacked sufficient age, he had the system to transform waste into treasure. So why bother waiting for it to mature? Why go through all that trouble when he could simply acquire it? Thus, he began to inquire about the price, intending to obtain it, and in doing so, double its value. Young master, this is genuine quality merchandise. How could it be less than 10 years? The stall owner, realizing he was dealing with an expert, was reluctant to yield. Many people are adept at playing the game, creating an illusion that leads one to question if Qin Mu was merely putting on a show. Fine, if you don't wish to sell, I shall seek other items. Qin Mu turned to leave. Too lazy to haggle. The stall owner was taken aback. Young man, you're not playing fair. This approach seems a bit off. Shouldn't we haggle a bit and eventually reach a mutually agreeable price? Wait, young master, it seems you are indeed an expert. How about this? 1,000 taels of gold, and you can take it. The stall owner, as if having made a great mental adjustment, feigned a pained expression. Are you out of your mind? A single herb for 1,000 taels of gold? Qin Mu retorted without hesitation. 500 taels is acceptable. The stall owner remained unfazed, still smiling. No. At most 5 taels of silver. Just for your trouble. Qin Mu shook his head resolutely. What? 5 taels? Silver? Young master, you must be aware this is a trading fair. A trading fair in Dan City. The stall owner was furious this time. You don't cut prices like that. So what? Are you selling or not? Qin Mu displayed an impatient demeanor, turning to walk away again. Wait. It seems you truly know your stuff. Fine. Today I shall let you have it for 5 taels. The stall owner, seeing Qin Mu's intent to leave, quickly softened his stance. To be honest, he wasn't even certain what the herb was. He had merely dug it up by chance, so he wasn't sure of its actual value. Had you said so earlier, we could have avoided all this. Here, take your 5 taels. Qin Mu swiftly collected the herb, paying the 5 taels before turning to leave. Watching Qin Mu's swift actions, the stall owner's heart sank to the depths. It's over. I sold it too low. I've missed out on a fortune. Qin Mu then shifted his focus to another stall. How much for this fruit? He asked, pointing at a dark, unappealing fruit. Young master, you have a keen eye. This is a treasure. The stall owner perked up immediately upon seeing Qin Mu approach. Oh? What kind of treasure? Qin Mu crossed his arms, smiling amiably. Young master, weren't you drawn here by the treasure's allure? I was merely thirsty and found this fruit appealing, so I thought to buy it. Ah? Young master, you are truly astonishing. The vendor appeared to be taken aback. If you are thirsty, you may simply drink water. Are you here to buy fruit to quench your thirst? How clever of you to think of that. But mind you, My fruits are quite expensive. Following the customary script, I should say, I see that you possess a remarkable physique. Thus I am willing to bestow upon you a piece of fruit, wishing you swift mastery of your skills and the fortitude to uphold justice. Qin strained to recollect the lines from the dramas of his previous life, and it seemed to align with that sentiment. The vendor responded, "Is this what one calls human conversation? You appear so clean and tidy, yet your thoughts are so sordid. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover." "No, good sir, you are being unreasonable. If I were to give it away for free, what would I gain?" "Absolutely not. That is out of the question. You must pay something." The vendor shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "Then how much do you desire? Name your price." Qin casually remarked, "Good sir, are you aware of the origins of this fruit?" With an air of mystery, the vendor replied, "No, I am not." "Must I know? Is it forbidden to eat without knowledge?" Qin displayed an expression of disbelief, having never encountered such peculiar rules while purchasing something. "Ah, that is not the case. Just, no need for stories. Simply state the price. I wish to make a purchase, not listen to tales." The vendor was momentarily speechless, feeling exasperated. "If you won't allow me to tell my tale, how can I propose a price?" "You, good sir, seem to be a rather impatient individual. In that case, how does 5,000 taels of gold sound? You must be jesting. For such a pitiful fruit, you dare to swindle me? What is its origin? 5,000 taels of gold. Why not go rob a bank instead? Look at you. When I offer to tell you the origin, you refuse to listen. When I raise the price, you are unwilling. This fruit. All right, I shall offer 5 taels of silver. Will you sell it?" Qin was convinced that this fruit was worthless. Otherwise, the system would not have issued a warning. 5 taels of silver? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, my good sir. This fruit was once something magnificent, but you picked it too early, and now it is rendered useless. My offer of 5 taels is already exceedingly generous. Consider it a token of labor. If you must lay blame, then blame your inability to recognize its worth. A fine item turned into a trifle. Alas, what a pity. Qin shook his head with a sigh, directly addressing the fruit's predicament. Of course, none of this posed a challenge for him. As with the system at his disposal, turning waste into treasure was a breeze. "Ah, good sir, do you recognize this item? What purpose does it serve? If you can elucidate its utility, what harm is there in gifting you this fruit? Clear tea fruit. It dispels bruises, unblocks meridians, and has remarkable efficacy in healing internal injuries." Qin wasted no time, stating it plainly. It seemed the vendor still had unharvested ones, but they would take too long to ripen. Qin had no time to wait for them to mature. He preferred to transform waste into treasure directly. Chapter 54. Encountering a rare duo. Is that so? Very well, since you are so generous. I shall not be coy. I gift you this fruit. The vendor wore a pained expression, yet inside, he was elated. Such fruits grew in abundance where he discovered them. He had come merely to ascertain the worth of this fruit. Only by truly understanding its value could he sell it at a good price. Ha ha, splendid. I shall accept it without hesitation. Qin stowed the fruit away and bid farewell, setting off in search of his next target. Upon arriving at a stall, he was struck with astonishment. The reason was simple. The system notified him of the presence of 2 individuals possessing the bloodline of the ancient behemoth, a branch of the human race. However, at that moment, their bloodlines were too diluted to activate. If it were anyone else, there would be no solution. But Qin had the system. A swift transformation of waste into treasure could awaken their behemoth bloodline. After all, the behemoth was a creature of innate strength, with a robust physique. The 2 peculiar individuals were indeed the vendor's sons. Tall and muscular, Qin observed them as they engaged in tossing around a stone lion. "System, you are going too far. You don't expect me to purchase these 2 children as well, do you?" The stall was run by a couple, oddly accompanied by their 2 rather simple-minded sons, one making a constant HM sound, while the other echoed ha ha. Though they appeared to be of little worth, one could not simply approach and inquire if their silly sons were for sale. Would they not beat you senseless? That would be akin to pouring salt on their wounds. As Qin approached their stall, the couple's expressions fluctuated between red and white, as if struck by some revelation, caught in indecision. "Dear customer, may I inquire what has caught your eye? We are quite flexible with prices." The male vendor spoke up first. To be candid, I am unsure how to articulate this, but if I were to say that I have taken an interest in your two sons, would you be inclined to strike me? Chinmu replied, somewhat awkwardly, ah? The couple's mouths fell agape. Dear customer, please do not jest with us. My two sons have just turned 5. How could they possibly be of interest to you? What? They are only 5. Chinmu surveyed the two boisterous boys, unsure of what to say. They were indeed remarkable anomalies, destined for greatness. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, broad-shouldered and sporting a full beard. They hardly resembled 5-year-olds at all. One could easily mistake them for 50. My good sirs, I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to acquire these two children. Might you consider parting with them? Chinmu stated sincerely. The couple exchanged glances, contemplating the matter. I can offer you a substantial sum. Of course, if you deem money to be of little value, I can arrange other means of compensation. Chinmu pressed on, raising his offer. Regrettably, although our sons may not appear capable, they have not caused you any trouble. Their tone carried a hint of indignation. These two sons were unique from birth, and though they may seem dull, they are exceptionally filial and have brought us immense joy. We have tirelessly sought ways to help them grow up like normal children. My dear sirs, perhaps I have not expressed myself clearly. What I mean to say is that I can resolve your son's predicament. I can restore them to health. In Chinmu's view, the issue with these children stemmed from their suppressed bloodline, which stunted their development. By replenishing their bloodline and activating their vitality, all problems could be swiftly resolved. What? Are you serious, dear customer? Absolutely. Should you succeed in healing them, not only will they be free to accompany you, but we, as their parents, are willing to dedicate our remaining days to serving you. The couple was overwhelmed with excitement. Could it be that the solution they had sought for years was finally at hand? They could scarcely believe it, as happiness arrived so unexpectedly. It felt surreal. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. Chinmu was thrilled. Two formidable allies were within his grasp, however. The couple remained skeptical of Chinmu. After all, it was not every day that a stranger appeared out of the blue claiming he could save their children. I understand. Let us find a secure location where I can provide treatment. Observing the couple's expressions, Chinmu promptly took action. For that was the right course. Do you not need to prepare anything? Can you really treat them directly? The couple regarded Chinmu with doubtful eyes. For a mere minor ailment, what is there to prepare? It is but a trifling matter. Chinmu exhibited confidence. To him, it was indeed no challenge. The real difficulty lay with the system. He merely had to fulfill the duties expected of him as the host. Dear customer, please follow me. Our humble abode is nearby. The couple gestured for Chinmu to lead the way, guiding him to their modest dwelling. It was merely a small, impoverished hut, neither large nor particularly remarkable in appearance or furnishings. Upon entering, Chinmu shooed everyone else out, leaving only the two children. System. Time to transform waste into treasure. A crackling current coursed through the two children. Ha ha. For others, this might be agony, but to them, it felt akin to a few pinpricks. The tingling sensation dissipated quickly, and soon their eyes began to change. Their pupils turned a vibrant crimson, while the whites became golden. Their hair transitioned from a dull hue to a striking golden color at an observable speed. And their bodies became muscular, resembling lions in stature. I am hungry. Ha ha, I am also hungry. The two who had never spoken before were now clearly articulating their desires. Chinmu feigned exhaustion, wiping his brow as he exited the hut. How did it go? As Chinmu emerged, the couple anxiously inquired. I have fulfilled my mission. They are now indistinguishable from normal children. No, I should say they are even stronger than most. Chinmu replied with a smile. The couple hurried inside, and shortly after, the sounds of weeping filled the air. Heart-wrenching cries, as if years of repressed grievances were finally unleashed. After shedding tears, the two emerged, leading their children to express their gratitude. Benefactor, from now on, our family is willing to heed your every command. Ha ha, splendid. Since you both enjoy making such sounds of delight, I shall henceforth refer to you as the Henga Duo. Chinmu affectionately ruffled the children's hair. Chapter 55. The Oddity Among Alchemists. The Alchemist Among Oddities. Yes, we are grateful, Benefactor. The entire family bowed in unison. Oh, it's merely a trifling matter. No need for such formality. I merely wish to recruit these two children. Qin Mu was taken aback by their overwhelming gratitude. Benefactor, are you here to participate in the Alchemy Grand Tournament? If so, I can introduce you to an exceptionally skilled alchemist, the male vendor exclaimed with a treasure-seeking gleam in his eyes. Oh? The Alchemy Grand Tournament, but I cannot concoct elixirs. How could I compete? Qin Mu inquired, astonished. Benefactor, you may not be aware, but one can still participate in the tournament by hiring an alchemist to compete on your behalf. The final results and rewards will still be credited to your name. The vendor patiently clarified, noticing Qin Mu's confusion. Is that so? This sounds like a game for the elite. What an intriguing affair. Qin Mu realized. Moreover, every time the Alchemy Grand Tournament commences, it is accompanied by a grand gambling event. I wonder if the benefactor is interested. Gambling? To what extent? Qin Mu's interest was piqued. While he may not excel in other forms of gambling, when it came to alchemy, he was confident. After all, he possessed a system that ensured victory for whomever he desired. Gold and silver were mere trifles. Centuries-old ginseng, millennia-old spirit herbs, martial arts techniques, and more were available. Pray tell, how substantial are the stakes? Oh, it appears there is indeed a gamble worth taking. You mentioned you could introduce a remarkably skilled alchemist? Indeed. However, this alchemist is rather peculiar. Oh, in what manner is he peculiar? Is he not human in appearance, or does he possess an eccentric personality? Qin Mu queried, intrigued, for he had a penchant for the unusual. Not exactly. While he holds a high rank as a 6th-grade alchemist, the majority of the elixirs he concocts are deemed useless, the vendor revealed candidly. Majority? To what extent? Qin Mu, now formulating a plan, chuckled as he pressed for details. About 99.99%. He is known as the oddity among alchemists. And the alchemist among oddities. What? How can one proceed with such odds? Lao Bai, who had been listening nearby, expressed his astonishment. What purpose does it serve to recruit him? Are we merely gambling on a minuscule success rate? Not at all, benefactor. We shall not wager on his success rate. Rather, we can bet on his failure rate. Although the people of Dan City are aware of his reputation, those beyond its confines may not be. We can profit from their ignorance. Hiss. Lao Bai and Lao Ma widened their eyes in disbelief, recognizing the cunning nature of the scheme. Indeed, the ancient wisdom of exploiting proximity to gamble had proven true. Where is this alchemist friend of yours? Take me to him at once. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu devised a cunning plan that began to take shape in his mind. Your Highness, are you truly willing to gamble on his failure rate? Lao Ma inquired. No, we shall wager on his success rate. I desire both the rewards and the stakes. Qin Mu declared resolutely. What? The entire group gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Qin Mu's audacity. The vendor was perplexed, wondering if he had failed to communicate clearly. Lao Bai pondered whether this young benefactor had lost his mind, while Lao Ma silently acknowledged the boldness of the prince. Does His Highness have a plan in mind? Of course. Qin Mu smiled knowingly, exchanging a glance with Lao Ma that spoke volumes. Indeed. Your Highness is indeed extraordinary. He suddenly recalled the tale of the minor alchemist transforming into a grand alchemist. Oh, could it be that the benefactor has devised a method to enhance his success rate? At this moment, the vendor finally interjected, incredulous. Could it be true? Indeed. Qin Mu reassured him with a confident gaze. I understand now. It is all quite clear. No wonder he is so self-assured. Truly, the destitute perish, while the affluent thrive. It seems we have indeed allied ourselves with the right individual. This way, please. I shall lead you to him. The vendor guided them swiftly to the city gate, where the so-called 6th-grade alchemist was setting up a stall. A banner nearby proclaimed, 6th-grade alchemists seeking team members. First come, first served, assistance with competitions and elixirs. Do not miss out on this 6th-grade alchemist, Qin Mu. Observing this scene, the group was left speechless, contemplating the depths of this man's misfortune. While others sold goods, he was reduced to peddling himself. Look, is that not our 6th-grade alchemist? What a dismal state he finds himself in. Several others, also clad in alchemist attire, passed by the city gate, pausing to mock. As for the esteemed alchemist, he maintained an impassive demeanor. Completely disregarding their jibes, his gaze fixed upon the caravans and pedestrians entering the city, hoping for a moment of attention. Yet, one carriage after another rushed by, none showing any inclination to stop. Alas! Another fruitless day. The alchemist sighed. Haha, I say, do you still harbor hopes of participating in this year's Alchemy Grand Tournament? Dream on. With your success rate, you might as well sleep it off. They continued to ridicule him. Look at your destitution. As a fellow alchemist, I find it utterly embarrassing. Indeed, just give up already. Even if you manage to place in the top 100. What then? If he does place in the top 100, what will you do? At this point, Qin Mu could no longer stand idly by and interjected, Come, let us gamble. Qin Mu was intolerant of such bullying. How could one take advantage of another merely because of their own capabilities? Who are you? The group turned their attention to Qin Mu, sizing him up that I am his employer. Now, tell me, if he places in the top 100, what will you do? Qin Mu asserted with confidence. What, you're his employer? How was I not aware of this? The alchemist was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Wait, there is truly someone who has hired him. The others shared his astonishment. This was indeed peculiar, now that you know. Do not dawdle. Tell me what you will do if he places in the top 100. Are you afraid to gamble? If not, then cease your barking. Those unaware might think you're a rabid dog. Who are you calling a rabid dog? Gamble, gamble. We must gamble. The group erupted, akin to agitated cats, leaping up in excitement. What shall we wager? Whatever you propose, we shall follow. Excellent today. I shall engage you all in a grand wager. Qin Mu declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor, resembling a wild gambler. Wow! Have I been in this dance city for so long that I fear nothing? Come, speak your terms. Indeed, tell me what you wish to wager. The group quickly recognized Qin Mu's gambler's spirit. I wager my life. Will you join me? Hiss. Not only the group, but also those surrounding them gasped in shock. Were young people truly this audacious? Willing to gamble with their lives? What, are you speechless, or do you lack the courage? Qin Mu continued to provoke. Gamble. Let us gamble. We are not afraid of you. The group could no longer contain themselves. They realized they could not back down now, lest they lose face in Dance City. Very well, words alone are not enough. Let us document this. Qin Mu quickly drafted a written agreement to prevent any denial in the event of losing. Excuse me, whose life are we wagering? The alchemist timidly inquired. Naturally, we are wagering our lives against yours. 2 lives against your 5. A surefire profit. I have faith in you. Qin Mu stated, wrapping an arm around the alchemist's shoulders. What? Am I allowed to say I lack confidence in myself? Absolutely not. Fine. Let us gamble then. Today, I shall be reckless. Now that is the spirit. One must possess courage to accompany me on adventures. Qin Mu beamed at his enthusiasm. Young master, when did I ever say I would accompany you on such escapades? The alchemist was baffled, having not established such a relationship yet. Such a lack of awareness is most vexing. Ahem, brotherly. This is my recommendation. You will not go wrong following him. I must inform you discreetly that he possesses methods to enhance your success rate. The vendor finally interjected, moving closer to the alchemist. Is that so? Is it reliable? Trustworthy indeed. My 2 sons were cured by him. Hiss. The alchemist was astonished. He had witnessed those 2 sons numerous times, attempting countless remedies with no success. Theo learned that they were cured so effortlessly indicated that this individual possessed genuine skill. Since that is the case, what harm is there in indulging him in a bit of madness? Let us proceed. After all, should one perish, the birds shall ascend. The few individuals signed the agreement, with 2 copies prepared. And the contract came into force. Boom! The crowd erupted in excitement, whispering amongst themselves. This truly is a gamble for life. Such spectacles have long been absent, and now, there is much to behold. This news spread rapidly through the throngs, echoing throughout the city, rendering it common knowledge. Have you heard? Master Li is wagering his life. What? The eccentric one? Indeed, the very same. Moreover, there are those willing to gamble alongside him. Is that not an eccentricity in itself? Ah? Such individuals exist? Truly a rarity among rarities. The instant this news broke, it ignited a fervor in the gambling houses of Dan City. Some astute establishments, quick to seize the moment, immediately offered odds of 10,000 taels to 1, attracting a wave of patrons. Although Qin Mu was not particularly renowned in Dan City, the reputation of Master Li, the Grand Alchemist, was unparalleled. Under such illustrious fame, Qin Mu felt his own notoriety rising. Within mere hours, the details of his background were thoroughly uncovered. What of the prince? In Dan City, the emperor's word holds sway, rendering royal lineage inconsequential. Should he lose, a throng would undoubtedly rush forth to claim his life. Fourth prince, are you certain you can enhance my odds of success? The buzz in Dan City was palpable, and Masterly felt a pang of anxiety. He had acted impulsively. At my age, I hope I shan't find myself hanging in the balance. Fear not, my methods will assuredly work for you. Qinmu offered a reassuring glance. Just how much can it be enhanced? Masterly inquired, still doubtful. 99.99%. Masterly. Upon hearing this, Masterly felt a fresh wave of uncertainty. Are you jesting? Is that not my failure rate? Now you claim your success rate can reach such heights. If true, I would no longer be an alchemist but a divine alchemist. How reliable is this? He cast a pitiful glance toward the male stall owner. Since the benefactor asserts such a success rate can be achieved, it surely can be, brotherly, you need not worry. The stall owner wiped away a bead of sweat, speaking helplessly. Yet, in his heart, he too felt uncertain. Poor brother, it is not that I am concerned, but do you not find this rather fantastical? One must have faith, trust in oneself, trust in this world as righteousness. Masterly, is this an inexplicable confidence? Gentlemen, are you perhaps overly anxious? If it proves effective, why not simply concoct a batch? Qinmu observed the two, who were anxiously exchanging words, and replied, One batch? Oh no. No, this is an elixir. How can it be described as such? Do you think it is merely porridge? Masterly shook his head, sighing deeply. Such utter ignorance. Can there be any hope? Surely not. Of course not. Elixirs are crafted using an alchemical furnace, not a mere pot. Very well, you use your furnace to concoct a batch, and I shall assist in elevating your success rate. Really? Masterly remained apprehensive. Truly, Qinmu affirmed once more. Good, if you are so certain, I shall attempt to concoct a batch. Masterly produced a small, palm-sized alchemical furnace and a few unknown herbs. Master, what elixir do you intend to create? Furthermore, why is this furnace so diminutive? How much can be produced this way? Is the yield of alchemists truly so low? Qinmu could not help but scoff at the sight of the furnace. Masterly, in just a few moments. He had lost count of how many times he felt speechless. Alas, it is impossible to communicate with those unversed in the craft. I intend to create a qi unblocking elixir. Master Li's face flushed slightly as he spoke softly. Ah, a qi unblocking elixir. Is that not a beginner's elixir? Ahem, while it is indeed a beginner's elixir, it also serves as a test of the alchemist's technique and skill. Very well, then what is your failure rate with this elixir? 99.99%. Qinmu. Eccentric, truly eccentric. No wonder it is said that among alchemists, he is the oddity. Indeed, there are no falsehoods beneath his great renown. Very well, let us commence the concoction. Chapter 57. I ask you, are you convinced? Masterly placed a herb into the furnace, his palms dancing deftly over the surface. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint orange flames flickering above his hands. As the herbs were scorched by the flames, they gradually transformed into drops of elixir. Subsequently, Masterly meticulously added the remaining herbs into the furnace, each one dissolving into liquid. Various colored liquids swirled within the furnace, akin to a few lazy sheep frolicking on the grass. They slowly merged, the entire process remarkably smooth. Yet just as the elixir was to be formed, it collapsed. How peculiar! Truly, the label of eccentricity is not given lightly. Alas, the elixir has failed. Indeed, it remains unviable. Gazing at the heap of wasted elixirs, Masterly sighed in resignation. Transform waste into treasure. Qinmu silently chanted. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through the furnace, crackling audibly before dissipating. The aroma of the elixirs wafted forth, and inhaling the rich fragrance. Masterly could scarcely believe his senses. This scent? It feels so familiar. Is this success? Cautiously, he opened the furnace, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. A dozen top-tier elixirs lay quietly within the furnace, swirling about. What do you think? Is this success rate acceptable? Qinmu mused, asking if he was convinced. Do you still doubt me? This is not merely acceptable. It is an understatement. With such a success rate, I could walk freely through Dan City. Ah, Walk freely? Does that not make you a crab? Have you mutated? You are the one who has mutated. Your entire family has mutated. What I mean is, in Dan City, none can rival me. Oh? Such confidence? Allow me to inform you, that is not necessarily the case. Are you aware that there are heavens beyond this one? Beyond humanity, there are naturally others. Chinmu pointed to himself, implying that he was yet to be accounted for. You too are an alchemist? What level? Masterly asked incredulously. From their previous discourse, he had deduced that Chinmu was utterly ignorant of alchemy. Yet, seeing this newfound confidence, he dared not make any assumptions. No rank, nor level. However, I must tell you, I have a feeling that as long as there exists an alchemical formula, I can concoct it. It is a mere feeling. Do you understand? Chinmu spoke enigmatically to Masterly. Masterly, I know you are joking. Do you think one can concoct simply with a formula? Do you not realize how much time we alchemists invest to become alchemists? Do you have any idea of the dangers we face to master a single flame? Not everyone succeeds. These two hurdles alone claim the lives of 80%. Even if one passes both, it does not guarantee success in crafting elixirs. Just like him, his success rate is pitifully low. And now you tell me that with a formula, one can succeed. What do we alchemists represent? What do our efforts amount to? What do our sacrifices mean? Brotherly, if the benefactor says it can be done, then it surely can. We must have faith in ourselves and in destiny. After all, in the face of talent, hard work counts for naught. The stall owner firmly supported Chinmu. If he said it could be done, it certainly could. There is no need for doubt. This is confidence, an almost mystical confidence. Masterly, madness, sheer madness. Is everyone gone mad? To speak of talent, what talent does he possess? Not even an alchemist. Yet, he could not explain how Chinmu had so drastically improved his success rate. Such abilities are terrifying. Does this imply that for any elixir below the 6th rank, with Chinmu's assistance, success is assured? Thus, he fell silent. Masterly, do you still believe there is hope for the competition? Chinmu inquired at the opportune moment, as Masterly stood in shock. There is great hope. As long as those from the Dan King Pavilion do not intervene, I can achieve victory. This much Masterly was confident of. He was well aware of the capabilities of the individuals within Dan City. Had it not been for his eccentric success rate, he might have already entered the Dan King Pavilion. Very well, in that case, prepare for a grand victory. I have already reserved a considerable upset. Lao Ma, Lao Bai, prepare to place bets. I intend to wager on Masterly's victory across all gambling houses in the city. I shall win them all into bankruptcy. Chinmu declared fiercely. Understood. The two were eager to proceed. Benefactor, should we place such extensive bets, the Dan King Pavilion may intervene. The stall owner expressed his concerns. No matter. Aside from having ample funds, we possess numbers. Command all soldiers to enter the city in plain clothes and take control of all gambling houses. All proceeds shall belong to them, Chinmu commanded. The entire force was mobilized. Who would let go of a good opportunity? A guaranteed profit, who wouldn't seize it? Those soldiers' interests are fundamentally rooted in either gambling or indulging in pleasures. Last time, they were commanded to patronize brothels, and this time, they are ordered to gamble. How delightful! This journey to the North Wilderness is a bonanza. Enjoyment all along the way. This is hardly a journey of suffering. It is unequivocally a pleasure trip. Your Highness truly has our well-being in mind. Are you concerned about our potential fatigue during the journey? Or perhaps you fear we might grow bored and are thus providing us with diversions? A throng of people swiftly disappears into the vastness of Dan City after receiving their silver notes, and thankfully, the grand feast in Dan City is about to commence, drawing an exceptionally large crowd. Thus, such a sizable group has blended in without causing a ripple. However, in the subsequent hours, nearly all gambling establishments in Dan City associated with Masterly have prohibited betting. The entire operation has been compromised. By the time the casinos realized what was happening, it was too late. Should Masterly emerge victorious, the odds they sold would leave them utterly destitute. Upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, the owners of several major casinos convened. This matter is rather peculiar. What are your thoughts? Are you perhaps overreacting? After all, it is Masterly we are discussing. Who does not acknowledge his prowess? Those placing bets on him are undoubtedly mere fodder. What exactly are you concerned about? No, this situation is exceedingly strange. Someone must be scheming. We cannot afford to be negligent. Should we trouble him during the competition? A bit of trouble is necessary. We cannot allow him to have it too easy. Let us gather some funds to influence the judges for this event. What are you thinking? The judges are the decision-makers from the Danwang Pavilion. Even if there is a connection, we cannot waste resources on such trivial matters. Chapter 58. The alchemy competition commences, so what do you propose? I know the supervisor in charge of distributing herbs. I can tamper with their herbs. Then it is settled. Let us ensure he cannot succeed. How will he win then? The casino owners in Dan City are quite anxious. After all, with such high stakes at play, a misstep could lead to ruin. Thus, they all offer advice to block Master Li's path. Yet, they are unaware that these petty tricks are utterly ineffectual against Qin Mu's capabilities. Even if he were to meddle, as long as the configuration is correct, he can produce the proper elixir. Their hopes are destined to be in vain. Under the gaze of the multitude, the grand competition in Dan City finally begins. Master Li occupies the 138th seat, neither particularly advantageous nor disadvantageous. Simply average. The distribution of alchemical herbs commences. The initial round poses no challenge, at least for those with genuine skill. However, for novice alchemists, it remains quite formidable. Master Li, upon receiving his assigned herbs, hesitates, his hands suspended mid-air as he examines them. Shock evident on his face, his hands trembling. Master Li, what troubles you? Have you discovered an issue? Qin Mu, accompanying him in the alchemy endeavor, immediately senses something amiss. How can this be? How dare they? They are truly attempting to undermine me. At that moment, even if Qin Mu were oblivious, he would comprehend that they have been sabotaged. No doubt the work of those casino owners. They have struck in the first round, showing no desire to grant us any opportunity. Fear not. Allow me to take a look. Qin Mu takes the herbs and conceals them within his sleeve, silently reciting. Transform waste into treasure. A surge of energy courses through the herbs. When Qin Mu retrieves them from his sleeve again, they have been transformed, from worthless to premium herbs. What is happening? These herbs, Master Li snatches them away, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he blinks at Qin Mu. Ha, Master, how could I possibly be unprepared for such a competition? Qin Mu feels embarrassed under the scrutiny and feigns, a mere sleight of hand. Master Li cautiously inquires, Hush, you understand, some things are best left unsaid. Qin Mu adopts an air of inscrutability. I understand. You remain ever so prudent, Your Highness. Otherwise, we might have truly fallen into their trap. Cursed be it. Once I am prosperous, I shall not let them off so easily. Master Li declares vehemently, clearly incensed. Master, remain calm. They may not allow us to advance, but we shall indeed prevail, striking back fiercely against them. Qin Mu cautions, for the primary focus now is to advance in the competition before seeking further power. Alas, you are right, Your Highness. It was my folly. Regaining his composure, Master Li begins the alchemical process. The elixir this time is not particularly challenging, but for Master Li, the difficulty lies in the success rate. With a flurry of activity, he operates with the ferocity of a tiger, yet upon inspecting the cauldron, he finds a failed elixir. Alas, it truly is not working. No matter. Allow me to take over. Qin Mu reassures him. Silently reciting, transform waste into treasure. He pretends to brush his hand over the cauldron. All set. We may proceed. All set. Master Li hesitates to believe it. Is it truly that simple? How infuriating it is to be outdone. All right. Qin Mu affirms, commence. Master Li quietly curses, lifting the lid of the cauldron to reveal 9 perfectly round elixirs nestled within. Success. This is real. 9 is the supreme number. Producing 9 elixirs from a single cauldron is an extraordinary feat. Moreover, these are particularly unique specimens. Master Li nods in satisfaction, sealing the cauldron and signaling that he has completed his task. As soon as he raises his hand, several young attendants rush over with trays to collect the cauldron and present it to the judges. Upon opening the cauldron, the judges are immediately astonished. 9 elixirs, to the maximum capacity, and that's not all. These elixirs seem somewhat different. Elder Chung, please take a look. Is this elixir not the legendary 9 elixir pattern? The first judge to examine the elixirs rubs his eyes, astonished. What is happening? Are we about to witness history today? What did you say? 9 elixir pattern. Do you understand what you are claiming? The other judges are equally stunned. This is something unprecedented. Even the ancestors of the Dan Wang Pavilion have only seen records of it in texts. They all lean in, each taking one elixir to scrutinize closely. The elixirs float with clouds. Divided into 9 layers, each interdependent and intricately linked, forming 9 distinct waves. This is identical to the records in the texts. Elder Chung exclaims with excitement, "Indeed, a miracle. At this age nearing the grave, to witness such a wonder is truly a life fulfilled. This elixir is of the highest quality. Does anyone have any objections? Who would dare voice dissent? We are all humbled in comparison. Which master is concealed among the common folk?" After verification, the judges collectively inquire. "To whom does this elixir belong?" The young attendant replies, "It was submitted by the contestant in the 138th seat. May we invite him to the stage for a discussion?" "No, we shall go to him personally." "Very well. Such an individual merits our collective visitation." Guided by the young attendant, the judges rise in unison, leaving both participants and spectators bewildered. What is occurring? Why are the judges standing? Have they grown weary and wish to relieve themselves? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a group head to the restroom together? Upon reflection, that does seem improbable. Could it be? What have you deduced? Speak. Indeed, you cannot leave us hanging. Is it not a bit malicious? I merely pondered if someone was cheating and they discovered it. Therefore, there is no need to elaborate further. We understand. It is clear they intend to catch someone in the act. All eyes are on the scene, eager to witness which audacious individual would dare commit such a transgression during this grand competition. Master Li and Qin Mu watch from a distance as a throng approaches. Master Li immediately grows anxious. Is your elixir unblemished? Will they discern anything unusual? Master, it is your elixir. Worry not. They shall not uncover any issues. Have confidence. After all, you are a 6th-tier master alchemist. Qin Mu encourages, though he himself feels uncertain. Chapter 59. A startling revelation, however, the reality often diverges from expectations. Their actions unmistakably lead toward them. This is bad. They are coming for us. Qin Mu internally laments, mentally calculating his vulnerabilities and excuses, pondering whether to push Master Li forward. That seems rather unsavory, but given the circumstances in Dan City, my royal status may not carry weight. I can only hope to fight our way out with Lao Bai. Your Highness, do you think they have discovered something? Perhaps the herbs. Master Li expresses his concern, unsure if it is merely a guilty conscience at play. Fear not, Master. The herbs have been transformed into naught, leaving no evidence behind. Even if they are astute, it is impossible for them to detect any issues based on the elixir, to hypothetically retreat 1,000 steps. Even if they detect something, what does it matter? We simply refuse to acknowledge it. After all, there are so many witnesses here, the herbs were provided by them, and if there is an issue, it is theirs to bear. Qin Mu seems determined to deny everything. Is this truly feasible? Rest assured, this is something I frequently manage, Master Li. While they deliberated on strategies, a young attendant guided the judges to Master Li's seat. This alchemist, did you concoct this pill? Elder Chung was the first to inquire. Indeed, it is my creation. Is there any issue with it? Master Li questioned, feigning calmness. How did you manage to concoct it? Achieving 9 pills in a single batch is already remarkable. And each one is a 9-pattern pill, which is even more extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Master Li and Qin Mu immediately felt relieved. It turned out they hadn't uncovered anything, but were merely captivated by the pill's intricate designs. This is a family secret. You see, this, Master Li thought to himself, how would I know? I isn't at this ancestor beside me who is responsible for this. I understand. Since it is a family secret, it should not be disclosed to outsiders. However, might I observe Master Li's refining process just once? The others exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, there was a secret technique. Unfortunately, it is not for outsiders to know. It seems this method is beyond my reach. Well then, you shall provide the herbs. Master Li glanced at Qin Mu, saw him nod, and finally agreed, though his heart raced with trepidation. Would this truly work? I mustn't reveal any flaws, or it will lead to trouble. Master Li discreetly cast a questioning glance at Qin Mu. Qin Mu subtly returned a reassuring look. Fear not, fear not. I will handle everything. You just focus on refining your pill. Go fetch another batch of the same herbs. Elder Chung pointed at the young attendant. Yes, I will do so at once. The young attendant shrank back, a fearful expression gracing his face, and hurriedly dashed off to procure the herbs. Meanwhile, in the herbal management office, a corpulent overseer leisurely sipped tea, entirely oblivious to the impending calamity. The young attendant swiftly reached the office, clearly stating that he needed another batch of herbs for seat 138. Huh? What did you say? Another batch? Seat 138? ISNT, that the one that was previously manipulated behind closed doors? Hee, they must have discovered an issue with the herbs and wish to refine another batch. No way. The supply of herbs is limited. How can we just hand them out? But the esteemed judges have all agreed. The young attendant spoke nervously, failing to articulate clearly. Had he mentioned that the judges had explicitly requested it, the overseer would not have dared to act unscrupulously. However, due to the miscommunication, the overseer mistakenly believed that the request for the herbs had been sanctioned by the judges. Huh? This is troublesome. In that case, you may take another batch. Yes. The young attendant reached for a prescribed batch of herbs and was about to leave when the overseer abruptly stopped him. Wait, you've taken the wrong one. It should be this batch over here. The overseer immediately called out to him. Ah, Overseer Wu, I took the correct one. Correct? What do you mean correct? I say you took the wrong one. And that means you took the wrong one. Fine. The young attendant timidly placed the herbs he had already secured down and took the ones from the overseer's hand instead. In a short while, the young attendant returned to the arena, exclaiming, Master, the herbs have arrived. Masterly accepted the herbs, unfolded them, and upon inspection, found the same formula and the same issue. The moment he opened the herbs, several pairs of eyes widened in astonishment. These judges were all esteemed masters from the Pill King Pavilion, seasoned in the realm of herbs, and could readily discern the problem. This is a subpar product, harvested prematurely. How could this possibly be here? Wait, let me ask you, where did these herbs come from? Who instructed you to substitute inferior goods? Elder Chen queried with a face full of fury. This was given to me by the overseer. The young attendant, terrified, immediately knelt and cried out, Do not dare to lie. Otherwise, I shall see to it that you are executed. How could I? I would not dare. Even if I had 100 lives. I wouldn't dare deceive you, the young attendant lamented, realizing the disparity in their standings. Why would he be foolish enough to deceive someone of such stature? Summon that wretched overseer here at once. Elder Chung spoke with barely contained rage. I shall handle it, a judge whispered. After all, this was a scandal for the Pill King Pavilion. Such matters should not arise at a grand event. Where have all the good herbs gone? It is clear that this overseer had ulterior motives. Until now, they only suspected that this overseer acted out of greed to pocket a little extra herbs, failing to consider that he might have been bribed. This cannot be blamed on them. Having been in positions of power for so long, they could not fathom that one of their own could be swayed by outsiders. They must understand that this is a grave crime. Any sect would deal with traitors in one word, death. Therefore, in their minds, no one would take such a monumental risk for such a trivial endeavor. The reason is simple. The rewards do not measure up to the risks. They would not even think along those lines. Under normal circumstances, the overseer would indeed not dare to do so. But who could have anticipated that such a grand event would select so many competitors? The odds of that happening are akin to a meteor falling from the sky, landing squarely on your head. When the overseer was hauled before the judges, seeing their solemn expressions, he was struck with terror. Chapter 60. Refining pills requires mastery in pill crafting. The masters inquired, What business do you have with me? The overseer, upon witnessing such a gathering, nearly lost control of his bladder. Upon seeing the plaque for seat 138, only one thought crossed his mind. It's over, the matter has come to light. Speak. Why did you do this? Elder Cheng asked sternly, his expression as cold as ice. Elder, please let me explain. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Listening to the words of a few gambling house owners, the overseer attempted to deflect blame, fearing the judges had discovered his collusion with outsiders. Huh? Outsiders? The elder judges exchanged glances, sensing a twist in the tale. Indeed, it was outsiders. Those scoundrels threatened me with gambling debts. Elder, I am also a victim here. Do not fear. Please explain in detail how they threatened you. Elder Chung urged. Elder, it all began with Master Li, who gambled his life, causing a stir throughout the city, prompting the major gambling houses to view it as an opportunity. They set up betting pools based on his victories and defeats. Initially, everything went smoothly, but the day before the competition, a massive influx of funds came in, betting on Master Li's victory. This caused them to panic, leading them to scheme in secret to eliminate Master Li. They approached me, threatening me with my gambling debts at their establishment, compelling me to secretly sabotage Master Li. The overseer laid bare the entire situation, but he sought to absolve himself of all responsibility. So what you're saying is that someone threatened you to deliberately swap the herbs? Elder Chung inquired. Yes, that is exactly it. The overseer nodded repeatedly, believing he had shifted all blame away from himself. However, the expressions of the elder judges grew increasingly grim. They did not care if you were a bit greedy, whether you took a little more or a little less. They were indifferent. Their resources were vast enough to withstand it. But being manipulated by outsiders changes the nature of the situation entirely. Well, you are quite something. You are indeed a fine disciple of the sect. The sect has wasted years raising you. Elder Chung spat venomously. Ah? Elder, please allow me to explain. The overseer's mouth hung agape. Guards, take him to the Medicine Servant Valley and make him a medicine slave. Elder Chung issued the command directly. Elder, spare me, Elder. Upon hearing that he was to be sent to the Medicine Servant Valley, the overseer was so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions. What is the Medicine Servant Valley? Once you enter, you shall never emerge alive. As long as you do not die, you will be forced to test drugs endlessly, forever living, forever testing. Ha, I apologize for the disgrace brought upon you all. My family has fallen into misfortune. Elder Chung addressed the assembly with a bow. It is truly embarrassing. Fortunately, we managed to mitigate the losses in time, handling the situation on the spot, which not only demonstrates the importance we place on this grand event, but also reflects the strict discipline of the Purging Pavilion, which serves to intimidate our disciples and warn outsiders to adhere to the rules. Have someone fetch a proper batch of herbs. Master Li, my apologies for the inconvenience, Elder Chung announced, and no one dared to refuse. The bloody truth was laid bare. The young attendant hurried off to procure the herbs, and this time, no one obstructed him. Not at all. It is indeed our fortune to have such fair judges. Then, we shall request that Master refine the pills once more on site. The judges expressed their regrets. No trouble at all. It is but a simple task. Moments later, the young attendant returned, bustling with the herbs once more. This time, the judges carefully inspected the batch to ensure nothing amiss had occurred. Once satisfied, they handed it over to Master Li. Master Li Dayton, upon receiving the herbs and opening them, found that this time they were from a normal harvest. However, this realization made him uneasy. He could not ascertain whether the previous herbs had been swapped by Qin Mu, which had resulted in the creation of such a classic elixir. This time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, how would he proceed? Casting a glance at Qin Mu, whose reassuring gaze suggested that everything was as it should be, Master Li Dayton began to tidy the alchemical furnace and stow away the elixir. Employing the same techniques and steps as before, he commenced the refining process once more. The onlookers furrowed their brows, for the method appeared unchanged, perhaps even inferior to those practiced within the alchemist's pavilion. Was this truly sufficient? Master Li Dayton, unhurried, meticulously followed his method, uncertain if he could once again produce the 9-patterned elixir. As he reached the final step, he silently mused about collecting the elixirs, only to discover, to his dismay, that they were indeed failures. Yet, at that moment, he refrained from opening the furnace and instead closed his eyes, waiting as if in meditation. In that instant, fortune smiled upon him. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu observed the furnace, where 9 failed elixirs began to emit crackling sparks. In mere moments, the aroma of the elixir wafted through the air. The 9-patterned elixir was complete. Sensing the fragrance, Master Li Dayton felt a surge of confidence. With this scent, success was within reach. Those who had been observing were utterly baffled, especially the elders serving as judges, whose extensive experience led them to believe that this batch had been ruined. How could such a sudden transformation occur at the last moment? Their minds were filled with questions. Yet, seeing Master Li Dayton still in a meditative state, they hesitated to voice their thoughts, merely exchanging bewildered glances. Awaiting his awakening. Finally, Master Li Dayton exhaled dramatically and opened his eyes. Master Li, how did it go? The anxious elders inquired, "At long last. It seems I have not disappointed your expectations. This time, the outcome is nearly assured." "Oh, when shall we open the furnace to verify the elixirs?" "Right now. Let us open the furnace." Without hesitation, Masterly Dayton lifted the lid, revealing 9 plump elixirs nestled within. The 9-patterned elixir. Remarkable. "Masterly, I have some lingering questions. Might you clarify them for me?" Elder Chung, with a hint of embarrassment, asked, eager to comprehend the process that had transpired, feeling vexed by his own ignorance. "Elder Chung, feel free to inquire. It would be my honor to enlighten you." As the elixirs were being refined, there seemed to be a fluctuation, almost rendering them failures. Yet, how did they revert to being 9-patterned elixirs? This is truly perplexing. Oh, this is precisely the essence of our family's secret techniques. We hold fast to a family motto. To refine elixirs, one must produce quality elixirs, to refine them to perfection. We relentlessly strive for this principle, preferring to let an elixir fail than to present a subpar product. Masterly Dayton spoke with confidence. Chapter 61. Bewildered, utterly bewildered in explanation. Such a thing was impossible, for even he did not understand. Masterly Dayton could only resort to vague statements to placate the crowd. This philosophy of failure is not an option was something only he could articulate. The listeners gasped in astonishment. However, once they regained their composure, they analyzed the situation and deemed this refining method entirely impractical. If one could ensure 100% success, perhaps it would be feasible, but who could guarantee such certainty? They shook their heads, recognizing that this approach was merely a display of skill. Now I understand why. At the last moment, it appeared to be on the verge of failure. Elder Cheng murmured. How could you not recognize this? The crux of our family's secret method is to break before one can establish. Upon realizing he had spoken too much, Masterly Dayton quickly covered his mouth. Oh dear. I've said too much. Break before one can establish. What a fascinating concept. While others may not have grasped it, the judges from the Alchemist's Pavilion, seasoned in the art, would undoubtedly see the potential in this newfound perspective. Thank you, Master. Might I extend an invitation for you to join our Alchemist's Pavilion? I can personally offer you the title of Outer Elder. Elder Chung bowed in gratitude, genuinely wishing to recruit Masterly Data, and it is an honor to receive Elder Cheng's recognition, but I have already pledged my service to His Highness. I must regrettably decline your offer. Masterly Dayton was acutely aware of his own limitations. He would surely reveal himself within hours if he accepted such an invitation. Ah, what a pity! The judges expressed their disappointment. Although they acknowledged his refining methods, they desired his expertise for their own purposes. Elder Chung, does our sect not have the title of guest elder? Why not bestow one upon Masterly? This way, he can receive the benefits from the Alchemist's Pavilion and participate in discussions on alchemy, one elder proposed. Excellent suggestion. What say you, Masterly? Elder Chung exclaimed enthusiastically. Masterly. What a splendid idea. Indeed, however, I will not linger in Dan City for long, as I must accompany His Highness to the North Wilderness for my assignment. Masterly Dayton replied, expressing his dilemma. No matter, as long as you return once a year, it suffices. Should our sect require assistance, we will arrange for someone to seek you out. If that is the case, I see no problem, but I must admit I feel unworthy, Masterly Dayton humbly remarked. Ha ha, my brother, henceforth we are comrades, and we shall look out for one another. Elder Chung laughed heartily upon hearing Masterly Dayton agree to the proposal. The other judges joined in laughter, exchanging pleasantries. For regardless of future utility, it was beneficial to leave a good impression. The first stage of the competition concluded simultaneously. Following the commotion, the other alchemists seized the opportunity to complete their respective works, while those unable to do so were eliminated. This round of alchemy saw nearly half the participants disqualified. As the second stage commenced, Qin Mu found himself unable to rejoice, for Masterly Dayton had been designated as a guest elder, rendering him ineligible to continue competing. Being a guest elder meant he was still considered an elder. Thus, for the sake of fairness in the competition, he could not participate. Yet, Qin Mu was fixated on the prizes of the competition, not out of greed, but because entering the Alchemist's Pavilion would grant him access to their entire repository of formulas and tomes, which was what he truly coveted. What to do? Abandon the competition? Impossible. This was too great an opportunity. Old Ma, fetch our battlefield pot and bring me a furnace. Oh, and don't forget the firewood. Thud. Old Ma stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Refining elixirs, of course. What else? Do not be absurd, Your Highness. This is alchemy, not cooking. What is the difference? Isn't it all about extracting essence and fusing it into an elixir? While that may be true, the methods of alchemy and cooking are distinctly different. There's really no difference. As long as it results in an elixir, even if it's made from dung, it's the correct approach. Qin Mu replied nonchalantly, as if to say, alchemy? What a joke. Old Ma realized he had no choice but to comply with the prince's orders. Once he made a decision, it seemed there was no room for change. Was this the aura of an emperor? Following the directives, Old Ma gathered the necessary items. Qin Mu set up the pot, filled it with water, ignited the firewood, and even before the competition began, he was already boiling water. His series of actions left the onlookers in a state of shock, their jaws nearly dropping into the furnace. What is he doing? Has he been struck by a blow? No, he just secured a position as a guest elder in the alchemist's pavilion. Is he still not satisfied? Such greed among the young. What is he attempting to do? Stewing soup with pots and firewood. I find this a bit far-fetched. Masterly, what does His Highness intend to do? The judges also took notice of this unusual situation, particularly due to the large plume of smoke rising from the firewood, which was hard to ignore. No, he is refining elixirs. Masterly Dayton stroked his beard, feigning calmness. Yet inwardly, he thought, how should I know what he intends? Let us just play along for now. Surely he is to making soup. Refining elixirs? This method seems rather peculiar. I wonder where this prince learned his craft? Utterly baffled, they could not believe this was alchemy. If he could indeed produce an elixir in such a manner, they would eat their hats on the spot. Oh, I cannot say for certain. After all, it is his secret. As a mere servant, it is not my place to inquire. Perhaps we should wait until he completes his work and then ask him how he did it. Surely he will grant us the courtesy. Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but I am utterly helpless. The esteemed Masterly pondered in his heart. Chapter 62. The Northeast Iron Pot Alchemy Method. The second phase of the competition is about to commence, and Qin Mu has received the herbs distributed for the contest. However, he soon realizes a grave issue. He does not possess the alchemical formula. Yet, this does not daunt him. Since so many herbs have been provided, the formula must surely consist of these very ingredients, albeit in a different sequence. With this in mind, he indiscriminately tosses all the herbs into the pot, letting them simmer together, regardless of the order. As long as he can extract the essence, does it matter which goes in first? Is he relying on the steps of alchemy? No, he is relying on the system. As long as the recipe is correct, he will find a way to concoct the elixir. Meanwhile, the onlookers are bewildered. What is he doing? Is he boiling soup? Can he not take this seriously? This is a competition. Masterly, look at this. A series of Qin Mu's actions left not only the spectators but also the judges utterly flabbergasted. Is he truly just boiling? Oh, this must be a family secret passed down. The awkward Masterly said, you ask me, but who am I to inquire? Family secret. Again with the family secret. Do you think I believe that? The judges furrowed their brows. What sort of family could possibly pass down such absurd alchemical methods? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. At this moment, Qin Mu realized that the heat was insufficient. He tossed another bundle of firewood onto the flames, instantly intensifying the heat, causing the flames to blaze more fiercely, and the herbs in the pot began to dissolve more rapidly. Thus, he boiled vigorously, then simmered gently, until only a small amount of essence remained at the bottom of the pot. It should be the essence. Observing the thick, dark, sticky substance at the pot's base, he mused, how could this not be considered? Qin Mu used a dagger to scoop up a piece, rolled it in his hand to form a round bead, and then placed it into the alchemical furnace. He continued to mold dozens of them, all placed within the furnace. Transforming waste into treasure, mentally reciting, he pretended to delicately caress the furnace with his hands while muttering an unintelligible incantation, as if chanting some spell. This display of mystique only added to the enigma surrounding his alchemical methods, leaving those observing him even more perplexed. Could this be real? After an elaborate display akin to a shamanistic ritual, he wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieved his teacup, and took a sip. Ha! Exhaling a breath of murky air, he beckoned a young attendant over and handed the furnace to him. Has he finished? Though I find it hard to believe, it certainly seems that way. Discussions erupted among the crowd, becoming somewhat noisy. Silence. The judges exclaimed loudly. After all, there are other competitors still refining their concoctions. Not everyone possesses Qin Mu's extraordinary talents. Bring me his alchemical furnace, at once. When the young attendant retrieved it, the judges widened their eyes in astonishment. Elder Chung slowly reached out to lift the lid of the furnace, but hesitated. At that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety. Although he did not believe, what if? What if this method actually worked? What then of all his years of training? He hesitated, torn between whether to open it or declare his disqualification. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fear, and he lifted the lid. The judges looked on in wide-eyed amazement, fearful of falling behind. Lo and behold, dozens of elixirs lay within the furnace, completely overturning their understanding. They toiled endlessly, and even at their peak, could manage only 9 elixirs, while this fellow had boiled up a whole pot yielding dozens. It was a crushing blow. Wait, look closely. To observe keenly, one must credit Elder Chung. They say that age brings wisdom, and indeed, it holds true. What is it? The elders leaned in for a closer look. Astonishingly, dozens of elixirs were adorned with delicate, swirling patterns, faint yet unmistakably present. Even more terrifying was the presence of 9 distinct patterns. My goodness, how could such a crude method yield 9 patterns? Although his 9 patterns cannot compare to Master Li's, they are indeed 9. What on earth is happening today? Legendary events are manifesting one after another. Elderly, look, this too bears 9 patterns. Though not as clear as yours, it is indeed 9. A remarkable similarity. Truly, there are always those greater than oneself, and realms beyond realms. Master Li feigned deep contemplation, though internally he was in turmoil. He could not reveal his anxiety. Impressive, truly impressive. It seems this prince's family heritage is quite profound. Come, let us seek counsel together, Elder Chung said helplessly. Though he did not want to admit it, this method was indeed more economical than that of the Alchemist Guild. Yet reality dealt him a resounding slap in the face. Master Li was not one to offend. After all, alchemists valued civility. However, you, a mere prince, a little favor, and you won't obediently present your methods? Indeed, let us all go. The judges echoed. With the elder leading, who would dare refuse? Though he was merely a prince, the proper etiquette must still be observed. They proceeded with great pomp to seat 138. The crowd gazed in astonishment. What is happening? Why are the judges so spirited this year? They frequently come out to wander around, and all to the same seat. Your Highness, we truly are fated, Elder Chen greeted. Qin Mu hurriedly rose. Old sir, you flatter me. If you require anything, just summon me. There is no need to trouble yourself. No worries. If it is a matter of inquiry, one must adopt a humble posture. The enduring success of our Alchemist Guild hinges on civility. Such eloquence. He deftly diffused the awkwardness of his humble inquiry, while emphasizing the fairness with which the Alchemist Guild conducts its affairs. Pray tell, what method of alchemy does your Highness employ? The Northeast Iron Pot Alchemy method is a family secret of mine. Ugh. The elders rolled their eyes in unison. Yet another family secret. It seems our Alchemist Guild's methods are the most inferior, does it not? Might we be fortunate enough to listen or perhaps exchange knowledge? The elders, quite candidly, asked. To be frank, everyone should be aware of my origins. Yes? Qin Mu feigned embarrassment. Chapter 63. A pot descends from the heavens in the Tang royal court. The elders nodded. Indeed. Is there any inconvenience? Please share. We assure you, we will not shortchange the esteemed prince. It is not that I am unwilling to share. Qin Mu feigned difficulty. That is primarily, this is the family method of the great Tang Empire. I cannot speak on its behalf. If you wish to obtain this alchemical method, you must seek an exchange with the Tang royal family. Qin Mu silently apologized to the Tang Emperor. Forgive me. Father, this pot must be passed to you. I hope you will appreciate it, for we are both born into royalty. So that is it. The elders nodded, finally understanding the situation. Akiyu, the great Tang Emperor, Qin Hui, sneezed several times in the sweltering heat. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel unwell? It feels as though someone is plotting against me. Xie Donglai. Where has the fourth prince wandered off to? After much contemplation, the most likely culprit was indeed the released fourth prince. Reporting to your majesty, the fourth prince has already departed from Wuqing. As for his whereabouts, we have yet to receive any reports. Xie Donglai said cautiously. What? No report yet. What are you all doing? Are you becoming increasingly negligent? Your majesty, please do not be angry. It is simply that the farther the fourth prince travels, the longer it takes for news to arrive. Xie Donglai felt utterly defeated. What kind of excuse is that? If this were the enemy, would you wait until they reached the royal city to ascertain their movements? Xie Donglai. Xie Donglai thought to himself. Isn't that the case? Isn't that how it always goes? Your majesty, perhaps your expectations are too high. Report. The fourth prince has arrived at Dan City, Nanny. Both the great Tang Emperor Qin Hui and Xie Donglai were taken aback. The inevitable has finally come, but what could he possibly want in Dan City? Does he truly not wish to go to the northern wilderness? Or is he seeking to establish himself elsewhere? How perplexing. Perhaps we should never have allowed him to leave the royal city. Xie Donglai. Where has our imperial envoy reached? Why has he not yet delivered the edict? This is truly a remarkable situation. The messenger is slower than the order. Your majesty, still en route. Still en route? Still en route? Slap. Still en route? Slap. I command you to stop saying still en route. The great Tang Emperor Qin Hui rolled up his sleeves and began to slap Xie Donglai across the face. Your majesty, spare me. Spare me. This is not our fault. It is all the fourth prince's erratic wandering. I care not. I care not. I demand it immediately, right this moment. The emperor of the great Tang, Qin Hui, is utterly unraveling, completely at his wits' end. Yes, your majesty. At once. Xie Donglai, it seems, has not enjoyed a moment's peace for quite some time, reminiscing about the past, longing for those carefree days. Report. The fourth prince has subdued a sixth-level grand alchemist and is gambling with his life in Dan City. Finally, a glimmer of good news. Upon hearing that a sixth-level grand alchemist was captured in Dan City, their expressions shifted dramatically. Fortunately, the subsequent news brought them immense joy. Gambling with one's life? Ha! Truly a reckless endeavor. Dan City, is it an ordinary place? Even I, the emperor of the great Tang, find it difficult to exert influence there. What hope has a mere prince like you? Wait a moment, why does this statement feel somewhat off? Yet, I cannot articulate why. How peculiar. What was the outcome of the gamble? Did the fourth prince perish? The emperor of the great Tang, Qin Hui, inquired impatiently. Reporting to your majesty, that competition has yet to commence. There is no mention of it in the intelligence. Nonsense. Why has it not been mentioned? It must be addressed. Inquire with them and expedite the results of the competition to me, the emperor of the great Tang. Qin Hui reprimanded sternly. What manner of people are these? How do they conduct their affairs? At critical moments, they vanish without a trace, causing such irritation. Yes, the soldier wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly retreated. Terrifying indeed. No wonder those eunuchs are so deranged. Who wouldn't be after such a lengthy period? Xie Donglai, do we have any intelligence regarding divine level techniques? This information is paramount, as the ancestor has personally ventured to Martial City. Ever since the fierce battle following the auction, both the auctioneer and the technique have vanished. What? Vanished? Indeed, the intelligence suggests as much. Xie Donglai wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking in a hesitant tone. I do not care. Command them to locate it. I want the complete technique. The emperor of the great Tang, Qin Hui, declared capriciously. Xie Donglai felt increasingly burdened. The illustrious emperor was beginning to exhibit a woman's temperament. Is the great Tang truly destined for demise? Your majesty, during his last battle, that individual was on the verge of breaking through to martial emperor. If he succeeds, he shall become a martial emperor. If he fails, he may well have been obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Xie Donglai resolved to reason with his majesty more thoroughly. But what of it? Are you implying that our esteemed great Tang cannot contend with a martial emperor? I do not speak idly. Within the ancestral grounds of the great Tang, there are at least 3 or 5 martial emperors in seclusion. Without such foundations, do you think we dare to seize this world? The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, spoke with a hint of pride, relishing in the glory of his ancestors. Yes, yes. The Great Tang boasts a rich heritage, but I must assert that we need not provoke such matters. We can entirely acquire this technique through other means. Elaborate further. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, began to reconsider. Indeed, why must there be bloodshed? Would it not be simpler to purchase it? If money proves insufficient, the royal treasury is replete with valuables. Surely we can trade for it, cannot we? Yes, Your Majesty, contemplate this. Was the technique not sold at the auction house? Indeed, that is correct. But what of it? What of it? This implies significant implications. Since it was auctioned by them, could they not possibly possess a copy? Xie Donglai gently guided the conversation. By heavens! The likelihood of that is substantial. So you are suggesting, yes, we can pay a certain price to acquire another copy from them. Or, might we settle for merely half a copy? As long as they are willing to name a price, there exists ample room for negotiation. Excellent, excellent. After all this time, Donglai, you have finally not disappointed me. Chapter 64. Surrounding the auction house. Immediately inform the ancestor to engage in discussions with those at the auction house. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, instantly regained his vigor. Wait, Your Majesty, we cannot allow the ancestor to go alone. Should we let it slip that he is involved, I am certain many others interested in this technique will emerge. By revealing this, we not only appease these factions but also divert attention away from ourselves. We merely seek to obtain a technique, not to monopolize it. If we were to monopolize it, the Great Tang Empire would be courting disaster. Xie Donglai earnestly advised. Very well, divert the impending calamity elsewhere. This strategy you have mastered to perfection, quite cunning. Nevertheless, I find it quite agreeable. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Qin Hui, remarked, his tone enigmatic. Was he pleased or resentful? Of late, this emperor has become increasingly difficult to decipher. Leaving Xie Donglai to offer an awkward smile, meanwhile, far away in Martial City, the Great Tang ancestor, Qin Chao, furrowed his brow upon receiving the latest intelligence and Qin Hui's suggestion. This is indeed a strategy. Yet it risks losing the initiative, however, it could also prevent us from becoming the scapegoat. Both choices possess their merits. Very well, then, let it be so. Inform everyone to disseminate this news. Having made a decision, he hesitated not. As a creature of considerable longevity, he possessed the requisite decisiveness. Moreover, as Xie Donglai had analyzed, this is something he could not monopolize. Such an endeavor would yield more harm than benefit. Thus, why linger in indecision? Disseminate the news, and then enjoy the spoils. Martial City. On the eerily tumultuous streets, an explosive rumor emerged. Why again, you may ask? Because Martial City has not known peace of late. Ever since the auction house unveiled a divine-level technique, various factions have dispatched representatives to this locale, particularly those who have been relentlessly pursuing leads. Upon hearing of the rumored divine-level technique up for auction, they flocked here like moths to a flame. With an increase in numbers comes an escalation of conflict, especially when the participants belong to various sects. Tensions run high, and challenges arise. Duels, assassinations, brawls. Some even resorted to seduction. Numerous disciples from various sects found themselves utterly exhausted, while the Grand General was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Whether he would recover remained uncertain. Truly, beneath the peony, one meets their demise. To die a ghost is to live flamboyantly. The reason this latest rumor sparked discussion is due to its high feasibility. Whence it originated remains unclear, yet it pointed directly at the Genesis auction house. The news clearly indicated that since the auction house could sell such a technique, they must have examined the entire text. If they have reviewed it, retaining a copy would not be unreasonable. Therefore, to obtain this technique, the auction house undoubtedly has it, with a certain price to pay. One could acquire this suspected divine-level technique. Upon analysis, the various sects found this to be quite plausible. Thus, they collectively converged upon the Genesis auction house, hoping to secure their very own divine-level technique. At the Genesis auction house, Master, it is dire. A rumor has spread that we possess a copy of the divine-level technique, prompting a coalition to demand it from us. Who leaked this information? The Master's gaze swept across the room, and all present lowered their heads. Master, do we truly have a copy? We, The underlings have no knowledge of this. Do not inquire into what you ought not to know. Ignorance may be a blessing, should you become privy to all. It could spell doom. The master admonished, yet upon reflection, it made sense. Such information should not be within their purview, indicating that someone was framing them. Indeed. The gathered staff responded affirmatively. Go forth. The master waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Once they had scattered, he approached the back to speak with several elders. I have matters to report. Enter. Elders, it has come to our attention that our possession of the divine level technique has been discovered. We are now facing covert incitement, with a coalition pressuring us. Pressure? Do they wish to overturn the heavens? Do they believe our Genesis auction house is to be trifled with? Alas, we cannot afford to be so dismissive. If it were merely one or two, we would indeed have no fear. Even a martial emperor would hesitate to act against us. However, should all factions unite, we must exercise caution. Indeed, this matter warrants negotiation. After all, even if they obtain the technique, without talent or resources, cultivation becomes an insurmountable challenge. It may be wiser to sell it outright. What harm is there in that? It would be prudent to report it. Let the higher-ups make the decision, they duly reported, passing the responsibility up the chain. However, the various factions in Marshall City, upon catching wind of the situation, were far from pleased. They all paid a visit, ostensibly to discuss matters, yet in truth, it was a demand for accountability. Fortunately, the master had already conferred with the elders, and thus was prepared with a strategy. They engaged in feigned politeness, negotiating back and forth. Yet, as soon as the topic of transaction arose, they swiftly diverted the conversation, igniting irritation among all involved. Master, we are all reasonable individuals. Let us cease this charade. When will the transactions commence? We are still in discussions. Discussions? We have been negotiating for several days now. Surely you must have reached a conclusion. Just tell us outright, do you have it or not? Everyone subconsciously tightened their grips on the weapons in their hands. To be frank, we have indeed paid a hefty price and secured a deal. The shopkeeper speaks candidly. Continuing to conceal the truth serves no purpose. Rest assured, esteemed patrons, your sacrifices will not be in vain. Regardless of how great the cost may be, we can surely come together to offer you a satisfactory price. Yes, indeed. The crowd echoed in unison. Since the auction, the divine martial arts have vanished without a trace. But today, it has finally been confirmed that the technique still exists, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, this matter is of considerable significance and is not solely within the purview of one shopkeeper. Our elders are currently deliberating. I believe they will soon provide you with a satisfactory explanation. But when exactly will that be? Surely, we deserve a timeline. Without a definitive time frame, I cannot guarantee that everyone will obediently comply. Are you threatening us? The shopkeeper's displeasure was palpable. This is not a threat. Consider it a friendly reminder. Chapter 65. Dissemination of Divine Martial Arts. A reminder, you say? The shopkeeper cursed inwardly. Soon, news arrived from headquarters, granting permission to sell, but at a fair price. Since headquarters has agreed, what is there to fear? Let us sell. Esteemed patrons, I have good news. Headquarters has consented to the sale of the copies of the Divine Martial Arts. However, the shopkeeper hesitated. Is it a matter of price? Some began to understand. It was time to demonstrate sincerity. Indeed, we are all businessmen, and in our auction house, there is nothing that cannot be traded. If there is, it is surely a matter of price, the shopkeeper proclaimed. Well said. However, I have a question. If we pool our resources to purchase, can we share the martial arts? Certainly. Once you purchase, it belongs to you. As for how you choose to handle it, that is entirely your affair. If you are not concerned about others taking what you have acquired, why should we, the auction house, have any reservations? Excellent. That is reassuring. Come, brothers, let us all contribute. Tonight we shall cultivate the divine martial arts. Very well, I shall contribute. I shall contribute as well. Shopkeeper, tell us, how much do you require? Make us an offer. No money, only a barter system. The shopkeeper shook his head. A barter system? How absurd. This effectively shuts the door for many. Not everyone possesses something that our auction house would deem worthy. This move, I must say, reflects the superior acumen of the auction house. It both divides the coalition and keeps the distribution of the martial arts within a controllable range, and what is even more commendable is that it secures what they aim to acquire. As the news spread, many began calculating their own schemes, those with goods contemplating how to discreetly complete transactions with the auction house, while those lacking goods pondered how to procure valuable items to exchange for the divine martial arts. The allure of the divine martial arts was simply irresistible. People were convinced that once they obtained the technique, they could ascend to greatness. Senior, how may I serve you? The elders of Genesis Auction House respectfully addressed an elderly man seated at the head of the table. The martial emperor, it must be the martial emperor. The pressure he exudes is immense. Oh, I have heard that you have divine martial arts for sale. They could not have been more accurate. This gentleman is indeed the ancestral martial emperor of the Great Tang. We would not dare deceive you, esteemed senior. It is indeed above heavenly grade, though whether it qualifies as divine, we find it hard to judge. After all, none of us have witnessed divine martial arts. Indeed, that is the truth. Not just you, but even I have never seen divine martial arts. So how do you determine it is above heavenly grade? Esteemed senior, one glance is enough. There is no need for further elaboration. If I speak too much, you might think we are self-aggrandizing, so it is best for you to see for yourself. Oh? I can take a look. Of course. Are you not afraid that I shall refuse to return it after viewing? Or perhaps run off with it? Ah ha ha. Esteemed senior jokes, with your status, such actions are beneath you. Furthermore, we have our own elders. The elders of Genesis laughed heartily, radiating immense confidence. Alas, this is true heritage. Reflecting on the ineffectual members of my own family reveals the stark contrast. Excellent. What boldness. Truly befitting of those from Genesis. Bring it forth. Let me see. If it truly possesses such marvels, I shall not shortchange you. Yes, yes. Please take a look. The elders presented a copy of the martial arts, offering it with both hands to the elderly gentleman. He held it, perusing the pages, his expression shifting dramatically, his brows furrowing at times, lifting in excitement at others, showing confusion occasionally, and at times displaying sheer astonishment. After a considerable while, the elder burst into laughter. Ha ha, how intriguing! Esteemed senior, do you have any evaluations? You have spoken correctly. This is very likely a divine martial arts technique. The elder beamed now. Do you still firmly believe you wish to sell this technique? We shall sell it. Why would we not? Our auction house survives by selling. Magnanimous. Here, I have several items. Take a look and see which one you prefer. The elder could not help but regard these individuals with newfound respect. These are all fine items, esteemed senior. Do you truly wish to part with them? The elders of the martial emperor replied, laughing heartily. Ha ha, if you are willing to part with them, why should I hesitate? Come, feel free to choose. However, only one, mind you. More than that is unacceptable, the elder stated with a hint of gravity. Then we shall be unreserved. This 1,000-year-old sky sun grass appears splendid. Yet that sky radiant stone seems even better. Look at this egg. It is large and round, and this pattern, does it not resemble a hill? The elders bickered and debated, finally settling on an ancient sword. Thus, the transaction was officially completed. In the ensuing days, various individuals visited the Genesis auction house, some veiled, others donning wide-brimmed hats and black veils, while a select few strode in confidently and emerged just as boldly. With the continuous influx of transactions, the Genesis auction house was reaping substantial profits. The elders were perpetually smiling, their joy stretching from ear to ear. Yet, while they reveled in this delightful exchange, another piece of news emerged. In Luyu City, the presence of divine martial arts was also reported. Moreover, for merely 10 taels of silver, one could acquire a copy. How outrageous! They felt deceived. Countless individuals who had previously engaged in transactions shared the same thought. The Genesis auction house swiftly issued a statement, adamantly declaring that those were counterfeit. Only our auction house possesses the authentic version. We implore everyone to discern carefully. Exercise caution in your cultivation. This concerns martial arts. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, some obtained the new martial arts, and upon comparison, discovered distinct differences. However, soon others expressed dissenting views, having found that the technique branded as counterfeit by Genesis was more suited to their cultivation. This revelation escalated the issue, for what could that possibly imply? It was self-evident. It was truly a case of Li Kuei encountering Li Guei, with no clear distinction between the authentic and the fake. Yet, some held differing opinions, firmly supporting the martial arts from Genesis, clearly finding them more conducive to their cultivation. As the debate between the two factions intensified, a new problem arose. In other cities of the Great Tang, the presence of divine martial arts was also reported. Some even claimed to obtain a copy for merely a copper coin. Chaos ensued, complete and utter chaos. Now, even the major factions, despite acquiring the techniques, dared not cultivate them lightly. Chapter 66. Alchemical refinement advances to finals. A discerning eye could easily identify that these divine martial arts were problematic. Moreover, astute individuals noted that the locations where the techniques surfaced were centered around Luyu City and spreading outward. Luyu City? Wait, was it not the very place where the initial rumors of divine arts emerged? Could there be a connection? The gaze of the major factions inevitably returned to Luyu City. The powerful factions busied themselves tracing the origins, for it was highly likely that what was circulating in the market was not the complete technique, or even incorrect versions. Whether one could cultivate into a divine being remained uncertain. What if one ended up a fool or a madman? However, those without any backing reveled in their newfound treasures, venerating the individual who disseminated the techniques as a deity. For them, the aspiration of becoming a martial god was lofty. Attaining the rank of martial king was already a cause for celebration. They harbored no such high ambitions. The entire Great Tang was thrown into disarray by the divine martial arts, and as for the reason behind it, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qin Mu, who, upon leaving Wu City, remained somewhat uneasy. He sent several individuals to Luyu City, commencing the spread of various martial arts, effectively muddling the entire situation. His strategy certainly bore fruit, as not only did it disrupt the focus, but it also plunged the entire Great Tang into chaos. The disciples of the major factions, who were rarely seen together, surged into the Great Tang. With so many disciples from various sects converging, conflicts were inevitable. Battles ensued. Murder, arson, even villages have been slaughtered. In an instant, the entire Tang dynasty is plunged into chaos. Refugees rise in droves. The Tang army is utterly overwhelmed and cannot contend with these disciples of the sects. They can only let it be. Amidst the turmoil in the Tang dynasty, Qin Mu remains engrossed in an alchemy competition. No, for him, it should be termed as stewing pills. He tosses handfuls of herbs into the pot, the rich broth perfect for marinating a boiled egg. All the alchemists watching are left with a sense of disbelief. Is this not utter nonsense? Yet, curiously enough, this reckless approach yields pills, albeit not in the most ideal condition, but the output is substantial. While others pursue exquisite craftsmanship in alchemy, he seeks sheer volume. If such two alchemists were to enter the market simultaneously, it would be difficult to ascertain who would be more favored. In an instant, the alchemists could hardly voice their discontent, for the yield undeniably surpasses theirs. A few judges exclaim, "Seat number 138 has finished refining again." A young attendant raises a Dan furnace high, presenting it to the judges. Finished again? The speed is increasing. If he passes this time, does that mean he advances to the finals? It seems so. Do you have anything to say? What can we say? He is above board. Although his methods differ, he has indeed produced pills. If we were to follow his method, would it still hold significance for our cultivation? A peculiar fellow indeed. The judges exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. Though they wished to eliminate this prince, his prowess forbade it. Let him pass this time. Next time, we shall increase the difficulty. Huh? Are you suggesting, precisely, differentiated pill formulas? Let them draw lots. Whoever draws what is entirely up to chance. Then we shall secretly manipulate the process, ensuring this prince draws an ancient formula. Yes, preferably one that has long been extinct. Wang Lao heir, you are ruthless. Go, go. This is not merely for our Dan Wang pavilion. If his stewing method becomes widespread, our pavilion will inevitably decline. Fortunately, this method is not something everyone can master. As long as we control the source, we can prevent its proliferation. Your words remind me of something. The Tang Empire has been quite unsettled lately. Oh, has something significant occurred? Indeed, it is a major event. Divine level techniques have emerged, and not just one. What? Divine level? Then why are we still here presiding over the competition? Shouldn't we all mobilize to seize these techniques? Calm down, calm down. The techniques have already been acquired, and we have every version, acquired? Is there an issue with these techniques? You are correct. It is indeed rather unusual. This sudden appearance of techniques seems orchestrated. Could they be aiming for us to turn against each other? Not likely. This time, it is said to be publicly sold at a very low price. It would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone in the martial world has access to it. It truly is astounding. The judges discussed the recent news, and upon hearing of the divine level techniques, they were all left in utter shock. All right, the top 10 have been determined. These 10 will enter the final competition. After announcing the top 10, Elder Chung declared before the crowd. Qin Mu, ranked first, could only smile wryly. He did not desire such attention, but his strength left him no choice. In terms of both quantity and pill patterns, none of the others could compete. How lonely it is to be invincible. In his heart, Qin Mu could not help but recall that timeless ballad. The upcoming finals will employ differentiated pill formulas, and who draws what will depend on luck and skill. Elder Cheng's next words astonished everyone. Can it be played this way? This is truly pushing the limits. They were all familiar with the concept of differentiated pill formulas, and it was indeed a matter of luck. Those fortunate enough might draw a first-tier formula, while the unfortunate could end up with an ancient, lost formula. In alchemy, one must first succeed in refining, and only then can one compare quality. If you draw an ancient formula, but cannot refine it, how can you even compare quality? Qin Mu rubbed his forehead, feeling as though these old schemers were plotting against him. All right, let the drawing commence. Upon Elder Cheng's announcement, the 10 finalists stepped forward to draw lots in turn. When Qin Mu opened his drawn formula, he was utterly at a loss. How to refine it? He could not comprehend it at all. This was indeed an ancient formula. The characters on the formula appeared to be ancient glyphs. Qin Mu exclaimed, I can't understand. I can't understand. I completely do not comprehend. How on earth do I refine this? Fortunately, the herbs distributed for alchemy were all prepared by the Dan Wang Pavilion. Upon seeing the herbs, Qin Mu grinned, a rather mischievous grin. These herbs were all tailored to the formula, meaning he need not reference the formula at all. No matter the tier of the pill, he could simply toss them all in one pot. Was this not an exploit? With that thought, Qin Mu laughed heartily in his heart. Those old schemers never anticipated this. No plan is foolproof. Chapter 67. The pill verification scandal begins. Qin Mu chuckled as he tossed all the herbs handed to him by the young attendant into the pot. The elder judges were savoring their tea with keen interest, contemplating how this would unfold, thinking, let us see how you will play this time. That formula, not even Qin Mu could decipher it, let alone those who had studied for years. Yet, when they saw Qin Mu throw all the herbs into the pot, clang. The teacup fell to the ground. What is he doing? Is he revealing his hand? It seems as if he is saying, I'm just cooking at random. What will you do about it? Qin Mu disregarded the reactions around him and immersed himself wholeheartedly in the refining, or rather, stewing of the pills, occasionally adding firewood and stirring. Resembling the act of cooking porridge, the other alchemists watched, their teeth clenched in frustration. This is called alchemy? This can make it to the finals? Could there be foul play involved? They continued to observe. Once he completed his refining, they would all proceed to verify the pills. Qin Mu, as always, leisurely finished his pill, or rather, stew. After reducing the liquid, he gathered a handful, rolled it into a ball, examined it for a moment, then thought it somewhat amiss, and began to mold it into a triangular shape. Satisfied, he placed it into the Dan furnace. This was called a specialty, the most authentic anti-counterfeiting mark. No one in this world could refine a pill into a triangular shape. Strength forbids it, consciousness forbids it. After living this long, how could there be a triangular pill? This is truly absurd. As the furnace filled to the brim, Qin Mu covered it and shook the Dan furnace up and down, left and right, in a haphazard manner, mumbling incantations that even he could not comprehend, while secretly chanting in his heart, transform waste into treasure. Qin Mu suddenly slapped the table. The onlookers were startled. Was alchemy now accompanied by intimidation? It is done, Qin Mu shouted triumphantly, and the young attendant rushed forward to retrieve the Dan furnace. Wait, Judges of the Dan Wang Pavilion, we cannot let this pass. We request a pill verification. Just as the young attendant was about to leave, several alchemists stepped forward, followed by a throng of others. Ah, I thought who it was. It's you all. Why the rush to meet your demise? The speaker was none other than those who had wagered their lives against them. Qin Mu had nearly forgotten this matter, but since they had voluntarily stepped forward, it would be rude not to oblige. Humph. Do you not trust the Dan Wang Pavilion? Elder Cheng's face reddened. This was a direct affront to him. At this moment, the reputation of the Dan Wang Pavilion was already tarnished. Please, allow us. The few remained resolute, gritting their teeth. Very well. What say you, Your Highness? Elder Cheng turned to Qin Mu. Verify it. Why not? Let the world witness. Is a true pill afraid of fire testing? Qin Mu gestured humbly to the surrounding crowd. This posture seemed to imply he would fight to the bitter end. Good. A true pill is not afraid of fire testing. That's the spirit. Elder Cheng clapped in approval. Let us verify. The Dan Wang Pavilion has no objections. Whoever wishes to verify, step forward. I, Tang Yingwu, alchemist of the Wu family, and I, Hong Qigong, alchemist of the Li family. I. The crowd surged with enthusiasm. Even if it were true, a close observation might yield insights into this refining, stewing method. No loss, no loss. When the crowd opened the Dan furnace, they were left dumbfounded, slowly revealing a pot of pills. With a peek, that was not the main point. The key was that the pills were triangular. How strange. How could they take on such a shape? Truly unprecedented, and likely never to be seen again. After each received a pill, they examined it closely, and were even more astonished. They felt as if they were hallucinating, for the triangular shape bore pill patterns. Heavens, O Earth, are we still allowed to live? They now had to admit that the pill had indeed taken shape. Whether it was effective or not remained uncertain. Let us hope it does not turn out to be a poisonous pill. Humph. Who knows if this pill is of any use? Its peculiar shape clearly does not suggest it is a good one. The few began their counterattack once more, upon inspection, if the refinement poses no issues. We can only rely on the efficacy of the elixir. Oh, do you recognize this pill? I, left speechless by Qin Mu's retort. Not only does he fail to identify this peculiar creation, even if it were a conventional pill, he would still be at a loss. Might I implore the esteemed elders to elucidate this matter? Pray, enlighten us regarding the properties of this pill, so that we may judge accordingly. This, old Cheng finds himself in a quandary. He is equally unaware. He has yet to fully decipher the inscription on the formula. Initially, he had hoped to deter Qin Mu, but now he is at a loss for words. After much deliberation, he finally managed to convey, this medicinal pill possesses the power to heal wounds and mend bones. But is it true? Observing old Cheng's predicament, Qin Mu interjected to relieve the tension. Simply state that it heals wounds. And it heals wounds. If it mends bones, then it mends bones. The others immediately retorted, how can you prove this? They were perplexed. Extend your hand. Extend my hand. For what purpose? One among them, confused, extended his hand, only for Qin Mu to seize it swiftly and engage in a contest of strength. Ah, the pain is excruciating. Qin Mu had decisively broken his hand. Hiss, such ruthlessness, such venom. The crowd found themselves compelled to re-evaluate the prince of the Tang dynasty. Subsequently, Qin Mu forcefully pried open the man's mouth and inserted a pill. Strangely, the pill dissolved upon entry, swiftly making its way into his stomach. What do you intend to do? Just as the man freed himself from Qin Mu's grasp, the onlookers were met with an astonishing sight. From the location of the severed arm emanated a radiant glow. Crack! It truly healed. Not only that, but the skin at the fracture was now translucent and radiant. The man moved his arm tentatively. Internally, he thought, oh no, youngster, I apologize. The pill is indeed remarkable, but you are unworthy of it. At that moment, ill intentions began to brew within him. Ouch, this is hardly a cure. The entire assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. Was he attempting to feign ignorance? Not healed? That's impossible. Qin Mu reached out and summoned the man back, cracking. Another arm was shattered, and once more, he tossed a pill into the man's mouth. Is it healed now? No. The man gritted his teeth, fiercely asserting, are you truly so cruel? Crack. Another arm fell victim. Crack, this time, a leg. No, no. It's still not healed. Tear. Qin Mu tore away the man's trousers, grabbing hold of his third leg. He yanked it mercilessly. It fell away. Chapter 68. Shopping at the Pill King's Pavilion. He produced another pill and tossed it into his mouth, completing these actions by reattaching the severed third leg and crushing a pill to apply to the wound. A flash of radiant light ensued. Qin Mu skillfully manipulated it, and it worked. The man could stand. Qin Mu showcased the healing results to the surrounding crowd. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Vowing to keep their distance from this prince, as long as he was around, they would maintain a 3-meter radius. How about that? Still not healed? Qin Mu asked with a grin. I'm fine now. Truly. The man was nearly driven to madness, gazing at Qin Mu's smile, which was more terrifying than a demon. Though he smiled, it was colder than ice. There is something wrong with your pill furnace. I suspect it was pre-prepared and hidden within this furnace. You have performed a switcheroo right before our eyes. Seeing his initial plan thwarted, the man devised another scheme. Who has a pill furnace? Lend it to me, never mind. I shall just use yours. Otherwise, you might claim this was all a ruse. Qin Mu seized his pill furnace, scooped out another handful, and began to mold it, repeating the process. With the same ostentatious display of alchemy, he silently chanted, "Transform waste into treasure." Then, there was nothing further. He simply handed it over to the group. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the end? Was he serious about his flamboyant method of refining pills? They opened the pill furnace to discover that, indeed, a pill had been produced, and this time it was square-shaped. Could that even be acceptable? Ha! Look, the shape is different. I told you something was amiss. The man seemed to have seized upon Qin Mu's weakness. Are you out of your mind? What if the shape is different? I could make it diamond-shaped. Or even polygonal. Qin Mu presented his work with an air of arrogance. This is how formidable I am, radiating confidence. The surrounding individuals were left dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? After years of pill refining, they had only just realized that one could innovate in such a manner. Did he aspire to ascend to the heavens? How did the efficacy fare? This time, the pill furnace is yours. What more can you say? Qin Mu regarded the man as if to say, hurry up and pose a challenge. A scholar's life is often lonely. Hee, nothing more, nothing more. Does anyone else have objections? Old Chung surveyed the crowd and declared, in the absence of dissent, the first place in this contest belongs to the fourth prince of Tang, Qin Mu. A chorus of lamentations arose. Though they were reluctant to accept, they ultimately had to bear the consequences. Esteemed elders, do you not wish to fulfill your wager? The others responded, fourth prince, it was merely a momentary jest. Fourth prince, as the saying goes, one should spare others when possible. Your Highness, we have families in Pill City. Let us maintain amicable relations. They began to offer excuses, as no one wished to face death. Enough. A bet is a bet. Old Ma, lend them a hand. Qin Mu waved his hand, interrupting their argument. Those who were doomed must still meet their fate. He, understood. Your Highness. Slap. With a resounding clap, the individuals immediately transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Old Ma exerted just enough force to stun some of them. Achieving such a degree was beyond the capability of a mere martial king. Even if they sought revenge, they would need to consider their own strength, at the very least sending someone of substance to avoid a dull journey. Well then, since the evaluations have concluded, the top 10 may proceed to our Pill King's Pavilion's library. The top 3 may ascend to the 5th floor, the 4th and 5th may ascend to the 4th floor, and the last 5 may ascend to the 3rd floor. Old Chung assessed that matters here had drawn to a close and hastily announced the conclusion of the alchemy competition. The moment of significance had finally arrived. They could now enter the Pill King's Pavilion without pretense and could openly copy the pavilion's texts and formulas. This was the true purpose of his participation in this grand event. Qin Mu, along with the other 9, followed Old Cheng to a modest pavilion. Observing the modest structure, which was not even 3 stories tall by his previous standards, Qin Mu felt perplexed. Was there truly a 5th floor? However, upon entering, he was astonished. This tower was far more expansive than it appeared. The decor was decidedly retro. Inside the main hall of the 1st floor, the height reached several dozen meters, with towering bookshelves lined from top to bottom. meticulously arranged with all manner of texts. There were paper volumes, silken tomes, and even those bound in animal hides, leaving Qin Mu utterly astounded. Upon witnessing this spectacle, old Cheng felt a swell of pride, a sense of ancient heritage welling up within him. All right, you may enter. Seek what you desire. Remember, your ranking determines your access. Overstepping the boundaries will incur punishment. After warning them, old Cheng stepped back. The others exchanged glances, signaling Qin Mu to proceed first. Qin Mu clasped his fists and made his way to the first floor. The others thought, why are you going to the first floor? What are you competing with us for? Typically, those who arrived here understood that this level contained merely historical texts. Even if there were alchemical methods, they would only be rudimentary. The higher one ascended, the more esteemed and precious the texts became. But Qin Mu was unaware. Besides, for him, the distinction of quality mattered not. He focused solely on the ingredients, disregarding the methods. Irrespective of their complexity, he would amalgamate them all, leaving the rest to the system. With the system at his disposal, the world was his to command. Qin Mu picked up a tome, engrossed in its contents. While others assessed the titles first, he perused each book individually. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. It was apparent that his lack of experience was a significant flaw. They ceased paying him any mind and dispersed to seek their own treasures. Once Qin Mu noticed that no one was attending to him, he inwardly murmured, activate the technique pavilion. Copy all the texts that can be replicated. The technique pavilion activated. Copying commenced. Current progress. 1-5-80. The technique pavilion swiftly swept through the entirety of the first floor's texts. Upon completing the first floor, it proceeded to scan the second floor without hindrance. The scanning concluded. Qin Mu maintained the pretense of reading, examining tome after tome, and then moved on to the third floor. The fourth floor, he was essentially on a shopping spree at the Pill King's pavilion. Regardless of the text or formula, as long as it could be scanned by the technique pavilion, it was successfully replicated. By the time he reached the 18th floor, he encountered an elder, who suddenly opened his eyes as the scanning began. How dare you trespass into my Pill King's pavilion? Chapter 69. Imprisoned, a tremendous pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Pill King's pavilion, casting a shadow over the entire Pill City. Thud. All within the library knelt to the ground. Those with lower cultivation, like Qin Mu, prostrated themselves. Was this the martial emperor? It did not seem so. He had personally felt old Bai's pressure. Could it be the martial sovereign? This was indeed an inauspicious turn of events. The system accelerated, sweeping through everything, leaving not a single tome behind. Qin Mu, under immense pressure, gritted his teeth and declared. The system received the command, hastening its scan, rapidly duplicating all the texts from the Dan Wang Pavilion. Once the scanning was complete, the system fell into a profound silence, and Qin Mu could no longer hold on. With a closing of his eyes, he fainted away. We pay our respects to the Supreme Ancestor. The entire sect bowed collectively towards the scripture repository. You useless lot, the enemy is at our doorstep, and you remain utterly oblivious. Are you all swine? Must you have a knife at your throats before you awaken to the danger? The voice thundered from within, cursing the entire Dan Wang Pavilion from top to bottom. The members of the Dan Wang Pavilion were left bewildered. What was happening? There was no one here. Not only had the enemy not breached their gates, but even those who dared to speak ill of the pavilion were absent. The entire sect cried out in indignation. Humph! My instincts cannot be wrong. The enemy lies hidden within our own ranks. The ancient relic stubbornly insisted. Summon everyone. Conduct a thorough investigation. Apprehend all suspicious individuals. Those who resist shall be executed. The pavilion master of Dan Wang declared in fury. Seal the gates of the pavilion immediately. The entire sect mobilized, with the elders leading the charge, meticulously examining every individual. If the Supreme Ancestor claimed there was a threat, they must act swiftly. After all, what if, after extensive searches, no suspicious persons were found? Not a single outsider was detected. Reporting to the master, we have found no suspicious individuals. Even the outsiders are non-existent. The elders reported, is it truly the case that there exists not a single one? Why is the Supreme Ancestor so agitated? Well, it's not entirely without merit. If there are, then there are. If not, then not. What do you mean by not entirely without merit? because those few little karami are indistinguishable from having or not having. Be clear. Which few little karami? Upon hearing this, the master sensed something amiss. Could outsiders truly have infiltrated? Cough. Master, it is as follows. We are currently hosting an alchemy competition. The top 10 victors are presently at the scripture repository to collect their rewards. Elder Chung took over the explanation. Though I find it hard to believe, it is prudent to investigate further. Lock them up for now. Yes. While the higher-ups merely spoke, the lower ranks ran tirelessly. Unfortunately for Qin Mu and his companions, they were unceremoniously cast into the prison. A truly unjust fate. Of course, this was particularly unfortunate for the other 9, as the instigator remained Qin Mu. When the members of the Dan Wang Pavilion began their search for Qin Mu, they discovered he had vanished, only to find him unconscious in a corner of a bookshelf. Could such a person truly be the enemy the Supreme Ancestor spoke of? What a farce! Dragging Qin Mu by both arms, they unceremoniously tossed him into the jail. When Qin Mu finally regained consciousness, he felt as if his backside were ablaze, burning with pain. As he surveyed his surroundings, he wondered where he was. Was the scripture repository of the Dan Wang Pavilion a trap? Could it be a den of malevolence? By day they lure people, by night they devour them. Is there anyone here? The prison was eerily silent, a stillness that was almost terrifying. Qin Mu shouted, only to be met with an echo. What the hell does this mean? Is the Dan Wang Pavilion a den of thieves? Is there no sense of reason left? In the shadows, an elder accompanied by a group of seniors observed the scene. This was the pavilion master of Dan Wang, standing with utmost reverence beside them. Is this what you refer to as the extraordinary individual? Supreme Ancestor, we have investigated the others thoroughly. We know everything about their lives, even the minutiae of their daily routines. Yet, this fourth prince remains an enigma. We are aware of all his actions within the Imperial city. However, from any perspective, these do not align with his behavior. The elders stared in disbelief. Is it possible that his alchemical methods were also devised by him? Indeed. Supreme Ancestor, should we seize it? Foolishness. Utterly absurd. To seize it for promotion within our Dan Wang Pavilion? Abandon our own lineage to aid another? If our ancestors were to learn of this, do you think they would refrain from rising from their graves to punish you? The Supreme Ancestor was not only formidable but also sharp-tongued. Supreme Ancestor, what then shall we do? Release him? Or shall we resort to? One elder mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Fool! If he were to die here, what would become of our reputation? The Supreme Ancestor chastised him again. How have our disciples become so inept? I am utterly exhausted. What are we to do? Do nothing. The Supreme Ancestor replied helplessly. Just leave it be. Precisely. By leaving it be, will we uncover his weaknesses? Indeed. If he possesses any weaknesses, they shall inevitably surface, and if we find nothing, how shall we conclude this matter? Conclude? Conclude what? Do they dare to act recklessly? They are already being lenient with him. What is wrong with you all? You fail to be domineering when necessary and act tyrannically when you shouldn't. Use your brains. This isn't merely for decoration. The Supreme Ancestor was rendered speechless. What manner of foolishness was this, alas? The future of the Dan Wang Pavilion is concerning. He then fell into a silence as profound as death. The elders, thoroughly intimidated, refrained from speaking. In the eyes of the Supreme Ancestor, everything they did seemed erroneous. After exhausting his voice, Qin Mu sat down to rest. He realized that the Dan Wang Pavilion could not locate any evidence and dared not release him lightly. They might very well be the culprits, for all 10 of them were outsiders. Although he bore the greatest suspicion, he could assure that until the pavilion uncovered the source of the scanning consciousness, those individuals would never be set free. Thus, the question arose, where were they? Surely they, like him, were isolated in different locations. Perhaps there were countless pairs of eyes watching him right now. This was a game, a contest of endurance, akin to the process of training a hawk. The first to falter would ultimately surrender. For someone like Qin Mu, who had encountered such tricks before, this was mere child's play. He could endure. Let us see who outlasts whom. The external team was in a frenzy. Once Qin Mu entered, communication was severed, and now with the Dan Wang Pavilion sealed, they were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 70. The Escape. the work of the fleeing ones Old Ma and Old Bai stood guard at the entrance of the Dan Wang Pavilion daily. Even they, formidable as they were, dared not act recklessly. The pressure was such that even they had to obediently remain still. Old Bai, still immersed in the joy of his recent breakthrough, finally became sober today, realizing that there were always greater powers beyond his own, a humbling lesson in humility. Qin Mu sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, enveloped in tranquility. Yet, within his heart, he engaged in a dialogue with the system. Thus, when it came to patience, he was unafraid. He could entertain himself. Qin Mu had not perused the marketplace in quite some time and noticed a plethora of new items. Most crucially, the cultivation points returned from the system had accumulated significantly. Now was the perfect opportunity to expend those cultivation points. Qin Mu withdrew the points from the system and directly accrued them to himself, opting to add them one by one to prolong his playtime. While extending his time was one aspect, he was also wary of overindulgence. To outsiders, it appeared as if his cultivation was being inflated in a gradual, almost artificial manner, inching upward without any apparent training. The elders of the Dan Wang Pavilion were left dumbfounded, wondering what this young man was doing. How was he achieving this? Was there something here bestowing enlightenment upon him? A chill ran down their spines as they glanced around. This place, after all, was not devoid of potential, considering its heavy aura of Yin, which could easily give rise to unclean entities. Supreme Ancestor, have you discerned anything amiss? Indeed, a great deal is amiss. What is wrong? His very existence is a contradiction. The elders were left speechless. Supreme Ancestor, have you lost your senses? What you say is hardly coherent. Can you articulate something we can comprehend? Supreme Ancestor, from where do you derive such assertions? Look at his performance. Is he even describable as a human? He is undoubtedly a monster. Supreme Ancestor, are you certain that a formidable adversary has infiltrated? Do you doubt me? Can I? You cannot. None of you can. I am 100% certain that a consciousness has swept over me. That sensation, how shall I describe it? It was subtle, profound, weighty, and urgent. Even now, that feeling remains as vivid as ever. The Supreme Ancestor appeared as if facing a grave threat. Lingering on the edge of anxiety? Humph! The others looked upon him in silence. Was this what it meant to grow old? I do not wish to grow old. I do not wish to become this paranoid elder. It was not that they expressed unusual sentiments, but rather, from beginning to end, they felt not the slightest sensation. What consciousness? Was such a thing even present? This individual before them could not possibly possess such capabilities. Surely, even a ghost would not believe it. While this person may have been somewhat peculiar, it was hardly enough to evoke such intense nerves in a martial venerable. Disbelief, absolute disbelief. Unless this person was an unparalleled actor. Their skills in deception having reached the pinnacle, if pretense could elevate one to divinity, then they would undoubtedly be the god among gods. Supreme Ancestor, should we not eliminate him? Your demeanor causes us great concern. Humph! You still do not believe me. I shall ignore you all. Release them. Release them all. With a sudden turn, he vanished. The elders exchanged glances, a palpable sense of bewilderment enveloping them. Have you all confirmed? We haven't lost anything. Have we? The head of the Dan Wang Pavilion inquired with unease. Confirm and affirm. We have recounted countless times. Not a single tome is missing. The treasury shows no signs of disturbance. Every elixir remains untouched upon the table. Even the herbs in the alchemy chamber have been meticulously accounted for. Tell me, if a thief has indeed intruded, would he not have stolen something? What was his purpose? Surely, he did not come merely to abduct people. What you say holds merit. If such a thief exists, he must surely be a fool. The head of the Dan Wang Pavilion spoke earnestly. Then shall we still detain these individuals? And how shall we explain this to the outside world? Explain? There is no need for explanation. The sage once said, and he was not mistaken, we have indeed declined in stature. Consider how long it has been since we showcased our martial prowess. Though we are an alchemical sect, martial strength is paramount. What talents does our younger generation possess? How many martial emperors do we have? How many martial sovereigns? Even martial kings are scarce. They are all but obsessed with alchemy. What shall we do once the sage departs? The head of the Dan Wang Pavilion lamented, But the sage seems to have many years yet, exclaimed one elder. Might you be speaking with disrespect? Disrespect? I speak of the future. Do you understand? Yes, yes, the future. And what of these individuals? Shall we release them or execute them? Release them. Bring these individuals to the entrance. Inform them that their hands are unclean, and they have angered our venerable sage in a fit of rage. He has cast them out. A few guards of the Dan Wang Pavilion suddenly appeared outside Qin Mu's cell, and with a clang, the cell doors swung open. Himph. Finally you show yourselves. What is the meaning of this? I protest. You have no authority to treat us this way. Qin Mu scoffed. Protest is futile. Your hands are unclean, and you have provoked our venerable sage. It is a mercy that you are not being torn to shreds. You still dare to protest? Let us be clear. Who has unclean hands? To catch a thief, one must catch the dirt. Should I take your family's grain, I would not wish to live. I swear it. Qin Mu declared vehemently, for he had indeed taken nothing. It was the system that had taken it, and he had no part in it. Who cares if you live or die? Our pavilion master is being merciful. You may leave. Leave? That cannot be. I have yet to receive my reward. You still seek a reward, brother? Do you not know how to write the word death? I do. Shall I write it for you? Qin Mu replied, exuding a nonchalant bravado. Enough of this. Seize him and throw him out. Several guards lunged forward, capturing him. Though Qin Mu felt he could easily defeat them, he refrained from resisting. Fear gripped him at the thought of that formidable existence. Ouch! Qin Mu was unceremoniously thrown outside. With a resounding clang, the door shut behind him. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Lao Ma and Lao Bai appeared before him in an instant. Ouch! Lao Ma, Lao Bai. It is such a relief to see you. The Dan Wang Pavilion is unreasonable, wrongfully accusing me of theft. Where shall I seek justice for this? Qin Mu lamented, his cries tugging at the heartstrings of those who heard him. Your Highness, let us depart. We shall discuss this further back home. Very well. Let us leave. No, let us flee under the cover of night. I shall not return to this place even if invited. Chapter 71. Arrival at the Northern Wilderness. How terrifying. How perilous. I shall never return here until I attain martial sage status. Qin Mu vowed silently, no more delays. I must seek refuge in the Northern Wilderness. Once I become a martial sage, I shall traverse this planet's farthest reaches, exploring every nook and cranny. For now, it is far too dangerous. There is no law here. Might makes right. What transpired, Your Highness? Do not mention it. I simply sought to pilfer a few items, but the entire hierarchy emerged. What? You attempted to steal from the Dan Wang Pavilion? What did you steal? Nothing of great value. Merely some alchemical formulas and tomes from their pavilion, and not even stolen. I only made a copy. Wait! Your Highness, what did you just say? You realize the gravity of your words, do you not? Those formulas and tomes are the lifeblood of the Dan Wang Pavilion. You copied them all? Indeed. Just that? Just that? Do you comprehend what this implies? It signifies that the Dan Wang Pavilion's monopoly on elixirs has been shattered. Do you not think they will be frantic? Ah? So I have struck at their very heart? One could say that. What are we waiting for? Quickly gather your belongings and flee. Shall we wait for them to come knocking at our door? Indeed. We must flee. Hurry. Gather your belongings. We depart under the cover of night. Lao Ma commanded. Yes, let us make haste. Brothers, boom. Hundreds of thousands began packing their belongings and breaking camp, a task not easily accomplished. Fortunately, they were all well trained, and with numerous carts, they swiftly finished their preparations and set off. Your Highness, where to next? To the Northern Wilderness. To our old lair. Understood. Back to the lair. The entire caravan commenced its rapid journey, this time unwavering in their course toward the border of the Northern Wilderness. In the Grand Tang Imperial City, at the Renda Hall, the Emperor of Tang, Qin Hui, received news. Your Majesty, the fourth prince has triumphed in the alchemy competition. What? He won the alchemy competition. Did he invite someone formidable? Indeed. It appears he has a 6th-rank alchemist by his side, correct? But according to intelligence, that 6th-rank alchemist was engaged as a guest elder by the Dan Wang Pavilion during the preliminary rounds. And so? This means the victor of this competition is none other than the 4th prince. Are you certain he concocted the elixirs himself? The Emperor of Tang, Qin Hui, found it hard to believe. Questioning whether he had misheard, the intelligence states thus, "It must be accurate. When did he learn alchemy? Why was I not informed? Did you know? The servants were unaware. He can concoct elixirs, and you were oblivious? Truly unaware. Indeed, we genuinely did not know. Such news has escaped your attention. What on earth do you all do?" The Emperor of Tang, Qin Hui, seethed, feeling as though his chest might explode. "Your Majesty, these matters may not be the most critical." Xie Donglai seized the intelligence, swiftly scanning it with a sharp intake of breath. "The fourth prince is indeed cunning, HM? Speak, little Dong." "Your Majesty, the intelligence states that the fourth prince's alchemical skills are a closely guarded secret of the Tang royal family. Is this not a baseless slander that puts our royal family in jeopardy, HM? Let me see." The Emperor of Tang, Qin Hui, snatched the intelligence and perused it rapidly. "Unfilial son. What calamity has befallen our family? Donglai, you must issue a statement immediately. This ridiculous alchemical skill is something our royal family has never encountered. This is slander, a complete and utter slander. Your Majesty, we cannot. Issuing such a statement would be akin to revealing our own misdeeds. It would only raise suspicion among the populace." Xie Donglai hurriedly interjected. "It is better to feign ignorance. However, once we make a statement, everyone will doubt us, and we will find it impossible to clarify." "What? This rebellious child harbors such malice. My hatred knows no bounds." The Emperor of Tang, Qin Hui, cried out in anguish. "This is a scheme to bury the entire Tang royal family alongside him, Your Majesty. The key now is to remain in denial. Regardless of who asks, we know nothing. There is no such matter. Let them seek verification from the fourth prince." After contemplating, Xie Donglai proposed a solution that was no solution at all. "It seems we can only proceed this way, Donglai. Do you think the fourth prince truly possesses any unique alchemical skills? Your Majesty, whether he does or not is no longer important. What matters is how we can deceive the fourth prince into returning. Where is the eunuch carrying our imperial decree? Why has he not caught up yet? Your Majesty, the issue lies in the fourth prince's erratic whereabouts. Several times, the eunuch has nearly crossed paths with him. As if the fourth prince is intentionally evading him. At this juncture, Xie Donglai could only shift the blame entirely onto the fourth prince. Your Majesty, I have a foreboding sense that we may never summon the fourth prince back. This departure seems to have been meticulously planned. He dares, as long as I live, I shall forever be his father. The bond between ruler and subject is built upon righteousness. What else can he do? And if he rebels? Indeed. What if he does? The Emperor of Tang, Qin Hui, fell into a contemplative silence. Xie Donglai's concerns were not without merit. If he truly dares to rebel, it seems that the entire Tang dynasty is utterly powerless. Deploy troops. It is uncertain whether we could prevail, and it would undoubtedly burden the populace and deplete our resources. Shall we summon the ancestors to intervene? How absurd. How tragic. The ancestors of the Tang dynasty would be called upon to eliminate their own descendants. If outsiders were to learn of this, would they not declare it a sign of national demise? Qin Mu's forces have, after enduring countless hardships, finally set foot upon the desolate land of the northern wilderness. It is but August, yet snowflakes are cascading from the heavens, casting a pall of desolation over the land, leaving me momentarily speechless. Old horse, is this northern wilderness truly as barren as it seems? Yes, Your Highness, this northern wilderness is indeed desolate. But why is it so desolate? Is it merely due to the cold? The climate is but one factor. The crux lies in the fact that it bears no grain. Without grain, there are no people. Without people, the entire region is but a wasteland. Have your previous envoys thoroughly investigated this place? All is known, from those who plunder and seize to those who are corrupt and bribed. Every individual who oppresses the locals is meticulously recorded. Chapter 72. A great bloodletting in the northern wilderness. Excellent, your work is commendable. Since everything has been investigated, let us swiftly apprehend the culprits, Your Highness. Is this not a tad premature? After all, we have yet to establish a firm footing. Old horse cautioned, as the saying goes, haste makes waste. If you act too rashly, do you not fear they may unite in resistance? If we do not eradicate them entirely, how can we secure our position? A heart that lacks ruthlessness cannot stand firm. Qin Mu declared fiercely, We cannot guarantee that we will not wrong an innocent. Yet we absolutely cannot allow any villain to escape. Under my governance, I would rather mistakenly execute 1,000 than let a single wicked soul evade justice. I aim to forge a wholly new society, an entirely fresh nation. Here, there shall be no exploitation, no oppression. All for one, and one for all. I shall term this a realm of communism, republicanism, and shared governance. Standing upon the land of the northern wilderness, Qin Mu proclaimed to all present, from this moment forth, a new revolution will unfold upon this planet. Your Highness, what is communism? What is republicanism? What is shared governance? Several were left in bewilderment. What do these terms even mean? This is a profound question. To simplify, it means that the people shall govern themselves, the populace shall hold dominion, and all power and duty shall be bestowed upon the people. Qin Mu succinctly summarized. Oh, so you wish to shirk responsibility and let these suffering souls fend for themselves? Old Horse shook his head, appearing somewhat disheartened. What? Is that truly my intention? How could you interpret it thus? That is simply unscientific. Should you not be bowing down and chanting long live democracy? Your Highness, it is not that I am criticizing you, but such an approach is untenable. Though the northern wilderness is indeed desolate, it is still your fief. The inhabitants here are your subjects. You cannot simply disregard them, Feng Dadong interjected, also seeking to persuade. Qin Mu, alas! The foolish populace is indeed foolish. This wretched world has poisoned these promising youths beyond recognition. I do not advocate for neglect. Rather, I propose that the people govern themselves. That cannot be. You must assume the role of leader. They all shook their heads in unison. I may not have expressed myself clearly. What I mean is that the officials of the northern wilderness, from the highest ministers to the lowly village heads, should be elected by the people, chosen from among them, allowing those who truly serve the populace to take on such responsibilities. Oh, Your Highness means that these officials and gentry will no longer be appointed through the Imperial examination, nor will they be selected from the ranks of the nobility and scholars. They will all be chosen by the people themselves. Feng Li was the first to grasp the meaning. Indeed, those who have engaged in deep discourse can resonate with one another. Those who understand me, like Sister Feng. Qin Mu praised, "So it is. But has Your Highness considered that this stance would make you the enemy of all the nobility in the world?" Feng Datong voiced his concern. Although he recognized the merit of this initiative, what of others? Can one truly govern the realm without relying on the gentry, scholars, and literati? And what of it? I am prepared to stand against all the nobility of the world. Do you fear? Qin Mu boldly addressed the soldiers below. We do not fear. We do not fear. The soldiers responded in unison. Are you willing to fight for me? We are willing to die for Your Highness. We are willing to die for Your Highness. General Feng, do my troops not appear robust? Observe their weapons. Are they not sharp? When the people arrive, there is fine wine. When the nobility arrives, there are blades and axes. As long as I unite all the suffering populace of the world, there is naught to fear. Your Highness is wise. The others were equally inspired by the soldiers' fervor. Indeed, with such strong troops and sharp weapons, not only defense but even unifying the realm seems an attainable goal. What are we waiting for? Capture them, kill them. Let us dominate the world, commencing with the slaughter of the northern wilderness. Yes, we shall obey your command. General Feng, divide the forces into 10 battalions, advancing in 10 directions, and commence the assault simultaneously. Remember, mistakes in targeting are acceptable, but none must escape. Let us eradicate evil to the fullest. This is my declaration to the entire northern wilderness army. Together we strive. Yes, eradicate evil to the fullest. Fear not, Your Highness. No one shall escape the edge of our blades. He held confidence in this. Ever since the prince's healing, all soldiers had undergone a transformation, cultivating at an astonishing pace. Though there were not many martial kings yet, he believed it was merely a matter of time. Brothers, the prince has rescued us from peril. Today we shall slay for him. Do you fear? Kill, kill, General. My blade has long been deprived of blood. It spoke to me last night, claiming it is parched. General, issue your command. Very well, let us depart. Kill, kill. With Qin Mu's arrival, the northern wilderness was thrown into utter chaos. The northern wilderness comprises 10 cities, forming a linear defense, safeguarding the northern frontier of the Tang dynasty. All forces in the northern wilderness congregate in these 10 cities. Though desolate, they still manage to scrape by. Thus, these minor factions and petty nobles had been living relatively comfortably. However, when Qin Mu's army stormed through the gates, their good fortune came to a swift end. The soldiers, clad in armor and even their steeds adorned in protective gear, disregarded the guards at the city gates, marching in under the banner of the Tang dynasty. They then seamlessly divided into several squads, commencing a purging of the internal forces. Instantly, the city was filled with cries and wails. Blood streaming down the streets, staining the entire moat crimson. The sounds of weeping, howling, and frantic footsteps echoed throughout. Today, the northern wilderness undergoes a great bloodletting. The slaughter persisted until deep into the night. Qin Mu, leading a large contingent, finally entered the city. Though termed a city, it was merely a wall constructed of rammed earth bricks. Your Highness, all forces listed in the register have been completely eradicated. Fong Dadong, reeking of blood, came forth to greet Qin Mu. These small forces of the borderlands were no match for the current northern wilderness army. Their family legacies amounted to little more than martial kings. While there were not many martial kings in the northern wilderness army yet, they had already surpassed 100 who had broken through to that level, making the extermination of these forces a mere child's play. Excellent! Have the soldiers' blades quenched their thirst for blood? As for thirst, there can never be enough. A taste is sufficient. Just ensure the blades do not rust. Fong Dadong wiped the blood from his face as he spoke. Chapter 73. To develop, one must first consume medicine. Fear not. Inform the soldiers that today's slaughter was insufficiently satisfying due to the weakness of our enemies. Once I have organized the 10 cities of the northern wilderness, I shall ensure they can kill to their heart's content. Ah, Your Highness, are we not meant to cultivate our territory diligently? Why must we also venture forth to slay? The others queried in confusion and of course. Come, observe the shape of our territory. What do you all discern? Qin Mu led them to a sand table he had constructed, pointing at the territory of the northern wilderness. It is situated in a narrow strip, squeezed by several surrounding empires. Old Horse stroked his beard and remarked, Your Highness, upon closer inspection, it does appear quite three-dimensional. I can now see the entire situation laid bare. This is akin to having a god's perspective of the world. Fong Dadong, upon seeing the sand table, immediately recognized its brilliance. For any general, grasping the entirety of the situation presents a tremendous allure. Indeed, General Fong possesses keen insight. However, this is not the conclusion I seek to convey. Look closely. Our entire territory is shaped like a narrow strip, indicating that we lack any defensive depth. Defensive depth? How novel. Please elaborate. Fong Dadong, immediately intrigued. It refers to the longitudinal width of our territory. The greater the width, the more room we have to maneuver and the more tactics we can employ for defense. Currently, our territory is challenging to manage from both ends. If we concentrate our military strength to strike at one point, we can sever the connection between the two ends. It is all too easy for an enemy to divide and conquer us. Qin Mu explained the original meaning of the term in detail. Your Highness is astute. This issue indeed presents a significant challenge. Unless our military strength at every location is formidable, leaving the enemy with no avenue for attack, indeed, we must enhance the combat prowess of our soldiers. This seems quite challenging. Our warhorses may not be the absolute best, but they certainly rank among the finest. Our armor and weapons are beyond reproach, yet to further elevate our capabilities, it seems we must resort to cultivation. But how can we swiftly and en masse improve our cultivation? Previously, it was impossible, but now, things have changed. I possess a plethora of elixirs that can expedite our soldiers' training. You mean through the use of drugs? Yes, precisely. By utilizing these elixirs, we can amass them first. Will this truly work? Might it compromise their foundational stability? And if it does, we seek soldiers, not martial arts masters. Even if their foundation is shaky, as long as they possess the requisite realm, it matters not. Your Highness speaks wisely. What we desire are merely soldiers. I have been overly concerned. Such an advantage in realm can indeed save their lives in critical moments. Fong Dadong, finally, you've ceased to be so stubborn. Your Highness is correct. They are but soldiers, not martial arts experts. What harm is there in overextending their potential? Yet, Qin Mu pondered, what if they become incapacitated? With the system at my disposal, I fear nothing. Transforming waste into treasure is within my capabilities. In my hands, there is no such thing as waste. Bring me all our herbs. I shall concoct a batch of elixirs. They must consume them without pause. Absolutely. When the merchant convoy arrives, we shall disseminate the news of our extensive herb procurement. Simultaneously, there must be many herbs in the northern wilderness. I will rally the citizens of the north to assist. The old horse mused. Very well, to develop, we shall first indulge in the elixirs. This is a grand undertaking, best commenced without delay. Qin selected all usable herbs from their current stock, instructed several individuals to set up large cauldrons, and began the alchemical process. He no longer needed to intervene in such rudimentary tasks. It mattered little who performed them. As long as the essence of the herbs was fully extracted, the remainder was the system's concern. To aid in the alchemical process, he had a large elixir furnace, over a meter tall, constructed, or rather, it could no longer be termed a furnace. It ought to be called a cauldron. He formed the concocted paste into balls and placed them within the cauldron. Securing the lid, Qin silently chanted, transforming waste into treasure. Zizzes. A surge of electricity coursed through the cauldron, and boom. The lid was blown off, releasing the fragrance of the elixir that wafted throughout the entire city. How delightful! What is this aroma? I feel an insatiable thirst within my body. I am becoming restless. Upon inhaling this scent, my waist no longer aches, nor do my legs tire. I long to return home to my wife. Feeling revitalized, the elixir has been successfully refined. Assemble the entire army, distribute the elixirs. No, distribute the elixirs. Brothers, from today onward, we shall distribute elixirs, each receiving a generous handful. Indulge to your heart's content. Qin announced loudly to the assembled soldiers. Indulge in the elixirs, indulge in the elixirs. The soldiers rejoiced, for His Highness was truly benevolent, not only providing them with women and gambling funds, but now also an abundance of elixirs. This provision encompasses pleasure, gambling, and indulgence in elixirs. Such generosity is rare to find. Cultivation is personal. The more one indulges, the faster their abilities will grow. As for elixir toxicity, who cares about that? With His Highness, we fear nothing, Your Highness. The soldiers are exceedingly excited. Fang Dadong exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha, if they all become martial kings, I would be even more elated. Just imagine an army composed entirely of martial kings. That would undoubtedly be a remarkable phenomenon. Such an army could instill fear in every nation. Even the great Tang would not possess such opulence. With martial kings as soldiers, would not the commander be a martial emperor? Rest assured. I shall oversee their progress. Ever since you treated them, their cultivation qualities have undergone a profound transformation. If I periodically encourage them, they shall undoubtedly meet Your Highness's expectations. Fang Dadong declared while patting his chest. Very well, I entrust this task to you. The day they break through will be the moment we launch our assault on this world. We shall compel all empires to bow before us, igniting the revolutionary flame across the globe. Long live communism! Long live! Long live! Qin raised his voice in a rallying cry, and the soldiers responded in unison. Brothers, who is this communism? Why do we chant for its longevity? Shouldn't it be for His Highness? What do you know? We must conceal our brilliance and refrain from calling it by name. Ah, I see. You are indeed clever, my brother. Naturally, let me tell you, I have a cousin whose third aunt works in His Highness's kitchen, and according to her inside information, His Highness has already begun preparations to establish himself as emperor. When that time comes, we shall all be his loyal subjects, with promotions and titles within reach. Ah, brother, is this news reliable? Of course it is reliable. So you must cultivate diligently. In due time, with your own abilities, securing a wife and raising children will be no mere dream. Indeed, indeed. Chapter 74. Indulging in elixirs is a moment of delight. Continuously indulging is ever more delightful. Upon receiving the elixirs, the soldiers of Qin army experienced a marked acceleration in their cultivation speed. On the streets of the 10 cities in the northern wilderness, at the city gates, one frequently encountered soldiers pulling out handfuls of elixirs and stuffing them into their mouths. When two soldiers met, their first greeting was invariably, "Have you indulged today? Brothers, I broke through another minor realm yesterday." Why say again? You understand, don't you? The realms that once required immense effort to attain are now exceedingly simple for the soldiers of the northern wilderness. Ah, congratulations. You are one step closer to His Highness's goal. Indeed. What a delightful person His Highness is. How could we ever disappoint him? Absolutely. Meals can be skipped, sleep can be sacrificed, but indulging in elixirs must not cease. Indulging in elixirs is a moment of delight. To continuously indulge is to experience everlasting pleasure. Haha, precisely. That sentiment resonates with me. We must not allow His Highness to face any difficulties. You've achieved a breakthrough? Congratulations. You too have broken through? After indulging in elixirs yesterday, I experienced a moment of inspiration, resulting in a minor breakthrough. A minor breakthrough? To what extent? Cough, cough. I am but a mere martial spirit of the third stage. Goodness. Is that a minor breakthrough? You've transcended a major realm and simultaneously broken through 3 minor realms. What does that make my progress? Do not be agitated. Do not be agitated. It was merely a fleeting occurrence. A fleeting occurrence? Count yourself fortunate. I have yet to experience such fortune. With benefits come drawbacks. Now, the soldier's reliance on elixirs has grown increasingly pronounced, leading to a pervasive laziness. Cultivation is utterly impossible. How could one possibly cultivate faster than indulging in elixirs? This spectacle left passing merchants utterly astounded. What wealth does the fourth prince possess? Can he truly be this extravagant, consuming elixirs in such abundance? Does he not fear being impoverished? Is it not wasteful for soldiers to treat elixirs as their daily sustenance? Even in large families, few children can afford to consume elixirs in such a manner. With such treatment, who would not be tempted? Pray tell, Your Highness, do you require more personnel? Might I be of service? Some merchants expressed skepticism, wondering if this was merely a performance. Approaching closely, they sought to uncover the truth. Soldier, you have worked hard. May I inquire about something? A silver ingot casually appeared in hand. As a guest, you may ask whatever you wish. Our prince has instructed us to treat visiting merchants with utmost respect. The soldier waved his hand, politely declining the merchant's silver. Haha. Please forgive me. I believe I may have misseen. Is it not elixirs that you are consuming? The merchant awkwardly smiled, posing his question. Indeed. Your eyesight is not at fault. We are indeed consuming elixirs. Ah? Then why are the soldiers of the northern wilderness consuming such a large quantity of elixirs? Do you suffer from some ailment? You foolish child, who says consuming elixirs indicates illness. Do you think these are merely invigorating pills? Let me enlighten you. We are consuming elixirs that enhance our cultivation. Our great prince, seeing our arduous training, specifically concocted these elixirs for us. Several soldiers proudly boasted. What say you? Is this not happiness? Are you not envious? Envy is futile, if you are not a subject of His Highness. You shall not partake in these elixirs. Enhancing cultivation? Could this be a minor royal elixir? Minor royal elixir? Haha, let me tell you, we possess not only minor royal elixirs but also major royal elixirs, so good that even martial kings sing their praises. Major royal elixir? What purpose does it serve? You do not know. Allow me to inform you. This is an elixir invented by our prince. It is no surprise you have not heard of it. Ah? Fourth prince? What, then, is the purpose of this major royal elixir? To speak of the major royal elixir, it is capable of rapidly increasing the cultivation of martial kings. Just 100 bottles, and you are guaranteed to reach martial emperor status within a year. Ah? This, within a year, from martial king to martial emperor? How astonishing! Those with weak hearts might be frightened to death. No need for such alarm. I find great amusement in observing the astonished expressions of merchants like you, who have not seen the world. We need not panic. There are many more treasures to discover. If you stay here for a few months, you shall gradually uncover them. Do not think I look down upon you. If you were to remain in the northern wilderness for a year or so, I guarantee you would look down upon your current self. Ah? I earnestly hope that the esteemed military lord could guide us on the right path. Casually, I took out a gold ingot and handed it over. This time, the soldier did not hold back. After all, this was hard-earned money, and finding the right direction requires physical effort. You ask me, and indeed you have asked the right person. Do you see that street ahead? Just find an inn to settle down in. Take your time to wander around. Once you have explored it all, enlightenment will come to you. Is it really that miraculous? Could there truly be treasures on that street? You are quite correct. There are treasures. It all depends on how you dig. If you dig well, I assure you, you will return with your pockets overflowing. Is it really that extraordinary? However, may I purchase a single elixir from you? I am genuinely curious. The merchant was still not disheartened. Could the fourth prince truly provide these soldiers with elixirs? Hee, there is nothing to stop me. Since you are so sincere in your request, I shall show you some mercy and sell you one. But I must clarify, only one. Very well, but I must be allowed to choose. Hee, it seems you are quite cautious. Not at all. It's merely a professional habit. The soldier produced a vial of elixirs, pouring its contents out, and gestured, Please, go ahead. The merchant pondered for a moment, refraining from reaching out, instead pointing at the soldier beside him. I want what he has. Suit yourself. But the price is not cheap. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fear not. We have the funds. He patted his pocket, the sound of clinking coins echoing. The adjacent soldier took out his own vial of elixirs. Pouring it all out, the merchant stepped forward, his finger gliding over the assorted pills, and suddenly, with a flick, he seized a red elixir. This one. Are you certain? The soldier's expression turned peculiar. This is the lowest grade of elixir. Your selection puts me in quite a dilemma. Should I fleece you or not? Absolutely certain. This is worth 500 taels of gold. Pay up. What? 500 taels? Gold? Indeed. 500 taels in gold. Do you want it or not? Surely you are not short on funds. If funds are lacking, it's no matter. We have a money house that offers loans. Enough. Enough. How could I be lacking? The merchant gritted his teeth and produced 500 taels of gold to purchase the elixir. Chapter 75. The unfortunate eunuch delivering the imperial edict on an ancient road. A gaunt horse, a raincoat, and two similarly attired eunuchs, separated by several dozen miles, braved the biting cold wind, galloping forward, the ancient path. The northern wind, the lean horse, and the messenger eunuch, a heart-wrenching scene. What a poetic tableau! The faster the horse ran, the colder their bodies became. The colder their bodies, the more their hearts ached. Truly, it is a case of idle words above. While below, we run our legs to the bone. As they ran, they cursed, This damned fourth prince. Why can't he stay put in his fief and runs about instead, forcing me to search for him all over the world? Does the royal family not allow one to live? In the grand palace of the Tang dynasty, in the Hall of Benevolence, reporting, Your Majesty, the latest news from the northern wilderness indicates that the fourth prince has entered the region, unleashing a massacre. Blood has washed through 10 cities of the northern wilderness. What does he intend to do? Does he seek rebellion? The emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, exclaimed in astonishment. Has it truly come to this? Can the royal family not coexist peacefully? Your Majesty, do not fret. Let us examine the intelligence reports, shall we? Xie Donglai advised. The two unfolded the reports, which clearly detailed the massacre of the 10 cities in the northern wilderness. After reading, although still filled with anger, they felt a slight relief. The fourth prince had not mentioned rebellion. Rather, he detailed the crimes of various factions, corruption, oppression of the commoners, and ruthless plundering, all of which were egregious offenses. In this light, he still harbors some concerns and has not completely severed ties. As long as he remains cautious, we can summon him back. Once he enters the imperial city, his life will be in my hands. Not his, at that time. I can fabricate a crime to pin on him, imprison him for decades, and see how he can stir trouble then. The only issue is, now the 10 cities of the northern wilderness have become a solid fortress under his control, which poses quite a challenge. To regain authority, some effort will be required. Where is our eunuch delivering the edict? Why has he not arrived yet? Your capabilities are truly questionable, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, stated. Your Majesty, I have already reprimanded them. As soon as they return, they shall be cast into the cleansing chamber. Do you believe this is their fault? Perhaps you should reflect on this. You have been in this position for far too long. Take a few days off, return, and ponder this well before answering me. The emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qin Hui, said sternly. Yes, your Majesty. Xie Donglai felt trust slipping away. Must human relations truly be this way? In the northern wilderness, at the city gate, a gaunt horse made its final effort, finally arriving at the entrance, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Finally, I have arrived. I no longer need to run. Panting, The old horse lay on the ground, unable to rise again. Quickly, hurry to inform the fourth prince, the Imperial. The Imperial edict has arrived. It was at this moment that the onlookers realized there was a person beneath the horse. He was hoarsely shouting, "Wait, what did he say? The Imperial edict. It seems so, Wu Zhang. What is the Imperial edict?" "Ah, the Imperial edict is no mere object. Quickly, pull him out." Several individuals hurriedly pulled the person from beneath the horse. Wu Zhang checked for signs of breath and found him alive. Someone quickly informed the fourth prince that someone from the Imperial city has come to deliver an edict. "Yes, Wu Zhang. I will go at once." "You lot, help him to the relay station, summon a doctor. We cannot have him unable to stand when he meets the prince." The group complied, hastily assisting the nearly lifeless eunuch away. Qin Mu was engrossed in a sand table, contemplating future arrangements. This had become his daily routine. Reporting, "Your Highness, news from the city gate indicates that a eunuch has arrived from the northern wilderness to deliver an edict." This is quite unusual. Why has my dear father suddenly remembered me? Bring him up. Your Highness, the one delivering the edict is currently receiving treatment at the relay station. It seems he is gravely injured. What happened, Your Highness? The horse collapsed at the city gate and fell directly to the ground, trapping him underneath. Fortunately, our soldiers at the gate managed to rescue him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Oh, I see. This eunuch is truly frail. Just a little pressure, and it nearly cost him his life. Once he recovers, bring him to me. What about the edict? Bring it here. Yes, the edict is here. Please review it, Your Highness. Qin Mu opened the edict and scanned it swiftly, chuckling. Does this edict not have an expiration date? This one is evidently overdue. Your Highness, does the edict have an expiration date? Our Tang dynasty's territory is vast. The farthest journey takes at least half a year. The old horse chuckled bitterly. The thought process of this prince is truly unique. Such low efficiency. Qin Mu's mind was racing, pondering something. Information transmission? Is there not radio for the fastest communication? Setting up a satellite might be difficult, but establishing a radio should be feasible. This is not complicated. A battery, a few simple circuits, sensors, decoders, and transmitters can complete the signal transmission. The only issue is distance, as long as we set up several signal stations along the route. It should work. This would definitely be faster than their method. If speed is increased, then there is profit to be made. Though, if it involves military secrets, such inefficiency is unacceptable. They would utilize a type of bird, the Gale Hawk, for communication. This bird is small in size and incredibly swift, able to fly 10,000 miles in a day. So fast. It is swift indeed, but the cost of raising them is quite high. Therefore, unless it is urgent news, they would never use it for transmission. Just as they conversed about the Imperial edict at the city gate, another gaunt horse lay there, similarly clad, bearing yet another edict for the northern wilderness. What is this? Another one. What has my dear father been thinking? Qin Mu muttered in displeasure. Bring them all up. 2 eunuchs were simultaneously brought into the grand hall. Qin Mu sat solemnly upon the main seat. The fourth prince, please receive the edict. The fourth prince, please receive the edict. After calling twice, Qin Mu remained unmoved. Very well, hand it to me. I will read it myself. Qin Mu gestured for the soldiers on either side to snatch the edict from the eunuchs and hand it over to him. Qin Mu unfolded it and frowned. He casually passed it to the old horse, who scanned it and gasped in shock. It seems the Tang Emperor harbors ill intentions. Your Highness, you must not return. I share the same sentiment. My dear father likely harbors murderous intent. What of these two? Qin Mu and the old horse discussed the matter, oblivious to the 2 eunuchs who listened with growing trepidation. What could this mean? Rebellion. Even if you were to discuss it behind our backs, that would be acceptable. The novel can be downloaded via the open source, free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through an alternative download and the merchant has not provided the software's source code or open source address, please demand an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Authors QQ 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group 149050832. Official TG Group https t.me FQ Tool Chapter 76 Executing 2 eunuchs. How audacious. Fourth prince, are you planning to rebel? One of the eunuchs scolded. Rebel, do not hastily label me with such accusations. I refuse to accept baseless accusations, Qin Mu retorted coldly, for he was not yet inclined to confront the Tang dynasty openly, at least not in plain sight. Fourth Prince, I assure you that today's events will not be disclosed, and we shall speak favorably on your behalf to His Majesty. We will ensure that no suspicion falls upon you. Another eunuch, sensing the pressure, said ingratiatingly, this is rather intriguing. However, Qin Mu's gaze shifted to another eunuch. What do you intend to do? The second eunuch exclaimed, panic-stricken. Do you wish to deceive His Majesty alongside the fourth prince? How can this be considered deception? It is merely an act of preserving the peace and stability of the Tang. Haha, enough of this bickering. For the sake of prudence, it would be best for you both to vanish. As for the account to the Tang, must I provide an account? Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. Fourth Prince, please remain calm. We are emissaries of the Son of Heaven. Should you dare to act against us, you will gain nothing but trouble. Let us compromise on this matter. Emissaries of the Son of Heaven? How do you prove that? Just these 2 imperial edicts. Is that not sufficient? Do you think it is enough? With these 2 contradictory edicts, I possess 1,000 reasons to execute you. How is it contradictory? These are 2 distinct edicts. Both reflect the Son of Heaven's will. We are merely serving the Son of Heaven. You are far too naive. Serving the Son of Heaven? Do you even deserve that? You are merely dogs of the royal family. Given a bone, you truly believe you are the celestial hound. Bring forth these 2 impostor eunuchs and execute them. Qin Mu laughed sinisterly. Yes. At once, 2 imposing guards entered from outside. As the 2 eunuchs attempted to resist, the guards' formidable presence terrified them to the point of losing control. How is this possible? Both guards are martial kings, they thought, realizing too late that their martial prowess was no match for the guards who swiftly subdued them. The 2 martial kings effortlessly dragged the eunuchs to an open area, drew their swords, and with a swift stroke, the eunuchs did not even have time to scream before meeting their demise. Your Highness, is it truly so simple? Old Ma asked, somewhat concerned. What other way is there? Should we stew them first to kill the bacteria before executing them? Qin Mu inquired, puzzled. That's not what I meant. Old Ma replied, exasperated. Your Highness, if you execute them like this, what will happen in the Imperial city? What will happen? Nothing. I already stated that these 2 impostor eunuchs were caught impersonating and were executed on the spot. The one in the Imperial city will surely swallow this grievance. He won't allow it? What if he does? Then what? Will he dispatch troops to wage war? If he dares to do so, I shall leave the northern defenses utterly unguarded, allowing our neighbors to come and explore the Tang. Yes, this matter should be mentioned in the memorial to prevent my dear father from acting out of desperation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu remarked, will this not place him in a difficult position? No, absolutely not. On the contrary, I am providing him with an excellent opportunity to retreat. If he is wise, he will take it. If he dares to be ungrateful, then I shall not be blamed for my ruthlessness. Qin Mu declared fiercely. However, this does remind me that our neighboring territories seem too tranquil. It gives me the impression that the northern wilderness is not a borderland. Your Highness, have you considered the current weather? In such dreadful conditions, do you think they are not cold? Old Ma responded, bewildered. Indeed, it has grown cold. But what can we do? How will our soldiers survive the winter? What will happen to our subjects? Qin Mu suddenly recognized a serious issue. Although it had been somewhat chilly these past few days, he, possessing cultivation, was oblivious to the cold, especially with a martial king at his side to warm him. Thus, he had overlooked a grave concern: the weather, particularly that of the northern wilderness. The chill here was severe. In such frigid conditions, one could easily face unnecessary casualties. Even a mere cold could prove fatal in this nearly primitive society. What can we do? We must endure. Those with cultivation are fortunate, but ordinary people without cultivation will suffer terribly. I have a sudden idea, Qin Mu exclaimed. What about earthing kings? This simple method was employed by impoverished households in the northern regions of my former world to resist the cold. Do not underestimate this simple method. Its efficacy is remarkable. It keeps one warm throughout the night, even curing chronic ailments. Your Highness, Your Highness. Old Ma noted that the fourth prince had fallen silent again, his eyes darting around. This was a sign he was contemplating something devious. Old Ma, prepare writing materials. Qin grabbed a brush and swiftly sketched on the paper. Old Ma was bewildered, his head spinning from the rapid drawings. What was this? A weapon? It did not seem like one. A cart. What was the purpose of that long tube? Your Highness, what is this? Old Ma, this is a treasure. The survival of our subjects in the northern wilderness this winter hinges upon it. Find a few bricklayers. I will teach them a new skill. Ah, Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? You wish to teach bricklayers? This method is incorrect. Your Highness, are you certain you can handle bricklaying? Old Ma was perplexed. Do not worry. I will only be responsible for the design and theoretical guidance. The execution must be grasped by them. Understood. I shall arrange it immediately. Once the bricklayers arrived, Qin thoroughly explained the blueprints and supervised their first practical session, ensuring that each person comprehended the construction of the earthen Kong before concluding the session. He then assigned them the task of teaching all northern wilderness subjects how to build these kangs. The materials required were merely stone slabs and earth, necessitating no significant investment. For ordinary people, this posed no burden. With a little effort, they could enjoy the warmth of a cozy bed. What's not to like? Chapter 77. The Northern Wilderness. In the eyes of merchants, the subjects of the Northern Wilderness rejoiced, marveling at this economical and practical method that had previously eluded them. Why did I not think of this? They mused. Look at the fourth prince. After all, he is a royal. Such is the way of dragons producing dragons and phoenixes producing phoenixes. The emperor's son knows how to build kangs. Your Highness, the method of constructing earthen kangs has spread, and those who have tried it sing praises of your wisdom. Old Ma flattered at the right moment. That is still insufficient. Insufficient? Your Highness, be content. I can assure you that this winter, there will be no loss of life. Yes, I understand, but that is still not enough. If we wish to prosper, we must engage in commerce. We cannot merely consume our resources. To ensure the trade routes remain open during this harsh winter. It is not enough to simply repair the roads. We must find ways to ensure the normal operation of shops. In this weather, how can shops even operate? Your Highness, you still wish for them to operate? Surely not. You must understand that this weather is not even at its most frigid point. In a few days, the stones will be frozen solid. Do not fear. Find a few blacksmiths and have them forge water pipes for me. Water pipes? Yes, precisely. Qin picked up another design he had drawn and handed it to Old Ma. What is this? This is the key to commerce. Soon, we will install hot water within these pipes, laying them along the walls and floors of the shops to ensure they remain warm as spring.